It's only when you get older that you realize sometimes having a good bowel movement can be something to brag about. It was the spring of 1979. Chen Shi pulled up his pants and stepped out of the public restroom in Minquang Hutong, drawing a satisfied circle in the air with his finger. He had just taken excellent dumps, smooth, satisfying, and uplifting. At 19, his heart was pounding with renewed vitality. His still-unused sponge tissue responded eagerly to abdominal pressure, a long-forgotten sensation. It was 9 in the morning, already past working hours. The Hutong was unusually quiet. This alley was 100 meters long and 3 meters wide, tucked unassumingly into Dechelon. But 30 years earlier, it had been a famous food street home to Rua Binla's belt-shaped pancakes, Fushunzai's marinated beef, Kang's old tofu, Nyanga Qian's rice cakes, Baodu Feng's offal, Baozi Yang's dumplings, all contributing to Dashelon's reputation as Beijing's most bustling district. Chen Shi walked a few steps and arrived at number 12 courtyard. A sign read, "Dormitory for Xinhua bookstore employees." Once lived in by Zhang Henshui, the courtyard had 7 inner courtyards and was spacious enough. Zhang stayed here for 3 years while riding home of powder and money before moving to Nanjing. Over time, the house changed hands and became a dormitory. Of course, as a dormitory, it wasn't well organized anymore. Dozens of families shared water sources. Everywhere there were makeshift coal sheds and storage rooms, filled with pots, pans, clutter, and chaos, everyday life at its messiest. The phrase lively human touch is usually said from a position of privilege, looking down on hardship. If you're actually living inside it, you sure won't find it poetic. Chen Shi hated this broken-down place. His parents had already gone to work. He entered the house, washed his hands and face, then looked into the mirror above the sink, one decorated with the words "The East is red." It reflected a young man's image. His hair wasn't the popular side part style, but cut short, like tiny upright spikes. His eyes were bright, lips slightly thin, giving his handsome face a rebellious edge. Standing around 178 centimeters, he was quite tall for the era. How tall? Guo Fuqing was around 165 centimeters, Liu Dahua 169, Jackie Chung 173, and Leon Lai at 179 was considered genuinely tall. If the others seemed tall to you, it might be because they wore special insoles in their shoes. Chen Shi, Chen Shi. Suddenly, a girl burst through the door, shouting. She had shoulder-length hair, rosy cheeks, rough skin, and a tall frame. Dressed in gray cotton clothes and black cloth shoes with red soles, her feet must have been at least size 41. Why are you still loafing around? Hurry up, we have a meeting. I don't feel like going. Lazily, you wanted to lie back down. If you keep acting like this, they'll have to criticize you. You came back to the city, but now you're becoming a passive, backward element. Comrade Chen Shi, pull yourself together. Don't give up just because of a temporary setback. The organization will find you a job. Comrade Huang Zhening, please don't cling to our revolutionary friendship. Let me fall into decadence. Enough nonsense. Let's go. Huang Zhening had both volume and strength. She yanked him up without hesitation. With no choice, Chen Shi slowly put on his coat and slipped on his own pair of black cloth shoes with red soles. They each mounted their classic 28-inch bicycles, first riding out of the Hutong, passing through the recovering Dechelon area, winding through Zushiku Street, and heading eastward. The Beijing of 1979 drifted by them like a series of slow-motion vintage photos. The sky was grayish, the streets wide due to sparse traffic. Bicycles rolled freely down the center. On either side stood low, worn-out buildings crammed with utility poles and tangled wires. The crowd wore dull tones: blue, gray, army green, except for the occasional white uniform of a police officer, adding a rare splash of brightness. Along the road, people were planting trees every few dozen meters. 2 years ago, the UN Environment Program had declared Beijing a city on the edge of desertification. It was true the sandstorms in spring were brutal. This year brought another round of yellow dust, prompting Xinhua News Agency to publish an article titled "Sands Approach Beijing." Coinciding with the 5th National High-Level Cadre Conference, March 12th was officially declared National Tree Planting Day. This was the very first year. The entire city was planting poplar trees, meaning future springs would not only bring sandstorms, but also flying poplar fluff and willow catkins. After cycling about 5 kilometers, they reached the east side of the Temple of Heaven, where a building loomed ahead. Chongwen District Workers Club. So many people? All the unemployed youths in the district must come. No, they're called awaiting employment. Right. Awaiting employment seems like new terms are being invented these days. Chen Shi muttered to himself. In front of him stretched a sea of people, mostly young men and women, expressions gloomy, dressed drayably, glancing around restlessly, waiting for the doors to open. Huang Jing, an extrovert who had never heard of social anxiety, grabbed a skinny, glasses-wearing youth nearby. "Comrade, we just got here. Did you hear any news?" "As a matter of fact, I did." The young man whispered, "I heard Chongwen is piloting a new program starting with us. They're pushing hard for production and service cooperatives." "A cooperative? That's a collective unit." Her eyes widened comically, nearly popping out behind her glasses. She lowered her voice. "No way collective units pay low wages, offer poor benefits, and no welfare at all. People laugh at them. You're all high ideals and righteousness back in my place. Why so pragmatic now?" Chun Chi asked. "If it's a formal unit, even if they assign me to clean toilets, I'd be happy. Collective isn't official. Don't laugh, your parents wouldn't want to lose face either, would they?" "I don't care." Just then, the crowd stirred, surging forward in waves. Someone shouted for order. The club doors were finally opening. Zhang Ying dragged him inside like a fierce General Zhang Fei, somehow managing not to fall behind. Inside was a massive hall capable of holding 1,000 people, 2 levels, a stage at the front suitable for performances or movie screenings. A banner hung across the stage. Chongwen District Government on-site meeting on solving employment issues for unemployed youth. They found seats. Soon, several officials took the stage, and the meeting began. In early 1979, 20 million people nationwide were unemployed, over 10 million educated youth returning from rural areas, 2.3 million urban laborers, plus 1.05 million graduates and demobilized soldiers. Beijing faced an especially dire situation: 400,000 unemployed youths, or 1 person per 2.7 households. That ratio was terrifying, worse than the post-pandemic era. People often romanticize this period, believing that if you studied hard and graduated from a vocational school, you could easily land a job with guaranteed placement. True jobs were assigned, but only if there were positions available. Rural resettlement started in the 1950s, mainly to relieve unemployment pressures caused by the first baby boom. Then, after the return of those educated youths, overlapping with the second baby boom, a new wave of jobless youths emerged, restless, idle, prone to fights and crime. Social instability loomed large. So solving employment was the nation's top priority this year. The officials droned on, and Chun Chi listened carefully. In essence, the plan boiled down to 3 points. 1. Allow parents to retire early, letting children take their positions. 2. Assign government departments and companies to hire a certain number of unemployed youths, encouraging long-term temporary workers, advocating for 1 job split between 2 people, and meals meant for 3 shared among 5. 3. Develop collectively owned enterprises, expand opportunities, and relax employment policies. Children taking over jobs, temp work, slacking on the job, flexible employment. So this is where it all started. With service industries basically destroyed, of course there aren't enough jobs, we need to revive them. And by the late 1990s, the third baby boom hit, then universities expanded enrollment. Life was easier later. Live streaming, delivery apps, ride-hailing services covered everything. Chun Chi chuckled, but then sighed softly, lost in thought. Damn short-form dramas ruined me. I used to be a successful millionaire, and now I'm dumping urine buckets in this shabby alley. Where do I even complain? Indeed, he was an outsider in this era. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to come here at all. The modern world was great Wi-Fi, Bilibili, Douyin, food delivery, high-speed rail. Even sex workers could be ordered via app, with nationwide dispatch. Xiaomi even made cars, and late June opened the door for you personally. Chun Chi had lived into his 40s in his past life, a veteran internet commenter since the BBS era. He worked hard, then started businesses, became a major figure on Weibo, built a multi-million follower video empire, invested in films, hosted live streams, dated influencers and cosplayers. Not rich, but free, never a wage slave. Through ups and downs, he survived the pandemic. But times were tough everywhere. Xiaoling losing weight was national news. He chased trends others chased, even worse ones, backed by capital. Big tech monopolized everything, small companies struggled. His stock portfolio collapsed. He gambled everything on short-form dramas, failed, and woke up here after a night of heavy drinking. His parents worked at Xinhua bookstore. Originally, he had a little sister who died young. The original Chun Chi had been sent to the countryside after middle school. Huang Ning was his comrade in arms. Her parents also worked at Xinhua. They lived in the same compound, and she had a younger brother. After returning to the city, the original Chun tried multiple exams but failed. He proudly joined the ranks of the unemployed. Priority should be given to those older and longer unemployed. After today's meeting, community cadres will visit every household. Production and service cooperatives will be established to ensure every unemployed youth finds a job. Please trust the organization, but also adjust your mindset. Times are changing. China and the U.S. have even established diplomatic relations. There's no hierarchy in jobs. Work has no class distinction. You can serve the motherland anywhere and contribute to the four modernizations. The leader spoke with conviction, while the audience sat in confusion. Chen Qi yawned loudly. Chapter 2, Power. Li Heng. Li Heng. Just as he was reminiscing about his past life with Chen Zijin, a deafening and soul-stirring roar echoed from afar, swiftly approaching. The individual was none other than Zhang Zhiyong, nicknamed Lacking Sense, a lean man with remarkable strength and a rather unrefined appearance, characterized by a V-shaped hairline. His history was filled with mischief. He had once drunkenly slept beside a sow in a pigsty, wrestled with a sister-in-law in the rice fields out of frustration, and even stolen his neighbor's sister's underwear. How outrageous. You nearly scared my soul away with your shouting. Li Heng spat out the grass he had been chewing. Turning to ask, what brings you here in such a hurry? Zhang Zhiyong gestured animatedly, panting for breath. You are my elder. How can you still be leisurely here? Hurry home and take a look. Thinking something must have happened at home, Li Heng stood up. What is it? Zhang Zhiyong, with eyes sparkling, exclaimed. The entire Chen family has returned from the capital. I just saw your wife's sister, Chen Zitong. Goodness, she is stunning. Upon hearing the word wife, Li Heng momentarily lost his focus, causing him to miss what else the oblivious Zhang was saying. Hey, are you even listening? I said Chen Zidong is back. Which means Chen Zijin must be back too. Shouldn't you hurry home to see your wife? Feeling neglected by his friend, Zhang Zhiyong, frustrated, waved his hands in front of Li Heng's face. Li Heng swatted Zhang's hands away, glaring. This situation has just calmed down. Can you please stop babbling? I'm not babbling. I truly saw Chen Zitong, insisted Zhang Zhiyong, oblivious to the village's murky gossip, unaware that the once close-knit Chen and Li families had secretly fallen out. He simply believed that his childhood friend and Chen Zijin were well-suited and had been trying to matchmake them since middle school. As someone who had experienced much, Li Heng was no stranger to the world. He was largely indifferent to the rumors, only concerned about how his elderly parents would cope. Yet, sometimes, coincidences are such that when one speaks of someone, they appear. Returning to his senses, Li Heng disregarded Zhang Zhiyong and instead looked toward the approaching figure. Noticing this, Zhang Zhiyong turned to look as well, mumbling, "Oh wow, why is your sister-in-law behind me?" The newcomer was indeed Chen Zitong, who stood 5 meters away, a black woven bag in hand. Upon seeing her, Zhang Zhiyong, lacking any subtlety, stared dumbfounded, nearly drooling, until Li Heng kicked him, prompting him to sheepishly retreat. At 16 years old, Chen Zitong was dressed fashionably, exuding a vibrant and youthful energy. Since the Chen family had moved to the capital during the summer, they had not seen each other for over 6 months. Gazing at the tall and handsome man before her, the familiarity of childhood had vanished, replaced by a sense of distance. This is the study material my sister sent for you. Her voice was devoid of inflection, and she was reluctant to utter a single additional word. After succinctly stating her intent, she placed the black bag on the ground. Li Heng sensed her unfriendliness. Yet out of respect for their past connection, he refrained from taking offense and politely expressed his gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired with genuine concern. Has your sister returned? Li Zitong, who had intended to turn and leave, halted her steps, her gaze sweeping over him. You still dare to seek her out? Li Heng earnestly replied, if given the chance, I wish to apologize to her in person. Chen Zitong scrutinized his expression, discerning no deceit, and hesitated momentarily before saying, My sister is currently unable to return. Li Heng instinctively probed further. Unable? How has she been lately? Chen Zitong's response was unexpected. She deliberately stated, Don't ask. My family does not permit me to tell you. Observing Li Heng's silence, she added, This study material was secretly purchased by my sister. No one is aware. Her two statements revealed her inner conflict. Like the elder members of her family, she believed Li Heng to be insincere, using sweet words to seduce her well-mannered sister, deeming him unworthy of her sister's beauty. Yet, out of sisterly affection, she conveyed her sister's ongoing concern for him. Additionally, there was an underlying message regarding the study materials. She hoped he would keep it confidential, as she did not wish to bear the blame. Before Li Heng could respond, another figure approached swiftly along the riverside path Chen Xiaomi. This individual was the paternal aunt of Chen Zijing and Chen Zitong, who had previously stumbled upon the scandal between Li Heng and Chen Zijing during the summer. Chen Xiaomi shot a veiled glare at her niece, then glanced at the black bag on the ground, ultimately furrowing her brow as she directed her gaze at Li Heng. Their eyes met, and Li Heng maintained his composure. As he contemplated whether to initiate a greeting, Chen Xiaomi had already turned to pull Chen Zidong away. While departing, she admonished her niece, "Why are you so inconsiderate? Did I not tell you to cease all contact with him? Have you dismissed our family's warnings? Are you not yet weary of the trouble he has caused your sister? Do you wish to push her further into the fire?" Chen Zidong mumbled. And though Chen Xiaomi's voice was low, each word pierced Li Heng's heart. In his 2 lifetimes, he had nearly forgotten these grievances, yet her words resurrected many memories. He vividly recalled the moment when Chen Xiaomi caught him and Chen Zijing in an intimate encounter, chastising her niece with palpable anguish. "Zijing, how could you be so foolish? Do you wish to marry the son of Li Jianguo? To spend your life in this impoverished valley?" Given that the village was rife with rumors that Li Jianguo had been dismissed due to his scandalous private life, such remarks were undeniably insulting, striking a nerve in Li Heng's sensibilities and vowing to rise above his circumstances. Unfortunately, when compared to ordinary individuals, he had indeed achieved a degree of success in his previous life. Yet, when set against the formidable Chen family, he still fell short. This remained a lingering regret for him, as he was never able to hold his head high in front of the Chen family. Gazing at the aunt and niece gradually disappearing around the bend of the riverbank, Li Heng, having lived 2 lives, did not feel the anger that had consumed him in his previous existence. Instead, he was once again ignited with boundless ambition. As the saying goes, a person's aspirations are often curtailed by their poverty. Lacking wealth and power, even the most talented among us may hesitate to declare themselves a true man. In moments of conflict, those with money and influence can swiftly teach the lesson of their supremacy, wielding their power with ease. Thus, in the current societal landscape, to quell the rumors in the village, to earn the respect of the Chen family, and to restore his parents' dignity, Li Heng understood that he must achieve great success in wealth and power. As a reborn individual, as long as his reincarnation did not create significant butterfly effects and the trajectory of social development remained unchanged, Li Heng was confident in his ability to succeed. Given a decade, he believed he could create a miracle. However, power, which was the Chen family's domain, seemed a daunting challenge. It was an intricate matter, deeply reliant on human sentiment, filled with uncertainties that were difficult to navigate. Even decades of hard work might yield no results. Finally, there was influence. Contemplating this, Li Heng's eyes grew clear, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Indeed, why had he not considered this approach before? Since his rebirth, aside from the endless studying and preparation for the college entrance examination, he had been lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, anxiously pondering how to improve their lives, alter his family's dire situation, and contemplate the path ahead. Despite myriad ideas, the limitations of the era, when the internet was in its infancy and he lacked the capital for real estate, had left him feeling aimless. Yet now, he had suddenly discovered a direction in life, a way to begin with influence. If his memories served him correctly, the proud Chen Xiaomi should currently be an editor at a literary magazine in the capital. As for which magazine that was, the passage of time had clouded his recollection. However, if he were to become a renowned author, to conquer her in her most cherished literary domain, to bring her down a notch, what would be the outcome? The result would be fame, fortune, and a chance to reclaim his dignity. How splendid! The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. In an instant, Li Heng resolved to act. During his 7 years working at the provincial government, he had been engaged in writing, crafting prose as a daily routine. Coupled with his love for reading, he had also penned numerous articles for newspapers in his leisure time. Writing was indeed second nature to him. With newfound clarity of purpose following his rebirth, the gloom that had previously clouded his mind began to dissipate. As the saying goes, a Buddhist fights for a single incense stick, while a person fights for their dignity. Even if not for his own sake, he must restore his mother's lost pride. How dare you, Chen Xiaomi, with your nose in the air, to become the vanguard against Li, always looking down upon the Li family. There was no doubt about it. This sentiment would be avenged, and she would be the first to pay the price. With blue bricks accompanying painted tiles, a white horse treads upon fresh mud, mountain flowers and banana leaves shrouded in twilight, dyeing the red scarf. Raindrops cascade from the eaves, curling smoke rises gently. Where are you meandering through the years? The rural landscapes of Jiang'an depicted in literature are often imbued with poetic charm. However, the stark reality of the countryside reveals a different picture. The roads and fields are overrun with rampant weeds, flocks of chickens, ducks, and geese scurry about chaotically, their cacophony filling the air, while cow dung lines the paths, accompanied by the incessant barking of dogs. Amidst this chaos, one can hear the neighbor scolding over trivial matters. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and a scattered shower begins, with large raindrops cascading down in layers, growing ever denser. Curse this wretched weather, Li Heng mutters under his breath. Abandoning his reminiscences and hastily gathers his fishing net, anxious to return home. In his haste, he neglects to observe the grassy edges of the path and inadvertently steps into a large pile of dog excrement, smearing it across the sole of his shoe, even splattering onto the upper. Cursing his misfortune, he is interrupted by Zhang Zhiyong, who braves the rain, returning with a vibrant bouquet of red camellias. This oblivious fellow cheerfully presents the flowers to him, as if seeking approval, exclaiming, "These camellias are stunningly beautiful, fresh, just as lovely as Chen Zijing. One must not arrive empty-handed. Take these and gift them to her." As Li Heng frantically wipes the dog mess from his shoe, he instinctively accepts the flowers, asking, "Where did you get these?" Encountering a rare curiosity, Zhang Zhiyong crouches to observe him clean his shoe, replying, "Right in front of Annie's house. Where else? She's the only one nearby." Li Heng eyes him skeptically. "Did she allow you to take them?" Zhang Zhiyong shrugs nonchalantly. "Of course not. But I've just had a falling out with her, so I took them anyway. What is she going to do, bite me?" After a moment, Li Heng responds, "Chen Zijing hasn't returned." Chapter 3. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Zhiyong incredulously raised his head. Could it be? Grandma Chen has just passed away. She is not at home? As if to validate his words, the air was suddenly filled with the crackling of firecrackers at the crossroads. Accompanying the sounds were heart-wrenching cries, clearly the lamentations of her descendants. According to the local customs of one village, when a soul departs, firecrackers must be lit immediately at the deceased's doorstep. Furthermore, a set of firecrackers must be set off at the Mong temple, along with burning a stack of paper offerings and placing 3 incense sticks. The elders assert that this notifies the underworld to open the temple gates and guide the departed soul on its journey. Otherwise, the spirit may linger in the mortal realm, transforming into a restless ghost. The children's mourning is not only an expression of grief but also a ritual that must be observed, as failing to do so could be deemed taboo, deterring villagers from offering assistance. The Chen and Li families had experienced a rift, which was largely unknown to the villagers. In this regard, both families exhibited an unusual tacit understanding, refraining from publicizing their discord. Perhaps it can be said that the heads of the families, Li Jianguo and Qin Gaoyuan, were both well-educated and cultured individuals, possessing a broader perspective than mere housewives. They would still exchange greetings upon encountering one another. Hence, Zhang Zhiyong's eagerness to assist his brother seemed quite fitting. The Li family resided at the intersection, separated from the riverbank by several mounds of waterlogged fields. As Li Heng sprinted home, he was drenched to the skin. The door to the main room stood wide open, and upon entering, he was greeted by a strong scent of medicinal herbs. Li Jianguo was crouched before a clay pot, diligently brewing traditional Chinese medicine. Observing his father puffing into a bamboo fire tube, it was evident that he had just started the fire. Li Heng looked at his father. Clad in a grayish Zhongshan suit with a patched collar, his forehead smeared with soot, and felt a pang of sympathy. "Dad, are you making medicine?" Li Jianguo wiped his forehead with his sleeve, half turning his body, an expectant expression gracing his kindly face. "You're back. How was the harvest today? Do you even need to ask? I caught at least 5 pounds. Li Heng proudly handed over the bamboo basket, brimming with small fish, shrimp, loaches, and stone crabs. A quick glance revealed it weighed no less than 5.5 pounds. Although he was not adept at farming, he often resorted to clever tricks when it came to labor. However, when it came to catching loaches and fish, or hunting wild hares and chickens, Li Heng possessed an innate talent, having learned these skills without a teacher. Among the 20 or so households at the crossroads, he considered himself second to none. No one dared to contest his claim to the title of the best. Surveying the room, he inquired, "Where's Mom?" Unfazed by the messiness, Li Jianguo rummaged through the basket to feed the pigs. Perking up his ears, he discerned the muffled sounds of pigs grunting from the backyard. Instantly, Li Heng handed over the camellia he held. Gazing at the vibrant, romantic camellia, Li Jianguo appeared taken aback, and after a moment, humorously remarked, "What's the occasion today? This seems illogical." Li Heng gestured discreetly. "Be patient. This isn't for you. Take it to Mom. You used to bring her flowers often. It's been years since I've seen you do so." Staring at the camellia in a daze, Li Jianguo eventually accepted it with a smile and turned towards the backyard. The breeze of today seemed to carry back the romance of the days when they first met 2 decades ago. Before long, Tian Xiaoya emerged. having found an empty bottle which she filled with water, carefully placing each camellia blossom into it. Observing this, Li Heng leaned over the table and jested in an artistic tone. "Mother, you cannot confine all your affection within a vase." Tian Shaoyi instinctively inquired, "What should I do then?" Li Heng gestured animatedly, suggesting, "When the petals wither, you can dry them and turn them into fragrant sachets to gift back to father. This signifies following your beloved like a shadow." Tian Shaoyi's expression faltered slightly as she softly chided, "You silver-tongued rascal." She then sighed inwardly, realizing why the once obedient and sensible Chen Zijing had been led astray by the likes of Manzi. Such a tongue truly was something. Nearby, Zhang Jiong was astonished, his mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. Could it really be done this way? Drenched clothing clung uncomfortably to him, and Li Heng, pressed for time, hurriedly took a shower. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but marvel at his mother's potent genes. If he were to venture into film, he mused, he would overshadow the likes of Takakura Kin. He had seen the movie The Chase multiple times, finding it rather mundane, and could not fathom why it garnered such popularity in the current domestic market. Was this what they referred to as a tough exterior with a gentle heart, whereby rarity was prized? Satisfaction washed over him as he stood at 178 centimeters at the age of 17, tall enough for the South, though his malnourished frame, with its protruding ribs, was disconcerting. Small fish and shrimp required no preparation and could be tossed directly into the pot. However, loach needed a few days of rest to expel the mud and sand from its system. As for the larger stone loaches and crucian carp, their innards had to be meticulously removed with bamboo skewers. Regarding the river crabs, which could fetch a good price in later years, they were unfortunately too abundant at this time, often utilized as fertilizer, and only those with a particular craving would indulge in a few. Though 5.5 pounds of fish and shrimp seemed substantial, under the swift hands of Li Heng, Li Jiangguo, Tian Shaoyi, and Zhang Zhiyong, it quickly became evident that the bottom of the container was approaching. As the four engaged in lively conversation while processing the assorted fish, a middle-aged man, Chen Gaoyuan, approached directly from across the road. Clad in mourning attire, Chen Gaoyuan knelt before Li Jiangguo and Tian Shaoyi, stating that his mother had passed away and beseeching their assistance. Kneeling was a local custom. Whenever a family suffered a loss, the bereaved would don a white cloth and solicit help from neighbors. With approximately 3,000 residents in Upper Bay Village, and excluding the exceptionally fortunate Chen family, Li Jiangguo was the village's sole university graduate, well-versed in the world and adept at managing affairs. Consequently, during significant celebrations and solemn occasions, villagers had become accustomed to turning to him first for assistance. Du Guan, as it was called, implied overseeing all matters. It encompassed budgeting for events, enlisting neighbors for help, assigning tasks, determining the number of bowls for banquets, deciding on the menu, and coordinating various purchases and the arrival of officiants. Such responsibilities were typically beyond the capabilities of an average person. With his eloquence, strong capabilities, and extensive connections, Li Jiangguo was widely respected among both the young and old, making him the unequivocal choice for this role. Many jested that it was fortunate he had been dismissed from his previous position, ever since the old village chief passed away. The village had been lacking someone of his caliber to handle significant matters. Li Jiangguo hastily discarded the stone he had been holding and, with both hands, supported Chen Gaoyuan. Offering words of comfort, "Gaoyuan, please accept my condolences. I shall change my clothes and come over shortly." Chen Gaoyuan then rose and addressed Tian Runny, saying, "Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are exceptional. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing tonight's dinner." In times of mourning, the family of the deceased is often inundated with tasks, and serving tea and preparing meals typically falls to neighbors. Ever since Chen Gaoyuan's wife declined the proposal for a matrimonial alliance between their families, she had not visited the Chen household for 6 months, despite the mere street separating them. In a sense, the wives of the Chen and Li families were currently at odds. The thought of stepping foot into the Chen household filled Tian Runny with considerable discomfort and reluctance. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, especially with someone of Chen Gaoyuan's stature personally reaching out, she felt compelled to oblige. Otherwise, she would risk being labeled as petty. After weighing her options, Tian Runny ultimately acquiesced, softly stating, "Very well, I shall fetch some firecrackers." Old customs dictate that when visiting the home of the deceased, one must set off a string of firecrackers as a sign of respect, a tacit rule of sorts. However, the scale of the firecrackers can vary. and it is common for many to enter together without much concern for the expense. Once Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi departed from the main room, Chen Gaoyuan's gaze naturally fell upon Li Heng. Unlike the intense reactions exhibited by the women in his family regarding the young man who had lured his eldest daughter to bed, Chen Gaoyuan's feelings were rather complex. Following the incident, he had sought an opportunity to discreetly inquire with his daughter, Zijin, "What is the nature of your relationship with Li Heng?" At that time, Chen Zijin had blushed, lowered her head, and defended Li Heng. "Father, it was my choice. Please do not blame him." Her declaration of willingness had stifled any dissenting voices within the family and prevented the matter from escalating into a public scandal. In fact, during his visits to his hometown, he would often offer Li Jiangguo a cigarette and engage in casual conversation, which is why the neighborhood remained oblivious to the underlying discord between the two families. As memories resurfaced, Chen Gaoyuan asked Li Heng, "When do you return to school?" Li Heng replied, "The 12th. Today marked the 5th day of the Lunar New Year," leaving roughly a week before classes resumed. Upon hearing this, Chen Gaoyuan gently patted Li Heng's shoulder, wishing him well in his studies and urging him to gain admission to a good university before departing. Perhaps moved by the sight of Li Heng, upon returning home, Chen Gaoyuan approached his wife, once again adopting a conciliatory tone. "Alan, perhaps we should allow Zijin to return?" to bid farewell to her grandmother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan's demeanor instantly shifted. Her previously calm expression was now filled with indignation. "Chen Gaoyuan, what do you intend to do? Allowing our daughter to return in such a state? I might as well end my life." Having endured many hardships, Chen Gaoyuan maintained his composure, choosing not to engage in an argument with his wife. Instead, he sighed, "I fear Zijin may hold us accountable in the future." Zhang Lan shot him a frosty glare, prompting Chen Gaoyuan to abandon the idea of bringing their eldest daughter home altogether. Chapter 4. Sisters. As evening fell, the second sister, Li Lan, returned home, a basket of pig grass slung over her shoulder. Predictably, she had not escaped the ravages of the sudden downpour. Her damp clothing clung to her graceful form, accentuating the rounded contours of her upper body and the flawless shape of her lower half. Zhang Zhiyong managed only a furtive glance before Li Lan's keen eyes caught him in the act. She stood rooted to the spot, her right hand gripping a sickle still dripping with rainwater, her gaze fixed on him with an intensity that could pierce through the soul. This fool, who fancied himself fearless, unafraid of mountain wolves or dogs, quaked in the presence of beautiful women. The more exquisite a woman's features, the more he recoiled in trepidation. It was indeed a peculiar paradox. Due to this very flaw, in his previous life, this simpleton had suffered greatly at the hands of women. Unable to withstand Li Lan's fierce aura, Zhang Zhiyong, haunted by the shadows of his childhood, ultimately succumbed to his fears and chose to flee. From behind, Li Heng called out, "Lao Yong, it's almost mealtime. Come eat dinner before you go." In a panic, Zhang Zhiyong dashed out, trembling, without turning back. "Eat? Not a chance. My life is at stake." With that, he fled, leaving only the two siblings, Li Heng and Li Lan, exchanging glances in the now quiet living room. Although Li Heng and Li Lan were siblings, their childhood relationship had been far from harmonious. Living under the same roof, they often found themselves in silence. The reason was simple. Li Lan had long felt that their mother, Tian Shaoyi, favored her brother, always allowing him to eat first whenever there was something delicious. If there was plenty to go around, Li Heng might leave some for her, but when there was little, she could only watch helplessly. Over time, her frustration erupted. When their mother was home, Li Lan would deliberately provoke Li Heng, waiting for him to curse before unleashing her wrath upon him. If their parents were absent, she would not hold back, finding any excuse to unleash a beating. Li Heng was not one to take it lying down. He would naturally retaliate, but to no avail. Since girls matured faster and Li Lan was older, he always found himself at a disadvantage, enduring harsh repression, making his childhood particularly bitter. This continued for several years until she entered junior high, at which point her behavior began to temper. However, the weak foundation of their sibling relationship meant that they remained relatively estranged throughout their secondary school years. At that time, he could not comprehend why his sister constantly bullied him. It was only later, upon growing older, that he understood. Upon leaving Shangwan village, Li Lan presented herself with poise and grace to outsiders, her emotional intelligence fully developed. Yet, at home, her greatest longing was to receive a mother's love equal to that of her brother. In an era plagued by feudal ideologies, in this impoverished rural area, achieving such a quality of affection proved exceedingly difficult. Even into her 50s, she would occasionally bring this matter up, reminiscing about her childhood grievances. The turning point in their relationship occurred after their university graduation, around 1996. In those days, Li Heng, working in a bustling metropolis, aspired to purchase a home in the city to settle down, yet financial constraints thwarted his ambitions. Upon learning of his plight, his sister, Li Lan, discreetly packed a black bag and traveled by train to deliver him a substantial sum of 80,000 yuan. This amount, particularly in 1996, was a fortune for most families. The fact that this generous gift came from his second sister not only alleviated his immediate financial distress, but also left a profound impact on his psyche. Throughout his life, Li Heng had sought opportunities to repay this sum, yet she had consistently refused to accept it. It was only on her 35th birthday, in a state of inebriation, that she confided to Li Heng, "I wronged you in our childhood. It was my fault." Memories of the past flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. And having already resolved his inner turmoil, Li Heng took the initiative to speak. "Sister, you should change into warmer clothing. It's quite chilly outside. And you might catch a cold." A flurry of question marks seemed to materialize above Li Lan's head as she stared at him, bewildered, pondering, what has prompted this sudden display of concern from him? Has he lost his senses, or has he somehow come to feel affection through sustained roughhousing? In the past, he would turn away whenever he spotted her, pretending not to see. This newfound attentiveness was truly unprecedented, akin to a rare bloom from an iron tree. Li Lan sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint what it was. After observing him for a moment, she noted the sincerity in his expression, which softened her demeanor. And she inquired, "Why did Mom and Dad go to the neighbors?" Li Heng replied, "Uncle Chen personally came to invite them." Li Lan turned her head, regarding him with a look of incredulity, thinking, how can you still refer to him as Uncle Chen after all the grievances our mother endured from the Chen family? How audacious. This was the Li Lan he remembered, unyielding in her principles, distinguishing clearly between good and evil, and holding grudges against anyone who had wronged the Li family for a lifetime. However, in his previous life, Chen Gaoyuan had always treated him quite well, and he found it difficult to address him with the same directness as his sister. Noticing her brother's silence, Li Lan scoffed, her sharp tongue lashing out. "A spineless wretch breeds spineless wretches, a whole nest of cowardice." Li Heng was at a loss for words, realizing that even their own parents had been scorned. By the time Li Lan emerged from the shower, he had prepared rice and started cooking. Seizing the opportunity, with their parents absent and no one to deter him, Li Heng, who had long been deprived of meat, hesitated but ultimately decided to slice half a kilogram of fatty pork. Eating only sweet potato rice and corn for days had not only left his throat sore but also deprived him of essential nutrition, leaving him weak and famished. After washing the pork, he cut it into translucent slices, sought it with smoked bamboo shoots and garlic leaves, filling a large bowl. This pork was a precious commodity. Brought by Tian Shaoyi for barter, it was a rare delicacy, one he could hardly justify consuming. Typically, such a treat would only grace their table a few times a year. Seeing her brother waste it so carelessly, Li Lan instinctively wanted to intervene. Yet, being the foodie she was, she could not resist the alluring aroma wafting from the kitchen. Ultimately, she swallowed hard, succumbing to the tantalizing scent of the delectable meat. Her heart was even more ruthless than Li Heng's. Without hesitation, she bent down and scooped a handful of blackened pot ash from the bottom of the pot, applying it to the fresh, ghastly cut. This would render it less conspicuous. Still feeling uneasy, she climbed atop the stove and repositioned a slightly shorter piece of cured meat, shifting it to a dimmer corner, concealing it with a larger piece in front. The Chen family had slaughtered pigs, and they had meat to feast upon. It was hardly unreasonable for them to indulge in a bit of sustenance while studying. As she spoke to herself, it seemed as though her words were a comfort to her own spirit, or perhaps directed at Li Heng. Li Heng understood that her every utterance was purposeful, aimed at maintaining a united front and avoiding exposure. According to her strategy, they should at least hold out until the beginning of school. Once they slipped into the institution, far removed from the scrutiny of authority, even if Comrade Tian Shaoyi were to discover their indulgence, she would be powerless to intervene. Chapter 5. The skilled hand. Having completed all these tasks, Li Lan casually grabbed a handful of pine needles from the woodpile to wipe the grease from his palms, then eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks and clamped a slice of meat between them, bringing it to his mouth. As he savored each bite, his eyes sparkled with delight, realizing that despite being as lazy as a lump of dung, this fellow possessed quite the culinary skill. Thus, he reached for a second piece, then a third. Unbeknownst to him, under Li Heng's watchful gaze, he devoured 6 pieces in total. Noticing the situation, Li Heng, who was busy stir-frying cabbage, couldn't help but voice his concern, There are only about 20 slices of meat. Could you perhaps wait until dinner to eat? Li Heng appeared not to hear him, continuing to indulge in his feast without even glancing his way. Oh my, brother, are you having smoked meat today? At that moment, a clumsy voice echoed from the doorway. As their elder sister, Li Heng, with her prominent belly, waddled over. He turned slightly and asked, Sister, have you eaten yet? Li Heng's eyes gleamed with envy as they fixated on the smoked meat, and she vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, Not yet, not yet. Dinner consisted of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, smoked bamboo shoots and cabbage, along with a bowl of pickled chili peppers and the tempting allure of white rice. In the old Li household in 1987, such a meal was a luxury, typically reserved for festive occasions or when guests were in attendance. However, the remaining smoked meat vanished into Li Heng's mouth as she devoured it greedily, her lips glistening with grease. And she managed to consume 3 hefty bowls of rice in one go. Li Heng and Li Heng silently observed this spectacle, refraining from interrupting, and with a tacit understanding. They only served themselves dried bamboo shoots and cabbage. As the last piece of smoked meat lay at the bottom of the bowl, the oblivious Li Heng scratched her head and chuckled bashfully, inviting, I'm almost done. Brother, sister, you should eat too. There's just 1 piece of meat left. How can we share it? Li Heng silently grumbled to himself, contemplating how to divide it with their second sister. Yet, his expression bore no trace of reproach. Casting a glance at her sister's pregnant belly and then at Li Heng across the table, Li Heng picked up 2 sour red chili peppers, placed them in her bowl, and stood up to take her dish outside under the eaves. Li Heng, wary of her fiery sister, timidly inquired, Brother, is my second sister upset with me for finishing all the meat? Li Heng, with a smile, reassured her, Not at all, sister, don't overthink it. We are sisters. How could we be angry with you? When you arrived, your second sister and I had already eaten quite a bit, which you must have seen when you walked in. Li Heng pondered the scene from earlier, recalling that indeed, she had seen her sister enjoying the meat. And she immediately felt less guilty as she lowered her head to savor the last piece. Then I'll eat it. This meat is truly delicious, so fragrant. Watching her voraciously chew the smoked meat, Li Heng felt a pang of sorrow and offered her the remnants of his own meat scraps. Their elder sister had married into a decent, honest family, and her husband was still an apprentice, learning the trade of carpentry in Huaihua. He barely earned enough to get by, and last year, their sister's mother-in-law had suffered a disability after being gored by a wild boar while gathering medicinal herbs, leaving her burdened with debt. This explains why the elder sister frequently visits her maternal home. It is because Tian Rani takes pity on her and always prepares delicious meals to replenish her basic nutrition upon her return. After dinner, the elder sister, having indulged in the feast, voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes and chopsticks. Li Heng attempted to dissuade her, wanting her to rest, but she stubbornly pushed him out of the kitchen. Such is the elder sister, tenacious and resolute to the end. After finishing the meat, she always seeks some task to make amends, for that is how her conscience finds solace. Li Heng swept the corner of the left room clean, laid down a pig feed board on the ground, and began chopping pig feed. The family raised 4 pigs, 2 large and 2 small, with the larger ones nearing 300 pounds and the smaller ones around 70 or 80. Additionally, there was a yellow cow for spring plowing. Despite her fierce demeanor, the second sister was diligent. As long as she was home, the pigs and cows were well cared for, her hands quicker than Tian Rani's, embodying the spirit of a seasoned farmer. Strangely enough, any pig she tended grew faster and healthier than those elsewhere, often ready for market in just half a year. Thus, she earned the nickname pig-raising expert. Several well-off families even considered her a potential daughter-in-law, repeatedly visiting to persuade Tian Rani to consider her. However, Li Heng looked down upon such suitors, dismissing them with a resolute declaration of her desire to become a city dweller. Of course, their persistent interest in her, coupled with her beauty, was a significant factor. She resembled a younger version of Tian Rani, stunning enough that anyone who saw her would exclaim, "What a beautiful girl." While the 2 sisters busied themselves, Li Heng was not idle either. He first stoked a fire in the stove with a mix of damp and dry firewood, then blocked the stove's entrance with a plank, setting a wire mesh atop it, on which he placed the fish and shrimp brought home that day. He covered them with a few old newspapers and secured the edges with wood, thus completing his task. The fish and shrimp would be smoked overnight, needing to be checked every couple of hours to prevent burning. As evening fell, the chilling wind whistled through the cracked window seams, stinging his face. Damn it, he cursed. This fickle weather has returned. He rummaged through a drawer for a couple of intact old newspapers and retrieved 10 or so pushpins, grumbling as he began his patchwork. Oblivious to his troubles, Li Heng had gone to the Qin family's house across the street, joining the crowd to watch the festivities, while also anticipating the bowl of noodle soup served at midnight. In tradition, during such joyous occasions, the host family would provide free noodle soup at midnight for the neighbors to enjoy. In an era devoid of entertainment, and with everyone struggling to make ends meet, such events naturally drew families together, unreservedly indulging in the feast, each able to consume 3 large bowls. Even the smallest of children had appetites that far exceeded what one might expect today, with 1 bowl being more than sufficient. Moreover, the Qin family was known as one of the wealthiest in the village. In the afternoon, they not only slaughtered pigs and cows, but also generously purchased 4 goats, making the noodle soup particularly sumptuous. As a result, everyone was eagerly anticipating the midnight feast, unable to sleep in their excitement. Behold the jubilant demeanor of that sister amidst the crowd. Li Lan, with a furrowed brow, initially contemplated calling her back, yet a glance at her pronounced rounded pregnancy thwarted her words, which repeatedly hovered on the tip of her tongue before being swallowed back. Ultimately, exasperated, she muttered about another spineless individual and retreated indoors. The modest 3 mud houses sheltered 6 inhabitants, with their grandmother now taken away by the eldest aunt. In their childhood, Li Jiangguo and Tian Xiao shared a room with Li Heng, while their grandmother resided with the 2 granddaughters in another. As they matured, the 2 siblings were relegated to a cramped second floor, each occupying a space divided by wooden boards against the wall, creating rudimentary single rooms. Between these 2 makeshift quarters lay a heap of firewood and a forebodingly dark coffin, belonging to their grandmother. Li Heng hunched down into his makeshift room, sitting on the hardboard bed, feeling suffocated and unable to sleep. Accustomed to a comfortable middle-class life, he found it challenging to adapt to the meager conditions of this bygone era. He perceived the daunting task ahead, to improve their living conditions, earn money for his father's medical treatment, restore his mother's lost dignity in the Qin family, and elevate his family to a better life, all demands requiring substantial funds. His anxiety left him unwilling to waste a single moment. This impoverished existence was so disheartening that even a fleeting glance felt jarring. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. With this conviction, he began to rummage through his memories, seeking inspiration from various novels and magazines he had previously read. In his past life, he had served as a civil servant, later engaging in the education sector, affording him ample time. Influenced by his father, his greatest pastime had always been reading and perusing newspapers. Occasionally, he indulged in badminton, basketball, or practiced martial arts, to win Song Yu's favor. He even took up piano lessons midway through. His literary pursuits were extensive. He had perused no fewer than 1,000 esteemed classics and literary works, which cluttered his study. Yet, given the current societal conditions and his living environment, he now faced a dilemma. He pondered incessantly, uncertain where to embark on his literary journey. Submitting articles to newspapers was not even a consideration. In his previous life, he had amassed savings in the tens of millions. Now, Reborn? The prospect of earning mere pennies from articles felt trivial and uninspiring, leaving Li Heng utterly disheartened. He sought not mere mediocrity. It is often said that fame should be grasped early, aware of the vibrant and flourishing era that lay ahead. He could not afford to linger in his family's dismal plight. After much contemplation, 3 novels crystallized in his mind: The Waste City, The Sea of Life, and To Live. Chapter 6. The novels To Live and Waste City stand as the hallmark works of the esteemed author Lao Jia. One might say that the notoriety of these works is substantial, their influence profound, and their reception in the market exceedingly favorable, having garnered numerous accolades abroad. This certainly piqued his interest. However, he soon found himself dismissing this allure. The content of the book is, after all, rather provocative, with many readers initially purchasing it merely as a form of risque literature. It is essential to remember that he is but 17 years old, and to craft such an experienced narrative at this age, what would others think? Yet, he was not particularly concerned with public opinion. Throughout history, from ancient to modern times, countless prodigies have emerged. Genius is never in short supply. So, why should he not be considered one? At the age of 26, Wang Bo was able to compose the timeless classic Tingwang Pavilion, and theoretically, he could achieve similar feats. No one has the authority to define the essence of genius. Nonetheless, his primary concern revolved around Qin Zijin. If he were to gain fame for writing Waste City, it was inevitable that this young woman and their shared past would be unearthed by the relentless pursuit of journalists. Presently, He held no power or influence to suppress such sensational news. What if reporters were to press him with questions like, "Mr. Li, did you have a romantic encounter with Chen Zijin?" How would he respond? Affirm? Deny? Express indifference? Each of these responses would, without fail, inflict a second wound upon Chen Zijin. Unscrupulous media, in their quest for sensationalism, might misinterpret the various actions depicted in the book, attributing them to his experiences with her, suggesting that she was the source of his inspiration. In an era where reputation was still held in high regard, Chen Zijin had only just managed to escape the maelstrom of public scrutiny in Shangwan village, and he had already harmed her once in his youthful ignorance. Having been granted a second chance, he could not bear to hurt her again. Thus, he abandoned Waste City. Redirecting his attention to life is a sea of suffering and to live. Both novels are commendable, and he holds a particular fondness for them, having read them no fewer than 5 times in his past life. Especially To Live, which rests upon his bedside table, it is a work he could recite endlessly, with its myriad details and narratives etched vividly in his memory. Each is a cherished favorite, making the decision all the more challenging. The choice of whom to select would result in misfortune for the other, a thought that weighed heavily on his conscience, as he had once held admiration for both authors. He even began to ponder whether there were any historical grievances between his ancestors and those surnamed Yu or Mai. However, the outcome was evident. His forebears were farmers. And although one had briefly ascended to the status of an official Qin Zhengwo, he soon returned to the life of a peasant. This lineage, devoid of any significant status, rendered any notion of conflict implausible. After much contemplation and weighing of options, Li Heng ultimately made the difficult decision to write To Live. It is often said that art is born from life, yet transcends it. No matter how absurd, the content of a work must, to some extent, align with one's own trajectory of growth. His 7 years as a civil servant had molded him into a person with relatively structured thoughts. He allowed for imperfections in his reasoning, but not too many. Otherwise, no one is a fool, with too many flaws within oneself. It is only a matter of time before a discerning individual uncovers them. Although even if vulnerabilities are exposed, the other party may be powerless against him. It still poses a nuisance, does it not? And he, precisely, is averse to trouble. In a previous life, he had come across an article in which Yu Hua pinned to live after hearing an American folk song, Old Black Slave. The song recounts the life of an elderly black slave who endured endless suffering, losing his family one by one, yet he continued to greet the world with kindness, never uttering a word of complaint. Coincidentally, this very song was cherished by Comrade Li Jiangguo on a cassette tape, though the tape was pirated. He had listened to it numerous times, serving as the best excuse. Furthermore, To Live narrates the tragic life of Su Fuguei, a character whose archetype has nearly vanished in modern times, yet is not difficult to find in this era. The second uncle from his family serves as a fitting subject for writing. In the old days, the second uncle was a landlord's young master, indulging in gambling and other unscrupulous activities. However, after enduring the baptism of war and humanitarian crises, he ultimately met with a fate of family ruin and separation. Now, he is a well-known 5 guarantees recipient. Despite this, he continues to live tenaciously, either sipping a bit of liquor or fishing in the river. Li Heng learned the art of fishing from him since childhood. The combination of the song Old Black Slave and the second uncle, what a splendid foundation for writing. I wonder, Yu Hua, do you feel anxious? Just as Li Heng lit the kerosene lamp and began to write fervently, far away in the capital, Yu Hua, attending a literature seminar at the Lu Xun Academy, suddenly felt dizzy and nearly collapsed to the ground. The floor was hard, causing him considerable pain. Clutching his backside and groaning, he rose to see the dark night sky above, inexplicably filled with a sense of unease, as if something of immense importance was drifting away from him. The following morning, having barely slept, Yu Hua, passing a roadside stall, whimsically decided to consult a blind fortune-teller. The fortune-teller informed him, "You have encountered a calamity star, and your auspicious fortune has been seized." Startled, Yu Hua hurriedly inquired if there was a remedy. The fortune-teller waved his hand, demanding money. Yu Hua reached into his pocket, then turned and stealthily fled, although Li Heng often indulged in leisure. Once he resolved upon a certain determination, he would transform into an entirely different person, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. Unscrewing the cap of the inkwell, he immersed his fountain pen nib into the ink, gently squeezing the pen body with his thumb and forefinger until it filled with ink. He retrieved a new notebook, opened it, and prepared to write, only to discover that the neighbors were still loudly performing rituals, creating a cacophony that made concentration impossible. Fortunately, Having grown accustomed to the challenging rural learning environment since childhood, he was not driven to anger. He set down his pen, took a few deep breaths, and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate his writing mood. It is said that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Indeed. After about 10 minutes, Li Heng opened his eyes once more, having completely shielded himself from the external clamor, immersed in his own world. That evening, he meticulously pinned a substantial 5,000 words in a grid format, laboring from 6:30 until past midnight, with a slight ache in his wrist. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of Li Yan, which interrupted his train of thought, he might have remained oblivious to the late hour and continued writing. With a hint of frustration, Li Heng turned to her. "Sister, what brings you here at this hour?" Li Yan cheerfully placed a large bowl of savory noodles before him, exclaiming, "Brother, hurry and eat. I brought this back secretly, no one saw me. Look, here are chunks of lamb and beef, absolutely delicious. I just had 3 bowls myself." Hearing the word secretly, Li Heng couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his sister was indeed aware of the discord between the Qin and Li families. "Yet you still rushed over to witness the commotion?" He pondered, though he felt no resentment. To him, as long as his sister was happy, everything was permissible. "I'm still full, sister. You should take the noodles to our second sister. She has a bigger appetite and might feel hungry at night," he suggested. The mention of their second sister made Li Yan feel a bit wronged. "I just delivered some to her, but she refused to eat and scolded me for lacking backbone." Li Heng paused, enveloped in silence. This was indeed characteristic of their second sister, who would rather go hungry than consume anything from their rivals. In this regard, he had been profoundly influenced by her. Li Yan urged him again, "Brother, please eat. The noodles will turn mushy and lose their flavor." "All right," he replied. Though he pushed the bowl aside, addressing her, "I'm in the midst of writing an essay. I'll finish it soon. It's getting late. You should head back to sleep." His sister, whose education had faltered after failing 3 grades in the second year and subsequently feeling too ashamed to return to school amidst the ridicule of peers, could hardly comprehend what Li Heng was writing. She merely noticed the pages filled with neat penmanship, which she deemed impressive. Despite their parents being educated, she could hardly recognize a handful of characters, almost rendering her illiterate. Li Yan held a deep admiration and envy for the pursuit of knowledge. Upon hearing her brother's words, she obediently exited the room, tiptoeing cautiously, fearful of disturbing his study. After her interruption, Li Heng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He suddenly lost his creative flow. Leaning on the old wooden desk, he gazed through the window towards the Qin residence across the street. The scene was bustling with people coming and going, loud laughter and chatter filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The familiar sights outside stirred a multitude of memories. Once, he had been a frequent visitor at the Qin household. Each time he visited, Qin Zijin and Qin Zitong would cling to him, calling out brother incessantly. But now upon their next encounter, Qin Zitong's face bore an expression of utter unfamiliarity. How drastically things had changed. As he became lost in reminiscence, his wandering gaze inadvertently fell upon a corner of the second-floor window across the way. His eyes locked onto Qin Zitong's, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. But it was evident she had noticed the bowl of noodles on his desk. They shared a silent gaze for 3 seconds. Her expression remained inscrutable as she abruptly yanked the curtain shut with a swift motion. Well, it was clear she held no regard for him. And this bowl of noodles would remain an unexplainable mystery. Chapter 7. Characters of heroic proportions. Rubbing his temples, Li Heng endeavored to calm his thoughts and continue his writing. After approximately an hour, Tian Runny, who had been assisting in the Qin household, returned. Noticing the faint, warm glow emanating from the second floor, she made her way to her own kitchen. Before long, she placed a bowl of steamed egg custard on the desk, saying, "Manzai, hurry and eat it while it's hot. It will cool down soon." Li Heng, well acquainted with his mother's temperament, said nothing and finished the custard in one go under her watchful gaze. Once he had finished, Tian Runny pointed to the sauced noodles and inquired, "Who sent these?" Li Heng replied, "Eldest sister." This answer did not surprise her, in her view. The second and third siblings possessed a stubborn disposition that prevented them from engaging in such acts of kindness. Only the eldest, carefree and perpetually cheerful, was capable of such generosity. This led her to occasionally question the true lineage of the eldest sibling. How could one be so oblivious? Tian Runny did not inquire whether he wished to eat the noodles, but instead began to tidy up. As she was about to exit the room, Li Heng couldn't help but turn back and say, "Mother, second sister should still be awake." He was certain of this, as Li Lan was more diligent in her studies than he, often burning the midnight oil until 2 in the morning, poring over problems and books. In the countryside, such dedication was a necessity. During the day, she had to assist with household chores, leaving only the night for her studies. Tian Runny cast a glance at her second daughter's room and replied irritably, "She claims she is on a diet and won't eat." Li Heng felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this and fell silent. Perhaps his second sister believed that their mother would not prepare a late-night snack for her in her absence, and was thus refusing to eat the custard as a demonstration of her resolve. Without a watch to gauge the time, he remained unaware of the hour until he was roused from his slumber in the dead of night by the pressing urge to relieve himself. To his surprise, he noticed that the oil lamp in his sister's room was still lit. Assuming she had fallen asleep, exhausted from her studies, and had forgotten to extinguish the lamp, he worried about the fire hazard posed by the straw scattered throughout the second floor. Grasping the doorknob, he attempted to push the door open. To his astonishment, it would not budge. It seemed she had locked it from the inside. Intrigued, Li Heng leaned closer to the crack and peered inside. To his surprise, he found his sister engaged in a clandestine indulgence, consuming sweet rice wine from a substantial bowl, larger than her own face. Realizing the commotion outside, Li Lan glanced over her shoulder, quickly extinguishing the oil lamp. Li Heng rapped on the door and whispered urgently, "Second sister, didn't you say your stomach was hurting? The doctor advised you against sweet rice wine. Why are you consuming it?" In his childhood memories, 3 traits of his second sister remained etched in his mind: her fiery temperament, her insatiable appetite, and her recurrent stomach pains. Her struggles with gastric issues seemed to have begun in the second year of junior high, as she would rise each morning clutching her abdomen, retching painfully at the doorstep. The entire family had gone to great lengths to seek treatment for her, often setting out at dawn to visit various doctors, including those at the town's health clinic and renowned barefoot doctors from afar. This persistence has lasted over a year, exhausting every member of the Oldley family, leaving them worn and weary. Ironically, the doctors at the town clinic were utterly clueless about her affliction. Unable to diagnose her condition, they indiscriminately prescribed a variety of medications, which only exacerbated her suffering. It was a retired military doctor who eventually enlightened them, suggesting it was likely a gastric ailment and recommending ranitidine as a remedy. Li Heng recalled vividly how this retired military physician had prescribed ranitidine for just 3 yuan, and its effect was remarkably swift. After a little over a week, her pain seemed to vanish entirely, as he observed his sister, Li Lan, stealthily swallowing sweet wine in the dim light. He decided to abandon pretense and joined her in consuming the treat. In these impoverished times, when there was little to eat during leisure, sweet wine and pickled vegetables were among the few snacks available. Yet, both the doctor and Tian Runny had expressly forbidden her from touching these items. However, being a natural foodie with an insatiable appetite, she found herself in a predicament. The only solution was to endure the temptation. If she could no longer suppress her cravings, she would have to wait until everyone was asleep to sneak a midnight snack. Li Heng considered himself a fellow gourmand, yet he felt humbled in comparison to his sister. He tentatively threatened her, "If you continue eating, I will call Mom and Dad up here." Suddenly, with a loud bang, she kicked the door, startling him as he was pressed against it. An eerie silence enveloped the space, both inside and out, for a fleeting moment. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a bowl clattered out into the night. Seeing this, Li Heng felt an inexplicable rush of joy, realizing that even his audacious sister could be subdued when it came to the formidable Tian Runny. However, his expression quickly soured upon discovering that the bowl was empty, its bottom cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Resigned, he took the empty bowl downstairs. That night, after a tiring session of writing, he slept soundly. Had it not been for the raucous shouting outside early in the morning, he might have continued to slumber undisturbed. Huh? Was that his sister's voice? It seemed she was engaged in an argument. Confirming the source of the commotion was indeed Li Lan's furious voice. He was instantly jolted awake and sprang to his feet. Who had the audacity to confront his sister? Did they really think they could best her? Dressing hastily, he rushed downstairs, and as his right foot crossed the threshold, he spotted a crowd gathered in the street, all eyes glued to a spectacle. Men, women, and children formed concentric circles, their voices rising in excitement. A quick glance revealed that nearly everyone from the neighboring production teams had turned out to witness the event, including those who had come to assist the Chen family. After considerable effort, Li Heng finally squeezed through the throng to discover the identity of the unfortunate soul at the center of the drama. It was none other than the gossipy Aunt Fatty. Through snippets of overheard conversation, he pieced together the story. That morning, while gathering pigweed, Li Lan had learned from others that Aunt Fatty had been disparaging Li Jiangguo and Li Heng behind their backs, and had even confronted Tian Runny directly, igniting her fury. She promptly abandoned her task of cutting pigweed, seized a sickle, and confronted Aunt Fat, who was busily pulling radishes in the field, with a barrage of verbal assaults. Initially, Aunt Fat was indignant. After all, she was renowned for her sharp tongue and had lived for decades, witnessing countless conflicts. The multitude of men, women, and children who had succumbed to her verbal prowess could fill rivers and build dams. How could she possibly falter in front of a mere girl? Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of insults in the field. However, when Li Lan approached and delivered a series of slaps, Aunt Fat was utterly bewildered. Her spirit seemingly siphoned away. Despite her attempts to retaliate, she found herself grasped by the hair and forced into the dirt, unable to counter the onslaught. Defeated, she could do nothing but flee home, tears streaming down her face. Li Lan, accustomed to being dominant and merciless, relentlessly pursued her along the embankment, trailing her straight to the Liang household. The Liang man, who had intended to assist his wife, stood at a mere 5 feet 8 inches, while Li Lan towered at 5 feet 7, rendering him utterly overshadowed. Witnessing her husband's impotence and cowardice, Aunt Fat let out a shriek, compelling him to hastily shut the door. Once the door was bolted, Aunt Fat, who had just been a picture of despair, regained a flicker of confidence. Cursing and gesticulating through the window, Li Lan, however, would not tolerate such insolence. She delivered a powerful kick to the window, shattering 3 wooden panes. Realizing that neither the door nor the window could deter this fierce adversary, Aunt Fat's spirit fled once more, and she retreated to the bedroom, locking the door behind her in a fit of tears. Terrified to confront Li Lan any longer, she resorted to cursing her husband and daughter-in-law, lamenting that 2 adults could not protect her from a mere girl and berating them for their infidelity while neglecting her plight. Seeing his wife's unreasonableness, the young man, whose marriage lacked affection, darkened in countenance and decided to abandon the situation, leaving Li Lan to wreak havoc as laughter echoed around him. With the husband gone, the daughter-in-law, who had always been at odds with her mother-in-law, did not intervene either and followed suit, returning to her family in the neighboring village. What a spectacle it was! A grand drama. The entire village of Shangwan was captivated. Everyone knew of Li Lan's sharp tongue and feared her. Yet no one anticipated her audacity in pursuing someone with a sickle. Village leaders quickly arrived on the scene, including Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi, along with many others, including Qin Gaoyuan, who all sought to placate Li Lan and temper her rage. Fierce though she was, Li Lan possessed a high emotional intelligence. Recognizing the esteemed figures of the village had arrived, she decided to relent after intimidating Aunt Fat at Liang's doorstep, choosing to retreat gracefully. As she made her way home, Li Lan resembled a formidable goddess of war, and the onlookers parted to grant her passage. Qin Zitong, upon noticing her gaze, hastily averted his eyes. Qin Xiaomi was also present, yet she bore no fear of Li Lan. After exchanging meaningful glances, the 2 women returned to their respective homes. Chapter 8. The intermittent nature of mountains and water's sister. I believe you are parched. Here, have a cup of water. As soon as he entered the room, Li Heng cheerfully fetched a small stool for his sister, thoughtfully pouring her a glass of warm water. His eagerness resembled that of a devoted servant. And upon witnessing this scene, Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. Where had the previously aloof Manzai gone? Why was he suddenly so eager to curry favor with her bow? Such behavior was indeed unprecedented and rather perplexing. In the past, there had only been an icy distance between the siblings, and Li Lan found herself unaccustomed to this newfound warmth from her brother, feeling rather out of place. She was unafraid of swords and spears, yet she feared her brother's sudden change in character, deviating from expected norms. However, she could not bring herself to smile or express joy. Instead, she merely cast a fleeting glance, accepting the water before sitting down heavily on the threshold. Regarding her youngest daughter's fiery demeanor that day, the inherently gentle Li Jiangguo had intended to engage her in a heart-to-heart conversation. Yet, several times he found words lodged in his throat, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In this impoverished countryside, where disputes were typically resolved through conflict, he felt inadequate as a father, unable to adequately protect his children, as a husband, incapable of providing for his family, as an intellectual, unable to leverage his knowledge to alter their fate, and as a farmer, lacking the requisite labor skills. Consequently, he harbored a profound sense of guilt, often feeling that since his back ailment, he had become a burden to the family. His second daughter's assertiveness had, in some ways, preserved the dignity of the Li family, preventing them from being bullied. Deep down, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Erbao. Li Lan's protective nature somewhat compensated for his own shortcomings. Yet, as a father, he was also concerned. Such a strong-willed personality could lead to difficulties in her future marital life. It is often said that harmony within a household leads to prosperity. And if one partner is overly domineering, it may disrupt the emotional balance, hindering family unity. Having spent many years together, Tian Runny easily discerned her husband's thoughts and promptly urged him, "You should go help the Qin family. They are in need of your assistance." Reluctantly, Li Jiangguo suppressed his anxieties, crossing the road to the Qin household. After a brief respite, Li Lan returned to gathering pigweed. Li Heng pondered for a moment, retrieving a hatchet from the stove and tucking it into his waistband before heading to the back mountain. His elderly father could no longer manage strenuous tasks, and typically, the burden of chopping would fall upon his mother. In the past, he had been oblivious to this, and with his mother's evident favoritism, he had often evaded responsibilities, accomplishing far less than his sister throughout the year. Now, reborn, he yearned to share the load within the family. Upper One village nestled on the slopes of the Snow Peak Mountains, surrounded by undulating hills, majestic and enigmatic. It is often said that one thrives by utilizing the resources at hand. In these times, everyone struggled financially. Few could afford to burn coal, and electricity, as he recalled, would not be available until the following year. Thus, the tradition of gathering firewood, passed down through generations, was a skill possessed by young and old alike. Although Li Heng was cherished from a young age, he had to venture into the mountains numerous times throughout the year, becoming thoroughly acquainted with the hills and knolls within a 5-mile radius. He knew precisely where the mountain springs flowed, which peaks bore wild kiwi fruit, where one might unearth kudzu roots, and even which graveyard was suitable for clandestine rendezvous, truly well-informed on all counts. Oh, it must be clarified that he had no understanding of the clandestine affairs in graveyards. He merely stumbled upon a scene during his childhood. Those two individuals were in the heat of the moment, and hiding behind a pine tree, Li Heng unexpectedly raised his voice, startling them so much that they hastily fled without even donning their trousers. When it comes to matters of intimacy, people often fall into misconceptions, believing that the current era is characterized by simplicity and conservatism. In truth, while the society is generally conservative, there exists a certain degree of openness in specific areas. To put it more plainly, both the uninformed and the enlightened tend to exhibit conservatism, with only those of middling knowledge being more liberated. Otherwise, why would there be so many illegitimate children in this day and age? Take, for instance, a production team where one woman gave birth to 6 sons. Aside from the eldest 2 resembling their father, the other 4 bore striking resemblances to men from both their village and neighboring ones. Who could one possibly turn to for reason in such a case? This phenomenon can be attributed to the limited entertainment options available nowadays, compounded by the influx of ideas that challenge traditional values brought on by the reforms over the past few years. The intimate affairs of life have become a topic of great fascination, leading many to take risks in their pursuits. The Li family was fortunate. A few years back, when the mountains were divided, they drew a high-quality lot, acquiring the coveted back mountain rich in timber and proximity, much to the envy of the villagers. Driven by envy, they stealthily carried firewood from the back mountain to their homes, though they dared not fell economic trees, as the noise would attract too much attention in such a densely populated area. Not long after entering the mountain, Li Heng encountered a wild rabbit. Its fur a rich brown-gray, plump and robust, easily weighing over 4 pounds. Encountering wild fowl and rabbits in the mountains was a common occurrence, especially in the renowned Xiefeng mountain, so it was hardly a remarkable sight. However, what was infuriating was the rabbit's apparent disdain. It was merely 5 meters away, digging a hole with its rear end raised, its head buried in the soil, oblivious to its surroundings, while its short legs tirelessly scooped out the loose earth. Goodness gracious! This was intolerable. Feeling his dignity affronted, Li Heng transformed into a swift avenger, hurling his hatchet with precision. Initially, he held little hope, merely seeking amusement. Yet, fortune favored him, or perhaps the heavens deemed it time for him to enjoy a taste of success after living so meekly in his second life. Striking the rabbit squarely in the thigh, the wild rabbit let out a pained cry and attempted to flee, but with its hind leg injured, it limped away slowly. Without hesitation, he picked up his hatchet and pursued it. After a chase of over 300 meters, the rabbit stumbled over a dirt embankment and tumbled into a ditch, where it cried out in distress, only to be captured by the relentless Li Heng. Take that. Who's showing off now? I've consumed more salt than you've grazed on grass. Can you outrun me? He reached out, playfully pinching here and there, and instantly his face lit up with joy, his form round and plump. Just then, as he cheerfully sought a vine to bind the wild rabbit, the sound of chopping echoed from the other side of the mountain, rapid and incessant. Who on earth is pilfering from my family's trees? He thought, a sense of bewilderment creeping in. Stealthily, Li Heng followed the sound, and soon enough, he encountered the culprit. Concealed behind a thicket of brush, he caught sight of a girl with a ponytail fervently wielding a hatchet. A smile broke across his face as he recognized her. Wasn't this his old classmate, Yang Yingwen? With her short hair framing a face as round as an apple and standing tall at about 165 centimeters. She donned a tattered blue work outfit and worn-out liberation shoes, her feet at least size 40, reflecting on their past entanglements. One could fill an entire volume with their story. Chapter 9, The Inexorable Fate of the Black and White Impermanence. Before attending preschool, the two hardly exchanged a word. From preschool through to 6th grade, they were both desk mates and academic rivals, each alternating and claiming the top position in their class. A cycle that persisted for a full 7 years without faltering. They were famously dubbed the Black and White Duo. However, upon entering middle school, a chasm swiftly emerged between them. At this juncture, Yang Yingwen seemed to possess an otherworldly prowess, consistently achieving first place across the board, both in middle school and high school. Meanwhile, Li Heng, upon his entry into middle school, was embroiled in conflicts and vendettas. Returning to a county notorious for its poverty and fierce local customs, the middle school experience was even more tumultuous, with an overwhelming influx of children born in that era. The quality of students varied significantly, leading to the emergence of diverse school gangs, comprising both boys and girls, siblings and cousins, who ruled with an iron fist. No sooner had he and Zhang Zhiyong set foot in the town than they fell victim to the betrayal of their former primary school companion, Lu Shuiwen. Lu, leveraging his cousin's reputation as a notorious troublemaker within the school, frequently led a group to extort protection money from the dormitories. In the span of just a month, Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong were robbed of their meal allowances 4 times, each instance leaving them penniless and physically assaulted. On the 5th occasion, due to a shortfall in funds, their entire dormitory was brutally attacked by Lu Shuiwen and his brothers. After enduring relentless torment, the suppressed anger of Li Heng, Zhang Zhiyong, and their companions erupted. They rallied fellow students who had also faced bullying and frequently ambushed Lu Shuiwen and his brothers on their way home from school. At the height of their rebellion, dozens of classmates they had once been victimized by surrounded the Lu household in Wang village, brandishing sticks and demanding justice. It was during this incident that the trembling Lu brothers truly comprehended the essence of fear. Subsequently, through the intervention of teachers and the village committee, they were compelled to sign pledges and their parents were forced to pay double in restitution to the victims, thereafter avoiding any encounters on the road. While this episode seemed rather triumphant, it ultimately proved to be counterproductive. Having devoted more than a semester to conflict rather than study, Li Heng's academic prowess diminished significantly. In the first year of middle school, with approximately 15 classes and around 1,000 students, his ranking plummeted to beyond 250, despite his mathematical talent allowing him to score nearly full marks consistently. In stark contrast to his commendable mathematics results, his performance in English was dismal. He had never even managed to pass, with a highest score of merely 53, half of which was achieved through sheer guesswork, a memory that lingered painfully. Witnessing Chen Zijing frequently rank among the top 20 in the school and Yang Yingwen firmly established as the first, Li Heng felt the sting of inadequacy upon hearing Tian Runye's remark, "Why haven't you earned any certificates since entering middle school?" This ignited a spark of determination within him as he entered the 2nd year of middle school, prompting him to strive with renewed vigor to catch up with his peers. After relentless nights of arduous study, he gradually improved in most subjects. However, English continued to pose a formidable challenge, leaving him as unyielding as a frostbitten eggplant, perpetually unable to grasp the fundamentals. In contrast, Yang Yingwen excelled in English to an impressive degree, consistently achieving perfect scores and engaging in fluent dialogues with teachers, earning her recognition among all faculty members as a remarkable talent. It seems that fate has finally arrived. Throughout the 3 years of middle school, both individuals were classmates in class 125. One day, after an English lesson, the somewhat bewildered Li Heng approached the girl with a humble demeanor, seeking her assistance. "Yingwen, what does decide to do something mean?" In response, Yang Yingwen, seated in the front row, turned her head slightly and retorted with a mocking tone, "Oh, Li Heng, are you the one who often scores full marks in math? What book do you need to read?" After delivering this cutting remark, she turned away, engrossed in her own tasks, leaving him uninformed. At that moment, with the class just having ended and many onlookers surrounding him, Li Heng's face turned crimson as he bent over, unable to extricate himself from the situation. He felt a profound regret, wishing he had taken a few more steps to the third floor to ask Chen Zijin instead. At that moment, Yang Yingwen's deskmate, Xiao Han, tilted her mouth in a playful grin and, unexpectedly, came to his rescue. She explained the intricate structure of the phrase and provided 3 examples. In that instant, Xiao Han's figure loomed large in his heart, akin to the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, radiating light and compassion. For a considerable time afterward, he pondered the reason behind her unexpected kindness, ultimately concluding that perhaps the shark had grown weary of the scent of blood and occasionally displayed a hint of benevolence. This reflection stems from the fact that during the entirety of the first year, Li Heng and Xiao Han had never exchanged a word, and they had even quarreled fiercely over a stolen chair. Back then, unlike in later years, desks and chairs were precious commodities, and any damage incurred a penalty of double compensation to the school. Thus, students often inscribed their names on their chairs, marking their territory, much like a dog urinating to claim its domain. Each time, Xiao Han, along with 3 sharp-tongued friends, would mercilessly berate him, leaving him utterly devastated. Scurrying away with his head in his hands, completely outmatched. Where had his good friend Zhang Zhiyong gone? He remained nearby, feigning silence, gleefully watching the spectacle unfold. In the aftermath, this oblivious friend raised his right fist and, with a stubborn neck, defended himself vociferously. Everyone acknowledges that Xiao Han is the prettiest girl in our school. I'd be foolish to argue with you about her. Xiao Han explained, decided to do something with great seriousness and attention to detail. And Li Heng felt as though he had been enlightened, as if the pathways of his understanding had been opened. From that moment on, his English gradually improved. Initially, he passed, then achieved a score of 70, and eventually stabilized above 80. Due to this inquiry about English, Li Heng's relationship with Yang Yingwen entered a low point during the second year, although they were seated in front and behind each other, and she occasionally spoke a few words carelessly. They had both erased each other from their lists of friends. This was partly due to his frequent troubles and fights in the first year, which rendered him an object of disdain for Yang Yingwen, leading her to exclude him. However, as the second year commenced, Li Heng experienced a resurgence, catching up in all subjects and rapidly ascending in school rankings. By the final few mock examinations in the third year, he surged into the top 20 of the entire school, earning the qualification to apply to the prestigious first and second high schools. In that era, there were only 35 spots available from the local middle school to apply to these 2 high schools, perfectly filling a bus. Moreover, the examination venue for these 35 students is uniquely established at the first and second high schools, situated 100 miles from the town to the county. With dedicated shuttle services provided, overseen by their own teachers, candidates from other locations, even if they meet the required scores, are not admitted. In essence, the entrance examination is not conducted at the first and second high schools, as they harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of your scores, such as their audacity. Witnessing his remarkable transformation, Yang Yingwen initiated conversations with him on several occasions and offered apologies, resulting in an inexplicable easing of their relationship, which returned to its original state during their first year of high school. He had once broached the subject with the girl in braids while inebriated, questioning her motives for treating herself in such a manner. Yang Yingwen countered, asking if she harbored resentment towards him. After pondering, he candidly replied that it could not be termed hatred, but it lingered in his mind. After all, their past camaraderie had been quite profound. Yang Yingwen gazed into his cup for a long moment and mused, I am uncertain why I spoke in such a heated manner. Perhaps it was out of frustration for not fulfilling potential. You were truly a disappointment in the first year. Ultimately, the reason he forsook the stability of a civil servant's position to venture into business was due to her incessant persuasion. Interestingly, the name Yang Yingwen carries a delightful backstory. While pregnant, her mother dreamed of the literary star descending from the heavens, and upon waking, she exuberantly proclaimed to everyone that she was surely bearing a boy destined for academic excellence. The outcome was only partially correct. It was indeed a girl. Yet she excelled remarkably in her studies. The name Yingwen was chosen to symbolize the hope that her dreams would manifest into reality, embodying the essence of the literary star. Chapter 10. Shiman Qing scenes from the past flickered through Li Heng's mind as he deliberately shouted in a hushed voice, who was stealing the tree? Startled by the sudden sound, Yang Yingwen gasped, her body momentarily frozen, before she finally regained her composure. Scanning the surroundings, She caught sight of a face that seemed to wear a mocking smile. Instantly relieved, she exhaled and reproached, "It's you. Why the theatrics? You nearly frightened me to death." After a moment, she inquired, "How did someone as lazy as you make it up the mountain?" Li Heng's mood soured immediately, his brows furrowing in indignation. "Is this truly the impression you have of me? That I am so indolent?" He retorted, "Goodness, and you dare to call me lazy? Your skin is fairer than that of city dwellers, and behind your back, everyone remarks that you resemble a delicate young lady." Yang Yingwen shot back without hesitation. Li Heng leaned in, intrigued. "What else do they say about me?" Yang Yingwen tilted her head, her tone serious. "It's best if you don't inquire further. There is nothing flattering to hear." Li Heng was taken aback. "I believe I have always treated others with sincerity and kindness. How could my reputation be so poor?" Yang Yingwen scoffed, mercilessly critiquing, "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Just consider the appalling act of deceiving Qin Zijing into your bed. Who in their right mind would allow their daughter to associate with you now?" Faced with the unflattering truth, Li Heng felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted angrily, "Stop spewing nonsense. We were mutually affectionate. What good does it do to puff up your chest and glare at me? I am not the one gossiping behind your back." He added. Yang Yingwen, still not satisfied, continued to provoke him. "Furthermore, given your audacity to commit such an act, do you not expect others to speak of it?" Li Heng pointed at her, feeling quite disheartened. "After all these years of friendship, do you not trust me?" Yang Yingwen replied, "You have a history, after all. You were quite the troublemaker in your early years." "Blast it!" Li Heng exclaimed in frustration. "Stop digging up the past. This is no longer a conversation worth having." He turned to drag the Polonia tree back home, but upon seeing her expression, Yang Yingwen grew anxious and hurried after him. "Hey, Li Heng, don't be like that. I finally found a dead tree to take home for kindling." Before she could finish, Li Heng turned back. "Isn't this mountain part of the old Li family territory?" Hearing this, her mouth opened, realizing her own culpability. After great effort, Li Heng managed to haul the tree from the mountainside, but he noticed that this girl persistently followed him in silence. Thus, he jested, "Beg me. Say something sweet, and I might just give you the tree." Yang Yingwen stood her ground defiantly. "How presumptuous of you. Don't even think about it. If worst comes to worst, I can find another one. Then go ahead and look for one. I'm heading home now, and thank you for your assistance in chopping the tree." With that, he hoisted the tree onto his shoulder, pretending to leave. To his surprise, she remained unmoved, staring straight at him. Li Heng turned to examine her face for a moment, then could not resist saying, "What are you standing there for? Let us go. I'll escort you home." Yang Yingwen did not appreciate his offer. "No thanks. I can't afford such a luxury. I wouldn't want others to gossip about us." Li Heng raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that? Repeat yourself and see what happens. Is it embarrassing to walk with me? Victory is all that matters. A brief exchange suffices." Yang Yingwen chuckled, not wishing to provoke him further, and turned to head into the mountains. Having known each other for many years, Li Heng understood her temperament. She was not truly angry. He promptly placed the tree in a spacious area to avoid obstructing the path and followed her. After searching 2 mountain peaks, their efforts bore fruit as they discovered a dry pine tree, although this territory no longer belonged to the old Li family. Yet, why fret over it? As the old saying goes, gathering firewood isn't considered theft. If you manage to procure it, that is a skill. As long as one is not caught in the act and does not overstep boundaries, everyone tacitly agrees to turn a blind eye. After all, living in the countryside, who hasn't engaged in such trivial matters? Who among us is without blemish? The dry pine tree was substantial, and after chopping it into 4 sections, they bundled 3 loads of firewood. Li Heng and Yang Yingwen made 4 trips back and forth to transport them from the mountain. By this time, both were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, feeling like they had been run ragged. Passing by a mountain spring, they joyfully lay down, quenching their thirst and washing their hands and faces, finally taking a moment to rest. She inquired, "Grandma Chun has passed away, and Zijing hasn't returned. Do you still keep in touch?" Li Heng shook his head. "No, but her sister sent me a bag of study materials yesterday afternoon." Yang Yingwen was astonished. "Qin Zitong sent this to you? Are you pulling my leg? After what you did to her sister, she must despise you." Li Heng retorted, slightly irritated. "All right. Enough of this. Can we move on?" Respecting his feelings, Yang Yingwen did not press the matter further. After chatting for a while, they each returned home, seeking their respective families. Li Heng left the best kindling material, the mulberry tree, for her, and intended to carry only a segment of the dry pine tree. However, she refused to allow it, insisting on splitting it evenly, claiming that she was already getting the better deal. After several attempts to persuade her, he ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Before parting ways, he asked once more, "Are you truly not allowing me to help you home?" Yang Ingwen firmly declined. "Just let it be. From now on, pretend you don't know me in the village. I still plan to marry someday." Cursing under his breath at her swift change of heart, Li Heng muttered a quiet expletive. Hoisting the wood onto his right shoulder while carrying the rabbit in his left hand as he made his way to the crossroads. As evening approached, his elder sister, visibly pregnant, arrived again for a meal. Li Yin had never grasped the concept of courtesy. Before even stepping inside, she energetically called out, "Brother, I heard you struck lucky and caught a wild rabbit. Is that true?" At that moment, Li Heng had just finished dispatching the rabbit and was using hot water to scald it in preparation for skinning. Seeing her rush in so quickly made him anxious. And he cautioned, "Sister, please walk slowly. Be careful not to trip. Don't worry, I'm paying attention." Witnessing such a large rabbit filled Li Yin with delight. Her eyes sparkled as she touched it and exclaimed, "So much meat. It must weigh over 4 pounds. This will make a splendid dish, brother. Make sure to cook plenty of rice tonight, as I am here for dinner." This was entirely within Li Heng's expectations, and he nodded in agreement. The two siblings then squatted at the back door, working together to skin the rabbit, quickly finishing the task as they each took a side. Later, the second sister returned from cutting pig grass, carrying 4 large baskets in one go. 2 baskets of grass were for feeding the cattle, while the other 2 were to be chopped and prepared as pig feed. In the midst of this, Li Lan inquired, "Did you chop down the dry pine tree in the yard?" Without lifting his head, Li Heng replied affirmatively while gutting a rabbit with a kitchen knife. Li Lan pressed further, "But that's only half. What happened to the other half? Why didn't you bring it back?" At that moment, the eldest sister interjected, I know. It's at Yang Ingwen's house. I passed by their door and saw it." Li Yin, with a naive expression, then questioned, "Brother, wait a minute. How come Yang Ingwen has one more tongue tree than you? You've suffered a loss. Should I go find her and ask for half of the tree back?" Li Heng remained silent, and Li Lan was equally speechless. Oh dear. What on earth is in this eldest sister's head? It can't be all nonsense, can it? Truly. She has no sense of timing, thought Li Heng. He quickly interjected, "Sister, no need for that. I was the one who caught the wild rabbit and got delayed." However, Li Lan was not easily deceived. Upon hearing about the tongue tree, she recalled something and immediately abandoned the idea of chopping the pig grass, heading towards the back mountain. Before long, she located the tongue tree based on her memory, but to her dismay, it was gone, leaving behind only a root the size of a bowl. Bending down to examine the cut, she recognized the freshness of the wound and instantly understood what had transpired. Yesterday, while gathering pig grass, she had spotted the tree from afar, but at that moment, she was unable to leave. Little did she expect that the prodigal son would give it away to a woman. Upon returning home, Li Lan refrained from mentioning the tongue tree. But when the eldest sister was not nearby, she suddenly remarked, "I can understand Chen Zijing. After all, she is quite a beautiful woman. But how could you possibly consider Yang Ingwen?" It was not that she found Yang Ingwen unattractive, but rather that her appearance and demeanor were not comparable to those of Chen Zijing. Among the neighboring villages, she only acknowledged Chen Zijing as her equal in beauty. Chapter 11. Information on Chen Zijing. Li Heng felt utterly bewildered. What nonsense was this? If outsiders did not believe him, that was one thing. But to think he had lost credibility even at home? Was this a courteous way to treat one's own brother? What happened to the fundamental trust between people? He had no desire to explain, was too weary to elucidate, and it would be futile anyway. He placed the meticulously prepared rabbit on the cutting board and ascended to the second floor. After all, his second sister was a glutton. The rabbit would undoubtedly soon transform into a delectable dish. Upon entering the single room, Li Heng sat on the hard bed, lost in thought. To be candid, he was experiencing quite a headache. Truly, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret, and everyone seemed to consider themselves a modern-day Shiman Ching. Those gossiping women outside were one thing, they were beyond his control. But for someone as close as Yang Ingwen to regard him with the suspicion reserved for a thief, this was utterly infuriating. Very well, let it be. They were merely outsiders. Unreliable at best. Yet, dear sister, you and I are kin. How could you add salt to my wounds? In a different era, this would be considered a trivial matter. Chen Zijing was so beautiful, and the Qin family's lineage was so esteemed, that she might even be regarded as a source of pride and boasting. But in this age, he had truly experienced what it meant to confront moral boundaries and the dread of public opinion. His gaze wandered aimlessly around the room until it settled on a corner of the desk, where a black bag lay. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what study materials Chen Zijing had procured for him. Were they akin to those from his former life? Fearful that his reincarnation might trigger a butterfly effect, Li Heng hastily retrieved the black bag and opened it with urgency. Peering inside, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, nothing had changed. It was precisely as he had anticipated. The bag was filled with various textbooks and exam papers, alongside a thick collection of mistakes. This compilation contained all the questions Chen Zijin had answered incorrectly or deemed particularly significant. To be honest, in 1987, in a remote place like Shao City, there was scarcely any quality review material available. Having even one textbook was a blessing. The allure of a single exam paper was immense, especially one from a prestigious institution like Capital No. 4 High School. In his previous life, these materials had elevated his college entrance exam score by at least 20 points, enabling him to gain admission to his desired university. For this, he had always held a profound sense of gratitude towards Chen Zijin. To call her a benefactor in his life would not be an exaggeration. Regrettably, her mother and family were rather difficult to get along with. They regarded him with disdain, leading to persistent discord. The Chen family was a large clan, with Chan Gaoyuan having 5 siblings, all of whom were accomplished, creating a raucous atmosphere. It was said that Granny Chun's ritual ceremonies would last 3 days and nights. This had caused considerable distress for his second sister, who on numerous occasions had appeared so despondent that it made him want to cry. As for Li Heng, he was indifferent, having lived 2 lifetimes. He had encountered far greater storms than this. Such trivial matters were easily dismissed. Closing his eyes in deep contemplation, when he opened them again, he had successfully shielded himself from turmoil. His heart was as calm as still water. He picked up a fountain pen and began to write fervently in his notebook, continuing the story of to live. Could he achieve fame in one fell swoop? Could he alter the tarnished image of Shimin Qing? Could he change the family's dire financial situation? All depended on this endeavor. In light of the immense popularity this novel enjoyed in its previous incarnation, Li Heng approached his writing with utmost caution, dedicating himself earnestly to the task at hand. After completing each segment of 5,000 words, he would meticulously review and scrutinize his work, examining it word by word and paragraph by paragraph, often repeating this process 3 to 5 times, ensuring that no errors slipped through. That evening, after toiling away until past 2 in the morning, Li Heng succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep at his desk. Whereupon he dreamed of 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, wandering through the darkness with flashlights, fervently calling out for their father, their voices echoing into the night. Awakened abruptly, he found his tear-streaked cheeks betraying the sorrow that had crept upon him. Gazing out the window with a sense of melancholy, he pondered the fate of the women in his life, wondering how they fared in that alternate reality. On the 9th day of the first lunar month in 1987, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Before dawn had fully broken, the Chen family next door set off firecrackers, their raucous celebration accompanied by the sounds of a brass band, a percussion ensemble, and the rhythmic clanging of gongs, while grieving descendants wept inconsolably. At an auspicious hour, Grandma Chun, who had remained at home for 5 days and nights, was finally laid to rest. The spectacle was truly magnificent, a rare occurrence in Wangwan village, happening but once every 30 years. Not only did local officials attend, but significant representatives from the county and city were also present, while neighbors rallied together in an unprecedented show of solidarity to bid farewell to the elderly matriarch. In her lifetime, Grandma Chun had been a figure of great esteem, having participated in both the Liberation War and the Korean War alongside her husband. Upon returning to the village, she maintained a dignified presence, having selflessly aided many, earning the respect of all, regardless of age or status. Everyone referred to her with reverence as Grandma Chun. However, Li Heng remained cocooned at his bed, unmoving. A fortune teller had posted a notice warning that individuals born in the years 1959, 1970, and 1982 were to avoid the area during the time of Grandma Chun's passing, as their fates clashed with hers. They were advised to keep their distance from the coffin. The origins of this custom are shrouded in mystery, but it has been observed for hundreds of years. The villagers adhered to this belief, opting for caution over skepticism, as no one was foolish enough to risk their lives on a mere gamble. Even when a father passed away, if the timing conflicted with that of his son, the latter would typically retreat until he was well beyond the 100 steps required to ensure safety. Nevertheless, there are always exceptions to every rule, and some who dare to challenge fate. There was once a drunken butcher who, emboldened by liquor, decided to test the belief himself, only to meet an untimely demise on the spot. Whether this was fate or mere coincidence, the villagers chose to err on the side of caution. The commotion outside continued for quite some time, disrupting Li Heng's slumber. Ultimately, He rose and resumed his writing. After 5 days of diligent effort, he had penned over 34,000 words of living, determined to reach the coveted 40,000 words by the end of the day. He planned to send his manuscript to the town the following day. As midday approached, the events surrounding Grandma Chun finally began to wind down, and Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi returned home. In accordance with tradition, Chen Gaoyuan warmly offered some untouched leftovers from the kitchen. However, the inherently strong-willed Tian Runyi graciously declined the gesture. Upon witnessing the situation and discerning the crux of the matter, Chen Gaoyuan humbly lowered his stance and spoke gently. Runyi, we have been friends for decades, and you are well aware of Zhang Lan's temperament. At that moment, she was merely caught up in her emotions and acted stubbornly. Perhaps excessively so. I have already spoken to her about it. For the sake of our past friendship, I urge you not to hold her actions against her. Tian Runyi managed a forced smile and replied, Gaoyuan, please do not speak ill of Zhang Lan. I do not blame her. The incident was indeed instigated by my troublesome son, which harmed Zijin. As a mother, I can fully empathize with her. Tian Runyi maintained a firm stance. Yet despite her attempts at diplomacy, she remained unwilling to accept the leftover food. Chen Gaoyuan, having exhausted his persuasive efforts, ultimately sighed and returned home with several bowls of uneaten dishes. In the kitchen, the entire Chen family had gathered. Observing that her husband had been met with a cold reception, Zhang Lan, feeling somewhat irate, snatched the basin from Chen Gaoyuan's hands and sent it to another household. Chapter 12. Wisdom. Chen Xiaomai called from behind, Sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go with you. Upon seeing his mother and aunt leave the house, Chen Zitong blinked her big eyes, fixated on her father's pallid countenance. Chen Gaoyuan pondered for a moment before advising his youngest daughter, do not mention this to your sister. Chen Zitong pouted, replying, Father, your warnings alone are futile. My aunt and mother will undoubtedly stir the pot before my sister. Just watch and see. This was indeed an opportune moment for them to embellish and gossip, sowing discord. Despite the outwardly impressive demeanor of Chen Gaoyuan, he felt a weight on his forehead whenever family matters arose, finding no solace among them. He was all too aware of his wife and sister's true intentions to sever any lingering affections his eldest daughter had for Li Heng. Across the way, at the Li household, Tian Runyi began to feel pangs of sympathy for her children, recalling the several days she and her husband had enjoyed meat at the Chen residence. Thus, she grabbed a kitchen knife, climbed onto the stove, and intended to slice some cured meat for dinner, hoping to salt it with garlic shoots and tofu to enhance her children's meals. However, upon raising her head, she noticed something amiss. How had the pork leg and the fatty meat swapped places? Moreover, why was the piece of fatty meat shorter by a segment? Tian Runyi was a woman of meticulous detail. She kept a close account of the rice in the jar, the length of her sewing thread, and the number of cabbages in the field. Throughout the years of managing the household, she had never faltered, particularly regarding the precious cured meat, which was her lifeblood. It was impossible for her to forget its specifics. After lingering between the two pieces of cured meat several times, she switched the knife to her left hand and used her right thumb to press on the cross-section of the fatty meat. Sure enough, after wiping away the soot from the pot, a fresh cut revealed itself beneath. Staring at the shortened piece of fatty meat, a sudden unease gripped Tian Runyi's heart. She quickly returned to the stove, gathering some soot to restore the cured meat to its original state. In the backyard, she quietly asked Li Jiangguo, who was watering the cattle, Jiangguo, have you touched the cured meat? What cured meat? Li Jiangguo turned around, suddenly alarmed. Has the cured meat been lost? Tian Runyi shook her head and recounted her recent discovery. After listening, Li Jiangguo fell silent. After a long pause, he sorrowfully remarked, Bao must have been tempted. Tian Runyi shared the same sentiment. The couple did not suspect theft, as if it were the work of a thief. It would not merely involve a fragment of cured meat. It should have been an entire piece that went missing. Dinner turned out to be unexpectedly sumptuous, featuring river shrimp with chives, golden fried tofu, and a plate of cured ribs. Li Heng, who relished these dishes, filled a bowl with rice, topped it with several pieces of shrimp and tofu, and dove into his meal with gusto. Among family, there was no need for pretense. He ate freely, devouring 2 large bowls of sweet potato rice, his belly full and content. This was the most gratifying meal he had experienced since his rebirth, and he patted his round belly, feeling utterly satisfied. Regrettably, the only flaw lies in the sweet potato rice, which he truly detests. If only it could be replaced with white rice. After enduring over 20 days of hardship, he has come to terms with reality. He does not yearn for the sea's horizon. He simply desires white rice at every meal and a variety of meat dishes, such as the essence of spring's warmth and blossoming flowers. After dinner, his second sister mysteriously produced a bag of spiced melon seeds, priced at merely a dime, from her pocket. She merely glanced at her brother without calling him, and sat on the threshold, engrossed in her own enjoyment of the seeds. To be honest, had it not been for Li Heng's commendable behavior over the past few days, she would have ignored him entirely, as she had grown accustomed to indulging alone. At that moment, Tian Runny suddenly inquired of Li Jiangguo, Jiangguo, "Have you consumed the sweet wine? How come there are 2 fewer bowls of vegetables?" 2 fewer bowls? Her sister had only pilfered 1 bowl of sweet wine that evening. When had she stealthily consumed another? Li Heng instinctively glanced at his sister. Receiving his gaze, Li Lan expressionlessly turned her head away. Yet her right hand did not cease its movement as she continued to feed herself the seeds. With a mere touch of her upper and lower lips, a seed shell was expelled onto the ground. Another shell followed suit, landing neatly beside it. Understanding the look in his eyes, Li Jiangguo comprehended everything. He realized his wife was issuing a warning to her about to refrain from indulging in the sweet wine for fear of recurring gastric issues. He smiled and replied, "I momentarily lost control and ate a bit too much." As the matter lingered, Tian Runny raised another issue. The 20 yuan under the pillow is missing. "Did you take it?" Upon hearing this, Li Heng's gaze shifted downwards, landing on his sister's palm, which cradled the spiced melon seeds. Li Lan disregarded him, turning her head slightly away, nonchalantly continuing to crack the seeds. Li Jiangguo, casting a sidelong glance at his second daughter, continued to clarify, "This morning, while tidying the bedding, I found 20 yuan on the floor. I picked it up but forgot to inform you amidst the busyness with Grandma-chan." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 10 yuan notes from his inner pocket and handed them to his wife. Tian Runny accepted the money, tucking it into her clothing, then said to her husband, "Having just finished dinner, let me accompany you for a walk. You shouldn't sit for too long." "Ah, very well." Thus, the couple, deeply affectionate, strolled along the road. Li Heng, not wishing to intrude, sensibly ascended to the second-floor single room to continue writing to live. He was merely 600 words short of reaching a total of 40,000. It was imperative to finish today. Upon returning from their evening walk and finding the living room empty, Tian Runny promptly entered her own bedroom to check under the pillow. Indeed, as she had anticipated, 2 large notes lay conspicuously on the bedspread. The bills appeared somewhat worn, inscribed with blue pin markings, indicating they had changed hands numerous times. Bending down to retrieve the money, Tian Runny informed her husband, who had followed her in a few days ago. Erbao mentioned he had his eye on a set of clothes and wanted to buy them for 16 yuan. At that time, I thought about the considerable expenses the siblings would incur with the new school year approaching, so I did not agree. As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. Erbao had once confided in me, lamenting that all the girls in her class dressed exquisitely, while she herself appeared the most poorly attired. As she continued, Tian Runny found it increasingly difficult to articulate her feelings, her heart aching, and she leaned on her husband's shoulder, choking back sobs. Li Jiangguo cradled his wife with his left arm, gently patting her back with his right, offering her solace. Yet he himself could not hold back the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. In that moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of discomfort, filled with bittersweet sorrow and guilt, secretly resenting his own inadequacy. Not only had he let down his beautiful wife, allowing her to weather the elements and transform into a weary figure, but he also felt remorse for their 3 children, who struggled to eat and dress properly, enduring hardships alongside him. Chapter 13. The scorned rodent on the 10th day of the first month, as dawn broke. A gentle drizzle enveloped the mountainous fields, a second rain of the new year, drumming softly throughout the morning. Yet, the beauty of this tender downpour went unappreciated. Tian Runny, standing beneath the eaves, was in a dismal state. Today marked the market day in town, and she had hoped to sell a couple of sacks of rice to gather funds for her second daughter's tuition. Shortly after 7 o'clock, noticing the rain had diminished slightly, she resolved to delay no longer. With deft hands, she wrapped the urea bags filled with rice in white plastic, then handed a straw hat and a raincoat to Li Heng. "Manzai, it appears the rain will not cease anytime soon. We must go," she instructed. Worry etched across her face as she felt a burning urgency. "All right," Li Heng replied, donning the hat and draping the raincoat over his shoulders, before bending to lift a load of rice into the rain. This particular load weighed 105 jing. Under normal circumstances, the rural-born lad would not have been particularly concerned. for his robust physique allowed him to reach town within 5 rests over a 10-mile journey. However, the muddy paths today were treacherous, riddled with potholes and slick with mire. Not far from home, he found himself caked in mud, his liberation shoes obscured beneath a thick layer of muck, their military green completely concealed. The muddy path was slippery. On 2 occasions, he nearly slid into the adjoining paddy fields, sending chills of fright coursing through him as he cursed the weather. "Damn this wretched weather," he muttered. Tian Runny also carried a burden of rice, slightly over 80 jin, trailing behind him. Due to health issues, Li Jiangguo could not bear heavy loads and had opted to remain home, assisting Li Lan with the livestock. As an elderly man with a cart overtook him, Li Heng felt a pang of envy. The man appeared immaculate, even in the rain, defiantly puffing a dry cigarette. Leisurely exhaling smoke rings with every few steps, a picture of comfort. Before long, 2 horses galloped past him, followed by a bicycle ridden by a middle-aged man, who had a plump boy perched on the back seat. As they splashed through a puddle, water sprayed over both of them. The boy, witnessing Li Heng's disheveled state, gleefully pointed at him and burst into laughter. "Laugh all you want," Li Heng thought bitterly, his eyes reddening with frustration. "In this weather, riding a bicycle is simply foolish. I hope you fall." Just as he felt a twinge of pain in his right shoulder and switched the burden to his left, a rumbling noise approached from behind, accompanied by shouts. It was a hand-operated tractor driven by Zhang Jiong, who, with a beaming face, attracted numerous gazes, radiating a sense of triumph that rivaled the allure of driving a luxury car in future times. In a moment of recklessness, he slammed the brakes, leaped from the vehicle, and waved his right hand vigorously, calling out to Tian Runny, "Aunt Tian, hop on." Tian Runny glanced at the already crowded cart and replied, "It seems there's no room left. Jiong, you go ahead. Do not mind us. We will arrive shortly." "Who says there's no room? There's plenty of space. Just watch me." Zhang Jiong, disregarding Tian Runner's objections, turned to the back of the truck and shouted loudly, "We've already traveled more than halfway. If anyone wishes to disembark now, I shall not charge them. Is there anyone who dares to get off?" "Really?" inquired an elderly woman. "Sixth aunt. This is not your first time riding in my vehicle. A promise is a promise," Zhang Jiong proclaimed, thumping his chest with a resounding echo. His words proved effective, as several individuals, who often sought to take advantage of such situations, promptly jumped off. Zhang Jiong assisted the mother and child in placing their rice in the truck bed and said to Tian Runner, "Aunt Tian, you should sit in the front. Someone has already vacated that spot." The front referred to the seat adjacent to the driver's position, where one person could sit on either side. The rain had intensified considerably, and after a moment's hesitation, Tian Runner moved to the front. Li Heng, who shared a close relationship with the Zhang family, was less courteous, swiftly leaping into the back. The truck bed was filled with villagers, young wives, elderly women, and a few older gentlemen. With their hats and raincoats soaked, he stood in the corner, careful not to dampen anyone else. As he bent down to adjust his shoelaces, he suddenly noticed a young girl staring intently at him. She appeared to be around 16. With a pleasing appearance, Li Heng felt a sense of familiarity with her face, and after a moment, recalled that she was Yang Wan, the only daughter of the village's women's director. They had crossed paths in the past, when his daughter attended Changsha Yali High School. Yang Wan coincidentally was her homeroom teacher. His daughter had fondly spoken of her, saying the teacher treated her exceptionally well and often invited her to dinner. Remembering those days, Li Heng instinctively smiled and greeted her, "Yang Wan, long time no see." Upon hearing him address her, a blush unexpectedly crept across Yang Wan's face, and after a moment, she shyly inquired, "You know my name?" It was no wonder she was surprised. The Li family's home was located at the village entrance, while hers was almost a mile away at the brigade headquarters. They were not in the same grade, so being called by name was both unexpected and oddly delightful. Li Heng replied, "Of course I do. If I recall correctly, you were classmates with Chun Zitong in elementary school, right?" Just as Yang Wan's eyes sparkled with a response, the women's director suddenly reached out and pulled her daughter behind her. Half seriously, she said to Li Heng, "Li Heng, if you wish to chat, please speak with me instead. One is timid and inexperienced, so don't frighten her." At this remark, the truck bed erupted with laughter tinged with mischief. An older man jokingly remarked to the director, "Your one is quite lovely. You ought to be careful, lest she becomes the next Chinchin." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan lowered her head, staring at her toes, her cheeks turning a vivid crimson. Li Heng felt exasperated. It seemed that after 6 months, his reputation remained intact, with everyone still regarding him as a modern-day Shiman Ching. He acutely sensed the profound malice emanating from the world around him. His relationship with Qinjin was akin to that of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, filled with mutual affection. How had it been distorted into a tale reminiscent of Jin Ping-mei? This was truly unjust. He felt wronged, questioning why fate had chosen to strike him down. Confronted by a dozen or so unreasonable gossips, Li Heng deemed himself no match for them and wisely chose to feign ignorance. Chapter 14. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, the tractor came to a halt at the Sherman station. Zhang Jiong called out loudly, "4 mao for a ride to Shamon village and 2 mao for Xinsuan." Someone inquired, "How much is it to Heng Bankyo?" Zhang Jiong replied, "Old man Zhou. It'll be 3 mao for you." Old man Zhou, relying on his seniority, attempted to haggle. "Last time, I only paid 2 mao for a ride with your father. Why the increase to 3 mao now? This feels like robbery." Zhang Jiong, unfazed, responded cheerfully, "All right, old man, if 2 mao is what you wish, then 2 mao it shall be. I won't argue with you given your age." Successfully negotiating a discount of 1 mao, Old man Zhou fished out 2 mao notes from his pocket and paid. Li Heng unloaded the rice and asked Zhang Jiong, "Why are you driving today? Where's your father?" Zhang Jiong, while collecting the money, grinned widely and explained, "My 2 uncles and little uncle are here. My father is busy playing cards, so he sent me out to earn some pocket money." Li Heng inquired, "Does all the money you earn today go to you?" Zhang Jiong smacked his lips, brimming with pride. "Of course. It absolutely must. If the money doesn't go to me, what is the point? I might as well stay home and play." Tian Runny extended a yuan to pay for the fare. Zhang Jiong leapt backward in mock horror, exclaiming, "Auntie, are you trying to embarrass me? Do you not realize that Li Heng and I are as close as brothers? If I dare to take your money, he would surely beat me to a pulp." Tian Runny attempted to hand him the money several times, but Zhang Jiong steadfastly refused, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Once all the passengers had departed, Li Heng seized the opportunity while his mother was distracted and whispered to Zhang Jiong, "I need to send something at the post office. Could you lend me 10 yuan?" To avoid being spotted by Tian Runny, Zhang Jiong discreetly turned his back, swiftly handing him a stack of bills without counting, and pointed suggestively towards the street on his left. "A new noodle shop has opened next door. Let me tell you, the proprietress is a widow with quite the figure. Once you finish selling the rice, come find me, and we'll go indulge." Li Heng instinctively asked, "Is it called Chunjie Noodle House?" Zhang Jiong blurted out, "You bastard. How do you know? Have you been there? Why wasn't T.I. invited to such a delightful experience?" Li Heng quickly clarified, "No. I just remember your father boasting about it." Zhang Jiong nearly leapt up in disbelief. "What the hell? Is that old man competing with me for her affections?" Li Heng laughed heartily, surprised that this dim-witted remark was so on point. According to his past life memories, this Chunjie indeed happened to be his father's clandestine lover. The largest storefront in town belonged to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the loudest announcements were always those selling rat poison. As the clock approached 8, the market began to swell with an increasing crowd, gradually becoming lively. During this time, the agricultural market was still rather unregulated, predominantly filled with vendors selling clothing and footwear. However, there was a designated area for selling rice, conveniently located beside the agricultural machinery station. Every market day, sellers and buyers would inevitably converge here. Tian Runny, no stranger to selling rice, was quite familiar with the area. Scanning the crowd, she quickly located a suitable spot. She deftly swept a large pile of refuse aside with her right foot, swiftly laid down a plastic sheet, and then called her son to neatly arrange 4 bags of rice in a row, opening the tops and folding them into circles to ensure that passers-by could immediately see the quality of their rice. At that moment, the number of customers purchasing rice was sparse, yet there were already no fewer than 20 vendors selling rice, with more people gradually entering the market carrying bags. Due to the heavy rain, the mother and son had arrived slightly late and had not secured the most advantageous position. Tian Runny discreetly wandered around, her expression clouded with concern. Li Heng quietly inquired, "Mom, do other families have better quality rice?" Fearful of being overheard, Tian Runny leaned in a little closer and replied, "Several families have rice that appears brighter than ours. When sourced from the same region, the quality of rice is typically determined by its variety, processing precision, and freshness. For instance, indica rice and japonica rice differ in taste and stickiness. Indica rice is finer and, when cooked, exhibits grains that are distinct and plump, whereas japonica rice is stickier, ideal for soups and sticky rice dishes. The precision of rice processing is a critical factor in determining its quality. Rice processed with high precision typically boasts superior whiteness, integrity, and lower impurity rates. As for freshness, it is quite literal. Fresh rice usually appears white and glossy, emanating a refreshing fragrance, while aged rice darkens, loses its stickiness, and its original aroma fades. Li Heng believed that their rice variety was among the best available on the market, with a slightly sticky texture, delightful fragrance, and a hint of sweetness. However, upon hearing his mother's words, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He slipped away to gather information, and indeed, he discovered that 3 or 4 vendors offered rice of overall higher quality than theirs. Not only was the quality superior, but those vendors also had larger quantities available, which made it incredibly difficult for them to compete. Tan Runny resolutely declared, "Let us start by selling at 1 yuan and 9 jiao to see how it goes. If we Haven tea sold out by noon, we'll lower the price." Li Heng asked, "Mom, how much did you sell it for before?" Tan Runny shook her head. "The price is hard to pin down, it fluctuates. During peak demand, it could sell for 2 yuan and 1 jiao per pound. And there have been times it went for 1 yuan and 6 jiao." Hearing this, Li Heng fell silent. Frankly, this price was far beyond his expectations. It was astonishing to learn that 100 pounds of rice could only fetch a little over 10 yuan. No wonder so few people in rural areas want to farm nowadays. At this rate, unless one achieves scale, the smallholder mentality simply cannot sustain a family's livelihood, let alone lead them to a moderately prosperous life. He rubbed his forehead, cursing himself inwardly. How foolish he had been to disdain a few yuan in royalties, focusing only on larger sums. Clearly, it was time to adjust his thinking. Even the smallest gains are still gains. How arduous it must be for Tan Runny to earn just a few yuan. His second sister had even resorted to questionable means for a mere 20 yuan. He slapped his forehead in realization. He had no right to be choosy at this point. It was imperative to grasp both the large and the small opportunities. With this newfound understanding, Li Heng contemplated what novel to write next while assisting his mother in selling rice. As anticipated, a considerable number of individuals congregated around a few particular stalls, leaving only those unable to afford the exorbitant rice prices to wander about, bargaining. Time passed slowly. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed, yet their business had yet to commence. Observing his mother's earnest attempts to engage customers with little effect, Li Heng felt a growing sense of urgency and unease. "Mom, I'm going to step away for a moment to use the restroom." After enduring the discomfort of squatting for so long, Li Heng's need for the restroom was genuine. However, he also intended to seize the opportunity to slip away to the post office to send a manuscript. His mother, entirely preoccupied with the task of selling rice, merely responded with a vague acknowledgement of his intention. Just as Li Heng stood up, stamping his feet in preparation to leave, 2 women unexpectedly approached the stall. To be precise, they were a mother and daughter duo, bearing a slight resemblance to each other. The elder, approximately in her 40s, donned a long, snowflake-patterned wool coat. Her hair styled in large waves and adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding an aura of fashion that seemed out of sync with the current era. Her name was Wei Sherman. The younger girl possessed an exquisitely delicate oval face, her features strikingly defined. Her hair was casually swept up, her complexion porcelain-like in its clarity, with slender eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes that conveyed a sense of understated elegance. She wore a teal-plaid trench coat paired with a soft pink scarf, her feet clad in vibrant red sneakers. Simple yet radiating an extraordinary charm, she stood tall at about 165 centimeters, her figure graceful and flowing. At that moment, she had her left arm linked with her mother's and her right hand tucked into the pocket of her trench coat, gazing at Li Heng in astonishment as she stood backlit by the sun. "Li Heng, what brings you here?" they exclaimed in almost perfect unison. Chapter 15. Their acquaintance can be traced back to the beginning of their first year in middle school, a memory that remains vividly etched in his mind despite the passage of several decades. It was September 1st, a day blessed with clear skies. As Li Heng stood in line to register for Class 125, clutching a stack of new books, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an unexpected silence. The gaze of the homeroom teacher and all the students converged on the newly arrived Xiao Han at the entrance. Seated nearby, Li Heng was particularly struck by her presence, as if this astonishingly beautiful girl had descended from a celestial realm. In that fleeting moment, like his male classmates, his heart was illuminated, as if he had stepped into a fairy tale. His pulse quickened, his mouth dry, and an inexplicable nervousness washed over him. How could someone so breathtaking exist in this small town? This was the shared sentiment of all present. Xiao Han's arrival overshadowed the entire Class 125, leaving everyone else feeling dim and unremarkable. He still recalls how both boys and girls in the class unconsciously began to mimic her mannerisms, resting their chins on their hands during lessons, growing their nails, and adopting her tone of speech. However, Li Heng's burgeoning affection gradually waned due to a chair incident that created a rift between them, causing their relationship to linger in a limbo of familiarity and distance, akin to that between strangers and classmates. Xiaohan and Chen Zijin were close friends of Yang Yingwen. United by their friendship with Yang, the three often shared meals and strolled together. Yet, the relationship between Xiaohan and Chen Zijin was notably complex, marked by academic rivalry and unspoken conflicts, aptly described as a blend of friendship and enmity. During the first semester of their third year, Li Heng and Xiaohan were briefly seated together as deskmates, but this arrangement came to an abrupt end when Chen Zijin, upon learning of it, demanded their separation. Having never gotten along particularly well, Xiaohan defiantly taunted her. "What's the matter? Are you so insecure that you fear he might fall for someone else?" Chen Zijin, unrestrained, retorted, "Not at all, but I do need to keep an eye on you." Xiaohan, "Not want to be cowed," shot back with a scoffing laugh. "If you're that worried, why not just keep him tethered to your belt and carry him everywhere? It's only you who treats him like a precious gem. No one else seems to care." Listening to their exchange made Li Heng's head spin, prompting him to approach the homeroom teacher to request a change of seat. Time has passed, and looking back, he finds their words and actions rather juvenile. Yet such is the nature of youthful innocence. This period remains one of the most memorable of his middle school years, as romantic as a newly blossomed rose, filling the air with its intoxicating fragrance. Many splendid experiences, which one might perceive as mere warm-ups in life, are, in truth, the final act. A middle school Xiaohan and a high school Songyu. Upon reflecting on his earlier life and old age, he would come to realize that he had encountered two of the most astonishing women of his youth long before. He could truly empathize with Chen Zijin's caution towards Xiaohan. With a sweet voice and a healing smile, adorned with the pure visage reminiscent of first love, this young lady possesses an irresistible charm that few men can withstand if she desires their affection. As many male admirers would attest, her allure is impervious to the whims of fate. However, Xiaohan is a complex individual, her temperament as changeable as the weather, capable of sweetness one moment and saltiness the next. When she occasionally feels anger, it is a tempest of disdain and resolve. And Li Heng has often found himself at the receiving end of her wrath, instinctively hesitant to provoke her. After exchanging a brief, instinctive greeting, their gazes met fleetingly in the air before they both, in unspoken understanding, averted their eyes, as if they were not particularly familiar with one another. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Wei Sherman discreetly observed her daughter, then scrutinized Li Heng from head to toe, her gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. Li Heng was not surprised. It is often said that one's appearance is paramount, and his attire, a patchwork of 3 years' worth of rural wear, was hardly commendable in Wei Sherman's discerning eyes. Especially with his conical hat, a raincoat draped over his shoulders, and clothing and trousers stained with muddy water, his liberation shoes caked in yellow mire. He resembled a tattered sack rather than a respectable young man, and it would be a miracle for anyone to regard him favorably. The Xiao family does not engage in farming, typically relying on purchasing rice for sustenance. Wei Sherman, seasoned in discerning the quality of rice, could easily ascertain its worth. Thus, despite Tian Runny's elaborate sales pitch, they departed without lingering. Li Heng remained silent until the mother and daughter left, then reassured his own mother, "Mother, if it doesn't sell, that's all right. Just cook it for me at home. I am growing, and I crave white rice." Upon hearing her son's longing for white rice, Tian Runny did not chastise him but sighed instead, "Manzai, school is starting soon, and your tuition with your second sister is still insufficient." In the past, Li Heng, oblivious to such matters, had never concerned himself with tuition fees. To avoid labor, he would either seclude himself with books or take a bucket to the river for fish and shrimp, knowing that when school commenced, Tian Runny would always manage to gather the necessary funds for him. He inquired, "How much more do we need?" Tian Runny replied, "About 30 more." Li Heng glanced down at the 4 bags of rice, suddenly realizing that his mother was calculating the money from the rice sale today. Unfortunately, it seemed that the day had not been auspicious for sales. After a short while, there had been no movement. Meanwhile, as they walked approximately 20 meters, Xiaohan asked her mother, "Mom, was that rice really of poor quality? I thought it looked quite good." Wei Sherman responded, "It's not bad, but there are better options available on the market today." Her husband is rather particular about food, so they always select the finest rice and vegetables for purchase. After taking a few steps forward, Wei Sherman, somewhat belatedly, turned to her daughter and inquired, "Do you know him? Are you classmates?" Xiaohan nodded, "Yes. We were classmates in junior high for 3 years and are now at the same high school. Wei Shiman was taken aback. He is still in high school? Xiao Han pursed her lips. Do you think they can't afford high school because of their attire? Wei Shiman indeed entertained this thought, yet refrained from voicing it. Curiously, she inquired, to gain admission to Shao City No. 1 High School, one must possess quite commendable grades. Why has my mother never mentioned this individual over the years? Xiao Han slightly pouted, responding, I am not particularly acquainted with him. Why would I bring him up? Having not clearly heard the name earlier, Wei Shiman glanced at her daughter and asked, there were only 6 of you from the same middle school cohort who entered Shao City No. 1 High School, correct? What is his name? Xiao Han corrected her. Actually, there were 7. One of them gained admission through connections. The individual she referred to as having connections was Zhang Zhiyong, whose uncle by marriage happened to be the principal of a nearby middle school, thus affording him certain advantages within the educational system. Chapter 16. With a profound expression, Wei Shiman gazed at her daughter and repeatedly inquired, what is his name? Xiao Han replied, Li Heng. Li Heng? Wei Shiman furrowed her brows, feeling that the name resonated with familiarity, as if she had recently encountered it somewhere, yet she could not quite recall the specifics. After a moment, she asked again, where is he from? This demeanor from her mother instantly reminded Xiao Han of the rumors surrounding Li Heng and Qin Zijing. Understanding her mother's nature and her tendency to dote on her, Xiao Han, fearing further probing, fabricated a response, casually stating, from Shikiapu. Upon hearing this, Wei Shiman ceased her inquiries. Instead, it was Xiao Han who began to gently persuade, Mom, if their rice is decent, we might as well buy from them. Wei Shiman looked at her daughter in confusion. Didn't you say you weren't very familiar with him? Xiao Han, with an earnest expression, replied, he seems quite pitiful. According to Yin Wen, his father suffers from spinal disease and cannot perform heavy labor. They rely solely on his mother's efforts in the fields to support the family. Lacking a stable income, selling rice might be to gather funds for his tuition. Wei Shiman questioned, Isn't Yin Wen from Wan Village? How does she know all this? Xiao Han, with a twinkle in her eyes, calmly explained, Dear mother, this is Wan Village, and this is Shikiapu. They are merely separated by a mountain, quite close indeed. This was indeed the truth, and Wei Shiman found herself somewhat convinced. Rarely had her daughter made requests of her. And considering that a promising student from a prestigious school might not afford an education, it was indeed a heart-wrenching situation. She promptly halted her steps and circled back to old Li's stall. As the mother and daughter returned, Tian Runny immediately perked up, presenting her best demeanor to welcome them. However, Wei Shiman did not reciprocate Tian Runny's enthusiasm, but bent down to grasp a handful of rice, spreading it in her palm for a meticulous inspection. After a moment, she brought it to her nose for a whiff and then pointed to the 4 bags, asking, what is the total weight here? Tian Runny replied, 2 loads of rice, totaling 185 jin. Wei Shiman further inquired, what is the price per jin? Tian Runny instinctively quoted, 19 cents. Immediately after stating the price, she regretted it, realizing that it was nearly noon and not a single grain had been sold. If her pricing had deterred this likely buyer, she would be utterly frustrated with herself. Upon hearing the price, Wei Shiman initially remained silent and proceeded to examine the other 3 bags of rice in a similar manner. The wait felt exceedingly prolonged. Just as Tian Runny could no longer contain her urge to facilitate this transaction, Wei Shiman finally made her move. She placed the rice back into the bag, straightened up, and brushed off the white rice dust from her hands, declaring, I will take all 4 bags of rice. Tian Runny was momentarily taken aback. This unexpected declaration brought her immense joy. She had initially thought selling even a single bag would be a success, but to her surprise, this fashionable woman was remarkably forthright. Not only refraining from negotiating, but opting to purchase all 4 bags, a type of buyer she had never encountered before. While Li Heng was filled with happiness, he lacked the exuberance of his mother, casting a puzzled glance at his old classmate. Upon meeting his gaze, Xiao Han subtly turned her head away, ignoring him. Not taking offense, Li Heng understood her nature. When she was pleased, she would acknowledge you, but during moments of disinterest, you were merely invisible to her. Tian Runny, a person of integrity, in her delight, turned away Shiman and inquired, where do you reside? It's inconvenient on such a rainy day. Shall we deliver the rice to your home? Delighted by the offer, Wei Shiman promptly provided her address. Upon learning that she lived near the town government, Tian Runny scrutinized the mother-daughter duo a bit more, then bent down to lift the rice, instructing her son to follow suit. The town government was situated across from the town center, a considerable distance from the agricultural machinery station, requiring them to first ascend a gentle slope before descending, totaling approximately 600 meters. I appreciate your effort. Please place the rice in this room, she said. On the second floor, after unlocking the door and weighing the rice, Wei Sherman led the way. She guided the mother and son to the innermost storage room. Once the rice was settled, she began to calculate the bill while reminding her daughter to bring 2 cups of warm water for Tian Runny and Li Heng. For bags of rice weigh a total of 185 pounds, priced at $1.09 per pound, which comes to $35.15, correct? Wei Sherman swiftly picked up an abacus from the coffee table, deftly calculating the total. Tian Runny mentally verified the amount, arriving at the same conclusion, but to be cautious, she glanced at her son. On the way, Li Heng had already calculated the total several times and nodded in affirmation. With her son's confirmation, Tian Runny chuckled and said to Wei Sherman, I apologize for the oversight. That is indeed the correct amount. Once both parties confirmed the figure, Wei Sherman counted out 3 $10 bills and 5 $1 bills from her wallet, followed by 2 coins, 1 dime and 1 nickel. Please, count it. No need. Let us reconcile. Just as the transaction was completed, Xiaohan arrived with 2 cups of tea, handing one to Tian Runny and extending the other towards Li Heng. She thoughtfully cautioned, Auntie, this tea is a bit hot. Please sip it slowly. Oh, thank you, dear. Tian Runny accepted the tea, politely expressing her gratitude, but casually set it down on the coffee table without taking a sip. Li Heng mirrored her actions. Due to their muddy appearance from traveling in the rain, the mother and son felt out of place in the pristine environment of the Xiao family. If they were to drink from those cups, it would likely necessitate boiling water for sanitation afterward. Understanding the preference for cleanliness, Tian Runny opted not to drink, wishing to avoid any inconvenience. After the money exchanged hands and a few casual pleasantries were exchanged, the mother and son prepared to take their leave. Wei Sherman accompanied them to the door, and just as she was about to close it, a sudden curiosity prompted her to ask Tian Runny, Sister, where are you from? This rice looks excellent. Once we finish it, I'll be sure to come back for more. In reality, the two were of similar age, but Wei Sherman, well maintained in her position at an official institution, appeared to be a decade younger than Tian Runny, making her address as sister seem entirely natural. The rice seller delights in hearing others praise the quality of her rice. Tian Runny cheerfully remarked, It's from Shangwan village. If you need some, you can find me at the market next to the agricultural machinery station. As long as nothing is amiss at home, I am usually there on market days. All right, I will remember that. Take care on your way, she said. Watching as Li Heng and her son disappeared at the corridor's entrance, Wei Sherman then closed the door, proceeded to the sofa, sat down, and regarded her daughter with a look imbued with profound significance. Chapter 17. A dual approach to offense and defense. Seated across from her mother on the sofa, Xiaohan remained motionless at first. She picked up the Chinese literature textbook from the coffee table, engrossed in her own world, flipping through the pages with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, her mother scrutinized her daughter intently, creating a palpable tension in the air, with only the occasional rustle of pages breaking the silence. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Wei Sherman, weary from staring at the pages, shifted her position to relax and inquired, Are you not going to say anything to your mother? Hearing this, Xiaohan looked up, her face etched with concern, and replied in a crisp tone, Being your daughter is exhausting. Unmoved, Wei Sherman pressed on, What is his real name? Isn't it obvious? I know my daughter well. Perhaps it's a fictitious name. With a resigned pout, Xiaohan chuckled lightly and retorted, His surname and given name are of little consequence. If you insist on a catchy moniker, just call him Tom, Dick, and Harry. Wei Sherman fixed her gaze on her daughter's eyes, pausing for 2 seconds before asking, Where's Li Heng from? Confronted with this deliberately challenging question, Xiaohan opted for silence, turning another page of her book. 5 minutes of silence passed, and Wei Sherman, tormented by the wait, finally lost her patience and snatched the book from her daughter's hands. Intentionally provoking her, she asked, Tell your mother, why are you lying? Do you like this boy? At that moment, the family cat leapt from the other end of the sofa to Xiaohan's side. She playfully grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, teasingly asking, What would happen if I said I liked him? Her eyes drifted from the cat to her daughter, and the playful expression on Wei Sherman's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. Noticing the shift, Xiaohan contorted her face into a playful grimace, stretching the cat's face with both hands and lamenting, I was merely testing the waters. If it becomes serious, won't I end up with broken legs? Wei Sherman's tone turned stern as she stated, If it becomes serious, I will take the diplomatic approach first. and inform you to stay away from him. Xiao Han, using her thumb and index finger to pry open the cat's eyelids, made the cat roll its eyes at her mother 3 times, then sighed dramatically. "Oh, little cat. Being too beautiful makes one a target. Life is tough." "I've heard the same thing from others before." "Who?" Wei Sherman inquired. "Chen Zijin," Xiao Han replied. At this, Wei Sherman was taken aback, finally connecting the dots. She realized that the name Li Heng sounded familiar, as it was linked to Chen Zijin. It was indeed related to the rumors from Shangwan village. Throughout her middle and high school years, Xiao Han had been particularly close to Yang Yingwen and Chen Zijin, often inviting them over for dinner. Therefore, Wei Sherman was not only familiar with Chen Zijin but was, in fact, quite well acquainted with her. Imagining Chen Zijin's exquisite beauty, Wei Sherman asked in surprise, "Isn't Zijin's family well off? How could she be interested in this Li Heng? Do you think he is unworthy of Chen Zijin? I will refrain from commenting on him, but very few in our small town are truly deserving." Xiao Han echoed with curiosity. "I too am perplexed. I once inquired about this matter from Chen Zijin." Wei Sherman, inadvertently drawn into the conversation, asked with intrigue, "And what did she say?" Xiao Han playfully tapped the cat's head and replied mischievously, "What else could she say? Naturally, it's the adage that beauty is in the eye of the beholder." She remarked that those who fail to appreciate Li Heng are lacking in discernment. This statement struck Wei Sherman as quite awkward. She fixed her gaze on this impish girl, sensing that her daughter was subtly criticizing someone, yet she could not pinpoint any evidence. Noticing the impending irritation in her mother's eyes, Xiao Han squinted and smiled. Promptly distancing herself from any implication, those were Chen Zijing's exact words. "You cannot blame your own daughter. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with Yingwen." Suddenly, Wei Sherman's curiosity was piqued. Is the rumor true? Are Li Heng and Zijing? Xiao Han turned her head, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "What rumor?" Wei Sherman playfully smacked her daughter's arm. "Oh, you sly girl. What are you pretending for? I refuse to believe you haven't heard it. Last year, during the series of gatherings, everyone was abuzz with it. There were numerous versions, but they all conveyed a similar tale about a poor lad and the daughter of the Chen family." Continuing to tease the cat, Xiao Han remarked, "I have indeed heard of that rumor. It was said that Chen Zijing's aunt caught them in the act, but you understand the principle of keeping family scandals private. If her aunt truly witnessed it, how could it have leaked? Someone must be spreading falsehoods." Wei Sherman shook her head. "The version I heard differs. It is true that Zijing's aunt caught them, but someone happened to be passing by and overheard the incident through the window, which is how it spread. In fact, she believed this version more, as many rural houses of that era were built in a courtyard style, making it common for illicit encounters to be accidentally discovered. If we adhered strictly to the notion of keeping family secrets, the world would be at peace, devoid of gossip." Unbeknownst to her, she was indeed correct. The affair between Li Heng and Chen Zijing had been overheard by Aunt Fatty while passing by the Chen household, and it was she who had leaked the information. After speaking, Wei Sherman scrutinized her daughter closely, observing her expressions. It was the first time in her life she felt like an interrogator to her own mother. And Xiao Han, feeling a mix of despair and defiance, retorted, "If you were as young and beautiful as I am, would you consider a divorced man?" The term divorced man brought a smile to Wei Sherman's face as she replied, "Today, that rice, if I were to haggle, I might acquire it for a mere $1.70. But for your sake, I splurged an extra $3.70, and that will be deducted from your allowance." Hearing that her funds would be curtailed, Xiao Han, in a huff, vigorously scratched the cat, which lay submissively, wearing a look of sorrow. Witnessing this scene only broadened Wei Sherman's smile as she stood to leave. She couldn't help but reflect on how, since her daughter had grown up, she had finally managed to gain the upper hand, a sensation she found delightful. As for her daughter's relationship with Li Heng, she refrained from probing further, nor did she inquire why her daughter had chosen to assist him today. The presence of Chen Zijing explained everything. Certainly, what brings her? As a mother, even greater reassurance is the fact that over the past 6 years, her daughter has never uttered a single word about Li Heng at home. Thus, she chooses to place her trust in her daughter. During dinner, before Wei Sherman could inquire about the texture of the rice, her husband, Xiao Hai, had already taken a mouthful and remarked, "Have we switched to new rice?" Wei Sherman offered him a piece of chicken breast, asking how the newly purchased rice tasted. Xiao Hai adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and praised, "It's soft, glutinous, and sweet with a lingering flavor, far superior to the rice you bought previously." Upon hearing her husband's high praise, Wei Sherman lowered her head to taste a few bites and later joyfully stated, "Indeed, it's quite splendid. Tomorrow, I shall take 2 bags of rice to your elder sister." she ought to enjoy it. Chapter 18. Submission after departing from the Shao family. The mother and son parted ways. Taking advantage of the market day, when numerous chicks were available for sale, Tian Runny planned to purchase 12 fluffy chicks to take home. In the countryside, many families, in an effort to save money, hatch eggs from their own chickens. However, the old Li family, while adept at raising pigs and cattle, seemed to struggle with chickens, ducks, and geese. Not only was their hatching rate disappointingly low, but the survival rate was also dishearteningly meager. It was often considered a success if 5 or 6 out of the 12 chicks survived. Consequently, the neighbors in the village jokingly remarked that it was fair for the heavens to intervene, ensuring that the Li family could not excel in every endeavor. Li Heng had a clear objective and made his way directly to the newspaper stand beside the old bus station to seek out submission addresses for literary magazines. As anticipated, although Tianjin was merely a town and hardly a small city, the newspaper stand boasted a comprehensive array of magazines. In no time, Li Heng discovered submission addresses for renowned literary journals such as People's Literature, Harvest, October, Contemporary, and Flower City, among others. The newspaper stand owner, a man in his 50s with a scruffy beard, observed Li Heng's fervent browsing, noticing him flipping through various magazines and taking notes without making a purchase. The owner grew somewhat impatient. He rapped his smoking pipe and remarked, "Hey, young man, this isn't a library. These magazines are for sale. If you keep flipping through them, how will I sell them? Are you buying or not? If not, kindly move along." Undeterred by the unwelcoming tone, Li Heng, aware of his own shortcomings, simply picked up a copy of Story Club and inquired, "Sir, how much is this one?" The scruffy owner, still somewhat irritable, replied casually, 30 cents. Li Heng counted out 3 dimes from his pocket and handed them over, saying, "I'll take one." Seeing the young man genuinely parting with his money, the owner's demeanor softened considerably. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "What do you need all those submission addresses for?" "Oh, that," Li Heng replied. "I had a dream yesterday afternoon where I became a great writer, so today I thought I would try my luck." Li Heng possessed a remarkable ability to speak freely. The owner, puffing on his pipe and scrutinizing him from head to toe, noticed the youth's fixation on daydreaming instead of pursuing serious endeavors, prompting his eyelids to droop in disinterest. The post office was situated across the street from the old bus station and was not far off. He reached it by crossing a road. Upon entering the post office lobby, he suddenly found himself in a bit of a quandary. Due to time constraints, he had prepared only 2 copies of the 40,000-word manuscript for to live. With so many submission addresses to choose from, all belonging to esteemed authors, he was momentarily struck by indecision. In his previous life, he had enjoyed reading and occasionally wrote articles published in newspapers during his leisure time. He had heard of the 4 distinguished magazines, Contemporary, Flower City, and October, but his knowledge was merely hearsay. He was not part of the literary circle and lacked a profound understanding of the preferences and foundations of various literary magazines. The crux of the matter is that, due to the passage of time, he could not recall which magazine Chen Xiaomi was affiliated with. His motivation for submitting his work as a writer was twofold: to earn money and enhance his family's circumstances, as well as to gain a reputation that might alter the unfavorable image of Shimin Qing. Yet, he remained perplexed about the specific magazine where Chen Xiaomi worked. After rummaging through his memories for quite some time, he still could not find a lead, and a wave of discouragement washed over Li Heng. For a fleeting moment, he impulsively considered returning to confront Chen Zitong, inquiring about which institution his little aunt was employed at. However, this idea was extinguished almost immediately. He decided it was not worth the effort and would leave it to fate. Moreover, given that Chen Zitong had been nicknamed Little Loach since childhood, she was quite slippery. In light of the current discord between the Qin and Li families, she would not be easily swayed. Regardless, as long as he did not create a butterfly effect that altered the course of history, with the immense fame of to live, Chen Xiaomi would eventually come to know that a true dragon had emerged from the Li family. After contemplating the various submission addresses for a considerable time, Li Heng ultimately resolved to submit his manuscripts to People's Literature and Harvest. He had heard numerous rumors about People's Literature, which was said to be backed by the National Literature Publishing House and held a uniquely privileged position in the domestic literary sphere, akin to a wealthy second-generation inheritor born with a golden key. For someone with ambitious aspirations like him, this was nearly a mandatory choice. As for Harvest, it was merely a matter of preference. He found the name pleasing, and its connotation of abundance was quite auspicious. With his decision made, Li Heng chose the pen name Ping Xing Bu Wan. To ensure both safety and promptness, he indulged in a bit of extravagance. spending a considerable sum to dispatch his 2 manuscripts separately via postal service, to avoid any confusion between People's Literature and Harvest. He meticulously checked the packages 3 times before sending them off, adding a note at the end: should there be an interest in publication, please return with a contact number. With the school term commencing in 2 days, he opted not to use his home address for the dispatch. Instead, he filled in his English teacher's address and landline number. He chose his English teacher's residence because, as he recalled, the teacher lived near the school, was kind to him, and naturally inspired a sense of trust. As he filled in the landline number, he silently expressed gratitude to fate for allowing him to remember the first phone number he had memorized in life, 885708. It was as unforgettable as the phone number of his first love. Even after all these years, it lay quietly tucked away in his heart, untouched by nostalgia. Watching the 2 packages being collected by the staff, a latent worry flickered in Li Heng's mind. Would submitting to multiple publications offend anyone? In contemporary times, who would dare to be so reckless? An editor might swiftly teach him a lesson and blacklist him in an instant. Yet, his apprehension dissipated as he considered that the current submission landscape was relatively lenient, and with the lack of communication, no one would be aware of his multiple submissions as an unknown writer. Even if they did find out, they would likely be understanding. Considering he was a complete novice, innocence often breeds boldness. Or perhaps, they simply would not care. Of course, should he achieve fame in the future, he would have to avoid such practices. After all, one must respect the unwritten rules. Upon exiting the post office, Li Heng instinctively made his way to the local farmer's market. In his recollection, comrade Tian Runny often frequented this place to shop, as it offered a plethora of similar items, allowing for comparison and negotiation. After a thorough search, he indeed found her in the clothing section. "Xuanmei, we are old acquaintances, frequently purchasing garments from you. Is there any possibility of reducing the price on this outfit?" As he approached, Li Heng spotted his mother meticulously examining a white casual set, her hands delicately inspecting every detail, leaving no stitch overlooked. "Runny, this is already the best price I can offer. It is precisely because we have been friends for decades that I didn't raise the price for you. Just take a look at this style and feel the fabric. Can you find something comparable for just 13 yuan at another shop?" Chapter 19. Absurdity. Standing nearby and listening for a while, Li Heng finally grasped that the garment in his mother's hands was precisely the one his second sister had coveted. Previously, she had inquired about its price elsewhere, insisting on 16 yuan, which accounted for her reckless behavior. However, the tuition fees had only just been scraped together. Where would the extra funds for clothing come from? Just as Li Heng's doubts began to stir, Tian Runny had finished inspecting the clothing and stood up to address Xuanmei. 9 yuan. Will you sell it? Upon hearing this, Xuanmei, both amused and exasperated, picked up the garment and gestured, "Sister Runny, feel this fabric and admire the style. It's exquisite. Selling it to you for 9 yuan would leave me starving." Unmoved, Tian Runny remained steadfast, observing the surroundings and noting the absence of onlookers. Xuanmei lowered her voice. 12 yuan, Sister Runny, please take it. This is the cost price. Given our long-standing friendship, I assure you I will not earn a single penny from you, and please do not mention it outside. Tian Runny reviewed the clothing once more and concluded, 10 yuan. I will pay you next month. In these times, a laborer in the countryside earned merely 2 yuan a day, while a minor worker received 5 yuan, which meant that 10 yuan was equivalent to 5 days' wages, quite expensive. Xuanmei, being aware of the economic conditions of the Li family, showed no astonishment at the notion of credit. However, having known each other for many years, she trusted Tian Runny's character. After some deliberation, Xuanmei, wearing a resigned expression, replied, "Sister Runny, today I shall consider this as a favor for Lanlan's upcoming school term. Otherwise, I would never relent." With that, she retrieved a bag and packed the clothing, continuing to inquire, "Is this Lanlan's final semester? She will soon be assigned a job, correct?" Tian Runny affirmed with a sound. Xuanmei pressed further, "Has there been any word on her placement?" Tian Runny shook her head, indicating uncertainty, as Lanlan had not shared anything with the family. As Xuanmei handed over the clothes, the conversation shifted. "Over the years, my son has consistently praised Lanlan. He is graduating this year, and his father has leveraged connections to secure him a position at the Land Bureau. Perhaps we could arrange a meeting between the 2 children someday?" Tian Runny did not agree, but also did not outright refuse. She simply responded gently, "You know her fiery temperament. I cannot decide without consulting her." "Ah, a bit of fire is good. I prefer it that way, as it prevents one from being bullied," Xuanmei said with a smile, as she had taken quite a liking to Li Lan at first sight. However, ever since she had made such a jest in front of Li Heng. The latter had not visited her again. Upon leaving the agricultural market, the mother and son, living frugally, did not stop anywhere else and headed straight for Sherman Station. Li Heng refrained from questioning about the earlier incident, for he understood that despite his mother's amiable demeanor towards everyone, she harbored a certain pride and did not regard Shui Mei's child with much esteem. If Tian Runny was like this, then the second sister, with her lofty aspirations, would surely be even more so. Every time the market day arrives, the streets are teeming with a dense throng of people, shoulder to shoulder, creating an unbearable congestion. Li Heng and Tian Runny exerted tremendous effort to navigate through 2 streets to reach Sherman Station, nearly gasping for breath and drenched in perspiration. By this time, the rain had long ceased. Upon encountering some acquaintances from the production team, Tian Runny prepared to walk back when Li Heng said to her, "Mother, I shall not accompany you on foot. I will wait for Zhang Zhiyong." Tian Runny was all too aware of her son's nature. He had always been a lazy fellow, preferring to sit rather than stand, likely preoccupied with thoughts of the hand-pulled tractor. However, considering his close relationship with Zhiyong, she refrained from saying much, merely advising, "Your second sister is returning to school this afternoon. Do not linger outside too late. Come back early." "Rest assured, I will definitely return by noon," he replied, not particularly eager to undertake the journey. After all, it was a 10-mile trek, more than half of which was steep mountain paths, riddled with muddy potholes. He had already endured enough suffering on the way here. Why would he wish to endure more? As he watched Tian Runny and several village women depart, chatting and laughing, Li Heng sought a spot to rest, idly listening to the conversations around him. Initially, the discussions ranged widely from astronomy and geography to state affairs and trivial matters, encompassing all topics. This feeling was nostalgic, and he felt a warm sense of familiarity, silently admiring the breadth of knowledge exhibited by others. "Look at that. Who says farmers lack education?" Yet, as he continued listening, a disquieting shift occurred. It was unclear who initiated the change in conversation, but the topic abruptly turned to the funeral of Granny Chun from Shangwan village. The people spoke with admiration, declaring it an extraordinarily grand affair. A historical first for such a small town, and certainly a point of pride. An elderly man expressed his envy, saying, "If I could have such a spectacle at my funeral, I would die today without regret." A slender man chimed in, "Old master, you would need a son in a high position for that. Then you would have no worries." At this moment, a stout woman interjected, "I disagree. No matter how high the rank, there are always troubles. Look at Qin Gao Yuan's precious daughter. Wasn't she taken advantage of? I heard she is exceptional and is about to face the college entrance examination." Suddenly, the gossip felt alarmingly close to home. Lewin stiffened, an inexplicable anxiety gripping his heart. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, he was relieved to find only unfamiliar faces, not a single one recognizable. To ensure there was no oversight, he deliberately cleared his throat, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd momentarily before they returned to their conversations without much reaction. Feeling reassured, Li Heng ventured to engage, asking, "Sir, are you speaking of the Qin family from Shangwan village? Who possesses such capability?" The slender man scratched his head, tilting it with confusion. "What was the name again?" "I have momentarily forgotten." The stout woman interjected, "Li Heng. They say he is like the character Shimin Qing from the opera, quite eloquent and particularly skilled at charming women. Many village women say they wouldn't dare allow their daughters to associate with Li Heng, fearing deception. What on earth is this? When did I ever charm a woman in the village?" Li Heng felt a surge of embarrassment, nearly fainting from the sheer absurdity of it all. Goodness gracious. It truly seems that no good deed goes unpunished, while misdeeds travel far and wide. He never anticipated that his reputation would extend beyond Shangwan village and overshadow the town itself. In that moment, he felt that the infamous Li Heng, known for his indiscretions, had become rather insignificant, as his long-standing notoriety had been eclipsed by Li Heng. "I am still young. Must I be so modest?" In truth, he understood that the reason his affair with Chen Zijing had garnered such widespread attention lay in the prominence of the Chen family. Had they been an ordinary farming household, the tale would have been entirely different, with any negative repercussions confined within the village, never stirring ripples in the surrounding areas. Ultimately, it was human nature at play. To the locals of Qian Town, the Chun family was a prestigious household, one that they could only look up to. Such a rare opportunity to revel in the misfortunes of the illustrious family over a feast was simply too enticing to resist. Booming sounds echoed in the air as Zhang Zhiyong arrived, flamboyantly driving a hand tractor adorned with a throng of people. It seemed this fool had made quite a profit today. The moment he turned off the engine, he leaped from the vehicle and shouted towards Li Heng, "Li Heng! Li Heng! Come help!" Upon hearing Li Heng's name, the group that had been joking with him moments before fell into a stunned silence. They ceased their chatter, eyes wide in disbelief, as they instinctively turned to look. The speed at which their heads spun was remarkable. Fortunately, Li Heng was quick-witted. The instant the fool opened his mouth, he hurriedly turned away and dashed into a narrow alley, disappearing from sight. Is this young man Li Heng? From Shangwan village? Indeed. It must be. Grandpa Shou, the slender man, and the plump woman all gasped in shock, realizing they had just spoken absurdities with the very person involved. Yet, Li Heng had appeared genuinely intrigued, which was utterly ridiculous. It felt as though one had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 20. Time drifts approximately 20 minutes later. Zhang Jiong located Li Heng and immediately began to complain. You scoundrel! Why did you run away upon seeing me? Am I truly that unattractive? Just now, I was nearly suffocated. I intended to ask for your assistance in covering the fare. Li Heng interrupted him, expressing concern. Did anyone evade the fare? Huh? How could that be? A few shameless old women slipped away, but we are all acquaintances here. I chose to overlook it rather than create a scene. Zhang Jiong grinned. His teeth gritted in frustration. In rural areas, such incidents were not uncommon, and Li Heng, feeling no inclination to offer consolation, pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket and pressed it into Zhang Jiong's hand. This is leftover from sending items. Consider it your change. Without even glancing at the money, Zhang Jiong stuffed it into his pocket and eagerly pushed Li Heng to the left. Come, let us go to Chun Jie's noodle shop. I must tell you, the proprietress is quite alluring. Luan laughed teasingly. Alluring? How many of those have you encountered that are truly impressive? Though, I must say, you bear a striking resemblance. Zhang Jiong took pride in the comparison, responding cheekily. Though small, this chili pepper can still pack a punch all day long. Careful how you speak of her. That could be your stepmother. Luan thought to himself, refraining from revealing the truth. Chun Jie was a widow. Her husband had passed away in his 20s due to pneumonia. In those times, this illness would not have been considered severe. A brief hospital stay and a few injections would have sufficed. However, during the 1970s, many families struggled to afford even basic meals, let alone medical care. Even if they managed to scrape together some funds, where would they find the medicine? It was said that two groups were dispatched to seek medication, one to the provincial capital and the other to neighboring Wuhan, expending tremendous effort only to return with 4 vials of penicillin, which extended her life for 3 months, after which she succumbed due to lack of medicine. Although Chun Jie's noodle shop had recently opened, it was bustling with patrons, including children and women, yet predominantly men. The proprietress, as remembered, had a figure that was quite remarkable. She was undoubtedly more generously endowed than most, which explained why Zhang Jiong was so smitten. Proprietress? 2 bowls of noodles with extra spice, please, Li Heng called out as he entered, subsequently searching for an available seat. Zhang Jiong chimed in. And be generous with the mountain pepper oil. I love it. As Chun Jie was an acquaintance of his father, she recognized Zhang Jiong immediately, ensuring they received their orders quickly without the usual wait, and their portions were noticeably larger than those of others. Once the noodles arrived, and after the proprietress had retreated, Zhang Jiong, drooling with excitement, grinned and said narcissistically, Brother, enlighten me. Why do we receive more noodles for the same price? Is she perhaps taken with me? Li Heng, having just taken a bite, nearly choked with laughter. After a moment's consideration, he replied delicately, She knows your father. Either she is favoring him, or perhaps she simply overfilled your bowl. Don't be ridiculous. It is often said that a widow's doorstep is rife with disputes. But can one compare it to the charm of the neighborly sister? Upon the mention of the neighborly sister whose undergarments he once pilfered, Zhang Jiong immediately shifted his focus. Wearing a frown as he lamented, after graduating from vocational school, Sister Chi-Chi was assigned to work in Hengyang, and she hasn't returned for the new year since last year. I have no idea how she is faring. Luan glanced over, consuming his noodles with curiosity, and inquired, She is several years older than you. Are you still pining for her? A woman 3 years my senior is like holding a gold brick. I am quite fond of those who are older than I. Besides, I have invested so much energy into her. How could I simply forget? As he spoke, Zhang Jiong was suddenly reminded of their sordid past, and his confidence wavered. Li Heng, upon hearing the mention of energy, could not suppress a chuckle, though he refrained from exposing the truth and urged, Hurry up and eat. We must return soon, as my second sister has to head to school this afternoon. Oh, the title has changed. Today she is referred to as second sister? Zhang Jiong exclaimed dramatically, as if he were just meeting Li Heng for the first time, glancing about with childlike curiosity. It was no wonder that his naive reaction felt jarring. Li Heng had never held a favorable opinion of Li Lan in the past. Having grown up with Zhang Zhiyong in tow, the two were often subjected to beatings together. Emerging from those encounters severely bruised, their arms swollen, leaving behind deep psychological scars that haunted them. The matter of reincarnation was too convoluted to explain. And Li Heng remained ambiguous, merely stating, setting aside everything else, her defending me against the hefty ant merits a thumbs up from me. Indeed. She is quite the role model. Zhang Zhiyong had witnessed Li Lan brandishing a sickle to chase after the hefty ant, and he was thoroughly impressed. Once they had finished their noodles, Zhang Zhiyong did not linger, eager to earn his living expenses. He took his brother along, and they wobbled down the road in a hand tractor towards the village. Midway, Li Heng encountered a comical scene. The father and son who had splattered him with mud that morning had slipped into a water-filled rice paddy. The hefty boy sat crying in the field, his bicycle seemingly irreparably deformed and unrideable. Spotting Li Heng, the boy flashed a polite smile, which incited laughter from him. Infuriated, the boy forgot his tears and hurled a handful of mud in Li Heng's direction. Such wildness! So unabashedly untamed. The mud missed Li Heng but landed in the back of the tractor, prompting a chorus of laughter from the women around, creating a delightful atmosphere as they returned to Shuwan village. Upon entering the house, Li Lan had finished packing and was ready to depart. Observing her younger brother's significant transformation, she surprisingly cast aside her previous indifference and earnestly advised him, with only 6 months until the college entrance examination. You must strive to excel and gain admission to a prestigious university. You should certainly marry a better wife than Chen Zijing and show those narrow-minded villagers what true success looks like. Li Heng looked at her eagerly, assisting with her luggage. As they reached the door, Li Lan abruptly turned back and cryptically warned, "It would be best if you do not pursue a relationship with Yang Yingwen." Li Heng was taken aback. "Did Yang Yingwen provoke you?" Li Lan coolly replied, "She dares." She added, "Yang Yingwen is not sufficiently attractive to overshadow Chen Zijing." Li Heng remarked, "As expected of our second sister, her innate competitiveness cannot tolerate any defeat." After she departed, she did not look back once she crossed the threshold. Zhang Zhiyong, the street rogue, behaved as meekly as a little turtle in her presence, dutifully driving her to the town without daring to utter a word. Once he saw Li Lan board the bus, Zhang Zhiyong turned to Li Heng and inquired, "When shall we return to school? Tomorrow or the day after?" Li Heng casually asked, "Did Yang Yingwen inquire about you?" Zhang Zhiyong replied with dissatisfaction, "How could that be? She wouldn't be leaving with us anyway. So why would she ask?" After pondering for a moment, Li Heng responded, "Perhaps the day after tomorrow. I need to help my family gather some firewood tomorrow." "What firewood? You mean chopping trees?" "I'll come help you tomorrow," Zhang Zhiyong gallantly offered. "That works. Trees do burn longer." Chapter 21. The Pretentious Girl and Deep Brotherhood on the 12th day of the first lunar month, which corresponds to February 9th, 1987, in the Gregorian calendar. The heavens seemed to be in a disgruntled mood, relentlessly pouring rain accompanied by a biting north wind. It was unbearably cold. Before dawn, the slumbering Li Heng was roused by Tian Runye's voice, urging him to rise. "It's the third crow of the rooster. You must get up now." In their home, there were no watches or alarm clocks. The only mechanical watch belonging to Li Jianguo had long since broken, and there were no funds to repair it. If one needed to rise early for a journey, they could only rely on the rooster's crowing in the faint light of dawn to estimate the time. Li Heng, who had been up late writing the night before, struggled to awaken, his eyelids heavy and uncooperative, his body feeling utterly lethargic, devoid of any strength, and lacking the desire to move. However, he understood that he had no choice but to get up in those times. There was but a single bus departing for Shao City, and he had to catch it. Otherwise, he would have to change buses 3 times, which was not only time-consuming and exhausting, but also fraught with the risk of encountering pickpockets, or worse. Many seasoned travelers had sternly warned the villagers that some drivers had lost their integrity and colluded with local gangs. After passing through Chijiang town, they would often pick a remote hillside stretch to let their accomplices on board and rob passengers. Thus, despite being a reincarnated individual, Li Heng felt powerless against the overwhelming tide of his era and resigned himself to catch the early bus. It was said that the driver was a veteran of the Vietnam War, imbued with a sense of righteousness. Passengers seldom encountered trouble when traveling with him, and his reputation had spread far and wide, earning universal acclaim. Just as he finished his morning ablutions, Zhang Zhiyong arrived, carrying a bag, which saved Li Heng the trouble of calling out at Zhang's door, where he might have been pursued by dogs. Moreover, There was a chance he might unexpectedly stumble upon his father in a rather compromising situation beneath a locust tree or in some bushes. This was no mere jest. In matters of romantic escapades, the nearby villages had their own tales of the three great kings, with Zhang Zhiyong's father undeniably holding the top position. Even the infamous Li Heng, notorious for his indiscretions, could not compete. After all, the three great kings were known for their genuine charm and affections, never preying on innocent families, and were bold enough to flaunt their exploits. In contrast, Li Heng's affair with his daughter-in-law was simply despicable. Li Heng accepted the various jars and bottles handed to him by Tian Runyi, placing them into his backpack, filled with vegetables, including his cherished cured meats. Of course, there were also jars of pickled chili, pickled green beans, and pickled radishes in abundance. Li Heng inquired of Zhang Zhiyong, "Is it just you? What about young Yingwen? Isn't she coming along?" At the mention of this, Zhang Zhiyong's demeanor shifted to one of indignation, nearly leaping to confront. "What do you mean, coming along? I just want to call her, and her mother said she left yesterday afternoon. That arrogant girl, didn't he even bother to inform us?" Reflecting on his past experiences, Li Heng speculated that she might have spent the night at Xiaohan's house. Ironically, although Yang Yingwen excelled academically, she possessed a timid disposition and a profound fear of ghosts. Curiously, the route from one village to the town passed by two large cemeteries, one of which had once served as an execution ground, where individuals of all ages and causes of death were buried. For instance, the hanging beams, the executions, the beheadings, the women in labor, and the children who perish on the way. Such images evoke terror. Those lacking courage would truly hesitate to pass by at night. After meticulously inspecting his backpack to ensure his books and manuscripts were intact, Li Heng turned to bid farewell to Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi. "Father, mother, I am leaving. There is no need for you to see me off. The cold outside is quite severe, especially considering your health, father. Please, rest early. Take care and be cautious on your way. If you encounter any strangers, keep your distance," the couple responded, though they still accompanied him to the village entrance. Their concerns were not unfounded. In these times, with no inclination to venture out for side jobs, families rarely left the village after dinner during the agricultural off-season. Neighbors might visit briefly to chat, but those who traveled at night were likely either in urgent need of something or harbored ill intentions. At this moment, Zhang Zhiyong, shaking his thigh, boasted, "Uncle Li, Aunt Tian, do not worry, I carry a knife. If any scoundrel dares to provoke us, I shall ensure he feels my wrath." Having long been accustomed to this brashness, Tian Runyi and Li Jiangguo merely smiled, relinquishing any attempts at admonishment. After walking approximately 3 miles from Shangwan village, they arrived at Miao Street. Though termed a street, this designation hardly pertained to the living. Towering mountains surrounded them, and for 600 meters in either direction, there was no sign of life. Only a small temple nestled beneath a massive stone, as wide as a basketball court, dedicated to the goddess Sansheng. Behind the stone lay an endless expanse of graves. As they approached this ominous sight, the eerie cawing of crows silenced Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong, who had been sharing laughter. Meeting each other's gaze, Li Heng deftly retrieved a box of matches from his pocket and, with a nervous flick, ignited one. Zhang Zhiyong promptly produced a bundle of straw from under his arm and held it to the flame until it caught fire. With the matchbox tucked away, Li Heng inquired, "Are you ready?" Zhang Zhiyong adjusted his backpack and raised the flaming straw, declaring, "Ready." Illuminated by the flickering light, Li Heng commanded, "Run." As the word escaped his lips, both took off, racing forward without glancing at the earthen graves flanking them. Even if they heard sounds behind, they resolutely refused to look back, propelling themselves through the eerie mountain hollow. Their audacity to traverse the night was born from the necessity during the beginning of the school year when they had often found their living expenses pilfered by the Liu brothers, leaving them without funds for groceries. Unable to swallow mere rice, they resorted to rushing home after evening classes to retrieve vegetables. Through this cycle, their courage gradually grew, and both families became accustomed to the notion that, even at midnight, they would no longer be seen off. To speak candidly, the elders of both families are even more timid than this cursed place. It remains uncertain who is truly sinning whom. Suddenly, amidst their journey, Li Heng inquired, "Old Yong, are you afraid?" Zhang Zhiyong, mustering his courage, replied, "Afraid of what? I have a knife." Li Heng teased him, "Blow on the torch and see." Confused, Zhang Zhiyong asked, "What is the matter?" "Just blow," Li Heng urged. Obediently, Zhang Zhiyong blew on the torch. Li Heng asked, "Did you see a multitude of furry mouths blowing together?" "Damn it," Zhang Zhiyong, whose heart had been tightly wounded, suddenly felt a chill emanating from his crown, gritted his teeth, and quickened his pace, surpassing Li Heng. Li Heng burst into laughter, matching his speed, and said in unison, "Let us sing the national anthem." They sang, "Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves, with our flesh and blood." This had become their signature piece, a testament to their brotherhood, as whenever fear gripped them, they would raise their voices in song. Their harmonies reverberated through the night, strikingly vivid amidst the darkness. One could only wonder if their companions along the roadside were terrified to the core. Regardless, in a nostalgic scene, Li Heng traversed the treacherous mountain paths and arrived at the town. At this hour, the dawn had yet to fully break, casting a dim light that rendered the buildings along the streets faintly visible. Early vendors had already set up their stalls, selling primarily steamed buns, mantou, and xiao mai, calling out to passers-by with the unoriginal chant, "Children, are you having breakfast?" Freshly made. Their slogans, neither novel nor peculiar, aimed to entice even a single customer. The bus station, situated on the western edge of the town, was small and rather dilapidated, adorned with wall slogans proclaiming service to the people. Each day, only a handful of buses would come and go. Its public restroom, year after year, flowed with yellow water, dissuading anyone without a resolute spirit from entering, forcing them to seek refuge in the mountains behind. "Children, where are you headed?" Before reaching the station entrance, the bus ticket seller had already jogged over to attract customers, his enthusiasm so fervent that spittle nearly flew into their faces. Li Heng subtly shifted to the side and inquired, "To Xiao City, are there any seats available?" "Yes, plenty. Hurry up and get on," the seller exclaimed, gripping his arm with unrelenting warmth. Li Heng had thought he had arrived early, only to realize upon boarding that he had been overly naive. The seller was clearly spinning tall tales. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 30 passengers within, with all the prime seats taken, leaving only 3 isolated spots in the last row. Unexpectedly yet unsurprisingly, he encountered several familiar faces. All classmates who had entered Xiao City No. 1 high school together for the high school entrance examination. For instance, sitting in the second-to-last row was Xiao Feng. Despite sharing the surname Xiao, she bore no relation to Xiao Han, being slender and hailing from the Jinmin mine in Shikiapo. She was the closest individual to Yang Yingwen, having once lagged behind him by a mere point in a midterm exam, almost severing his golden path and claiming the top position in the school. However, she has always been an academic prodigy, and even upon entering Xiao City No. 1 high school, she was a remarkable figure. If memory serves correctly, this young lady should have gained admission to Tsinghua University. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to him, as their correspondence has been limited. Upon seeing Li Heng board the vehicle, the typically taciturn Xiao Feng cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Clearly, she had heard of someone's romantic exploits during the winter vacation. Receiving her gaze, Li Heng graciously greeted her, "Good morning, comrade Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng, ever economical with words, remained silent but continued to regard him. "Hey, Li Heng, you truly are handsome. Your legend could easily be inscribed among the century's 100 greatest cases," interjected another familiar face. Yang Cheng, who was seated beside Xiao Feng. He was a short, stout boy who had once excelled in middle school, consistently ranking among the top 5. But for reasons unknown, his high school performance had faltered, and now striving to break into the top 100 had become his ambitious goal. Li Heng halted before him, extended a fist, and inquired, "Are you genuinely complimenting me, or do you seek a beating?" Yang Cheng shrank his neck and replied, "By the heavens above and the earth below, I wholeheartedly praise." Li Heng retracted his fist and nodded in agreement. Indeed, exceptional individuals share a similar perspective. As he had anticipated, Yang Yingwen had failed to leave yesterday and was now seated at the back with Xiao Han, occasionally exchanging a few words with the two in the front. Naturally, this young fellow was rather inconsiderate, so I shall refrain from elaborating on that point. He did not even bid them farewell upon his departure. Today, Xiao Han donned a striking red jacket, her eyes bright and profound, with her long, fine, straight hair cascading down her alabaster neck, complemented by a pink hairpin and earrings, retaining her timeless beauty. In fact, this young woman was so stunning that she seemed to be a natural clothes hanger, looking exquisite in whatever she wore. Noticing Li Heng striding directly toward her, Xiao Han suddenly summoned her courage, slightly raised her right hand, and smiled to greet him. "Hi, Li Heng." Just then, the ticket collector boomed. "The bus is about to depart. Please have your change ready, as tickets will be collected shortly." This was the considerate gesture of the ticket collector and driver, who endeavored to avoid collecting tickets mid-journey, fearing that pickpockets might target passengers' wallets during the ride. Distracted by the ticket collector's announcement, Li Heng failed to notice Xiao Han's subtle gesture and did not hear her greeting. He took a long stride past her and plopped down in the back row by the window, exhaling deeply to relax. Traversing such a lengthy mountain road had truly exhausted him. Xiao Han lingered for a moment, then raised her left hand and discreetly tugged at her right arm, subsequently chastising herself for her lack of resolve by pinching her right hand with her left. Internally, she reassured herself, surely no one noticed? It's fine. I remain that subtly pretentious girl. Zhang Zhiyong had always suffered from a fear of beautiful women. Upon seeing his close friend occupy the window seat, he stood in the aisle, too timid to sit beside Xiao Han. Lacking common sense, he shot furtive glances at Li Heng, who pretended not to see. Closing his eyes to rest, unyielding, Zhang Zhiyong resorted to his secret weapon, a round of playful teasing. Li Heng remained unfazed, continuing to tease him. Zhang Zhiyong increased his stakes, declaring 2 meals, do not be excessive. Li Heng opened his eyes and languidly remarked, additionally, a pound of spicy sea flour. In this era, to indulge in spicy sea flour in Shao City undoubtedly signifies one's elevated status, priced at an exorbitant 1 yuan per pound, astoundingly expensive. It remains a mystery why those unscrupulous vendors would dare to set such inflated prices. Could it be due to the challenges of transportation? Zhang Zhiyong's heart ached. Yet he bore it with restraint. Deal. Having witnessed the tumultuous camaraderie between the two, once they switched seats, Yang Yingwen finally spoke. Li Heng, Zhang Zhiyong. Why have you both only just arrived? The vehicle is about to depart. In an instant, the previously quarreling Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong unified as brothers, simultaneously turning their heads to gaze out the window, choosing to ignore him. Chapter 22. The scheme of revenge succeeds. Seeing Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong, whom she had known since childhood, targeting her, Yang Yingwen could no longer afford to be indulgent. She unleashed her full fury. Hey, are you two even men? I'm terrified of ghosts, and you both are well aware of that. Why must you be so petty? Do you want me to run down here shouting and screaming in the morning? I am, after all, a girl. Zhang Zhiyong pouted and muttered. So what if you're a girl? Do girls not relieve themselves? Nonsense. Yang Yingwen ignored him and fixed her gaze directly on Li Heng. In her understanding, Zhang Zhiyong was merely Li Heng's shadow, so she aimed straight for the heart of the matter. Under her intense stare, Li Heng began to feel uneasy and bitterly protested. Don't act all wronged. I share a connection with you, yet you plot against me. What use is a friend like you? Just get lost. Zhang Zhiyong immediately chimed in. Exactly. You're not even pretty. Just beat it. Yang Yingwen angrily kicked Zhang Zhiyong and, in a fit of rage, glared at Li Heng. Spouting nonsense. Who shares a connection with you? Who cares? Finding you is worse than finding Zhu Beiji. At least Zhu Beiji knows how to please his wife. Li Heng retorted, then go find Zhu Beiji, but he can't register for marriage. Marrying close relatives is forbidden. At this, Yang Qing in the front row could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter that resembled a pig's squeal. Even the usually serious Xiao Feng perked up, her book long forgotten, turning to glance at the bickering pair with astonishment. Xiao Han, a naturally pretentious girl, stood out even more amid the laughter of others, remaining calm and composed. However, she understood the importance of moderation in her pretentiousness if she wished to coexist harmoniously with her peers. With a gentle smile, she pulled the combative Yang Yingwen aside, acting as a peacemaker. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan chair is carried by all. Since they were all acquaintances and friends without deep-seated grudges, Xiao Han wisely provided an exit for the argument. In the midst of their bickering, Li Heng and Yang Yingwen gradually retreated a step back, leading to a gradual calming of tensions. The bus set off. The distance from Qizhen to Shao City exceeded 200 miles, and given the poor road conditions filled with potholes, the journey was anything but smooth. Even with the driver speeding, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to reach the school. During this lengthy and tedious journey, the 6 individuals who had attended the same school for both middle and high school shared a natural affinity. After the ruckus between Li Heng and Yang Yingwen, the atmosphere relaxed, and the group slowly began to converse. Even the reticent Xiao Feng found herself occasionally contributing to the discussion. Amid their chatter, Zhang Zhiyong suddenly brought up the grievances between Li Heng and Xiao Han from their first year of middle school. With Li Heng sitting between them, Zhang Zhiyong grew bolder and asked Xiao Han, Xiao Han, I have a question that has lingered in my mind for almost 6 years, and I've never found an answer. May I ask you today? Xiao Han, puzzled, looked over and inquired, what question? Zhang Zhiyong asked, why did you take my brother's seat back in the first year? This inquiry is rather pointed. It stems from the fact that Li Heng and Xiao Han were both prominent figures during their middle and high school years, and those around them were intrigued, gazing intently at Xiao Han. In truth, it was not only Zhang Zhiyong who was puzzled. Yang Yingwen, Xiao Feng, and Yang Cheng shared the same bewilderment. Although Xiao Han typically exuded an air of arrogance and was dismissive of strangers, she was quite amiable with acquaintances and friends. What could possibly compel her to brazenly usurp Li Heng's seat, and not just once, but twice? It was utterly absurd, a mystery that left many perplexed. Amidst the gazes directed at her, Xiao Han lowered her head, her eyes darting about, and then lifted her gaze, pressing her lips together in a futile attempt to conceal her embarrassment, finally revealing a shy smile. With a bright, clear voice, she confessed, at that time, "I thought he was a delinquent who didn't need to study, so it felt justifiable to take his seat." Upon hearing this, Li Heng cast a sidelong glance at her. Receiving his enigmatic gaze, Xiao Han maintained her smile, though it lacked its usual ease. She lowered her head once more to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers grazing her left earlobe, which felt alarmingly hot. Having audaciously seized his seat twice, she had secretly pondered for 6 years during middle and high school about how Li Heng perceived this incident. What were his thoughts on her as a person? After all, in terms of beauty and academic accomplishments, she had garnered quite a reputation from middle school through high school, with frequent compliments and envy directed her way. She had gradually accepted the notion of herself as a celebrity in her subconscious. Yet, at this very moment, she unraveled the mystery she had long contemplated. What celebrity? Merely a mundane name, nothing more. However, her greatest skill lay in feigning sincerity, ensuring that her melancholy remained concealed. Moreover, even in failure, today marked a record-breaking day, a milestone of sorts. Though it was not particularly joyous, she had mustered the courage to greet him for the first time with genuine emotion. Even if she received no response, she reflected on whether her attempt to engage him was an intrusion akin to a salesperson's, or if he had deliberately chosen to ignore her. Perhaps the presence of Chun Zijin between them played a role, while the others continued to chatter merrily. She found herself lost in thought, until a piece of candy wavered in front of her, prompting her to quickly smile and accept it. In the spirit of reciprocity, Xiao Han retrieved half a bag of white rabbit milk candies from her backpack to share with everyone, cheerfully proclaiming that good things should be enjoyed together, not hoarded alone. In this era, white rabbit milk candies were considered a luxury item, not only pricey but also in short supply, making them inaccessible to the average person. Naturally, their popularity was matched by their delightful taste. With an array of snacks enhancing the atmosphere, the enthusiasm for conversation intensified, and the back of the bus became more vibrant than a party. When the bus halted for a few minutes at the Liudu Zhai gas station for refueling, passengers were also permitted to use the restroom. Observing that Yang Yingwen, Xiao Feng, Yang Cheng, and Zhang Zhiyong had all disembarked, Xiao Han hesitated before stepping out, smiling warmly as she turned to the lingering Li Heng. "Mr. Li, may I ask you a question? This girl is Xiao Han, a person whom I have encountered in a previous life and who is notoriously difficult to deal with." Li Heng instinctively rejected her. "No." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt a momentary suffocation. Fortunately, she was a girl who cherished her pride, striving to maintain a smile on her rigid face. Yet, despite her efforts, she felt somewhat embarrassed and immediately turned her head to avoid his piercing gaze. Just as she was about to apologize, expressing her regret for the interruption, another voice interjected from behind. Li Heng habitually remarked, "If you wish to ask me who is more beautiful between you and Song Yu, I advise you not to waste your breath. I cannot be bothered to answer." This was the very question that had preoccupied Xiao Han in her past life, one she had persistently pursued him to answer. After uttering those words, Li Heng stood frozen in place, only then realizing he had misspoken, that his thoughts had fallen into a habitual pattern, a reflexive memory of muscle. The past life does not dictate the present. In this life, the relationship between Xiao Han and him remains at the level of ordinary classmates. How could she shamelessly pose such an intimate question? Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Han appeared momentarily dazed. Once she regained her composure, her exquisitely beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she inexplicably leaned forward and asked, "In your opinion, who is more beautiful, I or Song Yu?" The moment the question escaped her lips, Xiao Han felt she had lost her mind. Surely she had. She inwardly admonished herself. "What are you doing?" Although her heart was in disarray, her exterior still bore an air of composure, a semblance of control. Gazing at him with a half-smile, Li Heng was at a loss for words, fully aware that this girl was one to seize opportunities, with a rather cunning disposition. To be honest, both girls were the most beautiful he had encountered in his previous life, one from middle school, the other from high school. The memories of those times were precious to him, and he was loath to pit the two most dazzling gems against one another. He believed that all the boys who had harbored secret affections for them during their school years felt similarly. For such an act would be sacrilege, not only against them, but also against the youthful emotions he had invested in his own past. Li Heng tactfully circumvented the topic. Redirecting the conversation, "What were you intending to ask me earlier?" Noticing his reluctance to answer her pointed question, Xiaohan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Maintaining her smile as she inquired, "Oh, that. Huh. Are you not afraid that my question might be even more embarrassing?" Li Heng nodded, thus, "I will consider my response carefully before deciding whether to answer." After pausing to observe his profile for 2 seconds, she clasped her hands behind her back, cleared her throat, and asked, "Since returning from winter break, I have frequently heard rumors about you and Chen Zijing. May I inquire if there is any truth to the stories?" Li Heng smiled, revealing his neat, white teeth as he countered, "What would you prefer the truth to be, real or fabricated?" The lightness of his smile suddenly pierced Xiaohan's heart, reviving the pain of years spent suppressing her feelings while witnessing his affection for Chen Zijing. How long was she to retreat? How long was she to cower in fear? Ultimately, what was she truly afraid of? Xiaohan, with a pitiful expression, lamented, "During my middle school years, whether in the dormitory or on the streets, I often overheard some girls discussing you, some favorable, some unfavorable. You were truly quite the sensation back then. Throughout high school, many girls from different classes approached me, inquiring about your name, including some of my friends." Li Heng, intrigued, asked, "Did you tell those friends? How did you introduce me?" As he lightly twisted the toe of his right shoe in the dirt, Xiaohan smiled coyly and replied, "At that tender age of blossoming youth, encountering a compatible opposite gender was rare. Back then, I couldn't bear to divulge the details of your relationship with Chen Zijing. But now, I can finally breathe easy and state plainly, the impoverished youth has indeed shared a bed with the esteemed Chen family's daughter. So there's no need to harbor any lingering thoughts." Upon hearing this audacious remark, Li Heng's face twitched, his expression gradually freezing as he fell into silence. The combination of impoverished boy and Chen family's noble daughter was more devastating than Xiaohan had anticipated. She questioned the motive behind her harsh words. Why had she uttered such biting remarks? Was it directed at Li Heng? After all, he was Li Heng. Yet, in a moment of impulsive fervor, the words escaped her lips. Strangely, upon witnessing his provoked reaction, Xiaohan felt no remorse. Rather, a sense of secret delight crept in, a delight devoid of moral clarity. It was akin to a petty person's scheme achieving its desired revenge. Let you sleep with Chen Zijing. Let you appear more carefree than I ever could. Let you and Chen Zijing display your intimacy before me for a prolonged 5 years. Did you truly believe I was a doormat? Did you think I was a pushover? In that moment, it felt as if 3 identical versions of herself emerged in her mind. One observed him with rational calmness. Another cast a venomous gaze, scoffing disdainfully. The last wore a sorrowful expression, heartbroken as she looked at him. As for which version prevailed, she could not discern. All she knew was that as their gazes locked for an extended moment, her thoughts began to drift away, ultimately landing in a void of emptiness. Xiaohan, Li Heng, what are you two dawdling for? There is still a long way to go. Shouldn't you be heading to the restroom? Just as the two were caught in their awkward reverie, Yang Yingwen, who had returned first, inserted himself between them, patting one and then the other as he urged them onward. Noticing their lack of movement, Yang Yingwen glanced around and asked with concern, "You two aren't arguing?" "Are you?" "No, I'm just discussing rice with him. My father is quite fond of the rice from his family and mentioned wanting to purchase some more," Xiaohan replied, regaining her composure and smiling brightly. The fact that Tian Runny had been selling rice at the market for years was no secret in Wan Village. So Yang Yingwen had no reason to doubt her. He simply asked again, "So, are you going to the restroom or not?" "I will. I'll accompany you." As they prepared to leave, Yang Yingwen turned to Li Heng and asked, "Aren't you coming?" Li Heng waved his hand dismissively. "You both go ahead. I'll wait here for you." As the vehicle resumed its journey, it seemed as though a certain spirit had been severed, and the group lost their previous fervor for conversation. Zhang Zhiyong and Yang Cheng had succumbed to slumber, their postures remarkably alike, with their mouths agape like that of sharks, their heads tilted at odd angles. The only distinction was that the portly Yang Cheng was snoring, his snores resonating louder than an aircraft engine, seemingly disturbing Xiaofeng. She glanced at the only vacant seat in the last row and shifted over. Before long, the 3 girls reignited their chatter, chattering animatedly as they huddled together once more. Chapter 23. What do you take me for? Hey, Li Heng, why aren't you talking to us? Are you feeling unwell? As Li Heng sat silently, engrossed in his thoughts, young Ingwen raised his voice, directing his words towards him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng turned her head to glance at him. But Xiao Han remained motionless, preoccupied with her candy, whimsically transforming the white rabbit milk candy into various shapes for her own amusement. Li Heng instinctively cast a fleeting look at Xiao Han, who, like a mouse spotting a cat, hesitated momentarily before subtly averting her gaze. She acknowledged that she had just mocked him moments ago, having recently gleaned the unequivocal truth of his encounter with Qin Zijing. How could she maintain her composure and indifference in front of him now? Unless she truly did not care. Or unless she were inherently foolish enough to graciously offer blessings even after such an intimate encounter. Alternatively, she would have to possess an extraordinary depth of character to feign tolerance towards it all. Yet, she was none of these, and thus, she resorted to sulking, adopting an air of detached indifference to mask her disheartenment. She felt somewhat embarrassed, yet Li Heng was not surprised. This girl had treated him this way before. Her past transgressions numerous as the stars in the sky. He gently addressed young Ingwen. I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well last night and feel a bit drowsy now. You all carry on. I might take a short nap. Really? You're okay? Yes. Yang Ingwen cast a sidelong glance at his friend Xiao Han, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Finally, he said, then rest a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive. All right. Uncertain of what transpired thereafter, Li Heng indeed dozed off, and when he awoke again, he discovered the bus had halted at a desolate mountain's edge, far removed from any signs of civilization. The vehicle was now empty, sending a jolt of panic through him. Moments later, he heard voices outside and leaned out to investigate. A number of people were gathered in a nearby clearing, resting and chatting. Li Heng called out to the nearest Xiao Feng, Comrade Xiao Feng, what is going on? Why isn't the bus moving? Responding to her name, Xiao Feng, typically reticent, turned to reply, the bus broke down. The driver has gone to the nearby town to fetch some parts. Li Heng inquired further, when will he return? How would I know? He left a while ago. He should be back soon. Noticing his continued gaze, Xiao Feng hesitantly added, have you rested enough? Would you like to come out and breathe some fresh air? How unfortunate that we broke down, Li Heng lamented, feeling frustrated. In a more advanced era, they would have long since transferred to another bus bound for Shao City. But now it was 1987, and early spring had just begun. Not only was it unlikely to flag down another bus, but he hadn't seen a single one pass by in half an hour. Eventually, he did spot a bus, but it was returning from the county, heading in the completely wrong direction. According to the ticket seller, it is now past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, approaching 3, and there are virtually no vehicles arriving. Those on the road are predominantly returning. The implication is clear. One can only wait in vain, no matter how anxious one feels. A few older passengers, perhaps weary from the prolonged wait, began to voice their grievances vociferously. However, the ticket seller swiftly quelled their discontent with a single retort. If you're unwilling to wait, I can refund your fare. And you may seek your own means of departure. Goodness, in such desolate surroundings, with daylight waning, who would dare take such a risk? Li Heng disembarked and made his way directly to Xiao Han and Xiao Feng, who were seated on a large rock, and inquired curiously, why are only the two of you here? What about Zhang Zhiyong and the others? He directed his question at Xiao Han, yet she was lost in thought, arms wrapped around her knees, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Xiao Feng glanced between Li Heng and Xiao Han, sensing a potential conflict, and intervened. Ingwen might have an upset stomach. She's been in pain and went to town with the driver. Zhang Zhiyong and Yang Cheng were worried and went along with her. We decided to stay back and watch the luggage. This arrangement seemed sensible. In these tumultuous times, two boys are undoubtedly more capable than girls outside, rendering the situation less perilous. Li Heng expressed his concern. Is Ingwen in severe pain? Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Han, noticing her continued silence, and responded, it came on suddenly. I saw her sweating profusely at that moment, so it must be quite uncomfortable. However, Ingwen is robust enough to walk. Let us hope for good news. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Feng abruptly stood up and declared, you two continue your conversation. I will step away for a moment. Where are you going? Do you want me to accompany you? Li Heng inquired. No. Your presence would be counterproductive. As she spoke, Xiao Feng's face flushed slightly, yet she departed without looking back, quite resolutely. Counterproductive? Is she off to the restroom? That would indeed be rather embarrassing. Li Heng pondered this and redirected his attention to Xiao Han, his gaze brightening as he stubbornly scrutinized her profile. Even though she offered no response, Xiao Han felt a slight dizziness. What was he up to? She had diligently cultivated a state of tranquility for quite some time, only to have him cavort with Qin Zijing moments prior. What was this supposed to mean? Do you see that little boy to the left up ahead? Li Heng whispered. He has been secretly watching you since we boarded. Surely he doesn't have a crush on you, does he? Xiao Han shot him an incredulous glance and retorted sharply. Isn't it perfectly normal for him to have feelings for me? I am quite the attractive young lady. Such was her nature. When silent, she was unassuming. But when she spoke, her words were always piercing. Li Heng chuckled and shifted his gaze to her backpack, asking, Did you bring any snacks? I'm feeling quite hungry. Xiao Han promptly declined. No, I didn't. Li Heng murmured, My nose is quite sensitive. I can smell cream. In truth, he had not detected any scent of cream, but was merely speculating based on past experiences. Knowing this girl had a penchant for pastries and would typically carry a pack in her bag at the start of each school term, Xiao Han gazed at the tips of the grass beneath her feet and once again declined, stating, Even if I had some, I wouldn't share it with you. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward after this playful rejection. Li Heng cast a glance at his backpack and then at her unyielding demeanor before averting his gaze and saying, Very well, let us converse another day. I shall go in search of something to eat. With that, he rose and swiftly departed. It was not until the sound of his footsteps faded into the distance that Xiao Han slowly lifted her head to steal a glance at his retreating figure. Chapter 24. The fury of incompetence having long surpassed the hour for lunch, hunger gnawed at him, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Yet, rather than seeking sustenance, he descended to the riverbank to linger for a time. This desolate place offered no signs of civilization. Where could one possibly find food? The stream flowed serenely, crystal clear, and he even spotted a school of small fish swimming joyfully against the current. After standing there for approximately 10 minutes, Li Heng could no longer endure the biting chill of the river breeze, turning back to ascend the road and return to the vehicle. With no pastries to indulge in, he resolved to settle for vegetables, recalling that his mother had tucked a can of cured meat into his bag. Driven by desperation, he decided to partake in it first. However, upon reaching his seat, he was taken aback, staring vacantly at a package of lotus leaf pastries laid before him. Their appearance was particularly enticing, likely crafted by Wei Sherman herself. This lady was known for her culinary prowess, not only excelling in savory dishes but also mastering a variety of pastries and desserts. Turning his gaze towards the window, he observed Xiao Han engaging in cheerful conversation with Xiao Feng, who had just returned from the restroom, her demeanor betraying no hint of the pastry's existence. Seating himself beside her, he lifted the pastries to his nose, inhaling their delightful aroma. The next moment, spurred by his cravings, he opened his mouth wide and began to savor the delicacies with great enthusiasm. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Han felt an urge to laugh. Sensing an absurdity in the spectacle, a person she had scarcely interacted with over the past 6 years had suddenly become a recurring presence in her life, first appearing at her home to sell rice, and now engaging in 2 rounds of competition with her that day. She surmised that perhaps the lofty heavens were simply bored and had decided to meddle in her affairs. After more than half an hour, the driver returned with the newly purchased parts. Accompanying him were Yang Yingwen, Zhang Zhiyong, and Yang Cheng. Upon seeing them, Li Heng, Xiao Han, and Xiao Feng rushed forward to inquire about their well-being. Although Yang Yingwen appeared somewhat pale, her spirits were high. She smiled and said, The doctor assured me there's no serious issue. I must have caught a chill. They used mugwort smoke to treat my navel for a while. I took a few white pills and applied 2 patches. I feel much better now. Hearing this, the group finally felt a wave of relief wash over them. Truth be told, falling ill in such a remote place would unnerve anyone, but fortune favored the brave, and all was well in the end. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, the bus set off once more, this time sailing smoothly, reaching Shao City before sunset. During the journey, the ticket collector approached the back of the bus and inquired, You 6 attend Shao City No. 1 High School, correct? The collector's question stemmed from the fact that over the past 3 years, Li Heng and his companions had frequently traveled this route between school and home, gradually making an impression on the ticket collector. Li Heng nodded and, taking the initiative, asked, Yes. Given the late hour, could you drop us off at school? The ticket collector, being accommodating, replied, Since we've delayed you today, of course we can. Please gather your belongings. We'll reach the entrance of No. 1 High School in about 12 or 13 minutes. Thank you very much, they replied. After politely expressing his gratitude, Li Heng leaned against the glass window, observing a few individuals tidying up, yet he remained still. He had only one bag, after all, and there was little to be done. When the clock struck 13 minutes, the shuttle bus arrived punctually at the school gate. Upon disembarking, the most affluent among them, Zhang Zhiyong, waved his hand grandly and declared, "I implore you, my fellow students, to grant me the honor of your company for a meal." To his surprise, Xiao Feng was the first to decline courteously, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I feel quite dizzy from the long ride and lack the appetite for food. I shall return to my dormitory." Xiao Feng, slender and frail, was known for her susceptibility to motion sickness, yet it was astonishing how, after all these years, she remained steadfast in her ways. Leaving no opportunity for Zhang Zhiyong to speak further, Yang Cheng, hailing from the same locale as Xiao Feng, quickly added, "Then I shall not dine with you either. She has much to carry, and I will assist her." As he watched the two cross the street and enter the campus, Zhang Zhiyong was still processing the situation when Xiao Han, too, departed with her luggage, this time without even a word of farewell. With his close companion gone, Yang Yingwen followed suit, leaving Zhang Zhiyong fuming and cursing, "Good riddance. They have all departed. At least it saves me some money. I doubt anything I could buy with it would be worthwhile." Li Heng inquired, "So shall we still indulge in a grand feast?" Zhang Zhiyong, still seething with indignation, retorted, "They have shown me no respect at all. Bah, just because their grades are commendable and they possess beauty and grace, they think they are above me. I do not seek their approval." With a sense of resignation, Li Heng made his way to a nearby egg-fried noodle stall, casually selecting a seat and calling out, "Boss, one serving of egg-fried noodles, spicy please." Upon hearing that he ordered only one serving, Zhang Zhiyong felt slighted again, his anger intensifying as he turned to glare. "Aren't you going to order for me?" Li Heng, resting his chin on his hand, replied with a hint of amusement, "You can continue to curse. Once you've vented your anger, we can eat." At this, Zhang Zhiyong's rage dissipated, and he slumped onto the seat, asking, "If you had treated them, would they have stayed?" Li Heng pondered, touching his face, "It's quite possible. Our appearances are indeed from different realms." Zhang Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, his displeasure evident. "Dare to insult me again and see what happens. You'll pay for your own egg-fried noodles." Li Heng countered, "Then I shall forego the meal. After all, Xiao Han provided me with pastries this afternoon, so I am not particularly hungry." Zhang Zhiyong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean Xiao Han? Ha! You jest. It's absurd to think she would offer you pastries." Li Heng replied, "If you don't believe me, just ask Xiao Feng. She'll clarify everything." "When did this happen? How did I miss it?" Zhang Zhiyong exclaimed. "You certainly wouldn't have seen it. You were busy accompanying Yingwen to the doctor." Strangely, Zhang Zhiyong suddenly believed him, and after a moment of reflection, he lamented, "Isn't Xiao Han's favoritism quite blatant? It feels as if I am a stray dog on the roadside, inexplicably kicked. It's utterly disheartening." Li Heng gestured towards a couple across the street. "Do you see that pair over there? In truth, being a dog isn't so bad. At least they enjoy the freedom of love." Gazing at the corner where a pair of dogs were engaged in their primal act, Zhang Zhiyong felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. "Damn you, Li Heng. This is utterly revolting. Our friendship is at an end. I shall sever ties with you." Li Heng acquiesced. "I can comply with that request. But let us first finish our egg-fried noodles." As the dish was served, Li Heng inquired of the proprietor, "What is the price for a portion?" The owner replied, 50 cents a serving. The price was comparable to that of the wonton noodles in town, rendering it acceptable. After the age of 35, one's bodily functions may exhibit various anomalies. Li Heng, plagued by a sensitive stomach, had consequently adopted a life of insipid broths, avoiding spicy, fried, and sour foods. A long list of dietary restrictions. Now, as he savored the long-missed egg-fried noodles, he found them to be exquisitely delicious, truly a culinary treasure. "Ah, Li Heng, is that you?" Just as he lowered his head to relish his meal, a woman's voice unexpectedly pierced through from behind. Chapter 25. Memories. Upon hearing that familiar yet foreign voice, Li Heng swiftly turned his head. Indeed, a long-missed figure clad in black crossed the street and approached him from behind. Her name was Wang Runwen, approximately 26 or 27 years of age. She was the English teacher for their class 204. During their high school years, she left a profound impression on her students for two reasons. First, her voluptuous figure, with ample curves in all the right places, made her a frequent subject of adolescent dreams. Second, her catchphrase, which she would repetitively proclaim during class interactions. "Next month, I shall embark on a weight loss journey." Each time the boys heard her declare her intention to shed pounds, they would inwardly protest, What weight to lose? Just perfect as you are. It became evident that her proclamations about dieting were merely words, quickly forgotten after utterance. Over 3 years, she neither slimmed down nor gained weight, maintaining her familiar appearance. Her kindness towards Li Heng was inexplicable, a benevolent inclination that began within the first 3 months of teaching him in his first year. She would offer him personalized English lessons, and during her business trips or vacations, she would occasionally return with supplementary materials. By the time of their second-year winter break, this kindness had evolved to the point where she would sometimes invite Li Heng to her home for dinner. This excessive generosity, while inciting envy among his peers, also plunged Li Heng into deep internal conflict. Due to his inherent deficiencies in English from middle school, it became one of his 2 academic weaknesses. To clarify, this weakness was relative. He wasn't performing poorly, he consistently scored around 96 out of 120 in Chinese. However, compared to academic prodigies like Yang Yingwen, Xiao Feng, Chen Hanjie, Song Yu, Wang Jun, Mai Sui, and Xiao Han, he still felt a significant gap. Had it not been for his exceptional mathematics skills, consistently nearing perfection, he might have been left far behind by the others. Initially, coming from a rural background, he felt a natural discomfort with such kindness, though he did not fully recognize it. That was until one day, Lu Yejiang, a classmate, jokingly remarked in the dormitory, "Li Heng, our English teacher is single. If you propose to her, we believe your chances of success are quite high." This seemingly malicious jest struck a chord within Li Heng, leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward. The malice lay in the fact that although Lu Yejiang excelled academically, fate seemed to conspire against him, as he consistently ranked lower than Li Heng. Over time, this bred resentment, and he was always eager to challenge Li Heng. Moreover, aside from academic rivalry, what further irked Lu Yejiang was hearing from the girls in class that his crush, Sunaning, appeared to harbor a secret affection for Li Heng. These entangled grievances led him to perceive Li Heng as a competitor, indeed, a romantic rival. The light-hearted jest prompted Li Heng to re-evaluate his relationship with his English teacher. In truth, he too felt that the proximity had become somewhat inappropriate. He had even found himself plagued by delusions. Did the teacher harbor feelings for him? Although their relationship was innocent, the envy of others often led to rumors and jokes, and after hearing them repeatedly, he became increasingly concerned about his reputation. After all, he was a country boy who had not encountered much of the world, merely in his early teens, unscathed by the harsh realities of society. Faced with a few rumors, he appeared somewhat at a loss, struggling to cope. Consequently, there was a period during which he deliberately distanced himself from his English teacher, Wang Runwan. During that time, in English class, he would either bury himself in self-study, tackling exercises, or review other subjects. Occasionally, he would feign sleep or engage in whispered conversations, employing various antics to avoid paying attention in class. Wang Runwan noticed this transformation but refrained from addressing it until one day when he scored a mere 61 in the monthly English test, scoring 61 out of 100. What does that signify? It symbolizes a missed opportunity for a prestigious university. Not only did the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, become anxious, but other subject teachers also shared in the concern. After the exam, homeroom teacher Wang Qi promptly sought out Wang Runwan to inquire about the situation, asking why such a sudden decline had occurred in Li Heng's English performance. After a lengthy contemplation, Wang Runwan finally responded, "I will talk to him tomorrow." Given Li Heng's exceptional prowess in mathematics, Wang Qi had always held high hopes for him and immediately offered, "I will accompany you." Unexpectedly, Wang Runwan declined, stating, "No need. I will speak with him alone." This marked the second time they had collaborated. Having worked together for several years, they had developed a deep trust and understanding. Wang Qi then remarked, "All right, you talk to him first. If there is a change, that would be wonderful. If not, we shall devise a plan together." It was a particularly memorable morning shrouded in mist. After completing morning exercises and returning to the classroom for self-study, the English teacher leisurely strolled around the room, urging everyone to memorize vocabulary, sentence structures, and texts. Subsequently, he approached Li Heng in the 4th row of the 7th group from the aisle. Quietly tapping the open textbook before him, he said in a voice just loud enough for Li Heng to hear, "Step outside with me." Observing this, his desk mate, Sun Manning, expressed concern. "Is it about your grades?" Li Heng nodded. "It seems so." Sun Manning set her pen down and asked, "Are you still willing to be alone with her? Do you want me to accompany you?" Upon hearing this, Li Heng, who had hesitated moments before, found his resolve and stood up, saying, "No need." He understood that Sun Manning possessed such confidence because her father was the principal of the school, a matter of direct lineage. Under the watchful gaze of his classmates, Li Heng made his way to the classroom's back door, perhaps fearing he might have reservations. The English teacher did not wait in the office as usual but stood in the corridor, visible through the windows. Wang Runwen leaned against the concrete railing, gazing down at the basketball court, choosing to remain silent for a moment. Once he sensed a semblance of calm, he spoke. Have the scores for the other subjects been released? Li Heng nodded. Wang Runwen inquired, what was your math score? Li Heng replied, 148. Wang Runwen then asked, which question did you get wrong? Was it the last major question? Li Heng shook his head and replied, no. It's just that the final answer to the second major question was written hastily, and the teacher mistakenly read a 5 as an 8. Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen finally withdrew her gaze from the playground and turned to him, asking, if it were written neatly, would it be full marks? Li Heng dared not meet her eyes, slightly averting his gaze, and offered a non-committal After a moment, she inquired, do you know your overall rank in the school this time? Li Heng lowered his head, saying, my deskmate checked with the Academic Affairs Office and informed me. I'm ranked 29th. At this, Wang Runwen looked into his eyes, then gazed off into the distance, asking, what about your English score of 61? Was that intentional? Li Heng replied, no. Wang Runwen furrowed her brows, asking, do you resent me? Before he could respond, she continued, if you dislike my teaching methods, I can request a class change for you, and have the English teacher from class 206 teach you. In their year, there were 4 experimental classes, 2 for the arts and 2 for the sciences. The arts classes were 204 and 205, while the science classes were 206 and 207. Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong were in class 204, Xiao Feng in class 205, and Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han in class 207. As for Yang Qing, during the sophomore class division, his grades did not meet the standard, and he regrettably ended up in a regular arts class. Naturally, Zhang Zhiyong's grades were equally below par, but he had strong connections. Hearing this, Li Heng suddenly realized something, raised his head abruptly, and replied loudly, teacher. It was a mistake this time. I will certainly do better next time. The outcome was not what he had anticipated before coming. Wang Runwen was taken aback, turning to look at him intently, not expecting him to have a change of heart. After a long moment, she smiled. She reassuringly patted his shoulder before leaving. Following this conversation, the two reconciled. The English teacher did not hold his previous grievances against him, and Li Heng no longer cared about the opinions of others, walking with an upright demeanor and exuding integrity. In fact, he even employed a tactic from his second sister's childhood to casually provoke Lu Yejian, subsequently delivering a thorough beating to this source of rumors in front of the entire class. In the eyes of Xiao Han and Yang Yingwen, he had been quite the troublemaker in the first year, known for his ruthless and fierce style against adversaries, having once broken a chair leg in a confrontation. After the scuffle, Lu Yejian had to go to the hospital for 11 stitches. Meanwhile, Li Heng faced no repercussions after the school investigated the matter. The head of the teaching department merely issued him a vague verbal warning. Chapter 26, Anticipation. Good evening, teacher, and Happy New Year. Upon seeing Wang Runwen approach, Li Heng immediately straightened his posture, warmly inquiring, have you had dinner yet? Would you care to join us for a bite? Despite Zhang Zhiyong's often brash demeanor, he held a profound respect for teachers. In an instant, he stood up, appearing quite flustered. Wang Runwen found Zhang Zhiyong's exaggerated reaction amusing and gestured for him to sit down before asking Li Heng, are you treating us? Li Heng thought to himself, what am I treating with? I barely have 10 yuan left in my pocket. How could I afford to treat anyone? Will I be dining on the northwest wind this month? Nevertheless, he maintained a fa of nonchalance, replying, of course, but the egg fried rice is rather simple. I hope you won't mind. Without waiting for a response from the teacher, he called the proprietor for another bowl of egg fried rice. All right, please hold on. It will be ready shortly, the proprietor cheerfully replied. Their familiarity with one another was evident as Wang Runwen made herself comfortable, brushing her fingers across the chair to ensure it was clean before sitting to the right of Li Heng. Noticing their luggage on the floor, she inquired, at this hour, have you just arrived from home? Did you drive? Li Heng confirmed and briefly recounted their journey. Wang Runwen glanced at her watch and casually remarked, it's too late to register today. How about you both stay at my place tonight? Poof. Zhang Zhiyong, caught off guard by such an outrageous suggestion, spewed egg fried rice everywhere, his heart racing, nearly brought to tears. What a scandalous proposition. How could I have heard that? Is Lu Yejian not just spreading rumors? Could it be true? You too. You too. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. fearing that Li Heng would soon turn him into mincemeat to feed the dogs. Noticing Zhang Zhiyong looking down, unable to meet his or Li Heng's gaze, Wang Runwen chuckled knowingly and clarified, "It's not a school property, but rather an old apartment in the city. There was a young man downstairs, not yet 30. You both are young and full of vigor. Please assist me in calming him." So it was merely superstition at play. Though outwardly composed, Li Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moments ago, he had been consumed with anxious thoughts. What to do? To yield to such directness from the teacher? Or to stand his ground and resist, vowing to never acquiesce? Regaining his composure, Li Heng inquired, "Which floor do you live on, teacher?" Wang Runwen replied, "The second floor. I had planned to stay in the city tonight, but as the sun set, I suddenly felt an eerie presence in the house, prompting me to come to the school instead." This was her genuine experience. Even with the television blaring, she could not find peace, sitting alone on the sofa, her mind plagued by sinister thoughts. Li Heng instinctively wondered why she didn't allow her family to stay and calm the atmosphere. However, recalling her unfortunate background, her parents' divorce, and subsequent new families, he readily agreed to assist her. With a request for their help, Wang Runwen hastily paid for the egg fried rice. And shortly thereafter, the three of them boarded a bus at the school gate, heading to the city. The journey is not long. It takes about 13 or 14 minutes by bus to arrive. The residential community appears somewhat aged, with buildings that are generally modest in height, the tallest being merely 4 stories. As Li Heng followed inside, he immediately noticed a canopy set up downstairs, adorned with floral wreaths and white mourning banners. Inside, the sounds of gongs and drums resonated, accompanied by monks chanting scriptures. Strangely, there were no cries of grief. After passing the canopy and ascending to the second floor, Li Heng could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "How did he die? Wasn't he under 30? Why is there a mourning altar?" In their hometown's customs, a deceased person who has not yet reached the age of 30 is generally believed to harbor deep grievances. Often referred to as the young king of hell, no altar is set up, and the body or ashes are not permitted within a home. They are taken directly to the cemetery for burial. The English teacher sighed. He was a pitiful soul, a victim of a tragic misunderstanding, killed by someone while returning home from the cigarette factory in the dead of night. Li Heng asked, "Then why wasn't he sent for cremation?" The English teacher replied, "He has already been cremated. The box displayed in the mourning altar contains his ashes." Upon reaching this point in their conversation, they tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion on the matter. After changing his shoes and arranging his belongings, Li Heng emerged from the bathroom, having washed his hands, only to discover that Zhang Zhiyong was intently gazing at a picture frame on the coffee table. Noticing the absence of the English teacher in the living room, he called out, "Old Yong, what are you so engrossed in?" Startled from his reverie, Zhang Zhiyong eagerly beckoned him over, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "Come quick, it's beautiful." Assuming that his friend was referring to a youthful photograph of the English teacher, Li Heng took the album and was surprised to find it was not the case. The image depicted the two of them at graduation. On the left stood the English teacher, beaming with a radiant smile. To the right, a woman was also smiling. And in an instant, Li Heng understood why his friend had been so entranced. Clad in a simple graduation gown, she exuded an undeniable aura of scholarly grace that even the frame could not contain. She was an exceptional beauty. As they leaned closer to admire the photograph, a voice suddenly broke the moment. "Isn't she beautiful?" Quick-witted Zhang Zhiyong, caught off guard, blurted out, "Yes, stunningly beautiful. Do you want to marry her?" Upon realizing the implications of his words, he turned to find a half-smiling, half-amused face staring back at him. Instantly blushing, he lowered his head, fidgeting with his hands, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Wang Runwen took the frame from Li Heng's hands, gazing at the figure in the album with nostalgia. "Her name is Yu Shuheng, my best friend from university. She is now a teacher at a university." After that, she teased Zhang Zhiyong. "She is quite popular and comes from a good family. If you wish to marry her, you'd better get to work. The first step is to get into a good university." Embarrassed by her remarks, Zhang Zhiyong hurried off to the bathroom under the pretense of needing to relieve himself. But in truth, he was evading the situation. Once the door slammed shut, Wang Runwen turned to Li Heng, asking, compared to Chen Zijing, "Who do you think is more beautiful?" Clearly, she was poking fun at him. Li Heng rolled his eyes and plopped down onto the sofa, resting his hands behind his head, choosing not to respond. Wang Runwen placed the album back on the coffee table and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chen Zijing has gone to the capital. Do you still keep in touch?" Li Heng remained silent, allowing an unspoken understanding to linger in the air. Wang Runwen seemed to grasp the situation. Crossing her arms in a gesture of comfort, she remarked, "There are countless flowers in the world. Her abandoning you is her loss. With your attributes, once you enter university, it will be akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. You shall have your pick." Li Heng was initially inclined to clarify. "Teacher, you misunderstand." However, recalling the disdainful glances from the Qin family in his previous life, he swallowed his words. It was premature to discuss such matters. He was waiting for news regarding living. It is often said that one must endure hardship before tasting sweetness. He had already faced enough tribulation and looked forward to the joys that fame would bring. Being human, one harbors vanity, pursues glory, and yearns for others to hold them in higher regard. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he could not escape this inclination. He calculated the passage of time. Living had been sent out several days prior and was nearing the magazine office, so feedback should arrive soon. Contemplating this filled him with an inexplicable surge of emotion. He understood that he had suppressed his feelings for far too long. Burdens stemming from his village, the Qin family, his parents, his sister, and his classmates, all of it necessitated an outlet for his emotions. Li Heng turned to her and said, "Teacher, there may be a letter arriving for me in a few days, or someone might call you looking for me. Please keep an eye out. It is of great importance to me." Wang Runwen listened, somewhat perplexed. What letter? What call? With circumstances still uncertain, Li Heng hesitated to elaborate, smiling as he said, "Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. You will understand in due time." After a brief pause, Wang Runwen asked, "Is it my school's landline number?" Li Heng confirmed it was. Wang Runwen readily agreed. "All right, I will pay attention during this period." Chapter 27. The heist. That evening, the English teacher occupied the master bedroom. Due to the age of the house, the space was rather cramped, consisting of merely 2 bedrooms and a living room. Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong shared the smaller bedroom. As they listened to a Taoist priest downstairs chanting monotonously, Zhang Zhiyong tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He sprang up in frustration, exclaiming, "How long is this going to last? It's unbearable. I could just kick that box downstairs." Li Heng, having weathered far greater storms, regarded this as a mere drizzle. He lay back with his eyes closed, saying, "Just bear with it. This is an old neighborhood, surrounded by residents. It won't go on for long. They'll likely cease soon." Zhang Zhiyong, his temper flaring, clutched at his hair in a frenzy. "But I'm going to lose my mind. I can't take it anymore." Li Heng responded, "Then go ahead and kick the box. I'll call the police and an ambulance for you. And while I'm at it, I can reserve a coffin at the crematorium. But you know I'm not exactly flush with cash, so if I can't secure an urn for you, don't hold it against me for not being a good brother. Just endure a bit longer. There are fish in the Zhejiang River that feast on carrion." "Stop. Stop. You fool." Zhang Zhiyong cursed, leaping out of bed to peer out the window, only to return and mimic Li Heng's posture, feigning sleep. After a while, this imbecile could no longer contain himself and suddenly asked, "Li Heng, do you think the English teacher next door is asleep?" Li Heng opened his eyes to stare at the ceiling. "Why do you ask that?" Zhang Zhiyong grinned. "The night is long. I feel you shouldn't waste it here. You should go next door." Li Heng. Before he could reply, Zhang Zhiyong continued, "Really, I genuinely think she feels differently about you. How about I go downstairs to the funeral home, suppress that coffin, and clear the space for you too?" Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already stumbled off the bed and landed on the floor, clutching his behind in discomfort. He glared and cursed. "What the hell, Li Heng? Why did you kick me? Even if you two did something shameful tonight, I'm your brother. Would I ever speak of it? Do you really not trust me?" Li Heng retaliated with another kick, this time aiming for his face, causing Zhang Zhiyong's mouth to twist in pain. Seeing his friend's foolishness and his continued verbal outbursts, Li Heng leisurely sat up. "If you want to become the second Liu Yejing and end up in the hospital for stitches, keep talking. How disgraceful. You're a man. And you still look decent. How can you be so oblivious? If I were you, I would have knocked Zhang Zhiyong out long ago and pounced onto the bed next door." Zhang Zhiyong's bravado faltered, yet he still clung to his pride, cautiously crawling back to bed, which amused Li Heng greatly. After lying side by side for about 10 minutes, the commotion downstairs indeed ceased, and the world suddenly felt much quieter. At that moment, Zhang Zhiyong, in a conspiratorial whisper, made one last attempt to incite, "I bet Teacher Wang won't resist you. Why not knock me out? Don't worry, as a good brother, I'm willing to be knocked out for this." Li Heng replied, "I'll just toss you under the bed." "That sounds perfect, but be gentle and don't wake me," Zhang Zhiyong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "Wherever this fool is, there is undoubtedly joy." The two chatted about various things until late into the night. when Li Heng finally awoke. It was already past 8 in the morning the following day. Zhang Zhiyong had long since risen and was sitting at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Noticing this, Li Heng could not help but inquire, "What are you pondering so early? When did you wake up? Have you washed up yet?" "I've been awake for quite a while and still haven't washed up. I haven't even relieved myself. My bladder is about to burst," Zhang Zhiyong replied, his legs tightly crossed, clearly struggling with the need to urinate. Li Heng climbed out of bed, dressing while asking, "Then why haven't you gone yet? Are you waiting to fight me for the bathroom?" "I can't go out with the English teacher in the living room," Zhang Zhiyong retorted, despite his bravado. He was visibly anxious about being alone in an enclosed space with Wang Runwen. Li Heng kicked him lightly, teasing, "Look at you, so cowardly, what a disappointment. Be gentle, or you'll make me pee myself," Zhang Zhiyong exclaimed as he followed closely behind, trying to maintain a facade of nonchalance. He finally hopped into the bathroom. Wang Runwen asked Li Heng, "What is wrong with Zhang Zhiyong? He seems to be limping. Did he twist his ankle last night?" Li Heng, devoid of any remorse, sold his friend out. "It's because you were sitting on the couch. He didn't dare come out. He has been holding it in." Wang Runwen looked astonished and glanced towards the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water could faintly be heard. After a brief moment, she laughed and said, "You should hurry up and wash up too. I'll go buy breakfast. Today is February 10th, the second day of the new semester." After breakfast, the three of them dared not delay any longer and took the bus back to the high school. Upon entering the school gate, Li Heng and his companions parted ways with the English teacher, heading to the third floor to their classroom to report to their homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, and collect their reporting forms. At this moment, the classroom was nearly empty, with only the short-statured Wang Qi stationed at the door, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, waiting for students to arrive. It is true that he is quite short, measuring no more than 158 centimeters. Yet, he possesses an innate authority that commands respect. His mere presence instills a sense of intimidation, particularly among female students. As the two boys appeared in the hallway, Wang Qi flicked the ash from his cigarette with his pinky and gestured towards the attendance sheet, saying, "Come over and sign your names." While Li Heng signed, Wang Qi, with a kind demeanor, praised him for his improvement, noting how his handwriting had become increasingly refined. However, when it was Zhang Zhiyong's turn, the teacher's expression changed immediately, and he quietly scolded him. "What is this nonsense you've written? Even a scribble is better than this. If you write like this for the college entrance exam, you'll lose all your marks for presentation." Normally carefree and lively, Zhang Zhiyong was now subdued, unable to express anger or protest, obediently erasing and rewriting his name with care. Just then, more familiar faces appeared in the hallway, Sun Manning and Lu Li. From a distance, Sun Manning's most remarkable trait was her pristine cleanliness, exuding an impression more pure than the clearest mountain spring, which was undeniably refreshing. This girl, tall and graceful, stood at nearly 170 centimeters without shoes, ordinarily. Such height would preclude her from sitting in the front row, considering there were many shorter students in the class. However, her father happened to be the principal of the school. The esteemed homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, is indeed a staunch advocate of the meritocratic principle. According to Mr. Wang's regulations, Class 204 must change seats twice each semester, specifically after the midterm and final examinations, or, as it may also be termed, prior to the commencement of each new term. The top 10 students in the class are granted the privilege to choose their seats based on their academic rankings. What does this entail? For instance, the top student, who is invariably the duo of my Sui and Songyu, has the liberty to select any seat out of the 64 available, compelling everyone else to yield their positions if they desire to sit there. Following this precedence, the second-ranked student enjoys the choice of 63 seats. Sun Manning excels in both Chinese and English, yet her mathematics skills leave much to be desired. Consequently, she consistently opts to sit beside Li Heng, the most proficient mathematician in the school, in hopes of tackling challenging problems together. This has led to rampant speculation among classmates that she harbors a secret affection for him. In stark contrast, Lu Li is proficient in Chinese, mathematics, and the liberal arts, but her English skills are severely lacking, to the extent that merely passing is considered a significant achievement. Her teachers are deeply concerned, lamenting that such a promising student, destined for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, has faltered due to her struggles with English. Lu Li stands approximately 172 centimeters tall, with pronounced cheekbones and a physique that is neither too slender nor too plump, exuding an air of lethargy. What captivates the attention of her peers is her unyielding affection for Chen Lijun, despite not being enamored with the most beautiful Song Yu, the charming Xiao Han, or the talented Mai Sui. Indeed, since Liu Yejiang exposed his feelings in class during their senior year, this infatuation has transitioned into a painful reality. Once the 4 students have signed their names, Wang Qi tears off the report forms and hands them over, urging them to promptly pay their tuition fees, collect their textbooks, and arrive in the classroom by 7 p.m. for the rearrangement of seats. In this era, the directives of a homeroom teacher carry significant weight, akin to a royal decree, compelling the 4 to hasten towards the finance office. On their way, Li Heng casually inquires of Sun Man Ning, "Aren't you residing on campus? Why did you delay your payment until now?" Sun Man Ning replies, "I was waiting for you. Do you believe me?" At this, Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong, who were playfully shoving each other, pause and turn towards her, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Despite the persistent rumors suggesting that this girl harbors feelings for him, she has never made any overtures or even subtle hints to him, leaving him rather at ease. Li Heng calmly responds, "I don't believe you. Believing you would be foolish." To his surprise, Sun Man Ning points to the balcony on the 3rd floor, stating, "I indeed saw you and Zhang Zhiyong coming to school from there before I descended." Lu Li, tilting her head, interjects, "I thought you were deliberately waiting for me outside the convenience store. It seems I was mistaken." Lu Li and Sun Man Ning had just encountered each other at the store before ascending to the 3rd floor together. Sun Man Ning adds, "If you possessed even half of Li Heng's charm, I wouldn't hesitate to seize my chance from Chen Lijun." "Ah, joking is all well and good. But why must you mention her? It spoils my appetite for the meal I am about to have." Chen Lijun is the obsession of Lu Li. Whenever her name is mentioned, he instinctively scratches his head with his right hand, a gesture that betrays both shyness and fear, mingled with a faint, lingering hope. To him, Chen Lijun appears as a queen elevated above his life, capable of wielding control over all his emotions with just a glance, his joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. No one comprehends the depth of his infatuation, yet they all regard him with respect and admiration. There are 3 payment windows, and perhaps due to the overwhelming crowd from yesterday, the current line is not extensive. One can easily see the end of it, with roughly 10 people in sight. For individuals are engaged in lively conversation as they wait, and soon it will be their turn. Chapter 28, A Graceful Lady. A gentleman's preference. After paying and collecting their books, Sunaning inquired of Li Heng, with over an hour until mealtime, "Where do you plan to go next?" Li Heng had already devised a plan. "My hair has grown a bit long. I need to get a haircut. What about the rest of you?" Lu Li yawned twice, fatigue evident in her demeanor. "I didn't sleep well last night and am utterly exhausted. I need to head back to the dormitory for a nap." Sunaning interjected before Zhang Zhiyong could speak, "I'll accompany you to the barber shop. My hair is rather thick as well and needs thinning out. You can give the books to Zhang Zhiyong and let him take them." Turning to Zhang Zhiyong, she questioned, "You have no objections, do you?" Zhang Zhiyong shrugged, feeling somewhat resigned. "No objections, since you've already made the arrangements. I wouldn't dare to disagree." Once Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong had walked away, Sunaning continued, "Which barbershop shall we go to? Off campus or on campus?" Li Heng patted his pocket and veered onto a narrow path to the right. "I'd rather not venture outside. Let us choose one on campus. The service is meticulous, and it saves us a couple of dimes." This was not merely a matter of frugality. The on-campus barbershop, located next to the faculty cafeteria, was run by the principal's wife, who was not in need of money. She opened the shop to occupy her time, never anticipating such a flourishing business. Students were drawn to it, and the thriving clientele could be attributed not only to skillful craftsmanship, but also to the security that the campus provided, a significant factor, especially for the more attractive female students, who generally refrained from patronizing external barbershops due to the undesirable elements often found there, some of whom were even unsavory proprietors. As they distanced themselves from the crowded area, Li Heng suddenly asked, "Let me guess, you sent them away because you have something to discuss with me?" "Clever. I knew I couldn't keep it from you," Sunaning replied, halting her steps and glancing around before perching herself atop a horizontal bar. Li Heng followed suit, taking a seat on another bar. Sunaning queried, "Have you broken up with Chen Zijing?" Li Heng, momentarily perplexed by her line of questioning, remained silent, gazing at her with curiosity. Sunaning raised her right hand, mimicking a phone gesture. "On the 5th day of the new year, I was feeling bored and visited Song Yu's home, where I happened to overhear a call from Chen Zijing to her. If we were to consider who Chen Zijing had the closest relationship with during middle school, it would undoubtedly be Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han. However, upon entering high school, Chen Zijing learned from Xiao Han's experience and, fearing that separation might lead to someone taking advantage of her, chose to follow Li Heng's lead and pursue the arts. At this point, as Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han were studying sciences in another building, her closest companions had become Song Yu and Sunaning. The three girls nearly did everything together, eating, attending to nature-esque calls, and even taking post-meal strolls, forming a tight bond. Li Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "What did you overhear?" Sunaning grimaced slightly. "Hey, let us not use such harsh terminology as overhear. I merely caught a few snippets." Li Heng expressed his apologies and encouraged her to continue. Sunaning revealed, during the call, Chen Zijing was inquiring about your situation last semester and urged Song Yu to keep a close watch on you. Just as Li Heng was becoming engrossed in her revelation, the narrative abruptly ceased, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What happened next?" he asked, bewildered. Sunaning replied, "There was no continuation. Song Yu noticed my presence, and Chen Zijing ceased mentioning you. Upon this, she revisited her earlier inquiry. Your relationship with Chen Zijing has encountered difficulties, has it not? Otherwise, given her level of concern for you, why would she not directly call you? Instead, she chooses to indirectly inquire about your situation through Song Yu?" This girl's mind was quite sharp, and her conjecture hit the mark. Li Heng did not respond to this question, but sincerely expressed his gratitude. Noticing his somewhat gloomy demeanor, Sunaning, with a sense of tact, decided not to press further and shifted to her second question, honestly. "Do you secretly harbor feelings for Song Yu?" He typically refrained from discussing romantic matters with this girl, yet they shared a remarkable understanding and honesty, with their friendship deeply rooted in mutual trust. Li Heng candidly replied, "Yes, I do." This answer was entirely within her expectations. Sunaning clapped her hands and praised. "Like a true man. How refreshing." Li Heng sighed and remarked, "I once thought admitting this to outsiders would be exceedingly challenging. Yet I felt no hesitation or struggle at all. Alas, am I beyond redemption? Oh, spare me." Sunaning chuckled lightly, adding, "In truth, whether you admit it or not, we are all aware. We simply never called you out on it." Li Heng raised an eyebrow, keenly probing. "We? Who else?" Sunaning held up 3 fingers, bending one as she declared, "Me? Song Yu." Naturally, Chen Zijing too. Upon hearing a particular name, Li Heng momentarily froze, gradually becoming lost in thought. After a prolonged effort to recollect, he finally inquired, "How did you deduce that?" Sunaning replied, "It was not a guess. Rather, your previous attempts at concealment were woefully inadequate. You may have appeared cunning to others, yet the way you look at Song Yu betrays your true feelings." Li Heng did not counter her assertion, gradually succumbing to silence. Not to mention the past. Even now in this new life, upon encountering Song Yu again, he might still struggle to maintain an outwardly calm facade. Sunaning asked, "Knowing that your mind has strayed, why has Chen Zijing not confronted you?" Li Heng looked up, inquiring why. Sunaning recited a line from the Book of Songs, "A graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match." Li Heng silently mulled over the words, only gradually grasping their meaning. Sunaning, gripping the bar with both hands, swayed her legs and continued, "I have read countless novels, including works by Qiong Yao. I have delved into many renowned literary masterpieces, including Dream of the Red Chamber. From elementary to middle school, my Sui has always been my idol. However, I must admit, I have never encountered a living woman worthy of those 8 words, until I met Song Yu." Li Heng gazed upward at the white clouds, as if envisioning 3 faces, Song Yu, Xiao Han, and Chen Zijing. His gaze lingered on the sky for a considerable time before Sunaning abruptly asked, "Tonight, seats have been rearranged. This is your last chance in high school. Would you like to sit with Song Yu?" At her words, Li Heng withdrew his gaze from the heavens and met her eyes. "During last semester's final exam, I placed 3rd in the class. I had no choice. In the past few years, Song Yu and my Sui had consistently alternated in occupying the top position in the class, never once faltering. To this end, the class teacher, Mr. Wang Qi, has meticulously compiled data since the division of classes in the 2nd year of high school in all examinations, be they monthly tests, unified assessments, or routine evaluations. Song Yu has secured the top position in the class on 14 occasions and achieved the highest rank in the humanities across the school 8 times. My Sui has claimed the 1st place in the class 16 times and has been crowned the overall top student 6 times. Meanwhile, Li Heng remains perpetually in 3rd place, steadfast and unyielding, except for that one instance when he scored a mere 61 in English. The 2 young women could be described as evenly matched, rivals in a spirited contest for supremacy. Perhaps their relationship, characterized by a blend of competition and camaraderie, has fostered a unique bond. Song-yu and my Sui have consistently chosen to sit together, never allowing the opportunity for proximity to be seized by others. Sun Nanning confidently declared, "You need not concern yourself with this. I shall handle my Sui for you." In a previous life, even if Li Heng had felt an overwhelming attraction, he would not have dared to act so openly. Yet now, he is indifferent to the opinions of outsiders, burdened by no psychological weight. Save for a slight concern for Qin Zijin's feelings. Li Heng inquired, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Sun Nanning did not respond. Instead, she leaped off the horizontal bar and departed, seemingly forgetting her plans to visit the hair salon. Chapter 29. Love never lies. After the brief interlude with Sunaning, Li Heng temporarily lost interest in visiting the barber shop. Unconsciously, he ambled through this campus he had not set foot in for decades. He discovered that it remained unchanged from his memories, the parched pond, the still windmill, and the playground strewn with fallen leaves. Yet, despite this, the school still possessed the power to transform him back into a child. The sycamore trees at the entrance stretched endlessly, while on the back wall of the campus, classmates peered through the windows, gazing at the dim sky. Youth often favors the precarious yellow of a setting sun, unaware that what they possess at that moment is the radiant dawn of their lives. The cafeteria he both loathed and nostalgically cherished was still there, and the lady serving food was undoubtedly a beautiful girl 2 decades ago. He looked up at the senior girls' dormitory, contemplating, "I must take you back to my hometown in this lifetime and promise you once more an everlasting love. For my love for you never speaks in falsehoods." As he stood at the crossroads, lost in thought while staring at the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory, Xiao Feng, accompanied by a friend, descended, holding a lunchbox and a spoon. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng approached him and inquired, "Li Heng, are you looking for Xiao Han? Would you like me to call her for you?" She had observed the unusual interaction between Li Heng and Xiao Han on the bus the previous day, but her reserved nature led her to feign ignorance. When the bus broke down, she had excused herself to the restroom, thereby providing them space, an implicit acknowledgement of the situation. Li Heng smiled and waved his hand. "No need. I'm just passing through and planning to get a haircut." He offered no further explanation regarding Xiao Han, nor did he contest anything, for they were all astute individuals. Any further elaboration would only serve to insult their intelligence. Xiao Feng asked again, "Have you paid for and collected your books?" Li Heng replied, "Yes, I just finished that this morning." Xiao Feng nodded and continued on with her friend. For her, initiating conversation was merely an act of camaraderie from a fellow townsman. Discussing more would feel burdensome. This girl, with such excellent grades, yet so disinclined towards socializing, how will she ever navigate love and marriage in the future? It truly worried him. The barber shop was not far away. After traversing a small artificial hill and walking another 20 meters, he arrived. The shop was modest in size and bore no sign. Upon entering, he found the proprietress bent over, trimming the bangs of a young woman. To his dismay, despite timing his visit during lunch hours, there was a line of patrons waiting. Even more surprising to him was that Xiao Han was also present, seated beside 2 familiar faces. Li Heng recognized them but could not recall their names, as he had never inquired with Xiao Han. Hearing the commotion at the door, the proprietress turned her head to glance and asked, "Are you here for a haircut or to buy hot water?" The establishment provided both haircuts and hot water, the latter priced reasonably at 8 cents per bucket. Li Heng casually responded, "Haircut? How long will the wait be?" The proprietress recounted the queue. "There are 2 people ahead of you. Would you like to take a seat for now?" She did not specify how long the wait would be, her demeanor neither cold nor warm, showing no inclination to keep him. They were not short of money, and that was the confidence they held. Li Heng surveyed the interior of the shop and discovered, apart from the barber, there were 9 other individuals present. One solitary figure occupied a seat near the entrance, occasionally engaging in conversation with a girl whose bangs were being trimmed, clearly indicating their camaraderie. On the left, 2 men and 2 women sat on a bamboo bench, conversing in a familiar dialect, suggesting they hailed from the same small locality. The final trio of women consisted of Xiao Han and her companions, who were seated closely together on an old, worn-out sofa. Before his arrival, Xiao Han, engrossed in a magazine, had become the center of attention in the room. The girls discreetly observed her, while the boys stole glances, albeit with subtlety and caution, fearful of detection, yet unable to suppress their restless curiosity. Was it a twist of fate? Just yesterday they had parted ways, and today, by some circuitous route, they found themselves in each other's company again. Xiao Han chuckled silently to herself, instinctively glancing towards the entrance and noting that he had come alone, which inexplicably brought her a sense of delight. However, she was a girl of poise, embodying an air of elegance and composure. Naturally, she would not bestow upon Li Heng the same attention as the others. She merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning to her earnest perusal of the magazine. Nonetheless, her ears perked up, and her peripheral vision honed in on his shoes, pondering where he intended to settle. Simultaneously, her mind engaged in playful self-mockery. Oh dear. Coming to see this exquisite beauty and not even donning a decent pair of shoes? While I recognize your handsome visage, a touch of refinement in your attire would only enhance my own allure. Her gaze lingered on the empty seat to her left, and after a brief contemplation, Li Heng, under the scrutiny of those present, strode purposefully over and took a seat beside her. As he positioned himself next to her, Xiao Han experienced a fleeting sense of awkwardness. But without hesitation, she lowered her head, inhaled deeply, and feigned intense concentration on the magazine to regain her composure. Despite her bold initiative to greet him the previous day, draining her courage accumulated over 18 years, facing him now left her flustered and at a loss. Yet, she repeatedly admonished herself to remain calm. He is Li Heng. Do not panic. Do not allow him to witness your embarrassment. Turning her head to follow along as he read a story, Li Heng suddenly inquired, "When did you arrive? Are you getting a haircut as well?" Given the limited space on the sofa, they were nearly shoulder to shoulder, and Xiao Han could feel the warmth of his presence. She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear without lifting her gaze, replying, "Just trimming my bangs. They were obstructing my vision." "Have you had lunch yet?" "No. I had some fruit earlier this morning, so I'm not hungry now. I plan to eat outside later. Then let us have lunch together after your haircut. You can treat me." Xiao Han raised her eyebrows in surprise, a smile playing on her lips as she retorted, "Are you now so brazen about mooching off meals?" Li Heng calmly shrugged. "You know, my pockets are akin to those that a dog has licked for years. I can't afford an extravagant meal. And with your beauty, I'd feel remiss taking you to a street vendor. Upon reflection, it's better if you treat me." Then, in response to the astonished expressions of Xiao Han's friends, he added nonchalantly, "But rest assured, this meal will not be without recompense. Once I am financially well off, I shall return the favor." Upon hearing the words, "Please come back," Xiao Han gazed intently into his bright eyes, realizing that their fateful connection had not yet concluded. A rush of sweet joy surged from the depths of her heart. No one wishes for the deity of love to stand against them. She, a blossoming young woman, felt the same. Ever since her feelings for him emerged, every word and action he took became imbued with an ineffable significance in her mind. Xiao Han revealed a delicate dimple as she cheerfully remarked, "I wish Mr. Li great wealth and prosperity in the future. Do remember to invite me when you return." Li Heng, puzzled, responded, "Aren't you inviting me first today?" Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Xiao Han, caught between laughter and exasperation, turned her pockets inside out with a swift motion. Empty? Without a coin to her name. Li Heng's gaze shifted downward, landing on her pant pocket. Receiving his look, Xiao Han refrained from indulging him this time, diverting her gaze and returning to her book. Internally, she grumbled, "Do you not realize how lacking in grace it is for a beauty like me to rummage through my pockets in public?" "Shen Zijin, my husband." Ah, that familiar flavor. Just as their conversation was flowing smoothly, this girl could abruptly cut you off, no longer engaging. Li Heng, well versed in her temperament from a previous life, felt no discomfort at that moment. He leaned in a voice only they could hear, asked, "Xiao Han, are you playing hard to get? Intentionally teasing me?" After speaking, Li Heng straightened his posture and shifted his gaze elsewhere, feigning nonchalance as if he had not uttered such audacious words. Given the nature of their current relationship, such remarks were indeed outlandish, yet with the emotional history from their past life, he could not resist teasing her. True to form, Xiao Han, caught with her thoughts laid bare, nearly lost her grip on her book, her hands trembling ever so slightly. Fortunately, she possessed a remarkably resilient disposition, and after a brief moment of disarray, she compelled herself to regain her composure. The skilled proprietor swiftly finished a haircut, and just as she prepared to move on to the next client, a girl with slightly curled hair, sitting on a bamboo chair, interjected, "It takes quite a while to straighten my hair. Auntie, please cut his first." The proprietor glanced quickly at Li Heng and inquired, "Do you know her?" The girl's expression softened as she nodded. Li Heng, observing the girl who resembled a mere passerby, finally recalled that she was a classmate from the first year of high school, though they had never interacted. The proprietor, a woman of efficiency, promptly instructed Li Heng, "Go wash your hair in the back." Li Heng sincerely thanked the girl and followed her to the rear. The room fell into an unexpected silence, and all, including Xiao Han, instinctively glanced at the girl. However, the girl remained composed and soon resumed her light-hearted chatter with her friend. She was a carefree and kind-hearted soul, posing no threat. After forming this assessment, Xiaohan felt her previously taut nerves begin to relax. 2 minutes later, both the proprietor and Li Heng returned from the back. The proprietor draped a cape around him and, running her fingers through his hair, remarked, "With hair this long, you must not have had a haircut in 3 months." Xiaohan looked up, silently providing the answer. 2 months and 18 days. She possesses a thick notebook, within which is inscribed but a singular subject, with every word revolving around him. It chronicles his daily attire, the specific year, month, and day when he and Chen Zijing once again displayed their affection before her eyes. It notes how, for his sake, Chen Zijing would come to provoke her into quarrels. Over the years, many entries have been made, yet the most prevalent account remains that of his silhouette. He belongs to another, and constrained by societal morals, fearful that others might uncover her illicit feelings for Xiaohan. She can only observe him discreetly from secluded corners. It is only during these moments, when she can appreciate him from a distance, that she can shed all pretense and freely ponder whether he has grown thinner or taller once more. Chapter 30. Rare Treasures in response to the proprietress's inquiry. Li Heng offered an awkward smile and replied in a somewhat ambiguous tone, "I can't recall clearly. It shouldn't have been that long ago." The proprietress, holding a comb in one hand and scissors in the other, gazed at his reflection in the mirror and asked, "What style do you wish to have? A buzz cut? Or perhaps a side part?" Disliking both styles, Li Heng pondered and recounted a hairstyle he often sported in later years. After listening, the proprietress fell silent, adjusting his head with both hands and getting to work. During this time, 2 individuals entered the shop, Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong, who had come to find him. Li Heng inquired of Lu Li, "Did you sleep well?" Lu Li intended to sit on the sofa but, upon noticing Xiaohan, halted his steps and turned towards the bamboo bench on the right. Responding languidly, he said, "I dozed for about half an hour. But then Lu Yejian returned to the dorm and made such a racket that I had to get up." Zhang Zhiyong joined him, visibly frustrated. "That idiot Lu Yejian is so loud and utterly oblivious. I could just slap him across the face." In their school, each dormitory housed 10 students and featured a balcony, with shared bathrooms and showers on each floor. Among these 10, 5 had openly clashed with Lu Yejian. 2 boys were mild-mannered and had never quarreled with anyone, while the other 2 were Lu Yejian's loyal friends, boisterous and prone to shouting. One of them, Zhou Aiming, was a fellow alumnus from the local middle school, the last of their cohort to enter Shao City No. 1 high school. As Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong continued to criticize Lu Yejian, Li Heng jested, "If he disturbs your rest, just deal with it directly. There's no need for hesitation. Sun Manning will surely support you." At that moment, the previously silent proprietress suddenly spoke up. "Oh, it's you. I didn't recognize you with such long hair before. You appear as a gentleman, yet can be so irritable." Xiaohan, looking down at her book, felt a joyful thought arise. He was quite the troublemaker back in the first year, so fierce. But now he truly embodies the grace of a refined gentleman. "Oh, when will he come my way?" Li Heng glanced at the proprietress's reflection in the mirror, smiling silently. 5 minutes later, as she performed the final touches, she complimented him, saying, "You look entirely transformed. With such a fine visage, why keep your hair long? Never let it grow long again, or it will obscure your spirit." Without waiting for his response, she added, "Shall I take a photograph of you? I could put it on the glass at the entrance for promotion. Future haircuts would be on the house. What do you think?" Li Heng responded with a non sequitur, "Mistress, do you still have a camera?" After all, she was the vice principal's wife, and addressing her as mistress seemed fitting. The proprietress replied, "Indeed, I do. Not only can I take photographs, but I can also develop them. If I shoot now, I can have a few prints ready for you by tonight. What do you say? Think it over." Faced with the curiosity of everyone present, Li Heng ultimately shook his head in refusal. Observing this, the proprietress did not press further but sighed several times in disappointment. After finishing his haircut and washing his hair once more, the proprietress helped him dry it, asking, "Would you like some mousse?" Li Heng waved his hand. "No need. I'm not accustomed to that." He then stood up and inquired, "How much?" The proprietress vigorously brushed the stray hairs from her apron and replied, 60 cents. Li Heng counted out a 50-cent note from his pocket and offered an additional 10-cent coin. Before departing, he turned back to greet Xiaohan and subsequently left with his 2 companions. Upon reaching the playground, Lu Li lamented, "Why didn't you agree to take a photo? With a picture, future haircuts would be free." Li Heng picked up a fallen leaf and boasted, Our aspirations encompass the vastness of the cosmos. How could we confine a photograph to this corner? Meanwhile, after having her bangs trimmed and exiting the barbershop, Ping Dan noticed that no one else was around and could no longer contain herself. Xiao Han, weren't you just saying you had no dealings with Li Heng? You seem quite familiar today. Xiao Han, with a playful smile, replied, Indeed. I find it quite peculiar. Perhaps it is your charm today that led him to seek my acquaintance. In public, Ping Dan was timid as a mouse, too shy to speak of boys. Yet in private, she was lively and engaged, immediately exclaiming, How wonderful. You both hail from the same place. You should invite him to join you more often. Xiao Han teased her friend. What is this? Have you taken a liking to him? Ping Dan, with a playful blink, linked her arm with Xiao Han's, as if to curry favor, and said, A good academic standing coupled with such looks is rarer than a giant panda, refreshing and delightful. Perhaps we should get to know him better to see if there are future opportunities upon graduation. Xiao Han, feigning a spirit of helpfulness, praised, I think that's a splendid idea. He possesses both inner and outer qualities, and marrying him would surely be a valuable proposition. Simultaneously, she resolved to keep a mental note of Dan's audacity in eyeing her rare treasure. How dare she? The phrase to swipe away was a fresh term she had heard from Ingwen's complaints yesterday, and she delighted in its spontaneous application, nearly bursting into laughter. Such was the sweet burden of friendship. At that moment, another friend, Chen Yan, teased Xiao Han. Hey, I remember you were quite dismissive of him before. Why the sudden interest? Xiao Han, with her hand mimicking a cat's paw, playfully swatted the air, arguing. Isn't it gratifying to see a country lad transform and win over city girls? After all, he is my middle school classmate. Peng Dan recalled the past and jumped up, exclaiming, Not quite. I remember you once told Chen Zijin that his long hair made him look like a hoodlum, utterly hideous. That was merely to provoke Chen Zijin. The truth is far different, Xiao Han retorted, playfully swatting her friend with a copy of Youth Digest, her lips curving into a crescent smile. Really? Now that he has cut his hair, he is certainly quite appealing. As they made their way to the cafeteria, much to their surprise, there remained some remnants of food. Zhang Zhiyong, willing to accept his defeat, brought over a pound of spicy seafood he had previously purchased, and the three of them feasted joyfully, the fiery flavors igniting their senses. Midway through their meal, Luli suddenly remarked, By the way, Li Heng's. I ran into the English teacher while accompanying Lao Yong to buy spicy seafood off campus. She mentioned that she had a matter to discuss with you and requested that you visit the head teacher's office after your haircut, as she is awaiting your arrival. A flicker of intrigue passed through Li Heng's mind. Could it be news regarding to Liv? Yet, a moment later, uncertainty crept in. It had only been 5 days since the package was mailed. Could news arrive so swiftly? Regardless, the truth would unveil itself upon their meeting. He hastily finished his meal, washed the dishes with minimal effort, and handed them to his classmates before making his way to the classroom, heart brimming with anticipation. The head teacher's office was nestled in the stairwell, adjacent to the classroom, separated by a narrow passageway. With both the office and classroom doors wide open, teacher Wang Qi, seated in her office chair, could easily observe most corners of the classroom. After a quick ascent to the 3rd floor, he discovered that the head teacher was absent from the doorway of the classroom. Peering into the office, he found it still empty. Where was the promised English teacher waiting for me? To his dismay, even the head teacher had vanished, not a trace of her to be found. Just as he turned away in disappointment, his gaze inadvertently drifted into the classroom. Oh, someone is there? In the next instant, he felt as though he had been enchanted. Standing frozen in place, his eyes fixated on the individual seated in the 3rd row of the 4th group. Chapter 31, Songyu. Good news. The airborne dust particles shimmered in the gentle warmth of the winter sun, and the soft rustle of pages turning graced the air, amidst the bright hues. Songyu, with an innate elegance, sat quietly in her plain cotton attire. Occasionally, a northern wind swept through, causing her strands of hair to flutter gently. The entire scene exuded tranquility, untouched by the chaos of the world, reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. At that moment, her face bore no traces of time, nor the sorrows of love and separation, as if she eternally resided in the blissful memory of being 18, awaiting her beloved to pursue her anew. In a moment of pure adoration, Li Heng found himself captivated. In his previous life, he had lived over 50 years, encountered countless individuals, and prided himself on his talents. Yet he could never find the precise words to encapsulate her unparalleled beauty. Sun Munning described her as the embodiment of a spirit from the Book of Songs, perfectly illustrating the concept of a graceful lady and a gentleman's ideal partner, much like the nostalgic reminiscences shared by male classmates during their 10-year reunion. Their unrequited love and obsession for Song-yu permeated every corner of their youth, akin to a young actor immersed in a role. In his past life, Yang Yingwen had once asked him, of Song-yu, Xiaohan, and Qin Zijin, whom do you love most? At that time, Li Heng refrained from providing a direct answer, instead articulating his heartfelt sentiments. Song-yu is a remarkable guest from the mortal realm, and my acquaintance with her during that chapter of my life was my most cherished secret. He recalled a moment when he celebrated her birthday alone. Under the influence of a few drinks, she inquired, if you adore me so much, why didn't you pursue me back then? Was I not good enough? It took Li Heng a considerable time to respond. It wasn't that you weren't good enough. It was simply that you were too exceptional. I knew I couldn't measure up to you. With a playful smile, she teased, but you are Li Heng, the dream of many girls. How can you lack confidence? Li Heng, self-aware, replied, indeed. In my heart, no one deserves you, not even myself. Song-yu smiled gently, then gradually composed her expression. I thought it was because of Zijin. Li Heng countered. If, under the circumstances of just graduating high school, I had confessed to you, would you have accepted? After a moment of contemplation, Song-yu shook her head. Li Heng sighed deeply. See, it was all in vain. Observing his despondency as he continued to drink, Song-yu reassured him, had I been the first to encounter you, and had you pursued me with the same fervor as now, I would have undoubtedly fallen for you back then. Li Heng tilted his head back to finish a bottle of beer, exhaling a cloud of bitterness. When we met, my monthly food budget never exceeded 8 yuan, and not a single piece of clothing cost more than 3. How could I dare to pursue you? I simply couldn't. After a brief silence, she asked, if it were possible, if I were willing to be with you, what then? Li Heng, with a pang of sorrow, replied, that would be me overreaching. I wouldn't want you to endure hardship alongside me. You had just come of age, easily swayed by emotions, while I could not afford to be so sentimental. His words were heartfelt and sincere. After enduring the trials from the Qin family during the summer of his sophomore year, his once fiery spirit had dulled. By graduation, he dared not attempt to approach someone as elevated as Song-yu. He lacked the courage, the confidence, and the conviction. She lifted her gaze, lost in contemplation of the moon, and after a prolonged silence, softly uttered, if I were Zijing, I would willingly endure hardships alongside you. Suddenly, a stone sculpture loomed at the entrance, capturing the attention of Song-yu, who had been absorbed in her reading. With a slight lift of her head, she turned her gaze towards Li Heng. Their eyes seemed to transcend time and space, as if having endured countless trials, ultimately colliding with his gaze. In that fleeting moment, Li Heng, emotions ignited and tears glistening, hastily entered the classroom. Under her watchful eyes, and amidst her astonishment, he grasped her hand with an intensity that was nearly overwhelming, exclaiming, Song-yu, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Having known each other for nearly 3 years, their bond had been close, largely due to Qin Zijing. Yet, he had always conducted himself with utmost propriety in her presence, never daring to overstep. Now, however, the sudden absurdity startled Song-yu. As she felt his touch for the first time, panic surged within her, prompting an instinctive attempt to withdraw her right hand. She tugged once, but it remained steadfast. Again, she pulled, yet it did not yield. Just as her brow furrowed in contemplation of further resistance, she inexplicably surrendered, allowing him to hold her hand. At that moment, it seemed she understood the sincerity reflected in his eyes, recognizing that his impulsiveness must have its reasons. After a prolonged gaze, she gently inquired, Li Heng, what troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties? Her voice, though somewhat cool, carried an undertone of concern. Li Heng, greedily holding her hand a moment longer, took a deep breath before releasing it. Apologizing, I have not seen you in ages. I was momentarily lost, feeling as though time had separated us irreparably, as if I would never see you again in this lifetime. I apologize for my abruptness. Intuition whispered to her that these bewildering words should not be taken at face value, yet Song-yu chose not to confront him. Instead, she silently gazed into his tear-filled eyes, becoming lost in thought. Was there perhaps something troubling him? Could there be circumstances beyond his control? Regardless, Li Heng was Zijing's partner, and as a good friend and confidant, she felt compelled to uphold her boundaries and prevent him from crossing any lines. As Sun Manny had remarked, Song-yu was aware that the young man before her harbored a subtle affection for her, yet she could not accept such feelings. With the potential for classmates to enter at any moment, and wishing to avoid misunderstandings, Song-yu delicately suggested, did you just finish lunch? You have some grains of rice on your face. How could there possibly be rice on his face? Li Heng understood her subtle hint. The school year had just commenced, and visitors could arrive at any moment. He ought to wash his face at the sink to avoid drawing attention to his tear-streaked eyes. Truth be told, had he not been resolutely holding back his tears, he would have wept openly, overwhelmed by the fortune of encountering her once more in high school. Just then, as Li Heng was about to speak, an unexpected voice resonated from outside the classroom. Following the voice, footsteps approached, entering the room. Upon encountering the English teacher, Songyu discreetly withdrew her right hand from the book and politely greeted, "Teacher." Wang Runnan regarded her with an appreciative gaze and could not refrain from complimenting. "You have become even more beautiful since we last met over the winter break." Songyu offered a serene smile but refrained from responding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the English teacher turned her attention to Li Heng, inquiring, "The teacher just briefly visited the academic affairs office. Have you been waiting long?" Li Heng smiled and waved dismissively, replying, "No, I just arrived as well." Wang Runwan nodded and briskly headed towards the door, stating, "I need to discuss something with you. Come with me." At last, the long-awaited moment had arrived. After exchanging glances with Songyu, Li Heng promptly rose to follow her. Perhaps due to the completion of the students' reports, the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, had yet to return, allowing the two to occupy the office uninterrupted. Upon entering, Wang Runwan instructed, "Please close the door." In the past, Li Heng, mindful of his reputation and Songyu's presence, would have hesitated to shut the door. However, he now acted without hesitation, closing it and eagerly asking, "Teacher, what do you need me for? Is there news from the magazine?" Wang Runwan, with a teasing smile, replied cryptically, "Do you have feelings for Songyu?" Li Heng vehemently denied. "Teacher, what nonsense are you spouting? That's baseless. Don't accuse me unjustly." Wang Runwan pointed to the corner of his eye, playfully remarking, "The tears have not yet dried, they do not lie." Li Heng, in light of this, he simply raised his hand to wipe away the evidence. The English teacher observed him for a moment before suddenly speaking, "I received a phone call at noon. It was for you." Li Heng's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, "Who is it? Where did it come from?" The English teacher responded, "From the Shanghai market. It seems to be regarding the magazine you mentioned, Harvest." She paused momentarily, adding, "I should not have misheard. It must be it." Chapter 32. Working overtime really? Is it truly Harvest magazine? Absolutely. Upon receiving the confirmation, Li Heng was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost lifting his English teacher off the ground as he eagerly inquired, "What did they say?" Wang Runwan, leaning against the desk with her legs crossed, replied, "They were inquiring about you, but I didn't delve into details. They've scheduled a call for tomorrow at 12:30 p.m., and you should come to my home to discuss specifics with them." Li Heng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Runwan flicked her long hair and teased, "If you truly wish to thank me, focus on studying English and score well on your exams, rather than fixating solely on the attractive female classmates." Li Heng retorted, "Teacher, you misunderstand. It is not as you imagine. I merely appreciate Songyu's beauty." Wang Runwan asked, "And what about your past relationship with Qin Zijing? I once saw you two sneaking a hand-holding moment in the small grove during our sophomore year. Surely that was a misunderstanding as well?" Li Heng protested, "It was genuinely a misunderstanding. Qin Zijing claimed her hands were cold, and I merely helped warm them." Wang Runwan scoffed. "It was summer, with temperatures soaring to 37 degrees Celsius. Cold? Is that so? Was it truly summer? I have engaged in numerous mischievous deeds in that grove myself. It's perplexing to discern what is real and what is not. Yet, I cannot confess to such a thing. She had a low-grade fever, shivering all over." "Teacher, you were well informed. You must have heard of low-grade fevers, right?" Wang Runwan chuckled with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "A low-grade fever? Let me tell you, had this been a few years ago, you would have been charged with a crime of moral misconduct, and a report would have been certain. How can you say such things? I find it rather unpalatable. We are in a new era. Families in our village have divided their lands and mountains. Why do you still cling to such outdated notions?" Li Heng countered. Then with a look of confusion and fear, he asked, "Teacher, why are you so interested in my personal life?" "Surely not." Wang Runnan fixed him with a piercing gaze, her chest rising and falling dramatically as she pointed towards the door, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. "Leave. Get out. Go far away." Seeing her in such a furious state for the first time filled Li Heng with satisfaction as he departed. He mused to himself, "This is what you get for being so nosy. Perhaps this lesson will teach you to be more discreet in the future." In a brief moment, upon returning to the classroom, he found it bustling with students. Both boys and girls were intently immersed in their studies, diligently solving problems and reading. The atmosphere was markedly serene. One could not help but marvel at the intense academic environment of this experimental class composed of the city's top students. There was not a single mediocre individual among them. They exhibited remarkable self-discipline, requiring little intervention from teachers. Occasionally, when a student performed poorly on an exam, they would reflect deeply on their performance and devise a more rigorous study plan even before the teacher had a chance to offer comfort. In essence, the message was clear: pursue your dreams with fervor. Compete vigorously. All are exceptional talents, and none are willing to concede defeat. Even if there exists a substantial disparity in intelligence, the diligent shall strive diligently, investing double the time to make up for any shortcomings. My Sui arrived. And with no available seat beside Songyu, Li Heng temporarily quelled his impulse to sit with her. Upon returning to her seat, Sunaning tore off a piece of paper and inscribed, "I have already discussed the matter of changing seats with my Sui." After lingering on the note for 2 seconds, Li Heng felt no embarrassment and wrote back, "Does she agree?" Sunaning replied, "I have known her since we were 5. Of course, she agrees." Li Heng wrote, "Thank you." He did not inquire whether my Sui was curious. In truth, for such matters, anyone with a modicum of sense could surmise the reasons. Would the astute my Sui, who had long contended with Songyu for the top spot in class, be foolish? The answer was evident. After a moment of silence, he observed Sunaning putting away the note and resuming her mathematics problems. He, too, was not idle. He retrieved a new notebook from his drawer and opened it. Preparing to write to Liv. After a period of relentless writing, to Liv had accumulated 80,000 words, just over half complete. With 50,000 more words, he could bring it to an end. The call from Harvest magazine had provided a much-needed boost of motivation while simultaneously ringing a warning bell. Time was running short. He needed to expedite the completion of his work. For days, he planned to dedicate the next 4 days to intensively finishing the novel. Once a person harbors hope and urgency, boundless motivation emerges. Indeed, today, immersed in his writing, inspiration flowed abundantly for Li Heng. His pen danced across the blank pages for hours without pause. He filled 5 sheets, totaling approximately 4,500 words. Good heavens! His fingers bore deep impressions from gripping the pen, a dull ache manifesting. Li Heng, what are you writing? The cafeteria is about to close. Aren't you going to eat? Earlier, when she had departed, Sunaning had seen him engrossed in his work, assuming he was studying, and did not disturb him. To her surprise, upon returning from dinner with Songyu and my Sui, she found him still maintaining the same posture, prompting her to lean in closer. Noticing her head nearly touching his chin, he instinctively leaned back slightly and asked, "Rich girl, what time is it?" Sunaning, nicknamed Rich Girl for being one of the few students in class with a digital watch, raised her wrist to check. "It's 6:28, it's getting dark. Our teacher will rearrange the seats at 7. You should hurry and eat." "All right." With that, Li Heng tightened the cap on his pen, stowed his manuscript in his backpack, and set off for the cafeteria. Sunaning glanced at his manuscript and backpack, pondering why he seemed so secretive and why he carried such a shabby backpack. Curiosity ignited within her. Li Heng, however, paid no mind to her thoughts. His manuscript was a precious treasure, pivotal to altering his destiny. And he could not afford to leave it carelessly in the drawer. It was best kept close at hand for peace of mind. Surveying the classroom, he found no sign of Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong. Those two must have remained in the dormitory. No matter, time was of the essence, and he had little inclination to call out to them. Li Heng jogged toward the cafeteria. The student cafeteria was not far from the teaching building, separated only by a small artificial hill, with a straight-line distance of no more than 300 meters. He arrived swiftly. As Sunmaning remarked, the usually bustling cafeteria is now nearly deserted at this hour. Including himself, only a few languid cats are present, lazily selecting their meals from the vast, vacant space. "Auntie, what other dishes do you have?" "Just a single carrot left." "What about the others?" "You arrived too late. They're all gone." Li Heng leaned his head into the serving window, instantly feeling despondent. His beloved steamed egg had sold out, and only 2 pieces of spicy chicken remained at the bottom of the bowl. Noticing his gloomy demeanor, the serving aunt lifted the last remnants of broth-soaked carrot with her ladle and inquired, "Would you like some?" "No, I'll be leaving soon." He had no affection for carrots whatsoever, yet reluctantly extended his lunchbox. "Auntie, how much is it?" "Oh, don't worry about it. I won't charge you for this. Since you don't want it anyway, I'll just toss it into the slop bucket." Li Heng felt a tinge of melancholy, his spirits further dampened. Chapter 33. 9,000 years after finishing their meal, upon returning to the classroom from the cafeteria, an unexpected sight greeted them. a pristine lunchbox resting atop a desk. The box gleamed, suggesting it was newly purchased. Li Heng inquired of his deskmate, Comrade Sun Manning. Do you know who placed this here? Sun Manning, engaged in organizing her desk, replied. Zhang Zhiyong. This individual, lacking in intellect, had managed to enter the class through connections. His academic performance often lingered at the bottom, and he typically sat in the last row. Li Heng glanced towards the back of the classroom and spotted this fool munching on sunflower seeds with a female classmate. Naturally, they were discreetly concealing their snacking behind two upright books, their heads ducked beneath the cover. As Li Heng approached, Zhang Zhiyong promptly pulled out 2 packets of spiced sunflower seeds from his desk and shoved them into Li Heng's hands, each costing a mere dime. Li Heng recognized them instantly, as his older sister, an avid snacker, frequently indulged in such treats. Did you buy a new lunchbox? Li Heng asked. Zhang Zhiyong raised his head, disdain etched across his face, and retorted, It's for you. Your pig trough is more uneven than the surface of the moon, and it's affecting your charm with the ladies. I simply couldn't bear to see it, so I bought this with the money I earned from selling my rear. At this, the dimwit widened his eyes and exclaimed, You better not ask for it back. Whoever does is a dog. Such was the essence of this simpleton. Li Heng felt a mix of gratitude and the urge to punch him, yet he refrained from being sentimental. All right, the lunchbox truly complements my style. I shall accept it. Returning to his seat, he opened the lunchbox only to discover it filled with delectable dishes, including egg rolls, chicken legs, and a winter melon soup with ribs. The enticing aroma drew Sun Manning's attention, and she remarked, These dishes are splendid. Zhang Zhiyong is quite generous. Indeed, in Li Heng's memory, this simpleton was always lavish with his spending. Even with just 5 yuan in his pocket, he would readily spend 9 yuan to treat others, reserving a mere dime as a personal stake. Zhang Zhiyong had inherited this tendency from his father, who held a superstitious belief that the dime was a symbol of fortune, akin to an egg in a hen's nest, and must never be spent but rather used to generate more wealth. Li Heng suggested. It must be from the staff cafeteria's stir-fry. Wealthy lady, would you care for some? I cannot finish it all by myself. To his surprise, Sun Manning flatly refused. No. I want to eat it. I have my own stir-fry with song yu and my sway tonight, just not these dishes. Very well then, if she would not partake. She was affluent and proud, and he respected her stance. Yet he couldn't help but feel somewhat envious, as he himself felt like a mere bone. With hardly any flesh on his body, he could hardly manage 2 meals, let alone 3. The tantalizing aroma stirred the competitive spirits of several diligent students around him, who discreetly swallowed hard, enviously imagining the sight of someone sinking their teeth into a chicken leg. Shin Lijun, seated in the front row, turned slightly and remarked, Li Heng, your meal today seems quite splendid. It smells utterly tempting. Despite her demure appearance, which captivated Lu Li, she was deft with her words, having been shaped by her family environment. Before she could finish, Li Heng sprang to his feet and interjected, all right, Li Jun, please stop. I genuinely fear you. I'll just head outside to eat. As Li Heng swiftly exited the classroom, Sun Manning could not help but chuckle. You were truly remarkable, Li Jun, for being the first in our class to disregard his face. Shin Lijun inquired, will you still sit here when we change seats? Both girls ranked among the top 10 in their class, granting them considerable autonomy in seat selection, often allowing them to choose their preferred spots. Sun Manning replied, It depends. I wish to sit with my sway, but I am uncertain if the opportunity will arise. Shin Lijun expressed surprise. Aren't you sitting with Li Heng anymore? In class 204, an unspoken rule prevailed. Do not compete with Sun Manning for Li Heng. Once, 2 students had approached him under the pretense of seeking help with mathematics, only to find themselves in a situation that yielded no results. Following that incident, Sun Manning promptly approached the homeroom teacher with a dubious excuse, resulting in the 2 classmates being separated, and she resumed her seat beside Li Heng. Ever since, no one dared to challenge her claim. Consequently, rumors of her secret admiration for Li Heng began to circulate. Thus, when the news of Sun Manning's intention to abandon Li Heng in favor of sitting with my sway emerged, the students seated in the front row appeared utterly astonished, turning to gaze at her with palpable curiosity. Faced with their scrutinizing stares, Sun Manning half-jokingly remarked, Do not look at me with such expressions. It is he who finds me bothersome. Such is the nature of high school students, surrounded by familiar peers, their camaraderie allowing for a carefree exchange of banter. Seizing this rare opportunity to jest and unwind. Amidst the clamor of voices, Sun Manning, unable to defend herself against the chorus of teasing, proudly lifted her head, exclaiming, Believe it or not, I am indifferent. Around 6:55 p.m., the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, stationed his diminutive frame at the classroom entrance, and the previously bustling classroom fell into an immediate hush. Wang Qi reveled in his authoritative presence, rapping on the door with his right hand and calling out, "You have 2 minutes to tidy your desks, especially to remove any scraps and peels. Do not leave behind your untidy image for the next occupant." At his words, students scrambled to organize their belongings, some arranging their books while others collected refuse. A few boys discreetly used pencil sharpeners to erase certain names from the corners of their desks, keen to obscure the evidence of their youthful indiscretions. At this time, the sharpeners were the foldable metal kind, often wielded by some overly dramatic boys who pretended they were throwing daggers, costing merely a dime each. Despite Wang Qi's modest stature, he was a man of his word. When he said 3 minutes, he meant it, timing it down to the second. "All right, time is up. Put down your tasks and line up outside the classroom swiftly. Do not make me repeat myself." The first command, though authoritative, bore a negotiable tone, resonating relatively well in the ears of the students. However, should one dare to provoke him to repeat it, it would likely result in a shout. And rather than a mere reprimand, one might even receive a kick or two. His kicks were indiscriminate, transcending gender and stature. It mattered not who you were. If you provoked his ire, you would receive a kick regardless. Even the towering figure of 185 centimeters in our class was not exempt. When he faced a kick, he would lower his head and meekly apologize, not daring to voice a single complaint. Such phenomena were not uncommon in the 1980s, serving as a microcosm of an era where discipline was often enforced through sheer might. During this time, the adage "spare the rod and spoil the child" became a prevailing sentiment. In the eyes of teachers and parents, these mischievous youths were incorrigibly unruly. As the saying goes, 3 days without a beating and the roof would be lifted. Typically, when parents sent their children to school, they would implore the teachers with words like, "Please, do discipline my child strictly. If he misbehaves, do not hesitate to punish him, even severely. Do not fear repercussions." Teachers, upon hearing such requests, would indeed resort to punishment, and parents would not hold them accountable, instead offering refreshments with cheerful smiles to wash their hands. In contrast, in contemporary times, one might find themselves in dire straits for even a single act of discipline. Oh, what chaos would ensue! Some unfortunate souls would undoubtedly find themselves out of work. Of course, as the old saying goes, exceptions abound. Teacher Wang Qi, though fearsome, regarded the top-performing students as precious gems. Not only would he refrain from punishing them, but he would also often turn a blind eye to their transgressions. This included notable female students like Song Yu, Mai Sui, Sun Man Ning, and Xin Li Jun, as well as male students such as Li Heng, Lu Li, Guo Deshu, Zhou Ai Ming, and Lu Yijiang. As the classmates would say, the favoritism shown to the top students is blatant and unapologetic, meant to infuriate and provoke jealousy. There was no semblance of fairness to be found. 9,000 years was the nickname that students quietly bestowed upon teacher Wang Qi, colloquially known as a playful moniker. The origins of this name stem from 2 factors. Firstly, the teacher's notorious severity. In the second year of high school, a girl once penned a love letter to a boy, inciting his wrath and resulting in her punishment of standing in the office for an entire day, with doors and windows locked, deprived of breakfast and lunch, until her classmates covertly slipped snacks through the door crack to her aid. In the aftermath, the girls complained that the homeroom teacher lacked compassion and sensitivity, labeling him a dead eunuch. Secondly, the teacher, in his 40s, had no facial hair and sported a visage cleaner than one licked by a dog, quite peculiar indeed. Thus, the moniker 9,000 years naturally came into being. Chapter 34. Facing Death with Courage. I have always prided myself on fairness. You are students, and your most significant concern should be your academic performance. Therefore, do not hold it against me for arranging seats based on your grades. If you must assign blame, let it be directed at your own lack of effort. You have the opportunity to prove yourselves, perform well in the midterm examinations, and select a favorable seat. Do not approach me with excuses about poor eyesight, inadequate height, or the necessity of moving your chair to the front of the aisle. The homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, delivered his cold and unyielding logic before instructing the boys to form a line, followed by the girls. The order of the line mattered not, as long as it was neat and quiet. Once the entire class was arranged, Wang Qi produced a report card from his pocket and announced, "I will call out a name. Upon hearing it, you may enter and choose a seat. You must have already considered your options, as changes will not be permitted without a valid reason." In essence, the message was clear, regardless of who you are. The opportunity is singular and fleeting. Songyu. Songyu had achieved the highest score in the previous semester's final exams, granting her the privilege of first choice. Upon entering the classroom, she confidently walked towards the fourth seat in the sixth row. The rationale was simple. Last semester, she sat on the right side of the classroom. And this semester she opted for the left, ensuring a balance in her vision. Students with commendable grades typically selected their seats in this manner. It had almost become a customary practice. My Sui's total score was 3 points lower than Songyu's, granting her the second choice. The class paid little attention to where my Sui would sit, as past conventions dictated that she would certainly choose the fourth seat in the fifth row, continuing to sit beside Songyu. It was rather tedious, as these two girls always selected one another, leaving little opportunity for others to approach. Just when everyone assumed my Sui would walk towards Songyu, an unexpected turn of events occurred. My Sui stood in the aisle, offering an apologetic smile towards Songyu. Before selecting the third seat in the sixth row, positioning herself directly in front of Songyu. A look of confusion crossed Songyu's face as she silently regarded her friend. My Sui explained with resignation. Someone offered me 2 oranges and 2 apples to sway my decision, and I was not allowed to refuse. Upon hearing this, Songyu refrained from inquiring further about the identity of the person, yet she had a vague notion of the answer. In class 204, few could command such deference from my Sui. She was among them, along with Man Ning and, of course, Zijin. However, Shin Zijin had ceased attending after her second year of high school, having moved to the capital. As the two girls exchanged glances, the homeroom teacher called out the third name, Li Heng. Li Heng stepped forward from the line of boys and crossed into the classroom. In class 204, if the boys were most concerned about Songyu and my Sui, then Li Heng was undoubtedly the object of the girls' quiet admiration. Perhaps this attention was not ardent or conspicuous. It could simply manifest as a smile exchanged during a chance encounter, likely to fade away after graduation. Under the gaze of the class, Li Heng strolled leisurely, almost without hesitation, until he reached the fourth seat in the fifth row. With a gentle smile revealing his neat white teeth, he addressed my Sui. It is our final semester of high school. Please forgive me for taking your seatmate. I genuinely wish to learn a foreign language from Songyu. My Sui said nothing in reply, merely observing her friend Songyu with keen interest, scrutinizing the subtle expressions that played across her face. However, to the disappointment of my Sui, Songyu remained as composed as ever, casually greeting Li Heng, who had taken his seat. In truth, she had already mentally prepared herself for this outcome, having sensed the unusual seating choice made by her friend earlier. Perhaps the peculiar behavior Li Heng exhibited when they were alone yesterday had subtly unveiled much. His selection of this particular seat was imbued with emotions, yearning, and ambition, a sentiment that Songyu was well aware of. Yet, with the situation having reached this point, she could not intervene and could only focus on herself. Unlike the harmonious coexistence within the classroom, outside, chaos had erupted. The girls peered through the glass windows in astonishment at Li Heng. Finally grasping the reason behind my Sui's behavior, the boys, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and amusement, began to murmur among themselves. Lu Yejiang, confident in his academic prowess, boldly shouted, "Li Heng, you can't possibly have feelings for Songyu, can you?" This remark sent the already raucous crowd into fits of laughter, mimicking the sounds of pigs. The homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, shot a disapproving glance at Li Heng and Songyu before turning to Lu Yejiang, his expression darkening considerably. Lu Yejiang, you ranked 5th last semester, so you may choose 15th. Upon hearing this, Lu Yejiang's expression fell. He lacked the courage to approach Songyu and my Sui. Yet he still harbored dreams of sitting near the third prettiest girl in class, Chen Lijun. Initially, he had intended to take a chance in the final semester, hoping to sit with her, but now, with the 14th choice, that aspiration seemed futile. With a sullen face, Lu Yejiang mumbled, "Teacher, I was wrong." Wang Qi paid him no heed and continued, "Chen Lijun, it's your turn." Chen Lijun entered the classroom, surveying the room. She had initially wished to sit with my Sui, hoping to motivate herself as the college entrance examination approached. However, recalling what Sun Manning had previously said, she refrained from claiming that seat, ultimately opting for the 4th row of the 7th group, separated from Songyu by an aisle. Those who excelled academically preferred to cluster together, as the conducive learning environment and fierce competition deterred any complacency. Imagine being surrounded by peers who are fervently tackling problems and memorizing content. Would you dare to indulge in leisure or relaxation? The school and teachers welcome such dynamics, often turning a blind eye to distractions, intentionally steering away those who might disrupt the focus of high-achieving students. The fifth choice, originally Lu Yejiang's, was taken by Lu Li. Li Heng gestured for him to sit with Chen Lijun. Under the gaze of Li Heng, Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Chen Lijun, Lu Li, feeling slightly restless, instinctively scratched his head but ultimately subdued his impulses, lacking the courage to proceed, and settled behind Li Heng instead. Why? Li Heng whispered. Lu Li, his face flushed, replied with 2 words, I'm afraid. Li Heng, exasperated, retorted, coward. Lu Li, nervously rubbing his hands, admitted, I really am a coward, unintentionally overhearing their exchange. Song Yu smiled charmingly, but when Li Heng glanced her way, she discreetly averted her gaze. The seating arrangement took over half an hour to finalize. In the end, Sun Manning and Mai Sui became desk partners. The wealthy woman, with a playful demeanor, sat down and jested, Li Heng, you still have not escaped from my shadow. Such words could easily mislead an uninformed person into believing that she harbored feelings for him. Yet, the truth remained. After graduating from high school in their previous lives, Sun Manning gradually vanished from his world. Forget about any ambiguity. Even the most basic friendship diminished within a few years before it completely severed. Lu Yejiang, due to his caustic tongue, lost the opportunity to sit beside Chen Lijun. Surprisingly, Lu Yejiang's close friend, Zhou Aiming, became Chen Lijun's desk mate. Many assumed this was merely a coincidence, including Lu Yejiang and Lu Li, who paid little attention to it. However, the reality was different. According to Li Heng's recollection, Zhou Aiming had been persistently pursuing Chen Lijun since their high school graduation, a pursuit that lasted for 7 or 8 years. Don't ask how he knew. They were middle school classmates, after all, and Zhou Aiming lived in the neighboring village, a mere 30-minute walk away. Once the seating arrangements were finalized, the homeroom teacher took to the podium to deliver a speech encouraging everyone to study diligently in preparation for the college entrance examination. He then announced that a scholarship examination would take place over the weekend, urging students ranked among the top 120 in the school to prepare accordingly. Mentioning that the upcoming questions would be quite challenging. The special scholarship was worth 300 yuan. With only 6 spots available for the entire senior class, 3 for the arts and 3 for the sciences. One should not underestimate the value of 300 yuan. Especially in a rural area where laborers earned merely 2 yuan a day, it would take half a year to earn such an amount, a substantial fortune indeed. However, the special scholarship had always eluded Li Heng. The top 2 students in the neighboring class 205 were exceptional scholars, and his best history grade only ranked him 5th in the school. After discussing the scholarship, the homeroom teacher shifted his gaze, his expression stoic as he addressed Li Heng, saying, Li Heng, please come to my office. Upon hearing the esteemed teacher personally call his name, the entire class turned to look. They were all astute individuals, largely understanding the reason behind the teacher's summons to Li Heng, merely a matter of seating arrangements, specifically involving Song Yu. Li Heng shared this sentiment but faced the situation with unwavering resolve, standing tall as he gracefully exited the classroom under the gaze of his peers. Song Yu discreetly glanced at his retreating figure before quietly retrieving her exercise book, unscrewing her pen, and beginning to tackle the problems at hand. With the door closed, the office transformed into a secluded world, insulated from the outside clamor. There, Wang Qi sat firmly in his office chair, maintaining a serious expression as he scrutinized Li Heng without uttering a word. Chapter 35. A battle of wits. After a prolonged standoff, the class teacher, Wang Qi, finally broke the silence, unable to contain himself any longer. In terms of patience, Li Heng, having lived 2 lives, was unfazed. He feared no one. After enduring 7 years within the system, his wife had nearly become a matron, and now he could withstand more than anyone else. As for what to say, Li Heng was acutely aware of the teacher's inquiry but was not foolish enough to offer a confession. In this day and age, openly admitting affection for a girl was akin to courting disaster. Noticing Li Heng's clear yet bewildered gaze, Wang Qi retrieved a cigarette and lighter from his drawer. After lighting one and taking 3 deep puffs to temper his rising irritation, he exhaled 2 smoke rings and asked, why, after spending these years comfortably seated beside Sun Manning, have you suddenly chosen to switch partners? Li Heng promptly deflected the question. Sun Manning claimed she had grown tired of the same old sea cucumbers and bird nests and wished to try something new. Coughing violently, Wang Qi was taken aback by this self-aggrandizing remark, the smoke choking him. As someone who had lived for decades and encountered shamelessness, he had never witnessed such blatant audacity, equating himself to sea cucumbers and bird nests, terms that in this era carried immense significance, representing the pinnacle of luxury. Observing Li Heng's complexion, which rivaled that of a woman's flawless skin, Wang Qi inquired, "Then why did you choose Song Yu as your desk partner?" Li Heng replied, "Her foreign language skills are exceptional, and I wish to learn from her." Although it was true that Song Yu excelled in English, the experienced Wang Qi found Li Heng's answer suspect. He pressed further, "My Sui has equally impressive English skills. Why not choose her?" Feigning innocence, Li Heng responded, "Teacher, if I had chosen my Sui, wouldn't I have been summoned to the little black room? In this world, some individuals exist as a stark contrast to the mundane lives of ordinary people, serving as a satire in their presence. For instance, there were Song Yu and Xiao Han, recognized as the unparalleled beauties of Xiao City High School. In terms of looks, temperament, and talent, both transcended the ordinary, leaving others in their wake. The vast chasm and disparity led many male peers to collective despair and resignation. Echoing the sentiment from On the Lotus, they were only to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. This was precisely why, despite the presence of a paragon like Song Yu in Class 204, Lu Li and others dared not approach her, choosing instead to fixate their affections on Qin Lijun. They felt unworthy. In the face of Song Yu, an instinctive sense of inferiority arose, making them acutely aware that they hailed from different realms. Li Heng had similarly felt this way in his previous life, which contributed to his reluctance to engage with and pursue Song Yu after graduating from high school. Apart from the two outliers, Song Yu and Xiao Han, a significant number of boys were drawn to my Sui, enchanted by her innate charm, subtly elevating her to the status of the third gem among the acknowledged beauties. To speak candidly, before meeting my Sui, Li Heng associated inner charm solely with maturity and age. However, upon encountering my Sui, he discovered that inner charm is not merely a synonym but a profound sensation. Li Heng adeptly turned the tables on their homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, using my Sui, achieving a remarkably impressive outcome that left Wang Qi at a loss. Truth be told, had Li Heng chosen my Sui as his deskmate, Wang Qi would have similarly summoned him for a discussion. It is inevitable, based on his decades of teaching experience. He knew that when a handsome boy and a naturally beautiful girl excel academically, the likelihood of mutual attraction is significantly greater than that between two individuals of disparate qualities. At such a crucial juncture leading up to the college entrance examinations, how could he, as the homeroom teacher, afford to relax? How could he dare to? Seeing that Li Heng remained obstinate and unwilling to acknowledge the situation, Wang Qi found himself in a quandary. Unable to press him too hard, this was the privilege afforded to exceptional students. Were it another boy, even one ranking among the top 10 like Zhou aiming, Wang Qi would have simply ordered a seat change without a second thought, issuing commands without any preamble. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Wang Qi flicked the ash from his cigarette and gestured towards the chair in front of him, saying, "Take a seat. Let us have a chat." Li Heng, unfamiliar with the concept of politeness, complied and sat down. Wang Qi softened his previously imposing demeanor, exhaling deeply and adopting a benevolent countenance, inquiring, according to the English teacher, "You once had a romantic involvement with Chun Zijing, is that correct?" Wang Runwen, the English teacher? "You, so well endowed, would betray me?" Li Heng retorted, feigning disappointment. "I thought you harbored feelings for me. How disappointing." Although the truth of the matter was as stated, Li Heng could not fully concede but also refrained from outright denial. After all, the mere act of the teacher bringing it up indicated that he had some inkling of the truth. One should never underestimate the intelligence of others. Thus, total denial would equate to an acknowledgement, which would be a poor strategy to adopt. He chose to display a bashful demeanor, replying, "Teacher, we have not reached that stage yet. It's merely a vague fondness." Wang Qi inquired, "Chen Zijing has gone to the capital. Do you still keep in touch?" Li Heng responded, "The disparity is too great. I must first gain admission to a good university." His words were intentionally vague. Yet the homeroom teacher immediately grasped that this disparity referred to family background. His statement was quite astute. Admitting to feelings for Chen Zijing indirectly clarified his relationship with Song Yu. Reflecting on this, Wang Qi secretly exhaled in relief. In the eyes of their teachers, Song Yu and Chen Zijing had once been inseparable friends, and Li Heng's feelings for Song Yu should be innocent. Could it be that he had indeed misjudged the situation? However, having served as a teacher for over 20 years, Wang Qi had encountered numerous types of students and was not easily swayed by Li Heng's singular account. To discern the truth, he planned to summon Song Yu for her perspective. After 20 minutes of heartfelt conversation, the atmosphere in the office transformed from one of tension to one of clarity and laughter, an idyllic scene of harmonious teacher-student rapport. Wang Qi patted Li Heng on the shoulder. earnestly advising him, with only a few months left until the college entrance examinations, you must set aside your romantic entanglements and focus on your studies for this final push. Strive to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Years from now, should you and Chun Zijin find happiness together, the teacher will undoubtedly extend their blessings and partake in your joyous celebration. After all, Chun Zijin is no longer a mere high school student. Wang Qi's approach is characterized by a steady resolve, both in managing Li Heng and in challenging him. This is indeed a promising talent, with the right guidance. He may very well achieve great things that naturally refer to Tsinghua or Peking University, in the eyes of teachers at their level. Only these prestigious institutions can enhance their professional experience and prestige. I am grateful for the teacher's encouragement. I shall strive to do my best. Although Wang Qi may come across as somewhat intimidating, Li Heng's expression of gratitude is sincere and heartfelt. Upon his return to the classroom, many classmates exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of discontent. It seemed that the treatment Li Heng received was rather preferential, even though they all understood that after graduation, it was likely that Li Heng and Song Yu would become mere acquaintances. The proximity of Li Heng to Song Yu stirred a sense of jealousy among them. As he settled down to study diligently, Song Yu pondered for a moment before tearing off a piece of paper. She wrote a note expressing her concern. The teacher did not make things difficult for you, did they? And handed it to him. After reading it, Li Heng replied, indeed. He asked me why I chose you as my desk mate instead of my sway. Song Yu fell silent, aware that her reserved nature prevented her from inquiring further. Thus, Li Heng took the initiative to write, I told him it was because I like you. Staring at the note for several seconds, Song Yu quietly tucked it away in her drawer. Li Heng then tore off another piece of paper and wrote, I managed to outsmart the teacher, stating that choosing you or my sway was inconsequential since the outcome would still land us in the small black room. After understanding the entire exchange of wits between him and the homeroom teacher, a subtle smile flickered in Song Yu's eyes. She then composed herself and returned to her studies. Shortly thereafter, the homeroom teacher appeared at the door and called, Song Yu, please step outside. The classroom fell into a hush. The teacher's call did not disturb Li Heng, who continued writing to live. He had faith that Song Yu's intellect would prevent her from falling into the teacher's traps, especially since he had already relayed the events that transpired in the office to her. In the office, Wang Qi invited Song Yu to sit and began with casual inquiries. Have you been feeling any pressure in your studies lately? Sitting upright, Song Yu replied calmly. Not too much. Wang Qi nodded and further inquired, how is your relationship with Li Heng? Understanding that this was the true concern of the homeroom teacher, Song Yu responded, it's all right. We are both good friends with Chun Zijin. If Li Heng had not mentioned Chun Zijin, she would not have brought it up, as it could cause him trouble. Her current responses were based on the information Li Heng had shared, aimed at navigating the teacher's questions. Wang Qi grasped the implications behind her words and expressed his delight. You, along with my sway, and the students from the neighboring class, Xiao Feng and Luo Jijie, are this year's top contenders for the liberal arts entrance to Tsinghua and Peking University. Both the school and I hold great expectations for you all. After years of hard work, you must not slacken now. Do not let distractions divert your focus, lest you jeopardize your future. When addressing a top student like Song Yu, Wang Qi adopted a different demeanor, offering encouragement devoid of lecturing, infused instead with heartfelt sincerity and warmth. What does it mean to engage in matters beyond learning? Naturally, it refers to romance and relationships. Such an astute individual as Song Yu would certainly grasp this notion. Thank you, teacher. Very well, you may go. Focus on your studies. And should you encounter any dilemmas that leave you perplexed, remember to seek me out promptly, Wang Qi advised cautiously once more. Song Yu nodded gently and returned to the classroom. Upon her swift return, Li Heng was somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from inquiring further. After exchanging a glance with her, he immersed himself once again into his writing of the live. That evening, Li Heng wrote fervently until 10 o'clock, producing nearly 3,000 words. Had it not been for the impending closure of the classroom and the persistent urging of Sun Manning, who held the classroom keys, he would have continued writing, still unsated. After securing the cap on his pen and tightly sealing the ink bottle, Li Heng lowered his head to dry the freshly inked characters before placing them into his backpack. Once he completed these tasks, he finally had the leisure to observe the classroom. To his surprise, nearly all the students had departed. Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li were also absent, likely having refrained from disturbing him while he was engrossed in his studies. Remaining in the classroom were only Sun Manning in the front row, along with Song Yu and my sway, who were waiting for her. Sun Manning extended her wristwatch towards him, asking, Li Heng, you can read the time, can't you? Do check how late it is. The three of us have waited for you for a full 20 minutes. Indeed, he had delayed them, and with a sincere demeanor. Li Heng apologized. My apologies. How about I treat you three to some soda? In this era, having access to soda was undoubtedly a luxury, as it was quite expensive. Sun Manning regarded him with surprise, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then abruptly inquired, "What is your monthly allowance?" Facing the scrutiny of the three young women, Li Heng replied calmly, "About 6 yuan, just under 7. Sun Manning's expression twitched, and she teased, "So you're being extravagantly frugal. How dare you boast about treating us to soda? Are you not concerned you might end up unable to afford even a bun later?" Li Heng stood up, unperturbed, and replied, "Dear wealthy lady, you are overthinking. I did not specify bottled soda, but rather the kind that cost 1 dime a bag." Sun Manning was left speechless. Pointing at Song Yu, and then at my Sui, her tone turning sharp, "Do you not see who stands before you? These are Song Yu and my Sui. How can you dare to treat us to something so trivial?" Li Heng stretched leisurely, responding calmly, "A mountain does not need to be high. It is renowned for the presence of deities. A river does not need to be deep. It is spirited by dragons. It is regrettable that you, as an educated person, are so pedestrian. My invitation is a gesture of goodwill. I believe that based on our relationship, even if I were to offer plain boiled water, it could be savored sweetly. Indeed, we are the mundane ones. We shall take our leave and allow Song Yu to savor your bowl of plain water," Sun Manning said, as she firmly pulled my Sui along with her, departing. With their sudden exit, the classroom fell into silence. Song Yu possessed a tranquil and composed demeanor, remaining unaffected by Sun Manning's provocative words. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "I noticed you spent the entire evening writing something outside of your textbooks. What is it? Are you composing a story?" Li Heng casually responded, "Did you see that?" Song Yu gently shook her head. "I didn't pay close attention. But I noticed you hadn't opened your textbook and merely glanced over." In truth, in a class comprised of the city's top students, the atmosphere for study was exceptionally intense, with most individuals too preoccupied with their own affairs to concern themselves with others. This also explained why Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li refrained from interrupting Li Heng when he was deeply engrossed in his writing. Assuming he was immersed in solving problems and not wanting to distract him, Li Heng replied, "It's not a story, it's a novel. I suddenly felt inspired to earn some writing fees, though I'm uncertain if it will bear fruit." Song Yu was aware of his circumstances and could empathize with his eagerness to earn money, yet she still advised, "There are only 5 days left until the scholarship exam. Given your performance, I believe it would be prudent to focus your attention on that for the time being." Li Heng understood that she did not take his novel writing seriously. Indeed, if he were in her position, he would likely feel the same. "Ah, I understand. Thank you for your concern," he replied. Song Yu scrutinized him closely, realizing he had not truly absorbed her words. However, given the nature of their relationship, she refrained from saying more. Li Heng's dormitory number was 215, situated at the far right of the second floor of the boys' dormitory. As he approached the door, he sensed something unusual. It was too quiet inside, a stark contrast to the usual boisterous atmosphere of 215. In his recollections, there had never been an instance of such prolonged silence. Known for their rowdy demeanor and often reprimanded by school announcements, they were infamous for their disregard for rules. The door was ajar, and as Li Heng peered inside, he encountered the gazes of his homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, and the vice principal. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he comprehended the situation. It was not that 215 was silent, but rather that his peers had likely been reprimanded for some misbehavior. However, it was still not lights out. Why had they been confronted prematurely? With a sense of perplexity, he entered the somber atmosphere of the dormitory. "Teachers, principals," he acknowledged. Wang Qi glanced at his watch and promptly ordered, "Turn off the lights, hurry and wash up and go to bed." Li Heng responded with a quick acknowledgement and hurried to the communal washroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, thereafter obediently climbing into bed. The two educators lingered for some time before departing, and afterward, he discreetly inquired of Lu Li in the adjacent bed. What happened? Lu Li informed him. Lu Yejing and Zhou Aiming had a falling out and got into a fierce fight, which even attracted the attention of the supervising principal. No one knows the reason. Ah. So that was the case. Li Heng understood immediately. Lu Li, perplexed, turned to him and asked, "Do you know why?" Li Heng replied succinctly, "Chen Lijun." Lu Li was momentarily stunned, and after a pause, expressed his frustration, "I feel like fighting too." Suddenly, a head appeared between them, exclaiming, "Go ahead. The teacher supports you with a butcher's knife." Li Heng and Lu Li simultaneously turned their heads, their expressions filled with shock. Mr. Wang, how could you be so outrageous? Chapter 36, People's Literature, February 11th, 1987. Shortly after the onset of spring, the skies above Shao City remained cloaked in gloom, chilled by an unyielding breeze. At precisely 6:20 a.m., the school bell rang, heralding the start of the day. Beep, beep, beep. This was swiftly followed by 3 sharp and urgent whistles. It was uncertain how Teacher Zhao had honed his remarkable skill in issuing commands. The instant his iron whistle sounded, one could scarcely entertain the notion of lingering in bed. Even the very essence of one's spirit seemed to be whisked away. Following the whistle, the school's loudspeakers erupted with revolutionary songs, particularly Waves of Honghu Lake. Oh, the waters of Honghu, they roll and tumble by the shores of Honghu, yes, my homeland. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he had heard this song. In that moment, enveloped in the nostalgia of his youthful and innocent school days, Li Heng found himself lost in the melody, softly humming along with an involuntary sense of joy, just as he was singing with the carefree spirit of a little bird. His classmate Lu Li, freshly washed and with a furrowed brow, interrupted him. Li Heng, I fear I may be called to the front today. Being called to the front, colloquially referred to as making an appearance, was akin to being paraded before the school during morning exercises or assembly, serving as a clown for all to see. In this era of stringent conservatism, for a student to be called forth was a source of profound shame, likely leaving a psychological scar that could take weeks to heal. Zhang Zhiyong, ever the cynic, offered a half-hearted consolation. At least you have a chance to make an appearance. I wouldn't even qualify for that. He added with a smirk. Girls like Chun Lijun would never even glance at someone like me. You should feel honored. It proves you are a man. Li Heng, rinsing his mouth and putting away his toothbrush, chuckled. Look at you. At least you're better off than Lao Yong. He lacks even the courage to admit his feelings for Chun Lijun. Upon hearing this, Lu Li sank deeper into despair, lamenting, Am I truly so disappointing in your eyes that you would compare me to someone like Zhang Zhiyong? Infuriated, Zhang Zhiyong retorted, Damn it. You must be itching for a fight. He then pursued Lu Li, playfully attempting to strike him until they reached the playground. As all the senior students gathered on the small field for morning exercises, the vice principal maneuvered through the crowd, dragging the troublemakers Lu Yejian and Zhou aiming by their ears towards the stage. Lu Li narrowly escaped this debacle, yet he was not spared entirely. His homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, seized him and brought him to the front of the class to lead the exercises. Wang Qi firmly patted his shoulder, his expression stoic, and instructed, Do well. If you fail, you'll be here doing this all morning. Wang Qi further demonstrated his displeasure by delivering a swift kick to Lu Li's calf in front of several nearby classes, chiding, instead of learning good behavior. You only emulate the bad. Your parents are too far away to discipline you, so I will take it upon myself. Consequently, Lu Li, chastened and blushing, followed the broadcast commands of 1, 2, 3, 4 to lead the exercises. However, lacking any athletic prowess, he found the task quite challenging. And under the watchful eyes of so many peers, his awkward movements elicited laughter from students in the nearby classes. The class teacher of Class 205, Teacher Yang, chuckled and teased Wang Qi, saying, Old Wang, is there no one left in your class, or have you enlisted a mantis to lead the exercises? Wang Qi was strict with his class, yet fiercely protective when it came to outsiders. What's wrong with a mantis? It's certainly more appealing than anyone in your class. Teacher Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked disdainfully at Wang Qi. Look at the nonsense you're spouting. Lu Li is a tall fellow who probably weighs less than 100 pounds. He is as skinny as a stick. Where's the appeal in that? Standing nearly 180 centimeters tall, Wang Qi had to tilt his head back to meet Yang's gaze. 2 packs of white sand. How about we take 3 from each class for a stroll? Willing to wager? Although Teacher Yang was the class teacher of 205, he also taught politics in 204. And he squinted his eyes unwillingly. Old Wang, you may not be tall, but your heart is dark. This is obviously cheating. How about excluding your classmate Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Li Heng? I'll bet you 5 packs. At that moment, Teacher Luo, the class teacher of 206, joined the fray. Excluding 3 is too harsh. Make it 2, and I'll join in 2. Wang Qi replied, Fine, let us exclude Mai Sui and Li Heng, leaving Song Yu. Teacher Yang interjected. Song Yu has to go as well. Teacher Luo concurred. Agreed. Wang Qi, reluctant, waved his hands dismissively. If you can't afford to lose, step aside and don't embarrass yourself here. Despite their banter, the 3 were longtime colleagues and friends. One taught history, another politics, and the last mathematics. This trio of old rascals often gathered to joke around, much to the amusement of those around them. During the early study period, Wang Qi stood on the podium with a stern expression, issuing commands as he rearranged Zhou Aiming's seating to the front group, pairing him with a girl, Chun Lijun. After completing this task, he glanced at Li Heng and Song Yu, but ultimately refrained from intervening, deciding to assess their mock exam results first. The early study period typically involved English lessons, and after the homeroom teacher departed, Wang ran and entered the corridor, strolled around, and quietly approached Li Heng. She leaned down and whispered, "The magazine harvest will call at 12:30 p.m. Remember to go on time. Don't forget." Li Heng acknowledged her. After relaying her message, Wang ran and glanced at Song Yu, then at Li Heng, before leaving the classroom for the office. Upon entering, she smiled and asked, "Old Wang, why didn't you separate them?" Wang Qi sipped his hot tea. "Do you really think there's an issue?" Wang Runwen found a chair and sat down. "I'm not sure about Song Yu, but Li Heng is definitely up to no good, like a weasel wishing a chicken well." Wang Qi inquired curiously, "Didn't you say Li Heng was dating Qin Zijing?" Wang Runwen crossed her legs and replied, "The Qin family is quite powerful. You've likely heard of it. Do you think they stand a chance?" Wang Qi pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you suggesting that the lad has realized this? Is he preparing to look elsewhere?" Wang Runwen shook her head. Observing her reaction, Wang Qi retrieved a stack of letters from his drawer and handed them to her. "What is this?" Wang Runwen asked. "Receiving them. Whose are they?" Wang Qi informed. "These are merely love letters written by some girls from the other classes to Li Heng. Over the past 2 years, I have intercepted a total of 11. Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen suddenly realized, "I always wondered why you are the first to arrive at the classroom every morning. It turns out you have been engaged in such activities." Wang Qi nodded and shook his head, chuckling, "I have no choice. Those 3 are quite troublesome." This revelation made Wang Runwen understand why old Wang was not in a hurry to change seats. It was likely that he intended for Li Heng and Song Yu to act as shields for one another. In the capital city, at the People's Literature magazine office, a 4-story red brick building stood. Chen Xiaomi secured her pink dovetail bicycle and subsequently joined the flow of employees ascending to the second floor. The layout of this office was similar to most buildings of this era, with north-south oriented offices and a central corridor. The walls were coated with white putty gray, complemented by a 20-centimeter dark green wainscoting. "Good morning, Uncle Dai." "Good morning, Xiaochen." "Morning, Liao Jie." "Oh, Xiaomi, your outfit is truly lovely. Where did you purchase it?" "It was a gift from a friend." Liao Jie inquired, "Is it from a boyfriend?" Chen Xiaomi smiled and shook her head. "Hey, Xiaomi, why are you here today? Didn't you say you had something and requested me to cover for you?" Chen Xiaomi, in good spirits, greeted her colleagues with a smile. However, upon reaching the office door, she heard the voice of her friend and colleague, Zhou Chunlan. She cheerfully explained, "The matter was cancelled at the last minute, and I feared I would be bored at home, so I came in." Zhou Chunlan beckoned, exclaiming, "You arrived just in time. We have an abundance of new manuscripts today, and we are worried we won't finish reviewing them all, contemplating overtime. Come help us out. Here, this stack of manuscripts is for you." All right. As an editor, reviewing external submissions was part of her responsibilities, and she promptly set down her bag and proceeded to assist. Chapter 37. The Emergence of Reputation. The editorial office is a room facing north, sparsely furnished with approximately a dozen desks positioned near the windows and walls. Each desk is piled high with stacks of manuscripts, wrapped in craft paper, with the authors' names inscribed on the exterior. Chen Xiaomi, a person known for her penchant for dressing up and her appreciation for cleanliness, also harbors a deep affection for flowers and plants. Indeed, on her desk sits a pot of the ever-popular spring orchid. Under normal circumstances, she could have taken the day off today. However, as one of the least experienced individuals in the office, Chen Xiaomi is driven by her own ambitions and aspirations. She is reluctant to be labeled as someone who secured her position through familial connections. She yearns to achieve recognition through her own merits and capabilities. The path to enhancing an editor's performance naturally lies in discovering talented writers and exceptional works. The more manuscripts she successfully publishes, the greater the acknowledgement she will receive from the literary community, should fortune favor her. Unearthing a sensational new author could catapult her reputation and status both within the organization and in the industry at large. This represents the most expedient route for editors like her to secure promotions, salary increases, and enhanced prestige. During the 1980s, a literary renaissance flourished, elevating the status of writers. and the income from publishing a successful piece was considerable. Esteemed literary magazines such as hers receive countless submissions daily from across the nation. The workload is indeed overwhelming. Regrettably, despite the daily influx of thousands of emerging writers, the chance of encountering a truly remarkable talent is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an opportunity both elusive and serendipitous, lost in a myriad of fragmented thoughts. Chen Xiaomi has already reviewed 7 or 8 manuscripts, none of which can be deemed particularly outstanding, though one manages to catch her eye, barely. After discarding another submission, she holds a teacup in her right hand while deftly retrieving a new manuscript with her left. A glance at the title on the exterior paper reveals, "To Live," by December. At first glance, it appears unremarkable, leading her to suspect yet another mediocre piece. As she sips her tea, she quickly begins reading. However, as she delves deeper, Chen Xiaomi finds herself momentarily stunned, realizing that her teacup has lingered at her lips for quite some time, as she has become so engrossed in the narrative that she momentarily lost herself in the characters. As a manuscript editor for People's Literature, her professionalism and discernment are unquestionable, and she suddenly comprehends what this state of immersion signifies. With a jolt of realization, she sets aside her tea, placing the cup down with urgency. Turning back to the pages of To Live, she re-engages with renewed focus and heightened awareness. Indeed, she resolves to read it thoroughly, from beginning to end, abandoning her previous hasty approach to manuscript evaluation. Now, she meticulously savors each word, each sentence, with utmost care and attention. This newfound dedication proves transformative. She is swiftly captivated by the eloquent prose, losing herself in the narrative, unable to extricate herself from its enchanting grasp. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in this manner. When she finally regained her senses, Chen Xiaomi realized that the manuscript had reached its conclusion, with no further pages to turn. She adjusted her glasses with her fingertips, her gaze still lingering on the final line of text, staring vacantly as if carved from wood, reluctant to part with it, and at a loss for words. "Hey, Xiaomi. What are you daydreaming about? My fountain pen fell and broke. Could I borrow a pen for a moment?" Sister Liao from the adjacent desk, seeing her motionless and unresponsive, decided to wave her hand in front of her. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, Chen Xiaomi gradually regained her composure and instinctively checked the source of the manuscript. Submission address, Shaoyang First High School, Hunan Province. Oh, could it be from Shaoyang, my hometown? Chen Xiaomi thought she was imagining things. She closed her eyes and reopened them, only to find the address unchanged. Indeed, still Shaoyang First High School. What a coincidence. How delightful. The revelation that the author hailed from her hometown filled her heart with an indescribable sensation, a sweet joy intertwined with a sense of honor and familiarity. Her immediate thought was, I am from Shaoyang, and so is the author. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, their eyes brim with tears. Based solely on this commonality, they shared an innate bond. Moreover, as an editor for a prestigious literary magazine, and with the author being a newcomer, they complemented each other perfectly. There were no conflicts of interest, making them the ideal golden partners. Perhaps they could collaborate for a long time to come. Her assumption that the other person was a new writer stemmed from nearly a decade of following the literary scene. She had never heard of an author by the name of December. Logically, if the individual were seasoned with profound literary expertise, they could not possibly be an unknown. It was inconceivable that such talent could be overlooked. As she pondered, her already heightened excitement became increasingly difficult to contain. Newcomers are wonderful. If December is indeed a new writer, her advantage would be even greater, allowing her to better connect with the author. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Chen Xiaomi felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. The opportunity she had long awaited was now within reach. Truly, it echoed the adage, who has not weathered storms? Hold on, and you shall see the moonlight break through the clouds. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze once again fell upon the authoress information. Shaoyang First High School. This was the very institution where Zijing once studied. Is the author a teacher? It is likely they are. Perhaps even a Chinese language teacher steeped in the world of words for many years. Seeing the smile at the corners of Chen Xiaomi's mouth and the sparkle in her eyes, Sister Liao, forgetting her urgency to borrow a pen, leaned in to ask, Xiaomi, I've known you for almost 2 years, and I've never seen you so spirited. Have you stumbled upon a divine manuscript? Sister Liao's remark was not without foundation. She had heard of the Chun family's background. Chen Xiaomi was a distinguished graduate from Renmin University, and typically, no ordinary manuscript would elicit such a reaction from her. Fearing her judgment might be clouded, Chen Xiaomi confidently handed To Live to Sister Liao. saying, "Sister Liao, could you give me your opinion on this?" In this office, initial reviews were conducted, and any promising manuscripts would need to be submitted to the Deputy Editor-in-Chief and Chief Editor, Zhou Mingwei, for final approval before passing through. To preempt any potential mishaps, it is not uncommon for colleagues with whom one shares a close rapport to review a manuscript before submission. Generally, this procedure is followed either when one lacks confidence in their own work or when the piece is exceptionally well-crafted, prompting a request for a second opinion. Today, however, Qin Xiaomi was evidently compelled by the sheer brilliance of her manuscript, one so outstanding that she found it nearly impossible to contain her excitement. She harbored no fears of her peers attempting to claim her work. After all, with so many witnesses present, who would dare to act so brazenly? Furthermore, the Chen family was not to be trifled with. In their presence, even Liao Jie would not dare to stir up trouble. Well, if a manuscript could elicit such fervor, it must indeed be extraordinary. Liao Jie took the manuscript and began to peruse it intently. At 40,000 words, it was neither too lengthy nor too brief. Liao Jie spent over 20 minutes engrossed in its content. Qin Xiaomi eagerly inquired, "Liao Jie, what do you think?" Liao Jie, regaining her composure, remarked with genuine envy, "It is truly excellent. The writing is remarkable. No wonder it has moved you so deeply. I might find it even more overwhelming." She continued, "Xiaomi, this is an opportunity you must seize." Upon hearing such praise from Liao Jie, Uncle Dai, who had been resting his eyes, could no longer contain his curiosity and rose to request, "Let me see for myself if it is indeed as good as you say." Qin Xiaomi, smiling, personally handed the manuscript to him, saying, "Here, please take a look." Uncle Dai was a veteran in the editorial department, known for his extensive experience. It was rumored that he had once been considered for a directorial position, but out of selflessness, he relinquished the opportunity to a younger candidate due to his declining health. With such a respected figure reviewing her work, Qin Xiaomi was filled with anticipation, quietly observing his expressions as he read. Having endured much in life, Uncle Dai was captivated from the opening lines of the manuscript. His countenance shifted as he read, suggesting the story stirred many memories within him. At this point, Qin Xiaomi felt reassured about the quality of her work. Uncle Dai, absorbed in the narrative, took nearly 40 minutes to finish. Liao Jie promptly asked, "What do you think of the manuscript?" Removing his reading glasses, Uncle Dai expressed with deep admiration, "Xiao Chun, you have struck gold. The last time I felt this way was with Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. Remarkable, truly remarkable." In this office, Uncle Dai was considered an authority, and his endorsement often carried more weight than that of the chief editor. If he deemed a live worthy, it was undoubtedly of exceptional merit, beyond reproach. Upon hearing such high praise, especially the comparison to The Old Man and the Sea, the other colleagues in the office became visibly excited, their curiosity piqued. They clamored, "Xiaomi, let me see it. I want to read it too." Chapter 38. A masterpiece. The manuscript made its rounds within the modest editorial office, garnering unanimous and heartfelt acclaim, which filled Qin Xiaomi with a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. As it circulated, it eventually found its way into the hands of Zhou Chunlan. Upon finishing To Live, Zhou Chunlan felt a surge of emotions, anger, jealousy, but ultimately, helplessness. She bitterly mused, perhaps this was simply her fate? Having dedicated 6 years to her position, she had encountered countless submissions of varying quality, yet never had she come across something so astonishing. Truly, it was a remarkable literary achievement. At that moment, she resonated deeply with Uncle Dai's sentiment. It was akin to the spiritual awakening one experiences upon first reading Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. However, unlike Uncle Dai, who had achieved great success and had a tempered desire for fame and fortune, her longing was insatiable. Originally, this manuscript was meant for her. But in a moment of weakness, she had passed to live on to Xiaomi. "Qin Xiaomi, oh Qin Xiaomi, weren't you supposed to be on leave? Didn't you ask me to cover for you? Why, then are you here today? Are you here to usurp my fortune?" The very thought of destiny weighed heavily on Zhou Chunlan's heart, as if the universe were playing a cruel joke on her, holding her back from soaring to success. Gripping the manuscript tightly, her nails nearly dug into her skin, her heart ached. This was a golden opportunity. It had slipped through her fingers, leaving her resentful of the perceived injustice of fate, envious of Qin Xiaomi's seemingly charmed life. Yet, she was self-aware enough to recognize that she could not disrupt the established order to seize it. She dared not offend Qin Xiaomi or the Qin family. Rumors suggested that the editor-in-chief of People's Literature was an alumnus of the same university as Qin Gaoyuan, and with such connections, Zhou Chunlan had no courage to jeopardize her standing. Contemplating the situation, as she lifted her head, a smile brimming with goodwill spread across her face. Xiaomi, congratulations. This is a rare and invaluable manuscript. The heavens are bestowing blessings upon you. Chen Xiaomi was no naive fool. Having honed her skills in the intricate social dynamics of rural life, she saw through Chunlan's subtle manipulations as mere child-esque play. Casually observing the indentations left by Chunlan's nails on the manuscript, she smiled warmly. This is also a stroke of luck for me. I didn't expect to stumble upon something so significant today. If it succeeds, I shall treat everyone to drinks. Upon hearing the word drinks, the wine-loving Uncle Dai immediately perked up, waving his hand in encouragement. Of course. How could it not succeed? Anyone who dares to let such a manuscript languish is committing a crime. Go on, hurry and find the editor-in-chief. I can hardly wait to see you, Xiaoqin. Buying drinks, he added with a wink, but remember, don't skimp on the quality for this old man. Rest assured, it will meet your expectations. Chen Xiaomi replied with a smile, and amidst the enthusiastic encouragement of her colleagues, she quickly swallowed 2 pills, took a sip of tea, and then gracefully made her way to the editor-in-chief's office. Previously, the so-called request for leave was merely due to her throat being inflamed and swollen, causing her considerable discomfort and resulting in a hoarse voice. She had initially scheduled an appointment with an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, he unexpectedly suffered a stroke and was hospitalized. Consequently, she had no choice but to seek a Western doctor for a prescription. Fortunately, at the hospital, she serendipitously encountered a university classmate who had recently returned from studying abroad. They shared breakfast together, engaging in delightful conversation, which contributed to her cheerful demeanor that morning. Knock. Knock, knock. The editor's office resided in the northeastern corner. After taking a moment to steady her breathing, Chen Xiaomi gently rapped on the door. Come in. A robust voice resounded from within. Despite being just over 50, editor Zhou Mingwei had already grayed significantly, were it not for his vibrant spirit. One might easily mistake him for an elderly gentleman at first glance. Uncle Zhou, I'm here. Please, take a seat. Having worked together for 2 years, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Moreover, due to Chen Xiaomi's connection with the head of the literary society, Zhou Mingwei always treated her with a certain warmth, lacking the sternness he typically exhibited towards others. However, Chen Xiaomi was a person who understood the importance of propriety. She never flaunted her familial connections and always approached others with humility, presenting herself as amicable. Of course, this demeanor was primarily reserved for the outside world. Back in her rural hometown, she was akin to a sharp-tongued figure like Li Heng, never one to be trifled with. Many men feared her due to her formidable nature. In her previous life, Li Heng often endured her disdainful glances and barbs, which left him vexed to the point of losing his appetite for days on end. I heard quite a commotion outside just now. Did something good come up? The offices were merely separated by a door, and Zhou Mingwei had a general sense of the happenings in the editorial department. Had he not been preoccupied with a phone call and bound by his position, he would have already stepped out to investigate. There is indeed a piece that Uncle Dai and the others found quite promising. They urged me to bring it in for your review. Aware that the editor-in-chief was not easily misled, Chen Xiaomi decided to speak frankly. Oh, Uncle Dai thought it was good too? Then I must take a thorough look. Zhou Mingwei set aside his pen and took the manuscript handed to him. Living. This title seemed intriguing, likely hitting the nail on the head. Zhou Mingwei mused as he opened the outer paper, diving into the text without lifting his gaze. 10 years younger than I am now, I found myself in a rather aimless profession, wandering through the countryside collecting folk songs. That entire summer, I flitted about like a restless sparrow amidst the cicadas and sunlight of rural life. The simple yet evocative prose and the first-person narrative immediately captured Zhou Mingwei's attention, igniting his desire to read further. Within the story, the protagonist, Fu Gui, originally a wealthy young master, failed to appreciate the privileges of his affluent life and became addicted to gambling. Ultimately, he squandered his entire fortune, leaving him destitute and impoverished. The father was driven to his grave by the ruin of the family fortune, while the mother succumbed to a grave illness amidst poverty. This seemed to unleash a Pandora's box, with tragic fate repeatedly befalling Fu Gui. First, his son Yuqing perished while donating blood to save the county chief's wife. Then his daughter Fingxia died from postpartum hemorrhage, and his wife passed away due to years of overwork leading to osteomalacia. His son-in-law Erxi was crushed to death by falling slabs at the construction site. Just as the narrative reached a gripping crescendo, the manuscript abruptly halted, leaving Zhou Weiming in a state of profound discomfort. akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his very bones. Chen Xiaomi watched him intently, silent and still. She understood that the quality of the manuscript ultimately rested in the hands of her immediate superior, the editor-in-chief, and that her own hopes and opportunities were contingent upon his judgment. Is that all? Zhou Weiming inquired, feigning ignorance, still reeling from the weight of the text. Yes. The author has sent only this much. Upon hearing the editor's tone, Chen Xiaomi's tense demeanor immediately relaxed. She thought to herself, it's done, there as promised. How much more is there? Just as she posed the question, Zhou Weiming grimaced, realizing he had again asked a redundant query. Noticing the editor's distracted state twice, Chen Xiaomi's eyes brightened, and she smiled. December left a contact number. We can inquire shortly. Zhou Weiming slowly closed the manuscript, his gaze fixed intently on December, contemplating for a long moment before articulating his thoughts. This is a raw and unadorned epic, a tale of struggle and survival that leaves a profound impression of both cruelty and kindness. December excels in character portrayal. The agonizing struggles are vividly rendered in his writing. Suffering, joy, suffering. This is finding joy amidst hardship, life within death. Such a realm transcends conventional narratives, possessing both eloquence and depth, with a harmonious unity of form and essence. If the subsequent sections maintain this standard, it will undoubtedly be a monumental work. At this point, the editor Zhou Weiming lifted his head and lamented, as Uncle Dai remarked. This is a piece capable of establishing a lasting reputation. If published, it will undoubtedly create a stir. This reputation refers to a significant influence in the literary world, an ascent to prominence, to live becoming a representative work. Chen Xiaomi felt invigorated by this, having received unanimous acclaim from both Uncle Dai and the editor-in-chief. She could almost envision her own silhouette on the path to greatness. Chapter 39. Do you know that person? Marry him. Editor-in-chief Dai Shu and his colleagues in the editorial department expressed exceedingly high praise for To Live, which bolstered Chen Xiaomi's confidence immensely. Her intuition whispered that if she could seize this opportunity, her name would swiftly resonate throughout the industry, and her life would experience a luminous moment alongside To Live. Moreover, she could shed the label of having relied on her family's connections to enter people's literature. However, she pondered whether the subsequent chapters could maintain the same brilliance as the initial ones. This uncertainty was her sole concern, stemming from her experiences as a manuscript editor, where she had encountered numerous works that began with great promise but ultimately faltered. As she emerged from the editor-in-chief's office with a beaming expression, Zhou Chunlan, who had been observing her discreetly, instantly adopted a faade of concern and inquired, Xiaomi, what did the editor-in-chief say? Upon hearing this, Liao Jie, Dai Shu, and the other colleagues paused their tasks and lifted their heads. Chen Xiaomi found Zhou Chunlan's feigned sisterly concern amusing, yet being an individual with high emotional intelligence, she refrained from exposing the pretense and replied, Uncle Zhou and Uncle Dai both agree. They said it's good. Such a succinct affirmation, though simple, was understood by those familiar with Zhou Mingwei as the highest form of commendation. In that moment, the editorial team envisioned a rising star ascending rapidly, akin to a firework bursting brilliantly in the sky. Xiaomi, congratulations. Don't forget to treat us. As her colleagues showered her with congratulations, Zhou Chunlan struggled to maintain her forced smile while feeling internally devastated. This should have been mine. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Chen Xiaomi focused on the pressing matter at hand, returning the call to the contact saved under December 0739-885708. She swiftly tapped the digits 10 times, confirming the accuracy of the number. Straightening her posture, she finally pressed the key. Was the writer December male or female? How old were they? 30? Or perhaps 40? Were they easy to get along with? Were they communicative? Hello, who is this? Just as she pondered over these questions, the call connected, and a sultry female voice resonated from the other end. A woman? With such a magnetic tone, she must be no stranger to age. Chen Xiaomi swiftly deduced this in her mind and responded, Hello, is this the writer December? Writer December? Wang Runwen paused for a moment before quickly realizing, I am not December. I am a friend of his. May I ask who you are? Chen Xiaomi swallowed to moisten her parched throat. I am an editor at People's Literature, Chen Xiaomi. May I inquire if December is available? Just then, a crackling static interrupted the call, causing Wang Runwen to mishear Chen Xiaomi. Thus, she asked again, People's Literature? In this era, phone static was commonplace, and Chen Xiaomi was unfazed. Yes. Could you please ask December to come to the phone? Gazing through the window towards the teaching building opposite the playground, Wang Runwen remarked. He is not available at the moment. Perhaps you could call back around noon. Is he truly unavailable? Chen Xiaomi inquired patiently. May I be so bold as to ask when he might have time in December? His morning is fully booked. The fourth class concludes at 12:10. And it will take several minutes to walk over from the teaching building, Wang Runwen promptly replied. After 12:20 would be preferable, ideally a bit later. All right, thank you. Although it was her first attempt to connect, and she had not reached him, a flicker of disappointment brushed against Chen Xiaomi's passionate heart, yet it was slight. In her view, with the esteemed reputation of people's literature backing her, as long as she communicated appropriately and followed up in a timely manner, success seemed almost assured. Placing the red receiver back in its cradle, Wang Runwen suddenly slapped her forehead, cursing her own foolishness as she momentarily forgot about the matter concerning the magazine Harvest. People's Literature at 12:20 and Harvest at around 12:30. Surely, these two engagements would not conflict? The instinctive urge to reply from her English teacher's perspective was thwarted by the absence of caller ID these days, leaving her reluctantly at a standstill. She then fell into contemplation. What exactly had Li Heng written? Both People's Literature and Harvest? The tone implied an urgency. As an English teacher responsible for 2 classes, along with a multitude of everyday affairs to manage, Wang Runwen rarely focused on literature and had little familiarity with these 2 publishing houses. To put it bluntly, she was far more acquainted with Story Club, Youth Digest, Budding Readers, and Xiong Yao's novels. After all, she was just an ordinary person. The lofty realm of literature felt distant, lacking the allure of romance and gossip. At least those romantic tales could satisfy her feminine romantic fantasies and provide solace during the quiet hours of the night in the shower. In contrast, Wang Qi and the head of the department frequently published articles in the newspaper, occasionally earning a modest sum for their contributions. They likely possessed a greater understanding. Initially, she assumed that Li Heng's writings were akin to those of teacher Wang Qi, thus she did not pay much attention or inquire further. However, it now appeared that something was amiss. She would need to ask Li Heng for clarification, lest a lack of information lead to a significant oversight on his part. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Runwen, who had just returned from the classroom, turned around to change her shoes and descended the stairs. Tomorrow marked the Lantern Festival. Yet the biting northern wind continued to howl, sending shivers through her heart. The teacher's dormitory was conveniently close to the school gate, so Wang Runwen adjusted her black scarf and decided to step outside to purchase a few cups of sweetened tofu pudding, a dozen steaming meat buns, and wrapped several fried dough sticks in oil paper. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor platform of the teaching building, she unexpectedly collided with Wang Qi, who inquired with surprise, Runwen, didn't you leave because you were feeling unwell? Why are you back? She had indeed been unwell, as it was the first day of her menstrual cycle, causing some discomfort in her waist. During the morning study session, she had only turned around briefly, allowing teacher Wang Qi to cover for her. Wang Runwen shook her long hair. I need to speak with Li Heng about something. Wang Qi had long grown accustomed to his close relationship with Li Heng and had heard the rumors that Lu Yejin spoke of, but he merely scoffed at them. Having known each other for many years, he understood Li's character and trusted his integrity. He did not believe that teacher Wang would be so naive as to fall for a student. Wang Runwen opened the breakfast bag and said, Old Wang, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Why not eat something while it's still warm? Wang Qi shivered slightly from the cold, his eyes lighting up with joy as he asked, do I get a share? Wang Runwen rolled her eyes and replied, of course. When have you ever been left out? Wang Qi chuckled, familiar with the routine, as he grabbed a steaming meat bun and took a bite, savoring its juiciness. He then slurped up a cup of tofu pudding and exclaimed, thanks to that little rascal Li Heng these past 2 years, I've saved a fortune on breakfast. Wang Runwen dismissed his comment lightly, teasing, oh please, I disdain you. Your ambitions are so modest. What value does that even hold? The 2 teachers enjoyed their breakfast, discussing the academic progress of their students, when suddenly Wang Runwen asked, Old Wang, may I inquire about something? With his mouth full, Wang Qi nodded. Have you heard of People's Literature magazine? He finally managed to say after swallowing a few pieces of youtiao. Yes, I have. Why do you ask? Wang Runwen continued. Do you think the things you write could be published in People's Literature? At this, Wang Qi nearly choked, self-deprecatingly chuckling. You overestimate me. With my meager skills, getting published in a provincial newspaper would be the pinnacle of my achievements. People's Literature? Even if the ancestral graves of the Wang family were to emit green smoke, that hope would still be unfathomable. Wang Runwen, astonished, remarked, you were never like this before. You used to consider yourself a cultured person. Wang Qi laughed heartily. That was merely bravado. After all, you semi-literate folks wouldn't understand. I could boast freely. By the way, why did you bring up people's literature today? Oh, just a casual inquiry. She replied. Wang Run pressed on. What about Harvest magazine? Have you heard of it? Wang Qi responded. Now that's for the true literary giants. Those who get published there are genuine authors of remarkable caliber, far beyond what we can achieve with a few bucks in manuscript fees. After pondering for a moment, Wang Run suddenly chimed in. What if someone submitted work and both magazines called? What would that signify? Wang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is such good fortune possible? Do you know this person? Marry him. Chapter 40. How about I resign and marry you? Despite Wang Qi often presenting a stern demeanor in front of his students, that is merely a fade required by his role. In reality, he is quite a humorous and cheerful individual among friends and acquaintances. As per the words of Class 200 and SIXS homeroom teacher, Mr. Luo, if Wang Qi jokes with you without reservations, it signifies that he genuinely considers you a friend. Otherwise, he tends to be rather tight-lipped. Thus, Wang Runwen did not take the words marry him seriously. She merely brushed it off. She later inquired, so, old Wang, which is better, people's literature or Harvest? Wang Qi gestured towards the ceiling above. Both are the pinnacle of domestic literary magazines. Both are excellent. As for people's literature, it needs no introduction. In the capital, it is backed by the Chinese Writers Association and the China Writers Publishing Group. Meanwhile, the chief editor of Harvest is Mr. Ba. You can gauge its significance yourself. Upon hearing the names of the Chinese Writers Association and Mr. Ba, Wang Runwen felt a profound respect. The status of these two magazines in her mind was instantly elevated. Li Heng managed to achieve such significant accomplishments without so much as a word. At that moment, Wang Runwen understood little, yet somehow seemed to grasp everything. She said to teacher Wang Qi, there are just a few minutes left before class ends. I will take Li Heng with me. All right. Wang Qi did not inquire further. He simply stepped aside to allow her entry into the classroom. The sight of the English teacher carrying a plethora of breakfast items filled the students of class 204 with envy. Some boys even stole glances at her well-proportioned figure, wishing they could be Li Heng. Arriving at the fourth row of the fifth group, Wang Runwen tapped someone's book. Come out with the teacher. I need to speak with you. Then, addressing the curious gazes around her, she added, keep up the review of vocabulary and sentence patterns. Memorize what needs to be memorized and reinforce what needs reinforcing. The scholarship exam is imminent. And I heard from the director last night that the questions will be particularly challenging, so be mentally prepared. With little time left, Li Heng had been busy during self-study, finishing the remaining parts of his manuscript for to live. After a brief contemplation, he tucked the manuscript into his backpack to carry it with him. Outside the classroom, the English teacher merely shared a portion of her breakfast with him, remaining silent. It was not until they reached the playground, with no one else around, that Wang Runwen spoke. Just now, the teacher received a call from an editor at People's Literature looking for you. She recounted the contents of the call verbatim, concluding with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, there was static on the line, so I only caught People's Literature. I couldn't discern what else was said, or even the caller's name. I only knew it was a young woman. After she finished, noticing him engrossed in his breakfast, Wang Runwen asked, is December your pen name? Yes. Why December and not some other month? Does it carry any special significance? There are 12 months in a year, representing prosperity each month. In Shao City, many places like to attach a tail to red envelopes, which is derived from this tradition. Upon arriving at the small rockery behind the teaching building, the English teacher sought refuge on a stone bench. Before fixing her gaze intently upon him, is there nothing you wish to share with your teacher? Li Heng, seated opposite her, smiled and replied, Teacher, how about we strike a deal? Let me finish my breakfast first, and then we can discuss it, shall we? There's no need to phrase it so harshly. You could simply remain silent. How could I? You are the teacher I am closest to in this school, and I will need your assistance shortly. Close. I suspect you are merely interested in my family's landline phone. Her father had once served as the principal of the first high school before being transferred to Xiangnan Normal University-affiliated school, where he established a new family. The current principal of the first high school was someone her father had personally promoted, which is why their landline had not been removed. Nor had she been asked to vacate her room. Li Heng, with a glint in his eye, murmured, what else could I be thinking of besides the phone? I wouldn't dare to imply anything about you, teacher. Wang Runwen, arms crossed and eyes half-lidded, shot back with a challenging 5 words. Go ahead, give it a try. Trying would lead to disaster. Li Heng was not foolish. In this verbal sparring, he aimed merely to win without being greedy. With others present, he shed the gluttonous habits he displayed at home, eating with care and deliberation. Wang Runwen did not rush him, silently observing. After finishing a fried dough stick, a bowl of tofu pudding, and 3 large meat buns, he finally felt satisfied. After a moment of shared silence and clearing his thoughts, Li Heng recounted the details regarding his work title to live. The English teacher listened attentively, not interrupting or posing questions until he had finished. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. So, once To Live is published, you will be a great author? Li Heng nodded with self-satisfaction. Yes, more or less. You haven't turned 18 yet, have you? Not until May, just 2 months to go. Wang Runwen studied his face for a moment, lost in thought, before extending her hand. Do you have the manuscript of To Live? I would like to read your masterpiece. Such formalities are unnecessary. Please wait a moment. He indeed had the manuscript. After sending out 2 copies of the initial 40,000 words, he had completed another version at home, just to be on the safe side. This habit had developed during his time working within the system. A touch of obsessive compulsiveness. He was always contemplating potential pitfalls, aiming to prepare for unexpected inspections from superiors. Currently, he had written approximately 105,000 words, with the conclusion expected to be completed in 2 days. Here, take a look at this. The ending will be ready shortly. Li Heng retrieved 3 stacks of manuscript from his backpack and handed them over. The English teacher accepted the papers, feigning curiosity. Aren't you afraid I might run off with your manuscript? Meeting her gaze, Li Heng replied earnestly, I'm not afraid. You are my teacher. The English teacher scoffed softly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even a teacher's identity cannot be taken for granted. Having satisfied his hunger, Li Heng stretched, yawning sleepily. If even our dear and lovable Wang Runwen cannot be trusted, then the world truly is in a dire state. His gaze lingered on her face for 4 or 5 seconds before Wang Runwen suddenly waved her hand in agitation, exclaiming, Class is about to begin. Be gone. Remember to call me at noon. Wait. Don't turn your back on me so quickly. I still have matters to discuss with you. He remained seated, unyielding. Speak quickly. Wang Runwen's mind was entirely consumed by her manuscript. Her curiosity piqued, leaving her with little patience for him. Well, I submitted to 2 magazines this time. And when I take the call at noon, I need you to support me. The subsequent series of convoluted maneuvers left Wang Runwen frowning in disapproval. Who taught you these underhanded tricks? Aren't you afraid of angering them? Li Heng replied confidently, I'm not afraid. I have ample faith in my writing. Besides, I've rewritten the piece, so even if those 2 magazines reject it, I can submit it to others immediately. After all, trying doesn't cost much. The worst that can happen is wasting a bit of time. Understood. Now leave. The English teacher neither agreed nor disagreed, simply commanding him to depart. Noticing her begin to flip through the pages of her manuscript, Li Heng wisely chose not to press the matter further and stood up to leave. The first 2 periods were dedicated to Chinese literature. The Chinese teacher, who also serves as the school's academic director, stood approximately 170 centimeters tall. With neatly combed hair parted to the side, his features were handsome, complemented by the application of mousse and a tie, presenting an image of elegance. However, the aesthetic appeal was marred by 3 finger-length scars on his left cheek. Noticing the entire class fixated on his left side, scrutinizing him from various angles, the academic director touched the scars and, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, Do not emulate me. As a man, if one cannot even withstand a woman's wrath, it is indeed a consequence of lacking intellectual prowess. If I possessed profound knowledge, my words alone could have subdued her. How could I have ended up in this predicament? You must diligently pursue your studies, aiming to gain admission to a prestigious university this year, and in the future, seek a well-educated and refined spouse. Do not repeat my mistakes, for they are rather painful. Laughter erupted from the entire class, and in this light-hearted atmosphere, the 2 periods swiftly came to a close. The 3rd and 4th periods were devoted to history, which was taught by the homeroom teacher. Unlike the previous 2 periods, everyone sat upright and listened attentively, taking notes. Perhaps due to the enriching content, time passed rather pleasantly. The bell rang. As the bell signaling the end of the 4th period rang, Teacher Wang cast a fierce glare at a male student sitting by the door, rebuking him. Are you so famished that you cannot spare a single second? Go to my office and stand for 2 hours. Class dismissed. The other students glanced sympathetically at the unfortunate soul, hastily closing their books and rushing to the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. Hey, Li Heng, why aren't you bringing your lunchbox? Lu Li inquired as they exited the classroom. Zhang Zhiyong tilted his head and exclaimed, Do you really need to ask? He is undoubtedly heading to the English teacher's house for a feast. At this remark, Classmates around them turned to look, casting envious glances once more. Upon reaching the first floor, Li Heng parted ways with the crowd, making his way towards the faculty housing. However, he had not ventured far when Sun Manning called out from behind, "Li Heng, wait for me." Li Heng turned back, questioning, "Aren't you going to the cafeteria? Are you heading home to eat?" Sun Manning jogged up to him, shaking her lunchbox. "We're having chicken at home today. I'm going to bring some for Song Yu and my Sui. Can I have some too?" "You could, but not anymore," he replied. "Ah? Who told you to dine at the English teacher's house? We're feeling envious." Sun Manning lived on the 3rd floor, as did the English teacher, and the two chatted amiably until they reached the corridor on their floor. Just before parting, Sun Manning turned back and asked, "Why don't you come home with me for a bite?" Li Heng shook his head. She pouted playfully, "We're having ginseng stew with black-boned chicken. Doesn't that tempt you?" With a smile, Li Heng waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have some matters to discuss with the teacher." "Oh, then never mind. See you," she replied. "Goodbye." Walking along the corridor for a dozen meters, Li Heng stopped at the 4th door, raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" After knocking 6 times, a response finally echoed from within. "Teacher, it's me," Li Heng announced his arrival. With a creak, the old wooden door swung open, revealing Wang Runwen's face. Before he could greet her, she looked at him oddly and said, "Li Heng, why don't I just resign and marry you instead?" Chapter 41. A clash of rivals. Before he could greet her, she gazed at him with an enigmatic look and said, "Li Heng, perhaps I should resign and marry you instead." Li Heng was taken aback, feeling as though an electric current coursed through him under her piercing stare, leaving him tingling all over. Unconsciously, he took a step back and replied, "Teacher, please don't frighten me. I am still a minor." Wang Runwen chuckled in amusement and beckoned him, "Come in." Sensing danger, Li Heng retreated another step, saying, "No, I'm afraid I'll get beaten." Wang Runwen swiftly closed the door with a decisive kick, declaring, "Then you can just leave." Left speechless, Li Heng waited for a mere 10 seconds before knocking once more. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. This time, the door swung open, revealing Wang Runwen with her arms crossed, who shot him a fleeting glance before turning to walk inside. "I spent the entire morning reading your novel," she remarked. "Aha. If you're thirsty, pour yourself some tea." She continued, "Oh dear, there's no hot water left in the kettle. I just finished the last cup. You'll have to boil it yourself." Li Heng filled the kettle with water, all the while grumbling, "Teacher, you really lack hospitality. This is hardly the way to treat a guest." Wang Runwen, seated on the sofa, perused the final parts of the manuscript. "You're merely a minor. What kind of guest are you?" She retorted, "Ah, this woman certainly harbors grudges. I merely mentioned being a minor," and she retaliated immediately. Having filled the kettle, he placed it on the coal stove outside, feeling a hint of pride as he declared, "I shall soon be a renowned author, and you ought to learn to treat me better. In the future, if you encounter difficulties out there, perhaps you might invoke my name." The English teacher crossed her legs and scoffed. "How would you invoke it? As Chen Zijin's husband? Or as Song Yu's man? Or both together? What a blatant attempt to belittle me. This conversation is going nowhere." Li Heng shrank back slightly, leaning against the fabric sofa, while keeping an eye on the kettle, slowly surveying the room's decor. Surprisingly, despite it being 1987, the interior was rather fashionable. There was a black and white television, a landline telephone, a fabric sofa, curtains, a gramophone, and a radio. In the corner stood a sewing machine, famously branded as Butterfly. It seemed the former principal was no stranger to affluence. Rumor had it that the old principal and his wife had always been at odds, quarreling for decades. After his transfer to the normal university-affiliated high school, he developed feelings for a female teacher there and rebuilt his family. This infuriated his wife, who promptly began a relationship with a factory manager from a state-owned enterprise, later marrying him as well. In summary, outsiders regarded this couple as contentious, both possessing fiery tempers, making it hard to discern right from wrong. This left the English teacher in a difficult position. Her childhood was filled with the tumult of her parents' fights, shattered dishes, and damaged furniture. Her mother had even attempted suicide several times, though she was always rescued in time. These experiences left her with a profound fear of marriage. Over the past decade, despite friends and relatives trying to introduce her to potential partners, she resolutely refused. As the water boiled, Wang Runwen finished the last few pages of the manuscript, contemplating for a moment before asking, with a hint of melancholy, "You've written beautifully. How did you manage to do it?" The teacher has yet to emerge from the pages of the book. Regarding the process of writing, Li Heng had long articulated his thoughts. promptly recalling the life experiences of Uncle Air and the multitude of volumes authored by Comrade Li Jiangguo. Wang Run and refrained from voicing her doubts. Although it felt as if she were listening to an ancient scripture, her heart was profoundly shaken, and she found it difficult to believe. Yet, the manuscript of To Live lay before her, and the facts bore undeniable evidence, compelling her to accept the reality. Observing Li Heng pour 2 cups of boiled water, one for himself and the other set before her, she momentarily lost herself in thought before rising to retrieve a jar of tea leaves. Adding a handful to her cup, glancing at the wall clock, she remarked, "The time is nearly upon us, just 1 minute to go." At her words, Li Heng followed her gaze to the clock, 12:19. He reached for the landline phone, drawing it closer, and then took a sip of the scalding tea, blowing on it to cool it down. The soft ringing of the phone echoed in the quiet room. "It's here," the English teacher announced. "Aren't you going to answer?" "No rush. Let's wait a moment." To Li Heng, the moment the phone rang marked the commencement of negotiations. He could not afford to appear overly eager in his quest for the desired outcome. The first call rang 8 times, dutifully following its course before disconnecting automatically. As the appointed time passed with no response, Chen Xiaomi, situated in the capital, felt a creeping sense of foreboding. Could this December be a challenging month? Yet, she began to console herself, reasoning that communication was often inconvenient, especially when dealing with a teacher who might have been delayed by student affairs. After all, no one is without flaws. Encountering unexpected circumstances is inevitable. With this in mind, Chen Xiaomi gathered her thoughts and waited an additional 5 minutes before dialing the second number. The silence of the living room was again pierced by the ringing phone. Wang Runwen, glancing at the composed figure before her, felt an unsettling sense of disorientation. It seemed that Li Heng's inner maturity surpassed her own. Ordinarily, one would expect exuberance in the face of such joyous news. Even the elder Wang Qi and the head of the department would struggle to maintain such calmness, having long succumbed to overwhelming delight. This time, Li Heng did not keep the other party waiting, answering promptly after the second ring. "Hello, this is Li Heng." The simple greeting momentarily caught Chen Xiaomi off guard, as the voice on the other end struck her with an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. Yet, upon deeper reflection, she could not pinpoint where she had heard it. It was entirely reasonable for her to struggle to recall Li Heng, given that she was a university student from the class of 1980 who had left her hometown at an early age and had remained in the capital for work since graduation. Furthermore, Chen Gaoyuan and his son had led an ordinary life, and since her father and brother had moved to Beijing, she had spent most of her holidays by their side, rarely returning home. Over the years, Li Heng had matured, having undergone the changes of adolescence. His voice was no longer reminiscent of his childhood. Although last summer's incident of being caught in bed allowed the two to spend time together in the same room, it was predominantly her who engaged in verbal exchanges. Faced with the formidable presence of Chen Xiaomi, akin to that of a strong elder sister, the inexperienced and somewhat naive Li Heng dared not retort. He consistently kept his head bowed. Thus, any semblance of familiarity over the phone was a welcome change, primarily due to her keen sensitivity. Naturally, the crux of the matter lay in her subconscious inclination not to think of Li Heng. One must ponder the profound artistry and depth of the writing in To Live, and consider Li Heng's tender age, barely 17, younger even than Zijing. It would indeed be peculiar if she had immediately associated him with the story. Chen Xiaomi failed to recognize his voice, and Li Heng, due to her hoarse tone, could not discern her identity right away. Feeling overly concerned about this opportunity, Chen Xiaomi adjusted her mindset and replied, "Hello. I am Chen Xiaomi, an editor at People's Literature. Are you the writer known as December?" What is happening? Chen Xiaomi? What a coincidence. Is this the definition of encountering one's nemesis on the road? Li Heng found it hard to believe. Was it truly the infamous Chen? The heavens had a peculiar sense of humor. He had been contemplating how to confront her through literature, only to have her unexpectedly present herself. This was more precise than any delivery by China Post. Noticing the silence on the other end, Chen Xiaomi inquired again, "Hello, are you still there?" "Yes, I am December," Li Heng replied, suppressing his joy and responding calmly. After numerous twists and turns, he had finally connected with the author. Chen Xiaomi sighed in relief and elegantly stated, "Congratulations, December. Your manuscript, To Live, has successfully passed our preliminary review. May I ask you a few questions?" "Of course," Li Heng replied. Chen Xiaomi first asked, "Are you a local from Shaoyang?" "Indeed," Li Heng responded. "How fortuitous. I am also from Shaoyang. I hadn't expected we would be fellow townsfolk." "Your writing in To Live is quite impactful," Chen Xiaomi smiled. Yes, I am aware you are from Shaoyang. I sought you out for that very reason. However, your formal address is quite amusing, Li Heng thought to himself, reveling in the irony while maintaining a humble exterior. Thank you. You flatter me, he said. After a few exchanges, Chen Xiaomi sensed a favorable attitude from him, which surpassed her expectations. She then posed a question of particular interest to both her and the chief editor. How many words are there in the remainder of the live? Li Heng responded with clarity. The entire manuscript is approximately 135,000 words, with 40,000 already sent to your esteemed publication. There are about 95,000 words left. Chen Xiaomi took notes and said, the first 40,000 words of to live are quite impressive, and we have accepted your submission. When do you think you can send the remaining parts? Typically, editors at People's Literature are not so courteous to emerging authors. However, the mature version of Li Heng's To Live had made a significant impact on the editorial department, with its eloquence, narrative, and depth being impeccable. Chen Xiaomi held the belief that the other party would inevitably become a prominent figure in the literary world, and feeling she had little to offer in terms of guidance. She endeavored to cultivate a cordial relationship, displaying utmost politeness. Li Heng did not broach the topic of remuneration. Instead, he countered with a question, may I ask something first? Chen Xiaomi replied, please do. Li Heng inquired, what is the remuneration for my manuscript? This query left Chen Xiaomi somewhat bewildered. Having been in her position for 2 years and having interacted with countless authors, she found it rather surprising that an author would directly inquire about payment upon their first correspondence. Literature, being such a refined pursuit, seemed too elevated to descend to the mundane matter of financial compensation. Moreover, wasn't it customary for the People's Literature to determine the payment? Could it be that this person was excessively preoccupied with money? Such a fixation seemed inappropriate, especially in this context. She had just thought the individual to be amiable, only to be faced with such a stark contradiction. As Chen Xiaomi pondered her response, a voice suddenly broke through on the other end of the line. A woman was asking, is this the phone line for Harvest Magazine? Almost immediately, a faint voice responded, sure. At that moment, Chen Xiaomi was no longer merely confused. She felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, left utterly stunned and chilled to the core. Chapter 42. Ambition. The sensitivity of competition among peers is palpable. Upon hearing about Harvest Magazine, Chen Xiaomi immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that December had submitted her manuscript to multiple outlets, though the total number remained unclear. While she felt a deep indignation towards such unscrupulous behavior, her extensive experience in the industry had shown her that this was not an uncommon occurrence. After all, novice writers often lack resources and are unfamiliar with certain unspoken rules of the trade. Moreover, first-time authors typically struggle with their craft, resulting in a high likelihood of rejection. Thus, driven by an urgent desire for publication and fame, some fledgling writers resort to submitting their work to multiple venues discreetly, hoping to increase their chances. Chen Xiaomi had previously pondered this possibility, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Now, however, that hope had been shattered. She could not recall how the phone call had concluded. Her mind felt somewhat numb, and she was enveloped in a cloud of despair. Observing her frozen demeanor, Zhou Chunlan, who had been eavesdropping, feigned concern and asked, Xiaomi, what's wrong? Is everything all right? Chen Xiaomi suddenly felt a wave of disdain towards her, nearly letting slip a sharp retort. However, she ultimately restrained herself, offering a perfunctory smile before heading directly to the editor-in-chief's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomi wasted no time and stated directly to Zhou Mingwei, Uncle Zhou, I must travel to Shao City. At this, Zhou Mingwei, who had been engrossed in his writing, looked up and eventually set down his pen. Have you encountered a challenge? Regarding a rare masterpiece like To Live, Chen Xiaomi chose to speak candidly, revealing the issue of December's multiple submissions. Zhou Mingwei had weathered countless storms in his career. Having attained the position of editor-in-chief, his composure was not easily shaken. After hearing her account, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any visible reaction. If it were about any other work, he would have left it to his subordinates to handle. But To Live was different. Even after decades in the field, having read extensively, few works resonated with the depths of his soul, yet this one did. His rich experience told him that this was a piece that could elevate its author's status. A deep-seated intuition whispered to him that failing to seize this opportunity could lead to profound regret in the future. With this in mind, he inquired, how many words remain? Chen Xiaomi replied, December mentioned approximately 95,000 words. Zhou Mingwei then asked, what is your immediate impression of this author over the phone? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiaomi distilled her thoughts into 2 words: confident, greedy. Confidence is indeed essential, Zhou Mingwei mused. An individual capable of crafting such a piece must possess confidence, otherwise it would be rather lacking. His anticipation for the work's potential would wane. As for greed, that varied from person to person. Without having met the author in person, he refrained from judgment. After a brief moment of reflection, he granted her authority, stating, "Within the scope of this matter, you have full discretion." This was precisely the response Chen Xiaomi had been waiting for. She promptly affirmed, "Great. I shall set off immediately." Zhou Mingwei nodded seriously, advising, "The opponent is formidable, indeed. It is better to act promptly than to delay. Please be cautious on your journey." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." With the prestigious endorsement in hand and thoughts racing about the potential actions of her longtime rival, Harvest magazine, Chen Xiaomi felt an urgent need to act without delay. After briefly tidying her desk, she hurried towards the editorial office. "Hey, Xiaomi, where are you rushing off to in such a flurry?" Liao Jia, who had a good rapport with her, called out to satiate the curiosity of their colleagues. Chen Xiaomi cast a sidelong glance at Shou Chunlan and replied, "I have a meeting arranged with December. I need to prepare." The seasoned editors picked up on the underlying significance of her simple statement. Uncle Dai encouraged her, "Xiao Chen, I wish you great success. When you return, do treat this old man to a drink. With your kind words, it shall be done." After leaving People's Literature, Chen Xiaomi swiftly made her way to the post office, sending an urgent telegram to Xiao City. Next, she located a public telephone booth and called a friend of her father's to arrange for tickets, whether train or airplane. Meanwhile, in Xiao City, at the first high school, Li Heng employed the same tactics on a male editor from Harvest, leaving the other party momentarily stunned. As he replaced the red receiver, his English teacher inquired, "Do you really believe this approach will yield success?" Li Heng pondered before responding, "It's hard to say at this moment. The results will be evident in a few days." Seated cross-legged on the sofa, the English teacher sipped from her teacup and asked, as a newcomer writer, "What will you do if they do not accommodate you and choose to abandon your work?" Li Heng, brimming with confidence, replied, "That won't happen. I am well aware of the quality of my writing." Noticing her skeptical expression, he added, "Once the scholarship exams are over, if neither magazine has contacted me, I will submit to Contemporary in October without any tricks this time, and earn my fees honestly." Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen gazed at his face for a long moment, perplexed, and asked, "In such a vast place as Xiao City, filled with intellectuals, I have not seen anyone rise to the status of a great author. Nor have I witnessed anyone capable of publishing a novel. Even seasoned writers like teacher Wang Qi take pride in publishing small articles that barely fill 2 fingers on a newspaper. At not yet 18. Why are you not content with such significant achievements? Earning 2 or 3,000 from a book isn't enough for you. Why such an obsession with wealth?" Li Heng calmly shook his head. "Pouring my heart and soul into a book only to earn a few thousand is hardly something to be satisfied with. I currently have no other source of income, so I must rely on this and focus on tangible benefits. I do not view earning 2,000 from a book as a great honor. Furthermore, are you not aware that a writer's peak is often time-limited? Throughout history, who has consistently produced masterpieces? While I am still young and passionate, why not explore the potential of royalties?" Indeed, his scheme to entice editors from both magazines was a calculated risk to seize the possibility of earning royalties. Although he perceived the odds to be slim, he was nonetheless seized by a whimsical desire to give it a try. After all, in his previous life, he had encountered substantial wealth, and his vision and ambition far exceeded those of his peers. If Wang Shuo could achieve this in his past existence, he was curious to see if there might be even the faintest glimmer of opportunity 2 years ahead. Should such a possibility exist, he would have accomplished something remarkable, granting him a formidable presence in the literary world, where he could navigate freely and command the respect of fellow writers. If he were to fail, it would be of little consequence. He could simply retreat with his tail between his legs and seek employment at another magazine, earning his living in a more conventional manner. Chapter 42. The Bureau competition among peers is particularly sensitive. Upon hearing the name of the magazine Harvest, Chen Xiaomi immediately understood the situation. It seemed that a submission had been made to multiple publications in December, though she was unclear about the total number of submissions. Although she felt immense anger towards the unscrupulous behavior, it was not the first time she had encountered such a scenario in her years in the industry. After all, new writers often lack resources and pathways, and they may not fully grasp the industry's unspoken rules. Furthermore, the first book of a novice writer is typically marked by an immature writing style, resulting in a high likelihood of rejection. Thus, in a desperate desire to publish and attain fame, some new authors resort to submitting their work to multiple venues to increase their chances. Chen Xiaomi had considered this possibility before, yet she clung to a sense of hope. Now, that flicker of hope had been extinguished. She could hardly recall how the phone call had ended. Her mind felt somewhat numb, enveloped in a cloud of despair. Zhou Chunlan, who had been eavesdropping, noticed her dazed demeanor and faint concern, asking, "Xiaomi, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" A surge of loathing towards her welled up in Chen Xiaomi, nearly causing her to retort harshly, but she ultimately restrained herself, offering a polite smile before striding directly to the editor-in-chief's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomi got straight to the point, addressing Zhou Mingwei. "Uncle Zhou, I need to make a trip to Xiao City." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwei, who had been engrossed in his writing, looked up at her and, after a brief pause, set down his pen. "Have you encountered a dilemma?" Given the significance of a masterpiece like To Live, Chen Xiaomi did not hold back, directly recounting the matter of multiple submissions in December. Zhou Mingwei had weathered countless storms throughout his career. His demeanor remained steady, showing no signs of turmoil upon hearing the news. If it were any other work, he would have been indifferent, leaving it to his subordinates to deal with. However, this was To Live. Even after decades in the field and having read widely, few works had managed to touch the depths of his soul as this one had. His extensive experience told him that it was a piece capable of bringing fame and success. A deep intuition whispered to him that if he were to recklessly let this opportunity slip away, he might regret it in the future. Contemplating this, Zhou Mingwei inquired, "How many words remain?" Chen Xiaomi responded, "December mentioned approximately 95,000 words." Zhou Mingwei then asked, "Based on the phone conversation, what is your immediate impression of this author?" After a moment of reflection, Chen Xiaomi distilled her thoughts into two words: confidence and love of wealth. Confidence is indeed essential. Anyone capable of crafting such a work must possess a certain level of self-assurance. Otherwise, it would be rather unremarkable, Zhou Mingwei mused, realizing that his expectations for the work would not be as high if the author lacked confidence. As for the love of wealth, that varied from person to person. He refrained from passing judgment without meeting the individual. After a brief contemplation, he granted her authority, saying, "Within reason, you have full discretion to handle this matter." Chen Xiaomi had been waiting for this affirmation and promptly declared, "Great. I shall set off immediately." Zhou Mingwei nodded earnestly, advising, "The opponent is formidable. It is indeed prudent to act promptly rather than delay. Please ensure your safety on the journey." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Grasping the precious opportunity, Chen Xiaomi was consumed with anxiety over the potential actions of her old rival, the Harvest magazine. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily tidied her desk and rushed toward the editing room. "Hey, Xiaomi, where are you off to in such a hurry?" Liao Jia, who maintained a cordial relationship with her, called out to satisfy the curiosity of their colleagues. Chen Xiaomi cast a glance at Zhou Chunlan and replied, "I have a meeting scheduled with December and need to prepare." The seasoned editors, adept at discerning subtleties, picked up on the significance of her words. Uncle Dai encouraged her, saying, "Xiao Chun, I wish you great success. When you return, treat this old man to a drink. With your kind words, it shall be done." After leaving the People's Literature office, Chen Xiaomi promptly went to the post office, sending an urgent telegram to Xiao City. Next, she located a public telephone booth to call a friend of her father's, seeking travel tickets, whether for train or plane. Meanwhile, in Xiao City, a similar approach was employed by Li Heng, who replicated his tactics on a male editor at Harvest, leaving the latter bewildered. After placing the red receiver back in its cradle, the English teacher inquired, "Do you truly believe this strategy will yield success?" Li Heng pondered and replied, "It is too early to tell. We shall see the results in due time." Seated cross-legged on the sofa, the English teacher sipped her tea and asked, "As a novice writer, what will you do if they do not indulge you and decide to discard your work?" Li Heng responded confidently, "That won't happen. I know the worth of what I write." Observing her skeptical expression, he added, "Once the scholarship examination concludes, if I have not heard from either magazine, I will submit to Contemporary in October without any tricks this time, simply seeking to earn my writing fees." Hearing this, Wang Runwen studied his face for a long moment, perplexed and questioned. "In such a vast place as Xiao City, with so many intellectuals, we have not seen anyone rise to become a great writer or publish a novel in years. Even teachers like Wang Qi take pride in publishing mere snippets in newspapers for quite some time. Why, at not yet 18, are you not satisfied with your achievements? Why such an obsession with wealth?" Li Heng calmly shook his head, pouring my heart and soul into a book, only to earn a few hundred or thousand. Is hardly something to be satisfied with. With no other source of income, I must maximize my returns. Reflecting on his impoverished background, Wang Runwen chose not to continue the debate on that topic. After finishing her tea, she glanced at her watch and said, "Let us go. There is no food at home. While we still have time, let us eat out." Li Heng naturally asked, "Am I just tagging along for a free meal?" Wang Runwen retorted with a sly smile, "Why not call it dining on soft rice?" Li Heng instinctively glanced at her midsection, deeming it indeed soft. In response, Wang Runwen threw her empty cup at him. Damn it. Fortunately, he dodged swiftly. Otherwise, his head would have surely sustained a painful blow. After a tense standoff lasting around 10 seconds, Li Heng decisively raised his hand and declared, "This is too brutal. I surrender." Wang Runwen shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, before picking up the wallet from the coffee table and leading the way outside. Accompanied by a teacher, the gatekeeper did not hinder him, allowing Li Heng to venture beyond the school grounds unimpeded for the first time during the lockdown. Gazing at the nearby Fat Brother restaurant across the road, he eagerly inquired, "Teacher, are you treating me to a grand feast?" To his dismay, Wang Runwen paid him no mind and instead strolled over to a nearby fried rice stand. Li Heng felt utterly disheartened, having anticipated a sumptuous meal, only to be left on the brink of despair. Wang Runwen coldly remarked, "My salary is not substantial. If you find the fried rice unpalatable, you may opt for buns instead. Buns are splendid, large, soft, and white." Li Heng retorted in frustration, raising his hand to call out, "Boss, I'll have the fried rice with an egg." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Chapter 43, Telegram Egg Fried Rice with an Extra Egg. Such audacity is rare these days. Not even the English teachers exhibit such whimsy, let alone the fried rice vendors. Observing him devour the dish with delight, consuming bite after bite without pause, Wang Runwen, lacking appetite, couldn't help but inquire, would adding another egg enhance the flavor? Though this woman appeared fresh and enticing, she was a teacher of little use in this context, and Li Heng deemed the matter of dining more pressing. Thus, he casually replied, "Asking is futile. You must taste it to know." Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then scooped a spoonful from the edge of his bowl and placed it in her mouth. After savoring a few bites, she frowned and remarked, "The egg's flavor is too pronounced, overshadowing the fragrant rice. It's not as delectable as mine." Li Heng raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "How can that be? Is my saliva not a contributing factor?" Wang Runwen shot him a disapproving glare. "Is your saliva particularly fragrant?" Li Heng continued to shovel the egg fried rice. "I cannot attest to its fragrance, but everyone who has tasted it claims it's good." Wang Runwen, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, "Have you kissed Chen Zijin?" Given that she was already aware of the incident in the Eastern Grove, Li Heng chose to drop the pretense, unabashedly declaring, "She enjoys building nests, often seeking me out." Wang Runwen lightly tapped the edge of her bowl with her spoon, her expression impassive as she stated, "You are paying for this meal." Instantly, the allure of the food dissipated for Li Heng, and he looked up, exclaiming, "What?" Wang Runwen ignored his feigned innocence, treating him as though he were air. Turning to the vendor, Li Heng called out, "Boss, do you have vinegar?" The vendor, taken aback, asked, "Vinegar? Do you want to put it in the fried rice?" Li Heng replied, "I'll try something sour. My appetite is lacking." "All right, just a moment," the vendor said, setting down his work and wiping his hands on his apron. He bent to retrieve a bottle of aged vinegar, but as he approached, he suddenly added, "Young man, please settle the bill first." What an abrupt twist. Li Heng was momentarily stunned, and when he turned around, he was shocked to see the English teacher had silently made her way to the school gate. Damn it, he thought. This vendor changes his attitude faster than one flips through a book. It turns out the benefactor has fled, fearing he would dine and dash. Li Heng stood there like a fool, staring at the alluring silhouette, his heart bleeding. "Money, come back." Wang Runwen seemed to sense something, glancing back with a smile before entering the reception room. Yet, that smile was anything but radiant. It was laced with derision. The egg fried rice costs 28 cents a serving. Adding an egg raises the price to 36 cents. Together, that totals 64 cents. How unfortunate. His living expenses barely covered 10 meals. Damn it, he had suffered a great loss. This 64 cents would require Comrade Tion Runny to sell 5 pounds of rice just to break even. Sighing, he counted out the small bills from his pocket and handed them over with a frown, grumbling, "Boss, conducting business this way will leave you without returning customers." The vendor, with a sycophantic smile, explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, young man. I've recently been taken advantage of too often, and I've grown a bit wary. Their tactics are quite similar. They each take their turn. At my age, my legs are not as nimble, and I cannot chase after them. In a place like Shao City, renowned for its fierce local customs, can one truly be a good boss without enduring the trials of unruly patrons? One must acclimate." Li Heng silently murmured to himself, emphasizing, "He is our English teacher from Class 1. The proprietor shook his head. "This stall was previously managed by my wife. She recently passed, and I only took over now, so I do not recognize anyone." Li Heng's mouth opened slightly, as if confronting an insurmountable obstacle, feeling helpless. Alas, we are all unfortunate souls. At 5 or 6 in the afternoon, mathematics class begins. The mathematics teacher, Mr. Pan, is known for a peculiar habit. He always arrives at class 204 10 minutes early. This routine is unwavering and steadfast. Why does he come? To learn from past experiences, of course, and to review Li Heng's mathematics tutoring book. During the second semester of his sophomore year, the mathematics teacher dedicated an entire class to meticulously dissecting a particularly challenging inequality problem. That day, Li Heng, feeling dizzy, had his head resting on the desk. When the bell rang for the end of the fourth period, his hunger compelled him to spring up from his seat, instinctively ready to eat. At that moment, the mathematics teacher was still on the verge of concluding his explanation, his eyes fixated on the lunchbox in Li Heng's hands. Li Heng had long harbored grievances against this mathematics teacher, feeling he was far too tedious compared to the previous year's instructor. In a moment of youthful impulsivity, he resorted to a simplified method to solve the problem on the board. He articulated his solution in 4 steps, arriving at the answer in less than a minute. It was greater than or equal to 2. Li Heng vividly recalls the scene. The mathematics teacher first glanced at the answer in his lesson plan, then smiled, albeit somewhat awkwardly. The entire class fell silent, all turning to look at him. Even Zhou Aiming, who shared similar discontent with the teacher, could not resist exclaiming, "Mathematics still requires our old Heng. He is truly a master." Subsequently, the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, summoned Li Heng and Zhou Aiming to the office for a gentle admonition, urging them to learn to respect their teachers and to be mindful in their actions. Ever since that incident, the mathematics teacher developed the habit of arriving early to class. However, all of this is now part of ancient history. Under Wang Qi's patient guidance, Class 204 gradually accepted this slow-paced teacher, and their relationship has since improved. "How did you come up with that method?" As he continued to peruse, the mathematics teacher happily posed a question about a parabolic problem. Faced with the teacher's inquiry, Li Heng felt no trepidation. During these days, he had come to realize that Rebirth merely added layers of experience from decades of life. The knowledge in his mind remained intact. This is the very foundation of his confidence in participating in the college entrance examination and the reason he has been tirelessly working on his project, living. Li Heng leaned in, spending 5 minutes with the teacher discussing the solution. When the class bell rang, the mathematics teacher cheerfully whispered to him, "There is something on page 186. Li Heng, slightly puzzled, flipped to page 186 and, indeed, found something, a neatly folded heart-shaped note. He hardly needed to open it to surmise its contents. Sunaning, seated in the front row, gazed intently at the letter, perplexed as she inquired, "Who stealthily delivered this beneath my very nose? How did I not see anyone?" Noticing Li Heng's bewilderment, she turned to Mai Sui and asked, "Did you see anyone approach his desk?" Mai Sui elegantly shook her head. Sunaning then turned her gaze to Song Yu, who smiled charmingly and similarly shook her head. At that moment, Chun Lijun, seated to the right, chimed in, "I believe it was a girl from another class. I saw her lingering by Li Heng's desk when I arrived this morning." Sunaning sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Lijun, do you know that girl?" Chun Lijun pondered for a moment before responding. "She looks somewhat familiar. I must have seen her around campus, but I cannot recall her name. Will you recognize her upon our next encounter?" "I should be able to." Sunaning, undeterred by the unfolding situation, eagerly proclaimed, "After dinner, let us wander into other classes." Song Yu and Mai Sui exchanged glances, both filled with amusement, while Li Heng remained silent. Chen Lijun merely observed. Sunaning extended her hand toward Li Heng, saying, "Hand over the love letter. I shall treat you to a couple of dishes." Li Heng, taken aback, replied, "This is my affair. Why are you so concerned?" Sunaning retorted, "How can it be solely your affair? Chen Zijin is my close friend. I must keep an eye on you." Li Heng countered, "Song Yu is also her close friend and my desk mate. Let her monitor me instead. It would be far more convenient." Upon hearing this, Sunaning and my Sui exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with significance. Meanwhile, Songyu appeared oblivious, quietly opening her textbook and preparing her pen, ready to pay attention. Mathematics, typically a challenge for liberal arts students, was a mere triviality for him, a source of ease and pleasure. He continued to immerse himself in his own world, writing to live, oblivious to the teacher's lecture. Songyu had noticed his unusual behavior over the past few days and had subtly advised him, but to no avail. Now, she pondered whether to inform Zijin about this situation, considering whether Zijin should reach out to him directly. After all, in the eyes of diligent students like them, the college entrance examination was the foremost priority, and novels could be written at any time. After a class had concluded, Songyu discreetly glanced at him 5 times, prompting Li Heng to feel a stir within and directly pass her the love letter, accompanied by a note that read, "Please keep this safe for me. To avoid misunderstandings." Songyu covered the letter with her book and, after a moment's hesitation, returned a note asking, "When will your novel be finished?" Li Heng replied, "Tomorrow, roughly." Receiving his answer, Songyu tucked away the note and resumed her focus on the lesson. For the remainder of the time, Li Heng was in a sprint, making the final push to complete to live. Just as anticipated, at approximately 12:09 the following day, he penned the last word. He exhaled deeply, a look of relief washing over his face, and Songyu, understanding his completion, quietly slipped him a note. "Finished?" He replied, "Well." Just as he was about to jot down more words, the school bell rang. It seemed perfectly timed as the English teacher appeared at the classroom door. She called out, "Li Heng, your telegram." Without hesitation, Li Heng dashed out of the classroom, urgently asking, "Teacher, where did it come from?" In front of numerous students, the English teacher said little, waiting until they entered the head teacher's office to hand him 2 telegram slips. "You can read for yourself." Li Heng took the telegram and glanced down, his heart instantly ignited with fervor. The telegram from the People's Literature was clear. "Our society has accepted your submission and will send editor Chen Xiaomi to discuss publishing matters with you." "Huh? Has that contemptible woman come in person?" To speak candidly, Li Heng had long awaited this day. He was eager to witness the expression on the face of that once arrogant prodigy when she learned he was a writer come December. Li Heng never prided himself on being magnanimous. In this chaotic society, merely surviving was a considerable challenge. For those he could not afford to offend, he had to endure. That was a necessity for survival. Yet, when faced with an adversary, even a slight hesitation would betray his 2 lifetimes of existence. Chapter 44. Are you familiar with C? Setting aside the telegram from People's Literature, Li Heng began to examine the second telegram. The second telegram was from the magazine Harvest, and its content was strikingly similar to that of People's Literature, with little variation. It merely informed him that Harvest had also dispatched an editor. Upon comparing the timestamps of the 2 telegrams, Li Heng couldn't help but chuckle. How serendipitous that both were sent simultaneously, and both had chosen to send an editor. It seemed his estimations were quite accurate. When wielding a formidable piece like To Live, both People's Literature and Harvest were evidently keenly aware of its value. He hoped that when they met, they would engage in a fierce competition, without any reservations. Whoever emerged victorious would earn a bottle of soda from him. However, if Chen Xiaomi were to win, perhaps that soda should be reconsidered. Not to mention, if it weren't for the sake of Chun Zijing and Chun Gaoyuan, he would have long since expressed his discontent and directly confronted the situation. At that moment, their homeroom teacher was absent, leaving only the 2 of them in the office. The English teacher tossed her long hair and remarked, "I didn't expect them to regard you so highly." Li Heng raised the 2 telegrams in his hand. Feeling a small sense of pride, "Have you even considered who wrote these? Have you seen what was written?" The moment they opened the door, someone was already crying and begging to resign and marry me. This is what we call a rare commodity. Do you understand? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically. A long leg suddenly appeared and landed a heavy kick on Li Heng's backside. The impact was undeniably effective. Just moments ago, Li Heng had been boasting, but now he stumbled forward, colliding intimately with the gray-white wall. "Ouch! Damn, that hurts." Li Heng clutched his sore forehead and turned around, exasperated. "Are you serious, teacher? Why so harsh? Don't you realize how heavy you are?" Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen, who had already been in a precarious position, narrowed her eyes even further, making her look even more dangerous. With a biting tone, she retorted, 5 feet 5 inches. 108 pounds, heavy, you say? Li Heng shot a glance at her midsection, thinking, who mentioned height and weight? See. Noticing the look in his eyes, Wang Runwen. Arms crossed, narrowed her eyes into slits, and coldly warned, I see you have a death wish. Do you believe I could gouge out those eyes and feed them to the dogs? I believe. I absolutely believe. Li Heng thought, growing increasingly aware that a woman raised in a domestic violence environment was unapologetically fierce, far from gentle. Considering her identity and adhering to the principle of a good man not engaging in conflict with a woman, Li Heng decisively took a step back, seeking a broader horizon, and decided to go out for a meal. As he turned to leave, the English teacher called out from behind, the editor is coming over. Would you like me to accompany you to buy some new clothes? Li Heng halted, sizing himself up and asking, is there something wrong with my clothes? The English teacher let out a cold laugh, delivering a merciless blow. Even the dog from Sun Munning's family dresses more exquisitely than you do. Having seen that plump white dog from the Sun family, he had to admit, its attire was indeed superior to his own. Feeling utterly dejected, Li Heng lamented that in his 2 lifetimes, he had yet to live as comfortably as a mere dog. He turned his pockets inside out and declared rather bluntly, I have no money, can I live off others? Wang Runwen approached with her arms crossed, circling him with a knowing smile as she mockingly remarked, you're far too thin. You wouldn't even yield as much meat as a single sheep. Not worth it. With that, she strutted away with the air of a conqueror, not glancing back. Li Heng touched his ribs, feeling quite miserable, sighed, and called after her, Teacher. Today is the Lantern Festival. I'm offering you a chance to treat me to a meal. Wang Runwen flicked her hair back with her right hand and replied, I could be your mother. Go accompany Song Yu instead. It was mealtime, and the hallway was devoid of any shadows. The two bantered like old friends, quickly descending from the 3rd to the 1st floor. Not treating me to a meal? Not a chance. I'm about to become a great writer. Countless people will want to dine with me in the future. By then, you'll need to make an appointment if you wish to treat me. So don't regret it. Haha. Teacher, you should smile. Your smile is rather unapproachable. Haha. Never mind. I'm heading to the cafeteria. Scram. The two parted ways near the basketball court, where Wang Runwen was called over by a close female teacher, laughing and chatting as they headed off campus. Li Heng, wishing to tag along for a meal, wasted his breath in vain and had no choice but to trudgingly head towards the cafeteria. This year's senior class comprised 15 groups. Over 900 students, divided almost equally between arts and sciences. In fact, during the 2nd year, he excelled in science, never scoring below 95 in physics exams. Yet, he seemed to have an innate discord with chemistry. It was not that he found the subject particularly challenging. Rather, he had never solved the final complex problem correctly from middle school through high school. Absurd, isn't it? Not a single time. It wasn't that he couldn't perform the calculations or write the chemical formulas. He simply could not arrive at the correct answer. During the final exam of the 2nd semester in his 1st year, he completed the last question early, with plenty of time left, and eagerly began to review his work. It was then that his long-standing anxiety culminated. For the last complex question, he calculated 9 times, dramatically arriving at 9 different answers. Frustrated at the constantly changing solutions, he could no longer suppress his pent-up anger, crumpling the exam paper in his right hand, nearly losing his sanity. In that moment, he silently vowed, if the 10th attempt yielded an incorrect answer, he would never touch chemistry again in his life. The outcome was predictable. He chose the arts. Even after his homeroom teacher implored him for 4 hours and even took the liberty of changing his subject from arts to sciences, he remained resolute. Ironically, upon seeing him pursue the arts, his companions Zhang Zhiyong and Zhou Aiming also switched from sciences to arts. Zhang Zhiyong reasoned, I'm just here to pass time. As long as I get into a university, it doesn't matter whether it's arts or sciences. The key is that we stick together. Li Heng asked Zhou Aiming, what about you? Why the switch? Zhou Aiming's response was even more absurd. All the pretty girls in class are in the arts. The arts are pleasing to the eye. In this day and age, the senior year at number 1 high school is segregated from the 1st and 2nd years, existing in a different domain. Nevertheless, with over 900 seniors congregating simultaneously for meals, the vast cafeteria simply cannot accommodate them all. As Li Heng stepped into the cafeteria, his gaze swept across a sea of heads, all shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, his group had a customary dining spot, typically located in the left corner of the cafeteria. Upon locating Zhang Zhiyong, he found him in the company of Lu Li, Chen Lijun, and Mai Sui. It was rather surprising to see these 2 bold individuals daring to share a table with such striking beauties. Beside Zhang Zhiyong was a box of prepared food, reserved for Li Heng. He plopped down with ease, casually taking his lunchbox and inquired with curiosity, Hey, What's with the sudden boldness today? How did you dare to dine with these lovely ladies? Damn it. How many times have I told you not to call me by that nickname outside the village? Zhang Zhiyong retorted, clearly displeased, snatching the lunchbox from Li Heng's hands and clutching it to his chest, muttering, "Not letting you eat. Starve you rascal." Observing this, Li Heng remained unfazed and turned to the two young women, asking, "What brings just the two of you today? Where are Sun Manning and Song Yu?" Chun Lijun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, "Come on, Li Heng, who are you really eager to inquire about?" Noticing the inquisitive gazes of my sway, the oblivious one, and Li Heng felt no urgency and decided to first ask about Song Yu. "Cut it out. I knew you were concerned about Song Yu. Her parents came to visit at noon," Chen Lijun replied with a knowing expression. Li Heng was not surprised, aware of the close bond between Chen Lijun, Song Yu, and Sun Manning before Chun Zijin's departure, as they had nearly shared every moment together. At that time, my sway's regular dining companion was Chen Lijun, though the two ladies occasionally joined Chen Zijin and the others. After Chen Zijin left, the already familiar group of girls grew even closer, seemingly merging into one. Thus, they shared much information among themselves. Moreover, Li Heng's obvious behavior during the recent seating change had not escaped the notice of my sway and Chen Lijun. In contrast, Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong appeared utterly astonished, particularly Zhang Zhiyong, whose perplexed expression was marked with an enormous question mark. Chapter 45. A smile is all it takes due to the presence of outsiders. Zhang Zhiyong suppressed his inner anxiety and refrained from inquiring about Song Yu. He was genuinely troubled, concerned for his dear friend Chen Zijin. Since the first year of junior high, he had been playing matchmaker, striving to create opportunities for the two to date. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Heng had developed feelings for Song Yu. The expressions of my sway and Chun Lijun seemed to suggest they were already aware of this development. They were mere bystanders. "I am your brother. How could they know before me?" Seeing Li Heng happily chatting with Lu Li, Chen Lijun, and my sway, Zhang Zhiyong lost interest in quarreling over the lunchbox and returned it to him. My sway possessed an innate charm. She effortlessly sat there, her inky black eyes inadvertently exuding allure, like an intoxicating potion, a natural seduction. With a delicate tone, my sway remarked, "Li Heng, you are so biased. You asked about Song Yu but didn't he inquire about Man Ning?" Their relationships were so familiar that Li Heng, unreserved, replied, "Why ask her? It would make me seem fickle." Chen Lijun interjected, "Man Ning considers you a good friend. She would be hurt if she heard that." Li Heng jested, "She won't hear it, just don't tell her." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Is that so? Why don't you turn around and see who I am?" Li Heng paused briefly before quickly turning around. There stood Sun Manning, placing a plate of stir-fried dishes she had brought from the teacher's cafeteria on the table, complaining, "Li Heng, I even got you a chicken leg that you love. I've decided this chicken leg is mine now." Upon seeing the chicken leg, Li Heng's eyes sparkled with desire, and he quickly retorted, "No, don't. Eating 2 chicken legs by yourself might upset your slender figure." Sun Manning waved the chicken leg in front of him with her chopsticks, teasing, "Then say something nice. Having meat to eat, and still getting it for free, is quite a luxury in these times," and Li Heng was never one to shy away from flattering words. He immediately praised, "Comrade Sun Manning is the most beautiful girl in our school." Initially, Sun Manning had planned to place the chicken leg in his bowl. But then she noticed Xiao Han and Yang Yingwen from the 9th window, their eyes glimmering with curiosity as they asked, "Hee, is that so? Am I more beautiful than Xiao Han and Song Yu?" If it were any other names, Li Heng would have confidently asserted, "What are they? They aren't that pretty." Of course, Comrade Manning surpasses them both. However, Xiao Han and Song Yu were sensitive topics for him, and he fell silent, not receiving the sweet words she sought. Sun Manning leaned slightly forward, presenting the chicken leg to him. "Oh, why is your sweet mouth suddenly silent? You don't like both Song Yu and Xiao Han, do you?" Faced with such temptation, Li Heng snatched the chicken leg with his chopsticks, taking a bite and mumbling, "Nonsense," just as he had taken a single bite. A passerby's voice chimed in nearby, "Li Heng, your life is truly wonderful." The speaker was Yang Yingwen, his rustic smile piercing straight to the soul. Xiao Han walked closely beside her, yet the girl did not cast a single glance at Li Heng. Her gaze flitted briefly between Sun Manning and my sway before shifting away. She maintained her usual poised demeanor, exuding an air of calm composure. Li Heng patted the empty seat beside him, inviting the two girls. "Yingwen, Xiao Han, the cafeteria is packed. Let's eat together." Strangely enough, although the dining hall was teeming with people, many squatting outside to eat, others leaning against the walls, there remained 3 vacant seats at their table, untouched by anyone. It was understood that the presence of my sway likely deterred others from approaching. Some boys may have been intrigued, others restless, yet all hesitated, keeping their desires suppressed. This was a unique characteristic of the 1980s. Thoughts ran rampant, yet faced with an academically accomplished and beautiful girl, most exhibited shyness and restraint, retreating to indulge in secret fantasies. For instance, Li and Zhang Zhiyong appeared lively, yet they would stammer and blush when called upon in class, let alone maintain eye contact with an attractive female classmate. Conversely, if one were to describe their personalities as introverted, it would be entirely inaccurate. Within the confines of the boys' dormitory, they could chatter endlessly, discussing everything from astronomy and geography to current economic affairs. Even delving into the dimensions of female classmates and the varying colors of undergarments hung on balconies, there was no topic too audacious for their conversations. In truth, Li Heng had once been of a similar reticent disposition. Were it not for Qin Zijin introducing him to Xiao Han and Song Yu, he might have remained merely a classmate throughout his life. Time rushed by, and the fleeting 3 years of high school left little room for students to intentionally approach the opposite sex amidst their academic pursuits. By the time one mustered the courage and inclination, graduation had often arrived. In an era where communication largely relied on shouting and connections were inconvenient, youthful affections often succumbed to the passage of time, ultimately fading away. Yang Yingwen felt a flicker of interest, yet upon observing Xiao Han's indifferent demeanor, politely declined, saying, "No, let's just head back to the dormitory. You all enjoy your meal." Li Heng intended to say more, but as his gaze fell upon Xiao Han, his words faltered. After watching the 2 girls leave, Zhang Zhiyong, who had been mostly silent, suddenly exclaimed, "Damn. I almost forgot. Li Heng, I have some good news to share." Li Heng collected his thoughts, inquiring, "What good news?" At the mention of this, Zhang Zhiyong appeared tremendously animated, gesticulating excitedly. "Lu Shuiwen is dead. And his cousin has passed away too. They died this morning. It's still fresh news." Li, witnessing someone express such joy over a death for the first time, couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so happy? What were they to you?" Zhang Zhiyong replied without hesitation, "They were my classmates, from the same village." Sun Man Ning arched an eyebrow. "You seem thrilled over the death of a classmate. Wouldn't you be even more ecstatic if more died?" "Nonsense. They are the sworn enemies of my brother and me. Naturally, I'm glad they're gone. I even planned to buy some firecrackers this weekend to celebrate by the riverside." Ordinarily, Zhang Zhiyong would never dare to converse with city girls in such a manner. But now he found himself beyond caring, brimming with bravado. Li Heng recalled the event vaguely, as it was a distant memory, and inquired, "How did he die?" Zhang Zhiyong lifted his chin defiantly. "How do you think?" 2 ruffians, instead of focusing on their studies at number 12 middle school, got into a brawl and were fatally injured. He recounted how his uncle had come by at noon to deliver money and revealed the gruesome details of Lu Shuiwen's demise, stating he had been stabbed over 20 times, with his parents weeping and pleading for assistance in pursuing legal action. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's memory was jogged. He asked, "Did your uncle agree to help?" Zhang Zhiyong shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. It's out of the question. He is here to rid society of its scourge. Without appropriate compensation, my uncle wouldn't even deign to acknowledge them." Such a blatant shift left the group momentarily speechless. After lunch, the afternoon's 5th and 6th periods were geography class. The teacher, surnamed Li, shared the same surname as Li Heng. He was noticeably balding, with a hairline shaped like a crescent moon encircling his ears, leaving a lasting impression. Mr. Li's face bore a slight asymmetry, typical of those afflicted with facial paralysis. Yet his pace of speech was remarkably swift, covering a multitude of knowledge points and key concepts, making it easy to fall behind. Thus, in a state of heightened concentration, the 2 periods flew by in a blur. In the 7th lesson, the much-anticipated physical education class commenced. Teacher Zhou, a truly amiable individual, merely gathered everyone on the playground, performed a mock routine of calisthenics, and promptly dismissed the class, all within a mere 10 minutes. "Li Heng, I need to use the restroom. Are you coming?" As soon as the assembly was disbanded, Zhang Zhiyong approached. During student life, particularly in middle school, one must always have companions for meals, walk in pairs, and even call someone when needing to relieve oneself. Otherwise, traversing alone feels awkward, as though others are fixated on one as posterior. Li Heng replied, "I'm not going. I just went after the 6th period." This displeased Zhang Zhiyong. "Why didn't you call me?" Li Heng felt dizzy. What sort of person is this? Counting the need to urinate? He was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his indifference, Zhang Jiong resorted to his usual tactics. Stop pretending. Accompany me to the restroom, and I'll treat you to some soda. Li Heng turned. Bottled? Zhang Jiong, incensed, exclaimed, damn it. Bottled? Do you think my money grows on trees? I also had to beg and negotiate to get this from my old man, and it's not easy. After all, it comes from his meager earnings. Li Heng chuckled. Doesn't your mother keep an eye on him? Zhang Jiong scoffed. Of course she does, but she can't control him. He's in my mother's bed until the early hours, then off to the widow next door. He has been caught numerous times, but remains unrepentant. At this point, he furiously vowed, once I can earn money, I'll no longer rely on him. I'll have to tie him up and castrate him. Enough of that. Your father will always be your father. If memory serves me right, he is over 60 and still full of vigor, Li Heng retorted. The small playground was a bit distant from the restroom, requiring them to navigate past a rockery and a small shop, walking several more meters to reach their destination. Upon entering the restroom, Zhang Jiong glanced down at himself, then sideways at Li Heng, expressing his annoyance. Could you refrain from standing next to me every time? Li Heng shot back. The restroom doesn't bear your name. I can stand wherever I please. Is that a problem? With that, he deliberately shook himself. Damn. Yours are even bigger than mine. Did you consume urea to grow them? Zhang Jiong turned away, on the verge of cursing. After exiting the restroom, the two washed their hands and proceeded to the small shop to purchase 2 bags of soda, biting off a corner to begin sipping eagerly. As they passed the rockery, they decided to sit on a stone bench. No sooner had they settled than Zhang Jiong suddenly said, I need to ask you something. Please answer me seriously. Li Heng glanced at him, intrigued. What is with the theatrics? Zhang Jiong inquired, is it true what Qin Lijun said at noon? Do you really like Songyu? If it were anyone else, Li Heng might have deflected the question with evasiveness. However, given Zhang's earnestness, he pondered for a moment before giving a non-committal grunt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiong immediately set aside his soda, looking intently at him. What about Qin Zijin? What will happen to her? You don't like her anymore? Aware of Zhang's loyalty and genuine concern for his friends, Li Heng sighed and replied, it's not quite that. Zhang Jiong pressed. What do you mean? Li Heng said, Lao Yong, what if I confess to liking both of them? Zhang Jiong's eyes widened in astonishment. My father often says the same to my mother. Li Heng retorted, displeased, your father is your father, and I am I. Do not equate us. Zhang Jiong exhaled sharply, a desire to strike rising within him. Yet he recognized his own limitations and restrained himself. When did you start liking Songyu? He inquired. Li Heng replied, perhaps in the first year of high school. Zhang Jiong exclaimed, love at first sight? Li Heng nodded slightly. I am uncertain, but it feels about right. Zhang Jiong, envious, cursed under his breath, damn it. I can hardly manage a glance at Songyu when I see her, yet you dare to express your feelings. He pressed, tell me. How did you feel when you first met her? Li Heng reminisced, meeting her was more enchanting than a spring breeze over 10 miles. She embodies the spring I have sought throughout my life, and her smile encapsulates it all. That sensation was exquisite. Zhang Jiong fell silent, realizing, despite his usual obliviousness, that his brother might have genuinely fallen in love. In this moment, he pondered whether to curse or not. He wished to, but this was his brother. After a prolonged silence, he naively posed the most pressing question, between Qin Zijing and Songyu, whom do you prefer? As he contemplated both lives intertwined, Li Heng found himself momentarily lost in thought, just as he was about to respond when a sudden, loud cough emanated from the next room. Alarmed, Li Heng barely noticed. But then came 2 more coughs. The unmistakable voice of Sun Manning seemed to intentionally interrupt him. Li Heng and Zhang Jiong exchanged startled glances for 2 seconds before simultaneously peering around the corner into the adjoining room. Oh my goodness, what are you 3 doing here? Zhang Jiong instinctively exclaimed, then quickly recoiled in fear. Li Heng remained still, transfixed, exchanging gazes with Songyu, Sun Manning, and Mai Sui. Sun Manning winked at him, reassuringly stating, it's fine. We just arrived and haven't heard anything. Who would believe that? The banana peels on the stone table were already several pieces. How could they have just arrived? After a long moment of mutual silence, seeing that he did not shy away but rather held her gaze, Songyu eventually averted her eyes, lowering her head to gently peel an orange. Li Heng, don't just stand there. You might strain your neck. Come over and have some bananas and oranges that Songyu's parents gifted us. Sun Manning broke the tension with a warm invitation. Mai Sui glanced between Songyu and Li Heng, smiled, and handed him a few banana slices and oranges, standing up to place them in his hands. She provided him with an excuse, saying, the homeroom teacher seems to be looking for you. There might be something important. You should go check. Oh, All right, thank you. After Li Heng expressed his gratitude, Zhang Zhiyong could no longer contain himself and pulled him away forcefully. After running 100 meters, Zhang Zhiyong scratched his head, feeling awkward. I think I might have pushed you into a pit of fire. Li Heng remained silent. Zhang Zhiyong insisted, you must believe me, I didn't do it on purpose. Li Heng waved his hand dismissively, it's fine. Let us go to the classroom. Are we really going to find the homeroom teacher? He appeared oblivious. Diligently engrossed in his studies over the following days, undeterred by the occasional glances cast upon him by Sun Manning and Mai Sui in the front row. He neither initiated conversation with Song Yu nor deliberately avoided her presence. For reasons unknown, Song Yu initially felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that during class, he might suddenly pass her a note, potentially confessing his feelings anew. Several times, when his gaze inadvertently flickered in her direction, the seemingly composed Song Yu experienced a tumult of nerves within her. Her toes, concealed within her white sneakers, instinctively curled tightly. Fortunately, Li Heng maintained a serene demeanor, neither encroaching upon her personal space nor withdrawing excessively, preserving an appropriate distance as always. This offered her a sense of relief. On February 13th, a Friday, around 11 a.m., as Li Heng was diligently taking notes in Chinese, the classroom door abruptly swung open. The figure of the English teacher appeared in the doorway. After exchanging a cordial greeting with the supervising principal, she called out to Li Heng, Li Heng, please step outside. Someone is looking for you. Chapter 46. Arriving with infinite beauty, it is said that while fine horses are often found, discerning mentors are rare. This adage is frequently employed in the literary realm to describe the relationship between editors and writers. Editors possess the keen insight to identify gems amidst the tumult, aiding them in their ascent to greatness. Accomplished authors, upon reflecting on their journeys, often return the favor, elevating their editors alongside them. In essence, editors foster writers, and in turn, writers elevate editors. On the lengthy journey by train, Chen Xiaomi enjoys resting her head against the glass, quietly contemplating while gazing out at the sprawling fields beyond the window. Her thoughts take flight alongside the landscape, imagining the tremendous stir caused by to live in the literary world, and envisioning how, with her support, December would emerge as a literary giant. She yearns for the day when she can step out of the shadows and engage with her peers without trepidation. At last, she would be able to take pride in her discovery of to live. After all, December and she are fellow villagers. Their connection, just a casual mention, would compel her colleagues and industry peers to regard her with newfound respect. Should December's prodigious talent enable her to pen another masterpiece comparable to live, she would effectively secure her place in the pantheon of editorial luminaries. This arduous journey southward, she embarks with dreams in her heart and ambition in her spirit. Having toiled for 2 years at people's literature, she too yearns for recognition and advancement. Despite the presence of competitors like Harvest, Chen Xiaomi remains steadfastly confident. She trusts in the unparalleled prestige of people's literature. She believes in her own capabilities. She is assured that she can stay a step ahead. As she gazes at her reflection in the glass, reminiscent of Chen Zijing, she is also confident in her beauty and allure. Though such thoughts may be deemed unrefined and unsuitable for discussion, one cannot deny that attractive women often possess an advantage in any setting. Should writer December happen to appreciate such qualities, she believes she has enough charm and finesse to subtly captivate her. As a proud daughter of the Chen family, she harbors no desire to demean herself for the sake of others, yet she is not averse to cultivating an image of breathtaking beauty to ensnare her counterpart. After all, a genius capable of crafting to live, regardless of his physical appearance, rightly belongs among the elite, and she can afford to make some concessions. Throughout the journey, Chen Xiaomi considers every aspect, even contemplating the necessity of leveraging her beauty as a last resort. This time, she is determined to succeed. For returning in disgrace would only invite ridicule from petty individuals like Zhou Chunlan and disappointment from her editor-in-chief and elders. What kind of person is December, after all? Is she truly a language teacher? How old is she? Is she easy to get along with? Will the subsequent parts of To Live continue to captivate as before? These questions linger in her mind, echoing repeatedly. In truth, alongside her confidence, she harbors a subtle undercurrent of concern. There is a lingering concern that the author of To Live may be an unscrupulous and disreputable man, a high-caliber scoundrel. And there is a fear of inadvertently falling into his trap, ultimately leading to a loss of both dignity and resources. After all, men of letters are notoriously known for their charming yet roguish demeanor, a tradition that seems almost instinctive and difficult to guard against. However, compared to this, her greater worry is the quality of the subsequent content. Alas, As the train's whistle sounded upon arrival, Chen Xiaomi awakened from her wandering thoughts. Glancing at the time, it was already a little past 9 in the morning. The journey from the capital to Shao City, with a transfer along the way, had taken over 30 hours. But fortunately, she had traveled in a soft sleeper, and she was not particularly fatigued. After organizing her luggage, Chen Xiaomi surveyed her surroundings and gracefully joined the flow of people exiting the train station. "Miss, come and eat. The freshest dishes, only 80 cents each." "Young lady. Looking for accommodation?" "Beautiful lady, are you here to visit family in Shao City? Where are you headed? Allow me to escort you." A myriad of diverse individuals approached her, many of whom were potentially dangerous and unscrupulous. Chen Xiaomi ignored them and continued on her way until she met an old classmate. "Xiaomi, sorry to keep you waiting. I had a minor issue with my motorcycle that needed fixing. How are you? Are you tired?" The man, likely in his late 20s, worked in a government department in Shao City. He and his wife were both her high school classmates, and they had maintained a good relationship over the years. "It's all right. I just got here," Chen Xiaomi smiled and replied. "Yinzi has prepared a meal at home. Shall we head back for a hot meal? You can take a shower and rest a bit. Then I'll take you to your appointment later," he suggested. Chen Xiaomi gently shook her head. "No. My matter is rather urgent and cannot be delayed. Please take me there first." The man expressed concern. "After such a long journey, you must be hungry. Let's stop at a restaurant up ahead. I know it well, and it won't take much time." Feeling a pang of hunger, Chen Xiaomi hesitated, but ultimately declined. Noticing her resolve, the man wisely refrained from pressing further, quickly securing her luggage and starting the motorcycle. "Where to?" he inquired. "Shao City No. 1 Middle School." Chen Xiaomi answered. "Ah, you're going there?" The man was taken aback, thinking she might have important business. "Yes, to see an old acquaintance," Chen Xiaomi replied, not revealing much about who this person might be. The train station was quite a distance from Shao City No. 1 Middle School, and after navigating several shortcuts, it took over 20 minutes to arrive. "Xiaomi, we're here." With a swift brake, the man halted the motorcycle, his feet firmly planted on the ground. "Thank you, Yifan. You should head back to work now. I will contact you and Yinzi later." "All right, once you finish your business, call home, and I will come to pick you up." Chen Xiaomi smiled and nodded. After watching the motorcycle drive away, she collected her thoughts and walked towards the school entrance. However, before she could get close, a cacophony of heated arguments reached her ears. "You are nothing but a watchdog. My son is about to take his college entrance exams. He will soon be a university student, destined for a government job. How dare you stop me? Bah, can a wild dog from the countryside truly produce a university student? It must be a dream. How dare you prevent my entry into the school? If you don't let me in, I swear I'll stab you. Come on, stab me. If you can't kill me, then your ancestors are a lineage of cowards. I'm over 60, I've lived enough. Trading my life for yours is worth it." At the school gate, the old man's son in the reception room was engaged in a heated argument with a parent from the countryside. Both were irate, unleashing a torrent of profanity with reckless abandon. Chen Xiaomi observed for a moment before deciding to intervene due to time constraints. "Stop. Who are you looking for? Did you inform us in advance?" As she approached, the irate son pointed his finger, launching a barrage of questions. "Hello, I'm looking for December. I am." Chen Xiaomi began to introduce herself. However, son abruptly interrupted, exclaiming, "It's February now. Where does December come from? Don't go looking for trouble." After scolding Chen Xiaomi, son turned to grab the parent intent on forcing entry, and they resumed their altercation. Frowning, Chen Xiaomi retrieved her work ID and introduction letter from her bag, hoping to persuade him to allow her entry. "I have no time. I can't read. Go away." Just then, son was slapped by the parent, and in his anger, he was more focused on retaliating than paying her any heed. Seeing no other option, Chen Xiaomi turned to find a public phone. Although phones were no longer as scarce as in previous years, they were still not abundant. And it took her nearly 15 minutes to locate one. She pulled out her phone book and dialed the home number of her English teacher. "Hello, who is this?" A woman's voice answered on the other end. Chen Xiaomi immediately recognized it as the same voice she had heard in previous calls. "Hello, I am Chen Xiaomi, an editor from People's Literature, and I have arrived at your school's gate." She briefly explained the situation she encountered at the entrance. Wang Runwen chuckled in disbelief. The old man's son was indeed the father of a school leader and was illiterate, but he usually had a good temperament and was quite amiable. "Wait for me at the school gate. I will come to fetch you." "All right, thank you." Having lived in the capital for many years, Chen Xiaomi's attire and demeanor made her stand out distinctively among the crowd gathered at the entrance of the school. Wang Runwen stepped out of the school gate. and with a mere glance, he accurately pinpointed her location. Approaching her, he inquired, "Are you Miss Chen?" "Hello, Chen Xiaomi." "Hello, please follow me." Chapter 47. A heated encounter between rivals. After a brief introduction, Wang Runwen led Chen Xiaomi to her residence on the third floor. She refrained from making a grand announcement, as Li Heng had advised her to maintain a low profile. Pouring a cup of tea for her guest, Wang Runwen remarked, "The class is currently in session. Please take a seat while I call him over." "Thank you for your assistance," Chen Xiaomi replied. "In class? So, he is indeed a teacher?" Initially, she considered following Wang Runwen to observe, but upon seeing her briskly exit, she abandoned the thought. Having encountered numerous writers before, she felt an unprecedented anxiety. Gripping the cup tightly as she envisioned the forthcoming meeting, she realized that her deep concern had unwittingly led her to become somewhat flustered. Yet, despite this awareness, she found herself unable to quell her emotions. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Li Heng stepped out, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, and inquired, "Teacher, who is looking for me?" Wang Runwen glanced back at the students and turned towards the hallway, saying, "Let us head downstairs first. We can discuss it later." Li Heng understood, already suspecting that it was an editor from the magazine, though he was uncertain of their identity. Descending from the third to the first floor, where the playground lay empty, Wang Runwen announced, "The editor from People's Literature, Chen Xiaomi, has arrived." "Oh, so it is her who came first?" Li Heng mused. "Teacher, did you mention anything about me to her?" The English teacher shook her head. "She didn't ask, so I refrained from speaking unnecessarily. I presume she wishes to converse with you directly." "That's good then," Li Heng replied. "Teacher, I would like to propose something. Once we enter the room, please do not interfere, do not introduce me, and refrain from speaking to me." Wang Runwen halted at the entrance of the hallway, turning to him with curiosity. "What do you mean? Is this a case of burning the bridge after crossing it? Do you find me bothersome?" Li Heng, at a loss for words, looked into her eyes and said, "Her name is Chen Xiaomi, and she hails from Shaoyang." Wang Runwen's eyes widened in realization. "She bears a resemblance to Chen Zijing. I was puzzled earlier. So she is indeed a member of the Chen family?" Li Heng nodded. "Yes, but the crucial point is that I have a rivalry with her." Wang Runwen's lips parted slightly in surprise. "What a coincidence." Li Heng affirmed her statement with another nod. Intrigued, Wang Runwen crossed her arms and inquired, "What could have led to such animosity? She appears to be a refined young woman. Surely she is easy to get along with. Did you perhaps engage with Chen Zijing? How could you guess so accurately?" Li Heng thought to himself, feeling frustrated yet knowing he couldn't concede. They say the more ostentatious one is, the less intelligent they are. "Teacher, perhaps you should consider a diet. I am still quite young. Please do not wrongfully accuse me." Upon hearing this, Wang Runwen resembled a startled leopard, her eyes narrowing, radiating an aura of danger. Li Heng quickly whispered, "Teacher, the two teaching buildings across can see this place. There are many people in the hallway. Please, do not lose your temper. You must restrain yourself." Wang Runwen, amused yet furious, tossed her hair and gritted her teeth. "You should keep those eyes of yours in check. Next time, if you dare to disrespect your elders by peering at me, I shall ensure they are dealt with." "Teacher, you seem confused. You possess such allure and wealth. There are countless prying eyes at the school. I am already the most compliant one here. Must you first extinguish the most innocent and honest among us?" Li Heng instinctively stepped back, then maneuvered around her, ascending the stairs. "Wait," Wang Runwen called out from behind, producing a key from his pocket and offering it to him. "Since you have a grudge against her, deal with it first." Considering the timing, the personnel from the magazine should be arriving soon. "I'll check the school gate." At the entrance, a commotion erupted, indicating yet another fight. "All right," Li Heng replied, accepting the key and proceeding to the third floor. On the third floor, at the fourth door, Chen Xiaomi, lost in thought on the sofa, reacted immediately upon hearing the sound of the key at the door. She placed her teacup down and rose politely, her curiosity and anticipation directed towards the entrance. It seemed today as Locke was not particularly cooperative with Li Heng. It turned several times before yielding. This wretched Locke must be quite old. It's time for a replacement. He mused inwardly, pressing his right hand against the door and gently pushing it open. As the door swung wide, a blinding ray of sunlight flooded the room, revealing a figure amidst the brilliance. Upon seeing this figure, the previously poised Chen Xiaomi's pupils dilated. Confusion and disbelief clouded her eyes. How can the world be so small? Why do I encounter him here? Her mind, momentarily vacant, even speculated, how could this scoundrel possess a key to a schoolteacher's residence? Could it be that after Zijing went to the capital, he became entangled with the schoolteacher due to his own emptiness? Her imagination ran wild. Though she held a deep disdain for Li Heng, deeming his character utterly corrupt, she could not deny that despite having encountered many men throughout her life, this young man bore an exceptional resemblance to his mother. If he could seduce the inherently gentle Zijing, then captivating a lustful schoolteacher would hardly be surprising. Her indignation primarily stemmed from an incident during last summer, where she witnessed an inappropriate scene, Li Heng and Zijing entangled without a stitch of clothing, their summer blanket having fallen to the floor in a passionate haze. The visual impact of that scene had left her utterly shattered, her worldview irrevocably altered. It is often said that enemies perceive each other with heightened animosity. After a moment of shared glances, the curiosity, enthusiasm, and anticipation that Qin Xiaomi had previously felt gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold gaze and indifference. For a fleeting instant, she had doubted whether Li Heng could be the writer known as December. Yet, as soon as that thought emerged, she dismissed it outright. What a ludicrous notion. He is merely 17, not yet 18. If he could produce a monumental literary work like To Live at such a young age, what would that make other writers? What would that make me? I would be a mere joke. The world would have to recalibrate its understanding. With these contemplations, Qin Xiaomi eradicated the final vestiges of her confusion and, with a soft thud, settled back onto the sofa. She remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Yet her peripheral vision coldly tracked someone's movements. The silence from this wretched woman only served to deepen Li Heng's own reticence. After all, just days prior, she had heard his voice over the phone. Speaking now would expose him. Having finally lured her from the capital, he had yet to fully indulge himself in this game. And he felt the need to vent his frustrations first. In his 2 lifetimes, he had believed he could forget all past grievances, but his old humiliations resurfaced. He realized that enmity does not fade with time. Thus, having been granted the rare opportunity of rebirth to return to his youth, he felt emboldened. What was there to hesitate about? One principle prevailed: do not cower, but act, repay kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance. Upon recognizing her, Li Heng feigned retreat to the doorway to survey the surroundings. Confirming he was indeed in the right place, he re-entered the room with a resounding slam of the door. The sudden, thunderous noise caused Qin Xiaomi's head to buzz momentarily. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, remaining still while her peripheral vision continued to monitor his every move. Upon entering, Li Heng placed his keys on the coffee table, proceeded to pour himself a cup of hot water, and casually retrieved a handful of tea leaves. Following this, he excused himself to the restroom, where the sound of his urination echoed through the otherwise silent room, audible even in the living area. Qin Xiaomi furrowed her brow. Realizing her suspicions were indeed justified, this Li Heng was not a benign character. It had been just over half a year since her separation from Zijing. And here he was, already entangled with another woman. She couldn't help but doubt him. His actions were too casual, too familiar, as if he were at home. Having rehearsed this scenario countless times, emerging from the restroom, Li Heng dried his hands and turned on the television. He leisurely sipped his tea while sitting on the sofa, munching on apples from the coffee table. To provoke her, he deliberately positioned himself on the same sofa, his body uncomfortably close to hers. Qin Xiaomi instinctively considered shifting to the adjacent single sofa but quickly dismissed the thought. Why should she yield to this brat? That would imply fear. Stubbornly, she remained seated. Watching as he took large bites of the apple, her own hunger suddenly magnified to an unbearable level. An unexpected sound broke the silence in the living room. Qin Xiaomi's brows knitted together as she realized she could hold back, yet her protesting stomach betrayed her. At that moment, Li Heng turned his head, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then unceremoniously shifted to the single sofa. The expression on his face was one of utter disdain, as if he found her utterly repugnant. Could this scoundrel possibly think she was passing gas? Qin Xiaomi pondered, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Chapter 48. Li Heng's Intense Assault Fairy. Receive a blow from my staff. The living room lay in tranquil silence, punctuated only by the sounds emanating from the television. Although Li Heng had watched the 1986 version of Journey to the West numerous times, he remained utterly captivated upon revisiting it. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaomi, burdened with her own thoughts, followed the show for a brief half-episode before her restlessness compelled her to rise and approach the window. She leaned forward, peering through the glass to observe the campus outside, in search of Wang Runwen and the elusive December, whom she had never met. After maintaining this posture for approximately 15 minutes, her mind drifted elsewhere, prompting her to open the door and step into the corridor. Li Heng merely cast a glance in her direction, his attention unwaveringly fixed on the television, engrossed in the antics of the Monkey King. After about 20 minutes, Qin Xiaomi suddenly strode back inside, her impatience boiling over as she directly inquired, "Which teaching building is that female teacher in?" Li Heng feigned indifference to her question, as though he were oblivious to her presence. His eyes glued to the screen with rapt attention. Frustrated by his dismissive demeanor, Chen Xiaomi felt an unbidden wave of anger swell within her. Yet she was acutely aware that this was not the moment for a quarrel. Competitors from Harvest magazine could arrive at any moment, and she needed to make contact with December 1st. Raising her right wrist to check her watch, she glanced at him and proposed, "Tell me where that female teacher is, and I shall answer a question you have about Zijing." The mere mention of Qin Zijing ignited a spark of ire within Li Heng. He had no intention of engaging with her but coldly retorted, "Is this your idea of decorum? Trading your niece for information?" Taken aback by the audacity of the once timid Li Heng, who now spoke so boldly, Chen Xiaomi could no longer contain herself. "Li Heng, how dare you speak of decorum? You lost Zijing's virginity at just 17. Are you even human? Is this the conduct of a person?" Li Heng met her gaze, his voice devoid of compassion. "Zijing and I are mutually enamored. We have been in a free relationship for 5 years. So what if I was 17? Your grandmother married your father at 13. With your arrogance, why not chastise him instead? You scoundrel." Chen Xiaomi was livid, her finger pointed accusingly at him, preparing to unleash a torrent of words. However, the Li Heng of today was not the one she once knew. He would no longer indulge her. He pushed her hand away, reprimanding her sharply. "Be quiet. How embarrassing. Close the door." Curiosity piqued by the commotion, a teacher passing through the corridor peeked in, only to retreat once more. Throughout her life, Chen Xiaomi had always been the exemplary child in her parents' eyes, the jewel in the estimation of relatives, classmates, and friends. She had never endured such condescension. In that moment, her inner universe erupted. With narrowed eyes, she countered, "Li Heng, you." Yet, as she uttered those 3 words, a sudden realization struck her, causing her to tremble as if struck by lightning. She stared at Li Heng, momentarily rendered speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment, wide enough to reveal her entire tongue, as if it could accommodate an egg. Her eyes bulged, her pores tightened, and she gazed at Li Heng with a look of sheer disbelief, her expression shifting dramatically, transforming from a coffin shop to a paper horse store, and subsequently into a grave for the deceased, a whirlwind of emotions, shock, astonishment, disbelief, and complexity, overwhelmed her, akin to the mesmerizing artistry of Sichuan opera face-changing. Just moments ago, in the heat of an argument, she had been oblivious, but as she processed the familiar voice of Li Heng, realizing it was the same voice of the writer December from the phone call, she felt utterly foolish, frozen in place, too frightened to respond. Her mind blank as if it had short-circuited. She had arrived brimming with ambition, envisioning a series of radiant futures, only to have her dreams ruthlessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Upon recognizing her own identity, Li Heng abandoned all pretense and commanded in an unmistakable tone, "Close the door." For a moment, Chen Xiaomi hesitated, motionless. But when he unleashed his commanding presence, coldly gazing at her, she gritted her teeth and, after a prolonged internal struggle in an atmosphere she could scarcely comprehend, slowly turned and shut the door. Before closing it, she seemed unaware of her actions. The instant the door clicked shut, clarity washed over her. In that moment, she yearned to rebel, to hurl insults at him as she once did. But the very next second, the weight of his identity bore down on her. Thoughts of her promises to her editor and elders, and the contemptuous face of that wretched woman, Zhou Chunlan, flooded her mind, sowing seeds of doubt. After wrestling with her inner turmoil for what felt like an eternity, she took a few deep breaths, turned her back to Li Heng, and struggled to suppress the fury threatening to drive her to madness. Observing her, Li Heng remained patient, quietly awaiting her response. Strangely, witnessing the once proud woman, who usually held her head high, now obediently following his command to close the door, filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Delightful. Truly delightful. What had been a dream unfulfilled for decades in a past life was finally realized today. His heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, in comparison to the humiliation and pain she had inflicted upon him in their previous life, this feeling was still insufficient, far from enough. Half a minute later, Chen Xiaomi turned to face him, her expression now as tranquil as still water. She approached and sat opposite him, shifting her gaze to meet his. Noticing her swift return to composure, Li Heng couldn't help but admire her strength of character. Indeed, she was exceptional. After a brief moment of emotionless eye contact, eager to seize the initiative, she ventured, "Are you truly December?" Li Heng smiled, his voice low and mellifluous. "There's an old saying, a lack of insight does not recognize Mount Tai. It seems your judgment is rather limited." 6 months prior, she had deemed him an impoverished youth unworthy of the esteemed Qin family, dismissing him without a second thought, denying him even the chance of courtship. Yet today, the resplendent December stood before her, and she had squandered the opportunity of a lifetime. His words elicited a fluctuating expression on Qin Xiaomi's face, a mix of frustration and dismay. Though she had entertained doubts about his identity before, she had never fathomed that Li Heng could truly be December. Before she could respond, Li Heng leaned slightly forward, delivering his next blow. So, upon our reunion, should I address you as Auntie or simply as Qin Xiaomi? Though the query seemed innocuous, gentle as jade, it bore an underlying venom. Why call her Auntie? Of course, it is to follow Qin Zijin's lead. Should she dare to respond, it would signify the Qin family and Qin Xiaomi's approval of this relationship. What does this imply? It implies that she must retract her previous venomous remarks against Li Heng, akin to swallowing her own words as if they were unsavory morsels. This is a blatant affront to her dignity, simultaneously branding her as a petty, mercenary individual, previously opposed to the union of Li Heng and Qin Zijin. Oh, now that there is a glimmer of hope for becoming a renowned author, she consents? Is this not a blatant slap in her own face and that of the Qin family? Conversely, should she reject the title of aunt and simply call her Qin Xiaomi? Li Heng's implication becomes rather brusque. Qin Xiaomi is my adversary. Why should I allow you to publish your novel? In other words, it would mean, you may leave. Qin Xiaomi is no fool. She understands his intent all too well. Her face flushed a deep crimson, only to shift to a pallid hue. In summary, Li Heng's words are laced with barbs. Addressing her as aunt signifies her self-contradiction and renders her words as mere gasps of air, reflecting her ignoble behavior. Calling her Qin Xiaomi, however, would obliterate any hope entirely. This is a dilemma posed by Li Heng, with only one viable answer. Even if she attempted to feign ignorance, Li Heng would undoubtedly confront her on the spot. This conundrum is particularly vexing, as it pits humiliation against dignity. Choosing humiliation allows for the continuation of life, while opting for dignity necessitates an immediate departure. Yet, having already faced one humiliation upon closing the door, to leave now would be a tremendous loss, a futile sacrifice. Furthermore, returning empty-handed would render her a subject of ridicule, rather than be the butt of such laughter. She recalled the purpose of her visit and the conversation with the editor before her departure. Driven by an intense ambition, Qin Xiaomi suppressed her inner turmoil and ultimately made her choice. There was no other option, for Li Heng's influence loomed large. Facing each other, Qin Xiaomi stated, the title of aunt is not solely mine to bestow. I must consult with Zijin regarding her thoughts. What could Qin Zijin's thoughts possibly be? Must one even inquire? She was enduring humiliation and bearing the weight of compromise, attempting to dress her predicament in eloquence. Upon hearing this, Li Heng let out a dry, mocking laugh. The sound of ha in this context was particularly grating. Even someone as composed as Qin Xiaomi could not withstand his penetrating gaze. She slightly turned her head, her face awash with embarrassment and shame. Chapter 49. Igniting the powder keg. At this moment, an odd atmosphere enveloped the living room. Li Heng observed her leisurely and with a certain nonchalance, his gaze resting upon her as if mocking her lack of shame. Deep down, he wished to be magnanimous, to let go of past grievances. However, this insufferable woman had a penchant for belittling him in front of Qin Zijing and the relatives of the Qin family with a dismissive remark, our Zijing has always been beautiful and accomplished since childhood. If she wished, she could easily attract high-ranking officials' sons or doctoral candidates studying abroad. What makes you worthy of her? Was this even a sensible statement? Once or twice, he could endure it for the sake of Qin Zijing, but after repeated jabs, which man could refrain from harboring resentment? Having lived for 28 years, Qin Xiaomi had never endured such scorn. In a fit of anger, she nearly choked on her indignation. She could not fathom how Li Heng had undergone such a dramatic transformation in just half a year since last summer. Previously, he had been as meek as a lamb in her presence, hardly daring to meet her gaze. Yet now, his words were sharp, and she realized she could not retort against him. The roles had reversed, and constrained as she was, she had unwittingly become the sacrificial lamb. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had Li Heng displayed such remarkable literary talent last summer, would she have attempted to hinder him? The answer. She dared not contemplate it further, recognizing that human nature was a perplexing enigma, even to herself. Unable to endure his audacious stare, Qin Xiaomi took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and resolved to break the tension through conversation. She posed a question that had piqued her curiosity. At just over 17, how did you manage to write this novel? In response, Li Heng coolly countered, Miss Qin, are you questioning me? Do you believe that a country bumpkin cannot produce such a work? Qin Xiaomi bit her lip, remaining silent, indeed troubled by doubts. It was not only her. If Li Heng's age were revealed, she was certain that everyone would share her bewilderment, eager to uncover the truth. However, Li Heng was not one to yield easily. Retorting sharply, well, according to the standards of ancient aristocracy, the Qin family is considered a prominent lineage. Moreover, as a distinguished student from Renmin University, Miss Qian seems to have her sights set high, perhaps forgetting the ancient adage that noble individuals can emerge from humble beginnings. With that, he shifted his tone, continuing his unrelenting critique. But as an educated intellectual, how could you pose such a foolish question? Upon hearing the word foolish, Qin Xiaomi felt her temper flare, her chest heaving with agitation. Yet, Li Heng would not grant her a chance to retort. Launching into another pointed attack, Wang Bo wrote the timeless masterpiece to Wang Gu at the age of 26. Why do you not question that? Wu Zubing, at 21, was a valiant general, achieving great feats and commanding respect. Should we not excavate his remains for judgment? In my view, age does not define all. Do not assume that age automatically brings wisdom. Take, for instance, old son at the school gate, who, despite being over 60, remains illiterate and a mere scold. Qin Xiaomi, infuriated, realized all too well that Li Heng was covertly insulting her, seeking revenge for grievances from the previous summer by labeling her a dullard, accusing her of aging without acquiring knowledge. Unconsciously, she clutched her bag, yearning to rise and depart, refusing to endure this indignity for the sake of survival. Yet, another voice in her mind urged her to endure, to withstand this trial for now. As Qin Xiaomi wrestled with her thoughts, a commotion outside broke the tension. A knock followed, accompanied by a voice calling, "Li Heng, open the door." It was the English teacher. Without a second thought, Li Heng rose to open the door. Outside stood two individuals. One was Wang Runwen, and the other, a man in his mid-30s, impeccably dressed with a neat center parting. Upon their introduction, Wang Runwen said, "Li Heng, this is Zhou Ping, an editor from Harvest magazine, and this is December." Zhou Ping had never anticipated that the author of To Live would be so young. Still a high school student, leaving him quite astonished. Qin Xiaomi, who had been contemplating leaving, found all her doubts vanish upon seeing her rival. A renewed determination surged within her. Despite any past grievances with Li Heng, she would not let monetary opportunities slip away. "Hello, Editor Zhou. I was just discussing publication matters with Editor Chun from People's Literature, which is why I had the teacher fetch you. I hope you don't mind," Li Heng exclaimed, abandoning any semblance of gentlemanly decorum to set the pace for the meeting, aiming to incite competition between the two. After all, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. He feared that his rivals might reach an unspoken understanding to save costs, so he boldly ignited the powder keg, denying them the chance to negotiate. Sure enough, Zhou Ping stared at Li Heng, then glanced at Qin Xiaomi on the sofa, feeling an acute sense of urgency. He even speculated whether Li Heng had already struck a deal with People's Literature, pondering if he still had a chance. Before arriving, the success of To Live had captured the attention of Mr. Ba, who had eagerly urged him to secure the subsequent story. After some polite exchanges, and while the English teacher poured fresh tea for them, Li Heng addressed Qin Xiaomi and Zhou Ping. "I am a senior preparing for the college entrance examination, and time is of the essence, so let us be straightforward. Shall we discuss the manuscript fee first, or would you prefer to review the follow-up story?" Zhou Ping was at a loss. How could someone capable of such remarkable writing still be a student, yet still concerned about attending afternoon classes? Was there no respite for anyone? To ensure his effort bore fruit and to have a clearer understanding, Zhou Ping interjected, "If possible, I would like to review the manuscript first." "Of course." "That is no problem at all," Li Heng replied generously, retrieving all the manuscripts from his bag, several stacks in total, deliberately placing the first stack of the follow-up story before Qin Xiaomi, inviting her to read first. It was not said that he favored Qin Xiaomi, rather. This action aimed to provoke Zhou Ping, hoping to induce a sense of urgency that would compel the latter to place a significantly higher bid against Qin Xiaomi. Qin Xiaomi cast a glance at Li Heng, seemingly having discerned his subtle intentions, yet she chose not to expose him. Instead, she opened the first page of the manuscript and began to read attentively. "I have been irretrievably hopeless since my youth." These were my father's words. "The private tutor declared me as unrefinable as decayed wood." In hindsight, they were indeed correct, though I once held a different belief, thinking that wealth was my birthright. "I am the sole heir of the Su family. Should I perish, the Su lineage would face extinction." The captivating narrative swiftly ensnared Qin Xiaomi's attention, allowing her to momentarily set aside her grievances with Li Heng. As the story unfolded with its poignant struggles, subtle expressions of worry and anxiety inadvertently graced her visage. Zhou Ping, observing his rival utterly engrossed in the text, felt an urgent impatience rising within him. However, with the manuscript out of reach for the moment, he had no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, he pondered to himself, observing how quickly his opponent had become entranced. The latter half of the live must surely contain a remarkable tale. Arriving late today had placed him at a disadvantage. He wondered how he might turn the tide in his favor. Chapter 50. Great Talent. The continuation of To Live comprises approximately 95,000 words, divided into 3 volumes, each containing around 30,000 words. Chen Xiaomi was unable to finish the first volume in a timely manner, leaving Zhou Ping in anxious anticipation. Observing his companion's boredom, Li Heng took the initiative to engage him in conversation. The topics of discussion were varied, spanning astronomy, geography, economics, current events, and literature, flowing seamlessly without interruption. As they conversed, Zhou Ping increasingly sensed an unsettling disparity. He found himself in deep admiration of Li Heng's vast knowledge. Knowledge is inherently genuine. It cannot be fabricated or hastily acquired. He could not help but ponder, was Li Heng truly only 17? Why did Li Heng's demeanor and eloquence, along with his foresight on numerous matters, make him appear to be a seasoned scholar? Why did this seemingly casual exchange evoke such a profound sense of pressure within him, rendering him self-conscious and inadequate? Gradually, Zhou Ping came to a profound realization regarding the prowess that enabled Li Heng to craft a masterpiece like To Live. At that moment, he, who had always considered himself somewhat cultured, felt diminutive in comparison. Next to the effortlessly articulate Li Heng, he resembled an infant, naïve and absurdly juvenile. Zhou Ping's posture became increasingly humble, and his confidence in the conversation waned. Chen Xiaomi, perceptive to this shift, glanced at him and then at Li Heng, slowly falling into contemplation. Could this be the true Li Heng, previously unexpressed? She had discreetly overheard their dialogue, and Li Heng's articulate nature left a significant impression on her. She mused silently. It seems this rascal is indeed a polymath. Beyond his charm and banter, he possesses a certain scholarly grace. No wonder Zijing has continued to think of him. In a tentative manner, Zhou Ping posed a question that had been met with criticism directed at Chen Xiaomi. Teacherly. Aside from textbooks, how many books have you read? He even respectfully addressed him as teacher, demonstrating considerable social acumen. This inquiry piqued the interest of Wang Runwen and Chen Xiaomi, who turned their attention to him. Li Heng reflected briefly, responding with a blend of truth and embellishment. I cannot recall the exact number of books, but my father has amassed hundreds, if not thousands, of volumes, which I have loved to peruse since childhood. His words held genuine merit. Influenced by his parents' passion for reading, he had indeed delved into the treasured collection of books cherished by his father, Comrade Li Jiangguo. However, those experiences belonged to a past life. In this current existence, he had selectively read merely a few hundred books, primarily during winter and summer breaks, under the guise of a love for learning. In truth, Tian Runny understood his subtle motivations all too well, yet her bias towards sons made her reluctant to confront the matter. Hundreds or thousands of books. Zhou Ping expressed astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, may I ask, what profession does your father hold? Li Heng comprehended the implication. My father was once involved in education. That elucidates much, Zhou Ping thought. Unlike his previous interactions solely with Chen Xiaomi, he now spoke candidly about the remarkable deeds of his paternal uncle and revealed that the source of his inspiration stemmed from this lineage. Chen Xiaomi hailed from the same place as him, and thus was intimately familiar with the second elder of the Li family. As she reminisced and compared the stories within the book, she realized that many elements bore the shadow of the second elder, merely transformed through artistic embellishment. At this moment, she became convinced. She firmly believed that the book was indeed penned by Li Heng and recognized his exceptional literary talent. As her thoughts meandered, a tumult of emotions surged within her: envy, bitterness, and a tinge of regret, all intertwining to create a complex tapestry of feelings. Half an hour later, the first stack of manuscripts found its way into Zhou Ping's hands. As Zhou Ping eagerly delved into the reading, Li Heng was not idle either. He retrieved a Chinese language exam paper from his bag and began to work through it. This action left both editors bewildered. During this time, Chen Xiaomi glanced at the header of the exam paper, which read capital number 4 High School, instantly realizing that this paper must have been arranged for him by Zijing. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, both Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping completed reading the remaining manuscripts of To Live. Observing that both were still engrossed in the book, Li Heng felt assured. He appropriately put away the exam paper, straightened his posture, and inquired of Zhou Ping, Editor Zhou, is the subsequent part satisfactory? Faced with such a soul-stirring literary masterpiece, the seasoned editor Zhou Ping, without any pretense, lifted his head and sincerely replied, "Excellent. Beyond excellent, I find it difficult to articulate its greatness with any other words." Li Heng nodded, feeling a sense of relief, and straightforwardly stated, "If both of you are satisfied, then I shall forego the niceties. Since editors Chen and Zhou have traveled such a distance, I presume you are prepared. I would like to know how much you are willing to offer for the manuscript fee." Here it was, talk of money had commenced. Upon hearing this, the accompanying English teacher turned her head slightly. In her mind, this student possessed many captivating qualities, yet he was fixated on monetary gain, which undeniably tarnished the romantic essence of literature. While Zhou Ping pondered an appropriate offer, Chen Xiaomi, with a glimmer in her eye, preemptively spoke, "The latter half of the lift surpasses the preceding 40,000 words in brilliance and far exceeds my expectations. I can represent people's literature in offering the highest industry standard for manuscript fees, 30 yuan per 1,000 characters. Since the reinstatement of the manuscript fee policy over the past decade, fees had risen several times. Currently, the standard for a new author was around 12 yuan per 1,000 characters. As Chen Xiaomi articulated, 30 yuan per 1,000 was already the pinnacle. Even the most esteemed authors in the country could not command more than this amount. The reason Chen Xiaomi elevated the manuscript fee to its maximum was, in fact, her last resort. She was acutely aware of Li Heng's disdain towards her, harboring significant biases against her. The fact that he still allowed her presence without dismissing her was merely a strategic move to leverage her position for a higher price. Understanding his intentions, Chen Xiaomi decisively capped the fee, leaving no room for Zhou Ping to negotiate. She was indeed curious to see if, having demonstrated such sincerity and preemptively obstructed all avenues before her competitor could speak, Li Heng would deliver to live to her under equal circumstances. She was acting as a general, leveraging her niece Chen Zijin to maneuver Li Heng's military strategy. "You may harbor objections towards me, may mock or deride me with your words, and I have endured all of this. After all, I have committed similar transgressions, and I acknowledge my prior faults. Thus, as a mature individual in society, as someone with aspirations in their career, I accepted the humiliation as a penance for my past mistakes, with tears in my eyes. However, public matters must remain distinct from private grievances. Their enmity is personal. While the current negotiation concerning publication is a professional affair, should Li Heng fail to distinguish between the two, and if he were to hand a live to the other party at the same rate of 30 yuan per 1,000 characters, she would have no recourse. In that case, she would gather her belongings and depart. She would dedicate her entire being to rallying all members of the Qin family to prevent Zijin from being with him. Just as Li Heng harbors grudges, so too does she, being a woman who has always remembered past slights. To put it plainly, she was gambling, wagering that Li Heng had not forgotten Zijin and still cared for her. This represented her last glimmer of hope and possibility of victory. Indeed, Chen Xiaomi's opening statement caught Zhou Ping completely off guard. He had been hesitating, contemplating whether to reveal all his cards at once, only to find that his opponent was even more decisive. This left Zhou Ping, who was a step behind, filled with frustration. Li Heng glanced at Chen Xiaomi, silently acknowledging that this woman was both adaptable and resolute, capable of enduring what most could not, and thus she was indeed a formidable character. Chapter 51. What constitutes a benefactor? Li Heng turned to Zhou Ping and inquired, "Editor Zhou, what about you?" At this pivotal moment, Chen Xiaomi and Wang Run gazed intently at one another. Meeting the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Zhou Ping sighed. 30 cents per 1,000 words has already become the highest remuneration standard in our country. The magazine Harvest can only offer this amount. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomi secretly exhaled in relief, her gaze shifting to Li Heng, eager to discern his decision. Receiving the pointed look from this woman, Li Heng was acutely aware of her intentions but chose to disregard them. Instead, he cautiously probed, "Editor Zhou, what is the percentage for royalties at your esteemed publication?" Chen Xiaomi appeared somewhat bewildered. Zhou Ping, equally perplexed, instinctively asked, "What royalties?" It was no surprise he posed such a question in his decade-long career. This was the first time an author had inquired about royalties. Prior to this, Zhou Ping had not even subconsciously contemplated the concept. The bewilderment of both individuals did not catch Li Heng off guard. After all, the first writer to secure royalties in the future was Wang Shua. an event that he recalled occurring 2 years later. Nevertheless, he continued, both of you, I recall that a policy was enacted by the state a few years ago, establishing a royalty rate of 5 based on the sale of 10,000 copies. If I were to propose foregoing the standard remuneration in favor of an agreement based on print runs. He paused deliberately, casting a significant glance at both of them, his meaning unmistakable. His aspirations were grand. He knew the likelihood of success was nearly non-existent. Yet he yearned to take a chance. Perhaps, even if this endeavor did not materialize, the groundwork laid today could pave the way for future opportunities. After all, he had witnessed considerable wealth in his past life, his vision and ambition far exceeding that of his peers. If Wang Shuo could accomplish such a feat, he was curious to see if there was a glimmer of possibility 2 years in advance. If there was, he would have achieved something remarkable, allowing him to navigate the literary world with audacity, compelling others to bow to his influence. Should he fail, it would not be a catastrophe. He could simply retreat, tail between his legs, and if necessary, seek employment at another magazine to earn a modest living. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Their first reaction being to deem Li Heng's youthful exuberance as naively reckless. It was utterly absurd. While the policy indeed existed, there were always countermeasures, and in practice, no one had ever received royalties. Even the distinguished editor-in-chief of Harvest, Mr. Ba, had adhered to convention, receiving only standard remuneration. Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping unanimously felt that while being alive was commendable, it was not sufficient for Li Heng to leverage his status as a novice author to overshadow a publishing house. The two editors were expressions of disbelief, falling into silence. This scene left the English teacher on edge. She longed to advise Li Heng, yet due to the inappropriateness of the moment, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Observing that Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping were in tacit agreement not to voice their opinions, Li Heng glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up, declaring, "Ladies, the class is about to commence. I must attend to my duties. Let us reconvene this afternoon." Seeing that he was truly leaving, Zhou Ping could no longer contain himself and said, "Teacher Li, regarding the remuneration for the printed manuscript, there is no precedent for this matter, and I am unable to provide you with an immediate answer. I must consult with the editorial office." Li Heng smiled and replied, "That is perfectly fine. I am not in a hurry. I kindly ask both of you to keep my identity confidential. We shall meet again." With that, he opened the door and departed. Chen Xiaomi watched his retreating figure, furrowing her brow, feeling as though her painstaking efforts had dissipated into thin air. After a moment, having calmed his emotions, Zhou Ping expressed his gratitude to Wang Runwen, saying, "Teacher Wang, I appreciate your assistance today. I must now contact the leadership at the editorial office, so I will take my leave." Wang Runwen accompanied him to the door, considering it a mere triviality, and remarked, "Editor Zhou, you are too courteous. Please take care." With two individuals having left, the room instantly fell into a state of desolation. Chen Xiaomi scrutinized Wang Runwen, particularly casting several glances at his well-defined chest, before ultimately deciding to take her leave as well. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. In the main editor's office of the magazine Harvest in the Shanghai market, after the bell rang 3 times, the editor ceased his conversation with Mr. Ba, who sat opposite him, and rose to answer the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Editor, it is I, Zhou Ping." Upon recognizing Zhou Ping's voice, Editor Liao glanced at Mr. Ba and quickly inquired, "What is the situation? How is the follow-up to the live?" Zhou Ping responded, "The situation is somewhat complex. However, the follow-up to the live is excellent. It surpasses the previous 40,000 words significantly." At this point, Zhou Ping paused, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I have not encountered such a high level of work in a long time. This is the finest submission I have received since entering the industry, and it is unlikely that anything of this caliber will emerge in the coming years." Editor Liao, well aware of Zhou Ping's character, steady and not prone to exaggeration, a man of action, was assured by his repeated praises that the follow-up to Live must indeed be exceptional. Editor Liao pressed on, "If that is the case, why not secure it sooner? Has it been snatched away by people's literature?" "Not yet. I must consult with the editorial office," Zhou Ping replied, unwilling to conceal anything. He then recounted Li Heng's age, education, eloquence, his source of inspiration, his uncle, and the fact that he had read hundreds of books, along with the requirements for remuneration, in full detail. He spoke without embellishment or reduction, emphasizing authenticity. Editor Liao listened patiently, his expression not much better than that of Qin Xiaomi and Zhou Ping, all marked with astonishment. After a moment, he turned to Mr. Ba and asked, "Sir, did you hear that?" In the stillness of the room, Mr. Ba nodded with a smile. Editor Liao, astonished, exclaimed, 17. Not yet 18. He wrote to Live, "How much credence do you give this?" Mr. Ba remained silent for a long while before reflecting, "Some things simply are, they cannot be feigned. Did you not hear that his father works in education? Did you not hear about those hundreds, if not thousands, of books?" Editor Liao replied, "But, Mr. Ba interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Young Zhou mentioned that the competitor hails from the same place as this December. Since they did not doubt the existence of the books and the uncle on the spot, it is likely that they are indeed genuine." Editor Liao inquired, "Should we send Zhou Ping to investigate?" Mr. Ba shook his head, asserting that a person capable of pinning to live is a genius and should not be disturbed recklessly. Editor Liao nodded in agreement. In truth, an investigation would yield little. Even Zhou Ping might feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. While December may not be a repository of vast knowledge, he is undoubtedly a person of substance and genuine talent. Understanding this, Editor Liao sought further counsel. As for the issue of royalties, Mr. Ba retorted, "What are your thoughts?" Editor Liao replied, shaking his head, "There is no precedent." Mr. Ba picked up his teacup and took a sip, stating, "Then we shall be fated to have no connection with to Live." Editor Liao asked, "Do you mean to say the people's literature?" Mr. Ba responded, "Under equal circumstances, whom would you prioritize? Naturally, it would be a fellow townsman." And Editor Liao comprehended this logic. However, the phrase "the print run royalties" lingered in the air, and after uttering it, he fell silent, gazing intently at his mentor. This utterance inexplicably reminded Mr. Ba of the past, of the struggles faced by many literary figures and their tragic ends. After a long pause, he set down his teacup and remarked, "It is not easy for writers. The literary sky of the new era should be broader and more radiant. What defines a benefactor? This is it, a decisive proclamation." Editor Liao was momentarily taken aback, realizing the course of action he must take. Shortly thereafter, he instructed the voice on the other end of the line, "We can acquiesce to some of December's requests, but as this is breaking new ground, it must be approached with caution." Chapter 52, Royalties. After completing the 8th lesson, Li Heng hurried to his English teacher's residence. At this moment, Qin Xiaomi and Zhou Ping were already present. Wang Runan was serving tea and engaging in conversation with them. Upon his arrival at the door, the trio simultaneously turned their heads, and the once lively chatter in the living room fell into a sudden silence. After changing his shoes, Li Heng approached with a composed demeanor and expressed his apologies, acknowledging their weight. Once the formalities were exchanged, he wasted no time and directly inquired about the matter of print royalties, asking, "What are your thoughts on the royalties for print runs?" Li Heng looked towards Qin Xiaomi, who remained silent. However, Zhou Ping eagerly responded, "The editorial office has stated that the standard publishing agreement will be based on 30 yuan per 1,000 words. If the impact is significant, the print royalties will only be triggered once the sales of a single novel exceed 300,000 copies. 300,000 copies for a single volume? If priced at 3 yuan each, that would amount to a staggering 45,000 yuan. The figure was astonishing, reminiscent of sums in the hundreds of thousands or even millions in later years, catching him off guard. Although he was unfamiliar with the literary market of this era, the prospect of surpassing 300,000 copies seemed daunting, yet the potential rewards were undeniably substantial. Nevertheless, Li Heng felt that Harvest was already quite generous to him, as the publishing agreement still guaranteed a payment of 30 yuan per 1,000 words, providing a safety net without the risks associated with gambling. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Qin Xiaomi secretly furrowed her brow, finding it hard to believe that Harvest magazine would extend such an opportunity to a novice writer. Even if this opportunity was somewhat conservative in nature, they had not shortchanged Li Heng, offering him remuneration at the industry's highest standard. It was worth noting that when she reported this matter to the chief editor, there was a moment of silence on the other end before the call was abruptly terminated, leaving her with no further information. Under Zhou Ping's expectant gaze, Li Heng did not hesitate and readily agreed. The next step was the much-anticipated publishing contract. Having been a businessman, he meticulously reviewed the agreement and, finding no issues, signed his name and affixed his seal. "Welcome to the Harvest family, Teacher Li. The 4,050 yuan in royalties will reach you within a week. If you have any further manuscripts, we hope you will consider us first." The moment the agreement was finalized, Zhou Ping let out a significant sigh of relief and enthusiastically extended his hand for a handshake. Everything is settled. Thank you, Editor Zo. Li Heng reciprocated, grasping his hand firmly. His words were sincere, devoid of any insincerity. After all, Harvest had shown faith in him, granting privileges while ensuring he was fairly compensated. For these two acts of generosity and integrity, he would remain forever grateful. Unbeknownst to him, the leniency shown by Harvest magazine stemmed from Mr. Ba's admiration for his youth and the remarkable caliber of his work to live, which had ignited a passion for nurturing talent within him. Although the remuneration of 4,050 yuan for to live appears substantial at the rate of 30 yuan per 1,000 words, for a prominent magazine like Harvest, it is merely a trivial sum, inconsequential and lacking in any real impact. Of course, Harvest is not naive. It operates with a clear financial strategy. Should to live achieve considerable influence, sufficient to warrant a standalone publication and surpass sales of 300,000 copies, the revenue generated for the magazine would exceed 1 million yuan, rendering the payment quite modest in comparison. This scenario presents a win-win situation. The question remains, however, can to live truly wield such influence? Is Li Heng uncertain in his heart? Does Harvest share this uncertainty? Everything hangs in the balance, awaiting resolution. Zhou Ping departed with a sense of fulfillment, radiating joy. As Li Heng gazed at the retreating figure at the school gate, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, a 5 royalty still feels insufficient." Yet, he understood that patience was essential. The fact that they could make an exception for him was a tremendous favor. Once he completed his second novel and felt more assured, he would negotiate a higher price. From the moment Zhou Ping agreed to the royalty arrangement, Chen Xiaomi realized her prospects had dimmed considerably. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she observed the absurdity of the situation with a curious mindset. Indeed, royalty seemed an outrageous and unconventional notion to her. In the past, no one dared to mention it. What astonished her even more was that the inexperienced Li Heng not only broached the subject, but that Mr. Ba had actually acquiesced. The entire situation was nearly unfathomable. If this matter were to become public, it could create quite a stir. She could accurately deduce that the subsequent decision stemmed from Mr. Ba's influence, as a mere editor of Harvest would not possess the audacity to act, given the potential repercussions on the interests of all publishing houses. Only someone of Mr. Ba's stature could remain unperturbed. At that moment, Chen Xiaomi's feelings towards Li Heng were profoundly complex. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Had she known of his extraordinary talent earlier, she might have persuaded her sister-in-law to consider Aunt Runny's proposal instead of thwarting their romance last summer. Aunt Runny. It had been ages since she had referred to her that way. Noticing Li Heng glance in her direction, Chen Xiaomi composed herself and inexplicably remarked, "You are quite impressive. Everyone else has misjudged you." The everyone she referred to included her entire family and the gossipy villagers. She could hardly fathom the commotion that would ensue if news of Li Heng's potential as a great writer reached the village. How dramatically would the villagers' attitudes shift? It was likely that the once desolate Li family doorstep would once again buzz with activity. After all, few could produce works rivaling to live on a national scale. Chen Xiaomi was unsure why she had felt compelled to compliment him earlier, yet the words had escaped her lips, and there was no taking them back. She maintained a facade of indifference. Li Heng was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was hallucinating. This woman is complimenting me to my face. Could it be that an international jest is underway? One must recognize that in this lifetime and the next. It is the first time this woman has spoken well of herself. Indeed, it is as if the sun has risen in the west. Li Heng wished to express his gratitude, but instinctively, he merely nodded. The two exchanged glances, and after Chen Xiaomi politely thanked the English teacher, she walked away indifferently, not looking back. Once the motorcycle that Chen Xiaomi had boarded vanished from the street, Wang Runwen teased, "Not bad. You've conquered an adversary. But this is merely the beginning. The women of the Qin family are not so easily subdued. As for the English teacher, what a presence she possesses." Li Heng instinctively stole a glance before hastily turning to enter the school gate. Wang Runwen, arms crossed, coldly observed him from behind, nearly bursting out in expletives. Is everyone from Shiwan village afflicted with madness? The women are like this, and the men are as well. Chapter 53. A joke. Chen Xiaomi wandered back to the capital in a daze, oblivious to how she had arrived. Fortunately, the matter of royalties provided her with an excellent excuse. In the editor-in-chief's office, Zhou Mingwei inquired softly, "Has Harvest truly opened its doors for December?" Chen Xiaomi affirmed, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." After a long silence, Zhou Mingwei consoled her, "This is not your fault. Even I would have been powerless to change it. It is simply regrettable." "Is it not regrettable?" Both Harvest and People's Literature are prestigious national literary journals, and the former has made such a significant investment. One cannot help but wonder about the quality of the novel to live. Even a fool could deduce that. Zhou Mingwei, holding his pen, curiously asked, I heard that December is your fellow townsman. What is he like, and how old is he this year? Although they hailed from the same hometown, that scoundrel would hardly regard it as significant. She had foolishly considered leveraging their shared roots. Instead, she found herself a laughingstock. For reasons unknown, Chen Xiaomi shook her head. He advised me to keep it a secret. Zhou Mingwei, perceptive as ever, questioned, Are you acquainted with him? Chen Xiaomi nodded. Observing this, Zhou Mingwei felt a deeper sense of regret. If it weren't for the royalties issue, with your connection, To Live would never have found its way to another magazine. Chen Xiaomi fell silent, understanding that unless Zijing intervened to reconcile this grudge, she and Li Heng would never see eye to eye. Would she seek Zijing's help? The answer was an emphatic no. Her pride would not allow her to lower herself, even if Li Heng had soared to great heights. As a daughter of the Qin family, she would not bend her knee to appease him. Noticing her continued gloom, Zhou Mingwei misinterpreted her silence as sorrow and gently suggested, Go on, take a rest. Remember to keep in touch with December. Who knows when an opportunity for collaboration might arise. Chen Xiaomi feigned agreement and left. As she exited the office, Zhou Chunlan immediately approached with feigned concern. Xiaomi, you're back. I heard To Live didn't get accepted. Was it all for naught? Chen Xiaomi felt an overwhelming urge to slap her, but with so many witnesses in the office, she restrained herself. With a sigh, she replied, To Live was exceptionally well written, and Harvest offered a royalty clause. I was powerless to change it. Liao Jia, nearby, asked in astonishment, What royalty clause? Surely it's not a proportional payment based on print runs? Chen Xiaomi nodded, precisely that. Upon hearing this, the entire editorial department fell into stunned silence, including the most seasoned editor, Uncle Dai. Having seen much in his time, he adjusted his reading glasses and remarked, If that is indeed the case, the landscape has shifted. No wonder Xiaochen returned empty-handed. Anyone else would have fared no better. Chen Xiaomi cast a grateful glance at Uncle Dai. In the Shanghai market. At the Harvest magazine office. Editor-in-Chief, here is the sample issue for February. Please take a look. The magazine Harvest is a bi-monthly publication. The editor-in-chief, Liao, casually flipped through the proof of the upcoming issue presented by the proofreader for confirmation. After a brief glance, he set it aside, remarking that there was still some time before the release date and suggested waiting a bit longer. The proofreader was puzzled. Was the final version typically confirmed within these few days? Sensing the subordinate's uncertainty, Liao offered a brief explanation. Editor Zhou had recently signed a manuscript that received high praise from a distinguished teacher. He advised the proofreader to return the following afternoon. Whose manuscript could possibly warrant such notable endorsement? The proofreader was left even more bewildered. There were 3 evening classes scheduled. The first 2 were mathematics lessons, during which Teacher Pan usually strolled around the classroom before taking a seat at the podium, allowing students to study and solve problems independently. He didn't concern himself with whether they were reviewing mathematics or other subjects, as long as they were engaged in learning. Perhaps due to past discontent expressed by many students in Class 204 regarding his teaching methods. The mathematics teacher seldom interacted with students unless someone raised their hand to seek help with a challenging problem. He was remarkably patient, regardless of how difficult the questions were. If a student struggled, he would patiently explain repeatedly, employing various approaches, his tone steady and unhurried, devoting an entire class period until comprehension was achieved. Consequently, Teacher Pan remained quite popular among the female students. However, the boys rarely approached him for assistance. When they encountered difficulties, they typically turned to Lu Yejiang, Zhou Aiming, or Lu Li for help. Only when those 3 were at a loss would they finally consult Li Heng, creating a sort of hierarchy. They avoided disturbing him unless the problem was truly challenging, fearing that Li Heng might resolve it in mere moments, which could leave them feeling embarrassed and undermine their confidence. As the second evening class concluded, the mathematics teacher had yet to leave. He was still engaged in a discussion with Chen Lijun about a parabolic problem. In the midst of teaching, Teacher Pan suddenly turned to Li Heng. Li Heng, take a look at this problem. Zhang Zhiyong had just brought over a spicy tofu skin to distract him, and Li Heng, with half a piece in his mouth, took the draft paper and glanced at it. He pondered, was he pretending not to understand to spare someone else's feelings, or should he write down the solution steps? Teacher Pan seemed to sense his thoughts and gently smiled, saying, Please write out your solution method so we can see how it differs from ours. Teacher Pan was at a loss. No matter how he explained to Chen Lijun, she seemed unable to grasp it, leading him to question whether his own solving techniques were overly complex. Upon hearing this, Li Heng decided not to hold back any longer. He drew 2 auxiliary lines and quickly solved the problem. Teacher Pan reviewed the solution meticulously before handing it to Chen Lijun, stating, "This method is simpler than mine." "Take a look." Chen Lijun examined the notebook, reasoning through it twice, her face flushing as she exclaimed, "Teacher, I think I understand it now." At this, several classmates erupted in laughter. It was quite the spectacle. Despite having spent half a class trying to teach the concept, the moment Chen Lijun glimpsed Li Heng's reasoning, she grasped it immediately. Was this a blatant slap in the face for him? Fortunately, Teacher Pan had been on the receiving end of such moments often enough to be unfazed, and he left the classroom with a smile, clutching his books. Once the teacher departed, Sunaning directly asked Chen Lijun, "Why didn't you just ask Li Heng about that problem?" Chen Lijun raised her head in contemplation, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Back in my sophomore year, I once posed a question to him, and to my astonishment, he articulated the solution in less than a minute. My mind struggled to keep pace, yet I felt too embarrassed to admit my confusion. When he inquired if I understood, I merely nodded and said I did, but I never dared to ask him another question thereafter." Her innate, slightly foolish charm had everyone in stitches, though fortunately, she was not truly foolish. Aside from mathematics, in which she was not particularly exceptional, she performed quite admirably in her other subjects. Chapter 54. The Brain Drain Generally. The class teacher presides over the evening sessions, allowing for a flexible arrangement of studies. It is during this time that the class teacher typically communicates matters pertaining to the class and the school. As the bell rang, Teacher Wang Qi took to the podium to emphasize the significance of the upcoming scholarship examination. "This is your final scholarship examination in high school, so cherish it well. It will soon become a cherished memory." He paused momentarily, then continued, "However, the exam paper tomorrow may very well be the most challenging one you have encountered throughout your 3 years of high school. Do not inquire as to why. It is simply a tradition of the school. It is designed to keep certain high-achieving students grounded, especially just before the college entrance examinations. The scholarship exam comprises 3 components: last semester's midterm exam, the final exam, and this upcoming scholarship examination, with respective weightings of 20, 30, and 50. A select few may excel in the scholarship exam, potentially vying for the first and second class scholarships. Nevertheless, the prestigious special scholarship remains unattainable for them. The reason is simple. Since the Division of Arts and Sciences, the 3 coveted spots for the special scholarship have been monopolized by Xiaofeng, Songyu, Luo Jijie, and My Sui, leaving no room for others. Among them, Songyu and My Sui hail from Class 204, while Xiaofeng and Luo Jijie are from the neighboring Class 205. Li Heng finds himself in a rather unfortunate position, consistently managing only to secure the first-class scholarship of 100 yuan. The special scholarship remains a distant dream, thwarted at every turn by the formidable quartet. It is worth noting that the special scholarship not only awards a cash prize of 200 yuan but also offers an irresistible allure, the opportunity to have one's photograph displayed on the school's honor wall. To grace the honor wall is an unparalleled honor for students of this era. It not only satiates a small vanity and garners admiration from those one secretly admires, but also serves as the most powerful testament to one's accomplishments. Each time he gazes at the photographs of Yang Yingwen, Xiaofeng, and others prominently displayed in the school's most visible location, Li Heng is consumed by envy. In his previous life, his greatest aspiration during high school was to have his photograph featured on the honor wall, yet he graduated without achieving this milestone, a profound regret. As he listened to the class teacher eloquently discuss the topic, Li Heng couldn't help but ponder if he were to relive his life. Armed with the knowledge from those 17 years and bolstered by the enhanced English skills acquired while running a study abroad training institution, could he possibly contend for the special scholarship? Although his Chinese language skills lagged behind those of the 4 academic elites, his mathematical prowess was unmatched. It is no wonder that such a fanciful thought crossed his mind. After all, 200 yuan is still a significant sum, doubly so compared to the first-class scholarship. Comrade Tian Rani, you would need to sell over 100 pounds of rice to earn that amount. Beyond the allure of monetary gain, there lay a secret aspiration that Li Heng had never shared with anyone. He hoped to see his photograph alongside Song Yu's on the honor wall, ideally positioned next to each other. He would even indulge in whimsical daydreams, envisioning a scene where others stood beneath the honor wall, extolling their achievements. Wow, the gentleman is refined, and the lady possesses an innate grace, a splendid pair of golden boy and jade girl. After the evening study session, Li Heng, along with Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong, walked towards the dormitory as usual. Halfway there, Lu Li suddenly said, "Li Heng, I might not perform well on the exam tomorrow." Li Heng shot him a glance. To falter before the battle is the mark of a coward. Lu Li replied, "Just before class ended, I consulted a fortune teller, and it indicated I might fail English." Zhang Zhiyong leaned in, his eyes narrowing mischievously as he scrutinized Lu Li. "What do you mean by consulted? I've never heard of that." Lu Li explained, "It's a form of divination, a family heirloom in the Lu lineage, something you, a dimwit, wouldn't understand." "Damn," Zhang Zhiyong exclaimed. "So you can tell fortunes?" Lu Li scratched his head and said, "Fortune-telling? Far from it. I'm a well-known practitioner back home, often accompanying my grandfather to conduct rituals for the deceased during the holidays." "Can you really predict?" Zhang Zhiyong pressed. "Well then, tell me this. Lu Yejian and Zhou Aiming both like Chen Lijun. Who will she ultimately marry?" Lu Li shook his head. "Is that even a question? She'll definitely marry me. If she marries someone else, it wouldn't sit right with me." Li Heng burst into laughter and turned to the approaching Chen Lijun, saying, "Comrade Lijun, I trust you didn't hear what Lu Li just said?" At that moment, Chen Lijun, along with Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Sunaning, had just emerged from the convenience store, taken aback that the usually docile Lu Li would utter such embarrassing remarks. Lu Li, alarmed, glanced back and felt his face flush crimson, lowering his head in shame, nearly collapsing. Zhang Zhiyong, unable to contain himself, crouched down and teased, "Look, look. Lu Li's legs are trembling. He's not going to faint, is he?" Upon hearing this, Li Heng and the four girls instinctively shifted their gazes to Lu Li's legs. In that instant, Lu Li's legs betrayed him further. He stumbled forward and fell flat on the ground. The four girls were speechless yet couldn't help but laugh. Li Heng chuckled, calling out, "What a sight." He then playfully kicked Lu Li's rear. "Hey, can you get up? Need a hand?" Unexpectedly, Lu Li clasped his head with his hands, wailing in despair, "Don't help me. Just let them go. I can't face anyone now." Sunaning teased, "Lu Li, you hardly dare to breathe in front of Li Jun. Yet here you are, simply adorable." Lu Li, fearing they would laugh at him, dared not respond. In playful banter, the three entered dormitory 215, but before they could steady their feet, Lu Yejin suddenly barked at Li Heng in front of the entire room. "Li Heng, this time I will definitely score higher than you." If it were any other student, Li Heng would have simply smiled it off, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, facing this fool who spread rumors about him and the English teacher, he would not let it slide, retorting sharply, "Lu Yejian, there's no need to resort to such foolish bravado to bolster your confidence. You're always the underdog in exams, and for a challenging scholarship test like this, you stand no chance. What an extraordinary fool this is. He seems to take delight in provoking me during nearly every examination, persistently buzzing around like an insufferable fly from a previous life. Does he truly believe I lack temperament? He aspires to employ more refined tactics. Yet in this crude and untamed era, civility does not yield prosperity. It is all about brutality. Kindness invites deceit, and gentleness is often exploited. Such a situation demands immediate retaliation, lest I be perceived as an easy target. Otherwise, I will frequently find myself subjected to indignities." Zhang Zhiyong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exhilaration and bellowed, "Bah! Exactly. What does Lu Yejin amount to? He is not even worthy to be compared to my brother. He is but a mere trifle." The two friends rallied together, and naturally, Lu Li joined in, sitting at the edge of the bed and interjecting, "Lu Yejiang, your mathematics scores consistently fall short by 10 or 20 points. What audacity you possess to compare yourself." Zhou Aiming, who had previously maintained silence amidst the disputes between his fellow villagers and close friends, also chose this moment to speak up. "Old Heng, I stand with you. I look forward to seeing you secure that prestigious scholarship." Given Li Heng's amiable nature and the collective disdain for the arrogant Lu Yejiang, the others rallied in support. In an instant, of the 10 individuals in the dormitory, 7 sided with Li Heng, leaving only Lu Yejiang and one other loyal companion in opposition. Lu Yejiang was taken aback by the number of people against him, infuriated by their dissent. However, upon noticing Li Heng's calm demeanor and penetrating gaze fixed upon him, he found his courage wane. In a desperate attempt to salvage his pride, he muttered, "Just you wait. I've made a solemn promise to the class teacher. This time I will surely surpass you." "Ha! A solemn promise? Do you think this is a battlefield?" "Coward," mocked Zhang Zhiyong, prompting a wave of laughter from the group. Chapter 55. A touch of melancholy. The following day was Saturday. After the morning self-study session, Li Heng and Li hurried towards the experimental building behind the teaching block, where the examination halls were located. Only the top 120 students from both the arts and sciences were eligible to participate in the scholarship examination. Zhang Zhiyong, unfortunately, ranked over 200th in the art school-wide, thus missing out on the opportunity. The arts were divided into 4 examination halls, each accommodating 30 students, distributed according to their rankings. Li Heng had placed 5th in the previous semester's final exams, securing a spot in the first examination hall on the 3rd floor. Li was also in the first hall but sat in the 17th position. As they approached the 3rd floor, he patted Li Heng on the shoulder and said, "Bro, do your best, and don't be careless. Don't give someone like Liu Yezhang the chance to shine." Li Heng responded with a reassuring glance, "Rest assured. He won't cause any waves." At that moment, the examination room had yet to open, and the corridor was filled with students. The right side of the staircase housed the first arts examination hall, while the left side contained the first sciences examination hall. As Li Heng ascended the stairs, he spotted Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Sun Mining gathered on the right side of the corridor. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, Yang Yingwen, and Xiao Xiaofeng were chatting on the left. He glanced back and forth between the two groups, feeling somewhat perplexed. Song Yu and Xiao Han were both captivating. It was a dilemma deciding where to join the fray. Instinctively drawn to Song Yu, he sensed that Xiao Han was covertly observing him. Logically speaking, his relationship with Xiao Han had not yet transcended the bounds of friendship. However, the profound sentiments from his past life lingered, making him subconsciously considerate of her feelings. Moreover, comparing the two, Xiao Han exhibited a far more cunning disposition, replete with schemes, making her no less challenging than the proud and reserved Song Yu. "Hey, Li Heng, what are you standing there for? Come over and have some soda." Just as he resolved to greet Yang Yingwen and the others on the left under the pretext of meeting a fellow townsman, Sun Mining waved her bottled soda enticingly, drawing his attention. Her call captured the gaze of everyone in the corridor. All eyes turned towards him, offering a silent salute. Thus, he had no choice but to retract his steps towards the left and, half-turning, walk towards Sun Mining. Truly, she was a beautiful and kind-hearted affluent young lady, enjoying soda, a testament to her wealth. After accepting the drink and taking a sip, he immediately offered a compliment. Sun Mining beamed with joy, pulling Mai Sui closer to herself and pushing Li Heng towards Song Yu, saying, "Hey, next time don't hover around me. Make sure you approach the right person, all right?" This girl had surprising strength, nearly colliding with Song Yu. Li Heng joked, "Where there is milk, there is a mother." Song Yu didn't even offer to share one of the 2 oranges she has, so of course, I'll gravitate towards you. Upon hearing this, Song Yu cast a gentle smile in his direction. After a moment of contemplation, she handed him one of the oranges amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Calmly, she inquired, "Did Zijing's aunt come looking for you yesterday?" Li Heng felt both surprised and unsurprised by her question. "Did you see her?" Song Yu nodded slightly and replied with a soft her gaze fixed on him, leaving him to ponder how she had come to know. After a brief moment of eye contact, Li Heng instantly comprehended that the young lady must have heard some whispers from Chen Zijing, leading her to worry that Chen Xiaomi had sought him out for trouble the previous day. However, given the crowd and the inappropriateness of the setting, Li Heng replied, "It's not something that can be explained in a few words. I shall inform you later." Song Yu acquiesced. "Look at that. Mai Shui, Li Jun, Liu Li. They haven't even reconciled yet they're already speaking in riddles, beginning to exclude others," remarked Sunaning, who was engrossed in their conversation but suddenly found it cut short, leaving her quite displeased. Mai Shui chuckled lightly, sipping her soda without uttering a word. Chen Lijun appeared somewhat apprehensive of Li Heng's sharp tongue and pretended not to hear. Liu Li, being more straightforward, simply turned her head away. Unfazed by the lack of response from her friends, the inquisitive Sunaning leaned in to quietly inquire of Li Heng, "Since Zijing has settled in the capital, will you be applying to a university there?" This question drew the attention of the small group, including Song Yu, who was also a bit curious. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Li Heng pondered for a moment before responding, "It depends on the circumstances. I must wait until the 3 upcoming mock examinations conclude before I can determine my choices based on my results." Upon hearing this, Mai Shui, Chen Lijun, and Sunaning shifted their focus to Song Yu, as the girl's intuition sensed something unusual. Logically speaking, with Chen Zijing in the capital, Li Heng, as her boyfriend, should exhibit determination and resolve regardless of his academic performance. Yet, Li Heng hesitated. What was the source of his uncertainty? The girls could not fathom the thoughts of someone who had lived 2 lives and assumed it was due to Songyu. Under their scrutinizing gaze, Songyu maintained a calm demeanor, but at merely 18, she still bore a touch of youthful innocence, subtly avoiding Li Heng's gaze. Meanwhile, the right side of the corridor buzzed with activity, while the left side appeared rather desolate. In the midst of studying for their Chinese class while chatting, Xiao Han deftly steered the conversation towards Li Heng, asking Yang Yingwen, "Have you quarreled again with Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong? Just now. He seemed hesitant as if afraid of you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yingwen instinctively glanced at Li Heng. "No, we haven't quarreled. However, that guy has been mysteriously absent lately. I wonder what he is up to." Xiao Feng, having caught on to Xiao Han's subtle shift towards discussing Li Heng, humorously remarked, "I heard from the girls in class 2-0 for that Li Heng might be pursuing Songyu." "What?" Yang Yingwen exclaimed, visibly astonished. After a moment, she pressed further. "Is that true? Where would he find the courage? Wasn't he just with Zijing?" Though she did not complete her thought, the 3 girls hailed from the same town and understood. Xiao Han continued to feign interest in her textbook, yet her ears were perked up. Xiao Feng added, "I'm not certain of the details. I merely heard that Li Heng went out of his way to sit next to Songyu, even allowing Mai Shui and Sunaning to choose their seats first. Apparently, the homeroom teacher of class 204 even called Li Heng to the office to discuss this matter." At that moment, Yang Yingwen happened to witness Sunaning pushing Li Heng closer to Songyu, and he couldn't help but believe it a little. Alas, that's Sunaning. Truly, it is simply outrageous. Wouldn't Zijing be heartbroken if she found out? Xiao Feng and Qin Zijing were not particularly close, so they paid little attention. Noticing Yingwen's sudden and intense reaction, Xiao Han sweetly smiled and glanced over at Xiao Feng, just in time to see Songyu handing an orange to someone. Suddenly, she felt a pang of disappointment. Well, not just a pang, it was an overwhelming sense of dismay. Why is it like this? Why pursue Songyu instead of me? Could it be that my past expressions of affection were too subtle? In that moment, the girl's emotions turned somewhat melancholic, tinged with a sense of nostalgia and sorrow. Chapter 56. The disturbing incident around 8:10, 2 invigilators arrived. It turned out to be the Dean of Academic Affairs and Mr. Luo, the homeroom teacher of the science class 206. Upon noticing the students' gazes upon him, Mr. Luo jested, "With the subjects swapped for monitoring, do ensure you adhere to the rules. I certainly hope I don't have to intervene. Otherwise, your scholarships may vanish." Li Heng entered the classroom with the others, taking a seat in the first group. Position 5. The seating arrangement was based on academic performance, with Xiao Feng, Songyu, Luo Jijia, and Mai Sui preceding him. As Luli remarked, "Goodness. A clear case of the feminine dominance over the masculine. 3 out of the top 5 are girls." While preparing his examination tools, Li Heng inadvertently dropped his fountain pen onto the floor, and upon retrieving it, he discovered the nib had shattered. What an ominous sign. Li Heng felt a pang of sorrow. This pen was not inexpensive, costing 2 yuan each. He had impulsively purchased it, having to scrimp and save for half a month on buns and pickles. With a sigh, he poked Mai Sui gently on the back and asked, "Comrade Mai Sui, do you have an extra pen?" Mai Sui immediately noticed the sorry state of his fountain pen and asked sweetly, "Don't you have a spare?" Li Heng replied, "I have a ballpoint pen, but it's not very effective. The ink tends to scratch the paper." With a charming smile, Mai Sui turned around and laid out all her pens neatly on the desk. "I brought 4. Choose whichever suits you best." Her pens were of superior quality. Li Heng casually picked a black fountain pen, which felt far superior to his own, and said, "I'll take this one. Thank you." Mai Sui nodded and turned back to her own work. After this little episode, the first exam, Chinese language, was distributed. The paper was printed by the school, featuring a bold running script, exuding a strong scent of ink. Li Heng quickly scanned the paper and was delighted to find that the accumulated knowledge from his past lives was sufficient. He was well versed in poetry, classical literature, and felt the essay prompt was manageable. His confidence surged. The reality aligned closely with his expectations, aside from a few uncertain questions. He felt quite adept as he worked through the exam. Completing the 800-word essay left him with a sense of fulfillment. Within 2.5 hours allotted for the exam, he finished in just over 100 minutes. He spent an additional 20 minutes reviewing, and with half an hour remaining, he simply laid his head down to rest. The paper was adequately filled, and any further revisions would only detract from his score. A nap seemed far more enjoyable. Mr. Luo, observing from the front of the classroom, approached and gently tapped the back of his head to rouse him. "Li Heng, this is a scholarship examination. Do not take it lightly. If you secure the special scholarship, your mother could reduce her farming work by 6 months. Given your struggles in Chinese and English, you ought to exert more effort. Xiao Feng is diligently reviewing her answers. Mr. Luo had been his mathematics teacher in the first year and was also his former homeroom teacher, always concerned about Li Heng's pursuit of the humanities. Understanding that Mr. Luo meant well, Li Heng lifted his head, forced a smile, and pretended to review his answers. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Li Heng felt a wave of relief as he joined the others in exiting the classroom, silently reciting to herself. She felt that the greatest obstacle in her path, Chinese language, had been surmounted, bringing her a step closer to her aspirations. There was little to debate regarding Chinese. As a top student in the first examination hall, as long as there were no blank answers, the experience felt relatively satisfactory. Furthermore, even a student with weaker skills could fill the pages with hasty scribbles, leaving hardly any blank spaces. However, the subsequent mathematics examination presented an entirely different scenario. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished, replaced by a stifling tension. The silence was palpable. It was inevitable. The questions were exceedingly difficult, almost grotesquely so, akin to competition-level problems. Even in the first examination hall, where the brightest minds converged, many examinees donned expressions of anguish. Among them was Chun Lijun, one of the first to succumb to anxiety. Her face flushed as if she had indulged in spirits. The pain appeared contagious. Gradually, most candidates began to tug at their hair, pins suspended in midair, lingering in indecision. Zhou Yiming and Lu Li were no exceptions. Even the exceptionally competitive Lu Yejiang could not escape this predicament, staring blankly at the final 3 challenging questions. His heart racing in frustration, utterly at a loss. Despite numerous attempts, he found himself incapable of tackling any of the last 3 problems. Casting a nervous glance at his fiercest rival, Li Heng, the mere act of looking nearly made him faint. Li Heng was engrossed in his work, progressing calmly to the penultimate question. More terrifyingly, his paper was filled to the brim, with no blank spaces remaining. It was unclear when Teacher Luo had positioned himself behind Li Heng, peering over to observe his focused efforts. Noticing the oppressive and chaotic atmosphere in the classroom, Teacher Luo solemnly advised, "The questions are challenging. If you cannot solve them, focus on reviewing your previous answers. Don't be hasty. A few students have already begun the final question. If you do not steady yourselves, you could lose several points in this subject alone. Consider this carefully." What a nightmare. Someone muttered amidst the turmoil just as Teacher Luo finished speaking. Upon hearing those words, no one laughed. The collective burden weighed heavily on their hearts. Simultaneously, they all understood whom the remark was directed at. Everyone had paused their pens, including the renowned quartet of academic prodigies, all stuck on the penultimate question. The final question was indeed formidable, to the extent that even Li Heng required a full 10 minutes to discern the approach before penning his thoughts. Observing him scribble on scrap paper and formulate equations, even Teacher Luo, who taught mathematics, let out a sigh of relief. Once the direction was clear, it became manageable. In less than 5 minutes, Li Heng had filled the last question completely. The answer read too. Seeing this symbol, Teacher Luo furrowed his brow but refrained from offering any reminders as he gradually moved to the front of the classroom. He called out loudly, "There are 20 minutes remaining. Please check your student numbers, names, classes, and seating arrangements. Ensure nothing is overlooked or incorrectly filled." After verifying his student number and name, Li Heng dedicated the last 20 minutes to meticulously reviewing all his answers, finally securing his pin cap and stretching contentedly. As the resonating sound of the final examination bell echoed through the air, Li Heng rose from his seat and, urged by the invigilator, followed the others toward the classroom door. Just before reaching the exit, Teacher Luo suddenly addressed him, saying, "Li Heng, you truly are a master. You didn't even calculate the answer correctly for the final question." Li Heng paused, bewildered, and inquired, "Which question?" Teacher Luo replied, "It was clearly a 2. Why did you calculate it as plus or minus 2? Quickly sifting through the last major problem in his mind, Li Heng yawned and responded, "Teacher, if it was indeed 2, you ought to consult the teacher who set the question. They omitted a known condition." Upon seeing Li Heng exit the classroom, Teacher Luo promptly retrieved his examination paper and began to meticulously cross-check it on the desk. After collecting the papers, the director of education inquired, "Old Luo, your questions this time were exceedingly difficult. I noticed the last 2 were left unanswered." "No, this lad completed them," Luo replied. "Li Heng? How many marks do you reckon he might score?" Teacher Luo remained silent, diligently reviewing the final questions twice before exclaiming, "Indeed, there was a missing constraint." I was so exhausted from carving wax crayons late into the night that I failed to notice. The director leaned closer, asking, "So, does that mean his answer is correct?" "Well, one might say he stumbled upon a stroke of luck," Luo conceded. With a sense of dissatisfaction, he added, "He shouldn't have been allowed to study the humanities. Had he pursued the sciences, he might have had a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University." The director shook his head, remarking, "It's also quite challenging." Li Heng's proficiency in Chinese and English still leaves much to be desired. Chapter 57. The Desire for Advancement Upon Exiting the Examination Room. Li Heng caught up with Mai Sui and handed her the pen. "Mai Sui, thank you for the fountain pen. Here it is." However, Mai Sui did not accept it. "No rush. You may keep it for now. Return it to me after the exam." She then inquired, "Did you truly finish the paper?" At her words, many nearby turned their attention towards them. Li Heng initially intended to be modest, but recalling how teacher Luo had already divulged his performance, he felt that further humility would appear insincere. Thus, he simply replied, "Perhaps I was fortunate. I filled it all in, though I am uncertain about the correctness." "Damn it. Is that what you call luck? Are you trying to ruin my chances? I may not even pass." Beside him, Luli felt extremely frustrated. She had always thought her math skills were adequate, but this time it was a harsh wake-up call. Li Heng, what did you choose for the last multiple-choice question?" While Li Heng pondered how to comfort Luli, a rapid voice echoed from the corridor. Yang Cheng, a fellow villager, rushed down from the second floor. "I chose A," Li Heng responded. "Well, I chose a 2. I am truly amazing, brother." I felt an instant connection with A. Yang Cheng had barely scraped into the top 119 in the previous semester's exam and was now fervently eager to break into the top 100. Almost becoming obsessed with the idea. After confirming one question, Yang Cheng eagerly asked, "What did you write for the third fill-in-the-blank question?" Li Heng thought for a moment and replied, "I believe it was the square root of 3. "Nice. Good. Beautiful." The chubby Yang Cheng leapt up in excitement. "You know, many in our class struggled with that question. I calculated it once and got it right." With that, he threw back his head and laughed heartily, resting his right hand on Li Heng's shoulder. "This time it's guaranteed. I'll definitely make it into the top 100. Perhaps even the top 30 and win a scholarship. I'll treat you to soda then." In the corridor, the atmosphere in the first examination room was rather somber, with only Yang Cheng's exuberance standing out. Zhou Aiming, also from Qizhen, asked, "Yang Cheng, how many of the last 3 major questions did you complete?" Yang Cheng hesitated, quickly turning to Li Heng. "Li Heng, did you do them? You probably didn't right?" Li Heng smiled, wanting to avoid dampening Yang Cheng's confidence, lest it affect his performance in subsequent subjects. "No, I left them blank as well." Yang Cheng then turned to his acquaintance, Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, how about you?" Xiaofeng glanced at Li Heng before shaking her head. "Damn it, I knew it. Neither of you could solve those questions." Clearly, no one could. Who knows what lunatic crafted those problems? Yang Cheng, having felt a moment of tension, then embraced Zhou Aiming and burst into laughter. At that moment, teacher Luo emerged from the examination room holding a stack of papers and abruptly seized Yang Cheng by the ear. "How dare you? Which class are you from? I shall inform your homeroom teacher." Yang Cheng was unfamiliar with teacher Luo and was not particularly intimidated, but he feared the head of the teaching department. Instantly, he wilted. "Teacher, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook." "Ah, a fellow who knows when to bend." Teacher Luo, amused by his exaggerated expression, indeed decided to let him go. Before departing, teacher Luo casually remarked, "To enter the top 30, one must score at least 90 in mathematics. Otherwise, there's no hope." Once the teacher had walked away, Yang Cheng calculated with his fingers, exclaiming with delight, "If I disregard the last 3 major questions worth 32 points, I still have 88 points in total. Scoring below 80 is simply unacceptable. Who knows, I might actually achieve a 90 this time. I filled the latter questions with formulas. Surely I can earn some points." With Yang Cheng's playful banter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. He is affectionately referred to as a treasure because he always seeks out Li Heng to compare answers after every math exam, boasting confidently about his anticipated score, only to find himself falling short once the results are released. Over time, the other students in the examination hall became familiar with him, accustomed to his antics, and found it amusing. The subsequent political, history, and geography exams were considerably easier. Despite their challenges, they did not compare to the difficulties of mathematics, where a lack of understanding leaves one helpless. In contrast, the subjects of politics, history, and geography, akin to language, feature numerous subjective questions, allowing students to respond regardless of their knowledge, which alleviates psychological pressure. The final exam was English, encompassing multiple-choice questions, grammar, closed tests, reading comprehension, and listening exercises. He completed it almost in one breath. While it did not go as well as he had hoped, it was still acceptable. He estimated that he was uncertain about several grammar and closed test answers, yet found reading and listening relatively effortless. As he submitted his paper and exited the examination room, Li Heng asked Song-yu how she felt about the exams. She replied, everything was fine except for mathematics. Then, with a subtle smile, she inquired about his performance. With such a strong advantage in math, you must have done quite well. For a moment, Li Heng was silent, and after the other students had passed, he said thoughtfully, I don't know yet. Perhaps I can finally fulfill a long-held wish. Song-yu quietly asked, what wish? Li Heng gazed into her eyes for a full 5 seconds, ultimately refraining from revealing his innermost secret. As they brushed past each other, he said, take a guess. You're clever enough to figure it out. After leaving, he felt the urgency of nature calling and hurried to the restroom. Song-yu watched his retreating figure, a mysterious voice within her suggesting that his wish might somehow be related to her. Trusting her intuition, which had always proven accurate, she felt a flicker of fear regarding this instinct and hesitated to ponder it further. Once Li Heng had gone, Mai Sui approached from the other side of the corridor. Teasing her, Song-yu, do you know what your expression just now resembled? With bright eyes, she asked what? Mai Sui linked her arm with Song-yu's, a glimmer of mischief in her gaze, and said, a stone waiting for a husband, in response to her friend's playful teasing. Song-yu smiled beautifully but did not take it to heart. Today was Sunday, and after the exams, they had half a day off. Seizing the rare moment of leisure, Li Heng, like everyone else, first washed and hung out his accumulated dirty laundry. Soon, he was called by Zhou Aiming and Zhang Zhiyong to play basketball, with Lu Li joining them as well. Due to their simultaneous infatuation with Chun Li Juan, Zhou Aiming and Lu Yejin had a complete falling out. During a break, he remarked, Li Heng, if you manage to outscore Lu Yejin by 20 points this time, I shall treat you to a delightful meal at the faculty canteen. With a sumptuous feast at stake, the gluttonous Li Heng, oblivious to the notion of politeness, inquired, may I order whatever I desire? Zhou Aiming, patting his pocket, replied, since it's my treat, feel free to choose. Li Heng, with a grin, responded, all right, I'll remember that. Later, when we play, I shall thoroughly dominate them both, but spare you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiyong, who had just suffered a crushing defeat, protested vehemently, exclaiming, you old rascal. We spent every day together during winter break. Yet I've never seen you touch a basketball. How have you suddenly become so formidable? Lu Li nodded in agreement. I have a feeling that Li Heng has been secretly evolving without our knowledge. Li Heng, uninterested in their banter, enthusiastically rallied the trio and proceeded to mercilessly trample them once more on the court. Chapter 58. After a long afternoon of basketball, the group was nearly exhausted on the playground. I can't go on. My vision is blurring. I must be experiencing low blood sugar. I need to eat, said Lu Li. Having missed several shots, with hands on her hips, she gasped for breath. Li Heng, aware of her frail condition, promptly retrieved the basketball and declared, let's go. I'm hungry too. I need to shower and eat. Hastily finishing their showers, the famished quartet sprinted towards the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. At this hour, well before the usual mealtime, the path was relatively empty. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, Li Heng unexpectedly encountered Song-yu, who stood there holding a thermos, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon spotting her, Zhang Zhiyong, Lu Li, and Zhou Aiming exchanged knowing glances and walked away with a teasing air. Li Heng, unfazed by their antics, approached Song-yu and inquired, Song-yu, what brings you here alone at this hour? With a serene demeanor, Song-yu replied, my mother just delivered some dishes for me, and I'm waiting for Man Ning and Mai Sui to come down. As she spoke, she lifted the lid of her thermos and offered him a portion of her meal, saying, you should eat some too. Li Heng was taken aback, joyfully exclaiming, is there enough for me? Song-yu smiled knowingly, of course, there's enough to share. Zijin asked me to look after you. I can't let you get too thin. While Song-yu dished out stir-fried beef and duck for Li Heng, Xiao Han and a female classmate were laughing as they descended from the girls' dormitory. Once they reached the first floor, the classmate carried 2 thermoses towards the boiler room, while Xiao Han continued on her way to the school gate to meet Yang Yingwen and others for a meal to enhance their diet. However, as she passed by the cafeteria, she inadvertently glanced inside. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Han froze, her expression stiffening as she felt a suffocating jolt in her heart. The ethereal Song Yu, clad in pure white, resembled a celestial being, her beauty impossible to ignore. What drew even more attention was the satisfied expression on Li Heng's face beside her, and their intimate gestures. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Han inhaled deeply and approached the cafeteria, feigning deep contemplation as if she had not noticed them. As she brushed past Song Yu, she accidentally collided with her right arm, hastily covering her forehead with her hand and apologizing in a high-pitched voice. "Oh, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry." With her left hand holding the thermos and her right spooning duck and stir-fried beef for Li Heng. The collision caused the white porcelain spoon to shatter into 2 pieces on the ground, and Song Yu inadvertently knocked over Li Heng's lunchbox. With a clatter, the aluminum lunchbox rolled across the floor, scattering stir-fried beef, duck, and some soup in its wake. Instinctively, Li Heng reached out to catch the lunchbox, but missed. Upon looking up and seeing Xiao Han, his mind buzzed with confusion. "Xiao Han?" he exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Han seemed not to hear him. Turning to Song Yu with a renewed apology, "I'm sorry, I will replace your spoon." Song Yu remained silent for a moment, exchanging glances with Xiao Han before breaking into a gentle smile, saying, "It's fine, no need for compensation. We were blocking the doorway. Are your feet all right? Did you twist your ankle?" Xiao Han shook her head. At that moment, a surge of impulsiveness awakened within her, and she mentally berated herself. "Xiao Han, you must be out of your mind. Do you even comprehend what you're doing? Is there such a thing as jealousy like this? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to feel envious?" After this outburst, a voice within her pointed an accusing finger at her forehead, chiding her. "You, of all people. You're Xiao Han. You're no less than Song Yu. Why should you be jealous of him?" Xiao Han bent down to pick up the white porcelain spoon from the ground. And after confirming its identity, she pursed her lips and said, "I'll buy a new one for you later." Song Yu sincerely replied, "No need. It's all right." Xiao Han flashed her a sweet smile, steeling herself to meet Li Heng's gaze. Her brows slightly furrowed as she awkwardly said, "Oh, Mr. Li. I accidentally spilled your delicious food. How about I take you out to eat as compensation?" Once the words escaped her lips, she wished she could seal her mouth with tape. "Xiao Han, how cunning of you. Stay composed. This is too contrived. Such obvious intentions will surely be exposed." Hearing her suggestive words, Li Heng showed no surprise. This was her true self. At this pivotal moment, he chose not to feign ignorance, replying, "Well, it would be a great honor to dine with such a talented individual from our hometown. However, today is not possible. I'm dining with my dorm brothers. Perhaps another day. I'll come find you for a meal." His words were not overly abrupt, offering no cause for suspicion from Song Yu. After all, they were friends from the same hometown and had attended the same middle school, so dining together was entirely natural. As they locked eyes for a few seconds, Song Yu's watchful gaze made Xiao Han feel a burning heat rise to her face, her ears flushing as she politely greeted Song Yu before bowing her head to gather her scattered hair and exiting through another door in the cafeteria. Li Heng glanced from Xiao Han's retreating figure to the fallen lunchbox and then back to himself, prompting Song Yu to chuckle. "Time to regain your composure. Go wash the lunchbox, and I'll share some more food with you." Li Heng, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, "You're giving it back?" Half of it fell on the ground. Song Yu replied calmly, "It's fine. We can each eat a little less." Following her suggestion, Li Heng picked up the lunchbox, washed it, and divided some beef and duck for her. Throughout this exchange, she never inquired about Xiao Han nor brought up any topic related to her. Xiao Han sensed someone watching her from behind. She braced herself, her mind in a frenzy, uncertain how her unsteady legs managed to leave the cafeteria. Once outside, in a deserted area, her taut nerves finally relaxed, allowing her to notice the perspiration pooling in her palms. Even more disheartening was the fact that her thighs felt as if they were bruised from her own secretive pinching. Contemplating the possibility of dining with him in the future, Xiao Han pouted, devoid of the anticipated joy, perhaps because she had resorted to manipulation to achieve it. It was not genuine interest on his part. She then lamented, "Why does Song Yu hold such an allure for him?" Laughing thoughtlessly like a simpleton. "Hey, simpleton, could it be that Song Yu truly surpasses me in beauty?" After scolding him as a fool twice, Xiao Han suddenly broke into a grin, hastily adding in the chaotic breeze, "Mr. Li, please forgive me. I was not sincere." It was not until she stepped out of the school gates that Xiao Han's anxious heart began to settle. She clasped her left hand with her right, offering herself comfort. "Even if we do dine together, there is no need for fear. Consider it an opportunity meant for those who are prepared." Indeed, she had been preparing for far too long, harboring her secret admiration for him for an extended period. Chapter 59, 120 points after preparing a delicious meal. Several individuals opted to dine within the rockery, which serves as their second haven apart from the cafeteria, a place they frequently visit. Before long, my Sui, Shin Lijun, and Sun Manning arrived, bringing with them delightful news. Upon seeing Li Heng, Sun Manning circled around him twice, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, Li Heng. You scored an impressive 94 in geography, surpassing even the top 4 scholars." Li Heng inquired, "Did you visit the academic affairs office to check the exam papers?" Sun Manning replied, "I didn't go, but Li Jun did, and so far, only geography scores have been released." Li Heng glanced at Song Yu and my Sui, asking, "What did they score?" Sun Manning eagerly divulged, "Song Yu scored 92, and my Sui received 91. In the adjacent class, Xiao Feng also scored a 94, just like you, while Luo Jijia got 91. Li Heng nodded in acknowledgement and began to eat. After a considerable time, when he had not taken another bite, Sun Manning grew displeased, saying, "Hey, Li Heng, are you being a bit biased? You asked Song Yu and my Sui, but why not me? Do you think I'm less attractive than them?" Without lifting his head, Li Heng replied, "It has nothing to do with looks. I'm aiming for the special scholarship this time." Upon hearing the mention of the special scholarship, the table fell into a profound silence. The group exchanged glances, and eventually, Zhang Zhiyong, unburdened by exam pressures, playfully draped his arm around Li Heng's neck, asking, "Li Da, Heng Da, are you sure you haven't had a drop too much?" Li Heng responded, "What? You don't believe me, brother?" Zhang Zhiyong scrutinized him closely, smirking, "I believe. How could I not? If I didn't you might just knock me out. But there are only 3 spots. Whom do you plan to eliminate?" Li Heng candidly stated, "As long as it's not Song Yu, anyone else can be taken down." "Oh dear. TSK. The group erupted into a chorus of playful mockery. Chen Lijun teased him further, "Li Heng, this is rather brazen of you. If the homeroom teacher learns of your fondness for Song Yu, it could spell trouble." At this, the others turned their curious gazes toward Song Yu, eager to discern her thoughts given Li Heng's unabashed demeanor. Regrettably, Song Yu remained engrossed in her meal, her calm and carefree demeanor leaving them thoroughly disappointed. Returning to the topic, Sun Manning tugged at my Sui's sleeve, saying, "Li Heng, do you have no conscience? My Sui is so lovely. How could you bear to harm such beauty?" Li Heng looked up and, with a smile directed at my Sui, said, "If I were to take you down, don't hold it against me. I'll treat you to soda later." He then emphasized, "Bottled, mind you." My Sui chuckled softly, playfully responding, "And make sure to add a packet of sour powder." Li Heng readily agreed. "Sure, no problem." With Li Heng's ambitions laid bare, the meal became exceedingly lively. Everyone joined in to analyze the peril posed by his rivals, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of electrifying. In the midst of it all, Li Heng learned that Lu Li scored 89 in geography, while Chun Lijun received 86. Lu Li had not forgotten to inquire about the less favored Lu Yejiang. "What did Lu Yejiang score?" Chen Lijun replied, 90 points. Zhang Zhiyong immediately exclaimed, "Damn, that fool scored so high. It really irks me." Sun Manning expressed her discontent with his use of coarse language, retorting sharply, "Your enjoyment is inconsequential. When Zhong excels in most subjects, with only a slight deficiency in mathematics." After dinner, Lu Li, Zhang Zhiyong, and Zhou Aiming, the latter trailing behind, proceeded to the grading area to monitor the scores across various subjects. Sun Manning inquired of Li Heng, "Why aren't you joining us?" handing her his clean lunchbox. Li Heng replied, "Could you please take this to the classroom? I have a few matters to attend to." Sun Manning jested, "What could possibly be more important than accompanying our Song Yu?" Upon hearing this, Li Heng, who had barely taken 2 steps, promptly halted, saying, "What you say is true. Accompanying Song Yu is indeed of utmost importance." In front of him, Song Yu gazed silently for several seconds, delicately tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear with her slender fingers, before walking past him towards the classroom without uttering a word. My Sui stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with charm, recalling how previously he had been so proper around her that he hardly knew where to place his hands. Now he seemed emboldened. Li Heng looked skyward with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Graduation is approaching." My Sui followed his gaze, suggesting, "You could apply to the same school as her." Li Heng, fully aware of his limitations, thought that would be challenging, unless the mathematics in the college entrance examination is as difficult as this one. My Sui found his reasoning sound. Expressing her sympathy, honestly, if you were to pursue her with unwavering determination, there might be hope. Li Heng remained silent, recognizing the futility of self-deception, given Song Yu's nature. Compounded by the presence of Chen Zijin, the prospects seemed dim in the near term. Noticing his silence, my sway remarked, "She is someone with a gentle demeanor, though somewhat reserved. If you genuinely harbor feelings for her, persistence would be the most effective approach." Li Heng nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing those words, my sway understood it was time for her to leave and made her way into the hallway. After watching my sway ascend to the third-floor classroom, Li Heng remained in contemplative silence for a moment before deciding against following her, instead opting to venture outside the school. Passing through the security office, he glanced around at the school entrance, ultimately heading towards the nearby Lao Lu restaurant, motivated by Xiao Han's fondness for the dish San He Tang. Hoping for a stroke of luck. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the owner inquired. "No need to be formal. I'm here to meet a friend," Li Heng replied. After a brief exchange with the proprietress, he surveyed the dining area but found no sign of her. He then checked several private rooms, but to no avail. Could she have already left? Or perhaps she had not come to this establishment at all. With lingering doubts, Li Heng inquired with the staff, only to learn that she had indeed finished her meal and returned to school. The proprietress remarked, "That young lady in the blue plaid coat is exceptionally beautiful. I would not mistake her." "All right, thank you," he said, feeling a sense of disappointment. Undeterred, Li Heng swiftly made his way to classroom 206 in the adjacent teaching building. This time fortune is on my side. Indeed, Xiao Han was present, engaged in conversation with Yang Yingwen and two other girls. Yang Yingwen, seated facing the classroom door, was the first to notice him, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, has the sun risen in the west today? What brings you here, Li Heng?" Hearing the name of the mathematics prodigy, the other two girls ceased their chatter with Xiao Han and turned to look at him in unison. With a silent curse against the two friends who were swayed by appearances, Xiao Han feigned a typical reaction, first glancing up at him, then pretending to be unfamiliar as she picked up her pen to tackle a physics problem. The cunning girl, ever eager to display her poise, maintained her aloof demeanor, embodying a composed and elegant image. Li Heng revealed his neat, white teeth in a smile and inquired, "What's the matter? Can I come and see you all?" Yang Yingwen was skeptical, retorting, "Come on, who are you trying to fool? We're on the verge of graduating high school, and you've hardly visited before. After all, when Chun Zijing was around, how could he possibly come? If it were known that he had met Xiao Han privately, there would have been an uproar." Li Heng replied, "That was then. This is now. I'm here to visit you, so let us not dwell on the past, shall we?" "Fine. I suppose you have a point." Yang Yingwen conceded, and as soon as Li Heng sat down, he asked, "How did you manage to score a perfect 120 in math this time?" Li Heng responded, "I scored full marks?" Yang Yingwen exclaimed, "Such a momentous occasion, and you, the protagonist, are unaware? Your homeroom teacher just bragged about you to ours." Li Heng glanced at the eavesdropping individual, shaking his head. "I just came from Lao Lu's restaurant and haven't returned to class yet." "What were you doing at Lao Lu's?" "Let us put that aside for now and tell me how our homeroom teacher was bragging. I'm eager to hear," he continued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han discreetly darted a glance at him, the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile. Chapter 60. 3 Chopsticks. What more can be boasted about? This time, the mathematics exam was a shared paper for both science and liberal arts students, featuring one multiple-choice question and one fill-in-the-blank question that differed. "Our highest score in the sciences was merely 106, stated Yang Yingwen. Li Heng inquired, "Is 106 your score?" Yang Yingwen chuckled in a rustic manner and nodded. "You actually solved the last question. Our homeroom teacher mentioned that it involved some knowledge from university-level calculus." Li Heng refrained from explaining how he had arrived at the answer, blinking his eyes and teasingly prompting, "You should just admit how impressive I am." Yang Yingwen retorted with 3 words, "You absolute pervert." Seeing this impressive scholar acknowledge him in such a manner, Li Heng was not at all offended. Instead, he cheerfully turned to Xiao Han and asked, "Xiao Han, what was your math score?" Finally addressed, Xiao Han, exhausted from the pretense, decided to grant herself a brief respite. She looked up with a gentle smile and replied, "Not high. I wouldn't dare to show off in front of Mr. Li." Li Heng gazed into her eyes and pressed, "How much?" Xiao Han replied, 96. Given the unprecedented difficulty of the math exam, a score of 96 was commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Li Heng said, "Step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." At this point, Yang Yingwen interjected, "See? The fox's tail has been revealed. You were actually looking for Xiao Han. Next time, just say you want to see her. No need to pretend you're here to check on me. It's not illegal to seek out a beautiful girl." Li Heng retorted without reservation, "Considering your attitude towards me since the new year, I should consider it a blessing that I can still converse with you. Spare me your incessant chatter." Caught between his dearest friend and the girl he had secretly admired for a long time, Li Heng watched as they bickered like two squabbling roosters. Xiao Han merely smiled quietly, not wishing to engage, a sweet burden indeed. After a playful exchange with the rustic girl, Li Heng stepped into the corridor. Xiao Han emerged from her bag with a newly purchased white porcelain spoon. Observing the spoon in her hand, Li Heng suddenly remarked, "Why did you buy just one? Why not a pair?" Upon hearing a pair, Xiao Han instinctively envisioned the harmonious image of him alongside Song Yu, and her previously cheerful demeanor faltered. With a pitiful expression, she asked, "You didn't summon me merely to amuse yourself, did you?" "Not at all. You've misunderstood," Li Heng replied. "Everyone says you and Song Yu are the unmatched beauties of our school, and I believe the white porcelain spoon complements your elegance beautifully." After a brief reflection on the notions of pairs and beauty, Xiao Han glanced at him with a quizzical expression. "Mr. Li, do you have a peculiar preference? Do you enjoy dining with 3 chopsticks?" Coughing slightly, he thought to himself, "Damn it. This girl is quick on the uptake. I merely made a casual remark." And she ran with it. Li Heng cleared his throat, extending his hand. "Hand me the spoon. I'll deliver it to Song Yu." Xiao Han obediently placed the spoon in his palm, secretly thinking, "Oh, what a charade. It turns out he is only here to fetch a spoon for another woman." Noticing her expression had become more subdued, Li Heng asked, "When will I have the chance to indulge in a lavish meal?" Xiao Han leaned against the railing with both hands, gazing into the distance. "You decide." Li Heng gazed at her profile and remarked, "Let us meet this weekend. I shall forego a meal and come with an empty stomach." Xiao Han responded with a faint smile. In that fleeting moment, her delicate dimples surfaced. Akin to roses blooming in the spring, exceedingly charming. Under his unwavering gaze, Xiao Han felt a subtle thrill within her, mingled with a hint of awkwardness. For it was the first time an opposite sex dared to look at her so candidly. There had been instances when boys would steal glances at her. But upon her gaze meeting theirs, they would scurry away like mice spotting a cat, too timid to be so brazen. With her cheeks aflame and her heart racing, Xiao Han, fearing she might betray her feelings, feigned composure and replied, "Then it's settled for the weekend." Li Heng reminded her, "Make sure to bring plenty of money. I have quite the appetite." She playfully eyed his belly and assured him, "Rest assured, I shall meet your expectations." "All right, I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Heng decisively turned and descended the stairs without looking back. Through the corner of her eye, Xiao Han bid him farewell. Suddenly lost in thought, although their encounter was brief and devoid of overt flirtation, she sensed an inexplicable sentiment, as if the distance between them had significantly diminished. Moreover, regarding certain unspoken matters, it seemed they both understood yet were cautiously maintaining silence, without exposing the truth. How peculiar it was. Was Xiao Han truly so easily won over? Captured by him with just one bold advance? Such thoughts plagued her mind. Upon returning to the classroom, Xiao Han half-heartedly entertained her 2 friends as they chattered away, only turning her attention to Yang Yingwen once they departed for lunch. "Yingwen, I heard from Zhang Zhiyong that the Chen and Li families have had a falling out. Is that true?" In truth, Zhang Zhiyong had never uttered such words, and she was not particularly close to him. But that did not hinder her from using him as a pretext. Yang Yingwen, intrigued, asked, "Why do you inquire about that?" Xiao Han arched an eyebrow. Leading him with a knowing look, the gentleman from earlier took away the white spoon I had given to Song Yu. Yang Yingwen, following her train of thought, asked, "Are you suggesting that Li Heng might be two-timing?" Xiao Han adeptly feigned a curious demeanor. Yang Yingwen pondered for a moment before shaking his head when Zijing was around. "I had dealings with Song Yu multiple times, and I don't believe she is that kind of person. Even if Li Heng truly has feelings for her, she wouldn't easily acquiesce." Xiao Han pressed further. "So, does that mean Li Heng and Chun Zijing are still together?" Yang Yingwen hesitated, nodding and then shaking his head. Before finally settling on a nod, "It's hard to say. Logically, they should have had a falling out. Earlier this year, I encountered Li Heng while gathering firewood on the mountain, and we discussed this topic. Chun Zijing had sent him some reference books, but it was all done covertly. From this, it can be inferred that their relationship has encountered difficulties. At least the Qin family disapproves of them being together." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt an unexpected sense of relief. Chun Zijing still harbored feelings for him, yet it seemed there was a conflict between the Qin and Li families. "Oh, by the way, something just came to my mind," Yang Yingwen suddenly interjected. Xiao Han acted as the most attentive listener. "What is the matter?" Yang Yingwen glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before continuing. "When Grandma Chun passed away, to prevent her close friend from misunderstanding, she rephrased. When Grandma Zijing died, Zijing was not present, which felt quite unusual. Furthermore, after Grandma Chun emerged from the mountains, Zijing's father sent some uneaten leftovers to Li Heng's household. But they were refused by his mother. Many witnessed this incident. It was said that Zijing's mother was quite furious and ended up giving all the food away to others. Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, did the Qin and Li families completely fall out over this? Yang Yingwen nodded in affirmation. It seems they did. Many speculated about it in private afterwards. They also mentioned. Xiao Han, eager to assist, prompted, what else did they say? Yang Yingwen looked at her and replied. They said that Li Heng and Qin Zijing must have engaged in an intimate relationship. Otherwise, the Qin family wouldn't have been so resolute. Just moments ago. Xiao Han had been secretly pleased about the rift between the Qin and Li families, but upon hearing this, she felt as though her nails were about to tear through her trousers. Is he truly a man with a second marriage? Is my fate truly this cruel? Xiao Han felt an overwhelming discomfort, unable to muster a shred of joy. Chapter 61. How impressive. Observing her astonished expression, Yang Yingwen indignantly remarked to Qin Zijing. Just because he encountered a minor issue with Zijing, he immediately turned around to pursue Song Yu. He is indeed a complete scoundrel. Xiao Han, you are so beautiful. Be sure to maintain your distance from him lest he, having failed to win over Song Yu, sets his sights on you. Absolutely, Xiao Han nodded vigorously. And to demonstrate her solidarity with her friend, she cheerfully added, you too, Yingwen. Yang Yingwen, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, I needn't worry. That scoundrel often insults me during our arguments, calling me an old rag, worn out and unremarkable, so he would hardly take an interest in me. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile sweetly at this, quickly retrieving 2 oranges from her desk, one for each of them. Let's not discuss that scoundrel any longer. Instead, let us enjoy these oranges. In class 204, at that moment, Zhou Aiming was animatedly recounting a humorous episode to his peers, one that revolved around Lu Yejiang. Apparently, a comical scene had unfolded earlier at the Academic Affairs Office. Upon discovering that he had scored only 81 in mathematics, Lu Yejiang's eyes turned red with frustration as he persistently inquired of the grading teacher, what did Li Heng score? The teacher responsible for the grading was none other than Teacher Yang from the neighboring class 205, who, with a knowing smile, replied, Lu Yejiang. I heard from Teacher Wang Qi that you had made a solemn vow prior to the exam, declaring with utmost confidence that you would surpass Li Heng this time. Teacher Wang even offered a 5 yuan reward to encourage you. Yet, you scored 4 points lower in geography, 6 points lower in politics, and an astonishing 39 points lower in mathematics. With such results across the board, how do you expect to fare? I am genuinely worried for you. Ha. I share in that concern, chimed in physical education teacher Zhou, who also held a minor leadership role in the school, as he took a drag from his cigarette. Lu Yejiang, blushing and struggling, protested, but there are still my scores in Chinese, English, and history yet to be released. I still have hope. Upon hearing this, Teacher Yang turned to the Director of Education and inquired, Director, have you finished grading the Chinese papers? The director, while continuing to review the papers, responded, I have yet to complete some of them. I will finish this evening. At that point, the director glanced at Lu Yejiang and said, You've been here all afternoon without eating. Go have your meal first. I will distribute the papers in the classroom later. Seeing Lu Yejiang in a daze, the teachers collectively urged him to leave, and after much persuasion, they finally managed to send him off. Having recounted the happenings at the Academic Affairs Office, Zhou Aiming began to mimic Lu Yejiang's voice, mockingly exclaiming, What did Li Heng score? What did Li Heng score? What on earth did Li Heng score? Zhou Aiming possessed a remarkable talent for mimicry, skillfully imitating Lu Yejiang's voice and mannerisms, which left everyone in fits of laughter. Zhang Zhiyong chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. PFF. What a joke. As if he could possibly compare with my brother. Just as the two were enjoying their jest at Lu Yejiang's expense, a kind-hearted female classmate interjected, Lu Yejiang is coming. Oh, let him come. The little rascal with an 81 dares to challenge the Buddha of 120. Has he watched too much Journey to the West and fancied himself a spirit? If he dares to act. I can't be silent, can I? Zhang Zhiyong is a man who values loyalty above all. To provoke his closest friends is tantamount to challenging him directly. As the winds of fortune blow favorably, how could he resist the temptation to retaliate? Lu Yejiang, entering the classroom, absorbed every word, his anger surging within him. However, upon catching Zhang Zhiyong's mischievous sidelong glance, he swallowed some of his ire. Zhang Zhiyong, do not be so arrogant. It is well known that Li Heng's proficiency in both English and Chinese is not remarkable. Who can say who will emerge victorious in the end? Before Zhang could retort, Li interjected. True, Li Heng may not excel in Chinese and English, yet he consistently ranks above you in overall scores. What audacity! Zhou Aiming patted his own backside and remarked sarcastically that audacity is bestowed by me. Yes, indeed. Lu Yejiang, filled with frustration yet reluctant to act, still recalled the incident when Li Heng had chased him with a chair, a memory that haunted him. Unable to suppress his indignation, he resolved to channel his energy into academic performance. Yet, in this instance, the results. Ultimately, Lu Yejiang's bluster proved empty, amidst the gazes of numerous classmates. He trudged back to his seat in silence. Li Heng arrived in the classroom just as the final bell rang. Hardly had he settled when the mathematics teacher, Mr. Pan, entered, carrying a stack of papers. Mr. Pan first placed the exam papers on the podium, then selected a piece of white chalk from the box, and, without uttering a word, began writing on the blackboard. Full marks in multiple choice. Full marks in fill in the blank. Full marks in the main questions. Total of 120. Upon finishing, Mr. Pan held the chalk with a pinch and announced, "This is Li Heng's score in the scholarship examination." Despite a significant error in the final question that raised the difficulty level considerably, Li Heng still managed to solve it with remarkable skill. Quite impressive, indeed. Mr. Pan added with a warm smile, "This commendation is not merely my own. It echoes the sentiments of other mathematics teachers. I am merely mimicking their tone." This examination was notably challenging, with many questions drawn from competition-level problems. Achieving a score of 100 is already a significant accomplishment. Those who score above 90 are deemed exceptional, while 70 and 80 are still commendable. When the papers are distributed, do not be disheartened. Have faith in yourselves. Now, we shall begin the distribution of papers. Those whose names are called may come forward to collect theirs. With that, Mr. Pan set down the chalk and began calling out names. Songyu, 101 points. My Sui, 100 points. Lu Li, 92 points. Ah, I managed to score 92, Lu Li thought, rubbing his hands together, beaming with joy. Zhou Aiming, 90 points. Chen Lijun, 89 points. Sun Manning, 89 points. As he continued, the teacher merely announced names without mentioning scores, but when he called Lu Yejiang, Mr. Pan inquired with concern. Lu Yejiang, why did you only score 81? Were you nervous during the exam? Nervous indeed. Lu Yejiang had stumbled on the last three major questions, and witnessing Li Heng complete the final one with ease shattered his composure, leading him to neglect any final checks and stubbornly grapple with the three challenging questions. The outcome was predictable. Lu Yejiang remained silent, accepting the exam paper and lowering his head as he returned to his seat. After distributing all the papers, Mr. Pan asked, "Is there anyone who has not received a paper? Has anyone been overlooked?" Li Heng raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I do not have it." The mathematics teacher leaned against the desk and replied, "Your paper was taken by another teacher to serve as an example. It will be returned tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Sun Manning in the front row handed her a draft notebook with a message inscribed, "How bold. Treat us." Li Heng responded, "What would you like to eat?" Sun Manning received the notebook and wrote, "Spicy pig's trotters." After completing her message, she passed it to my Sui. My Sui glanced at it, turned to look at Li Heng, and mischievously wrote, "A bowl of tofu pudding, with extra sugar." Once finished, my Sui placed the notebook on Songyu's desk. After perusing its contents, Songyu smiled elegantly, uncapped her fountain pen, and added, "Plum candy." Eventually, the draft notebook returned to Li Heng's hands. Oh dear, how ungracious. Spicy pig's trotters are so expensive. Ridiculously costly. It costs 1.2 yuan a plate. Li Heng replied, "No problem. See you this weekend." Chapter 62. A Step Closer to Aspirations. Class 204 comprises 64 students, among whom 52 secured positions within the top 120 of the entire school during the midterm examinations. The neighboring class 205 exhibits a comparable level of proficiency. Essentially, this indicates that the majority of students eligible for the scholarship examination are concentrated in these two exceptional classes, while the remaining classes average merely around 2 slots each. Given that nearly every student possesses a test paper, the teacher promptly began elucidating the exam content during the evening sessions. During the break after the second evening class, the class monitor, Lu Hui, entered the room, panting heavily while clutching a stack of history exam papers. Unlike the mathematics teacher, who would announce names as he distributed the papers, Lu personally delivered them to each student's desk. Lu Hui is of modest stature and possesses an appearance that many might deem unattractive. Perhaps unattractive is an understatement. Upon first glance, numerous classmates felt an involuntary aversion. His pronounced forehead and thick, curled lips led many to think, goodness, how can someone be so unfortunate in looks? However, after 3 years, classmates gradually acclimated to his presence, affectionately bestowing upon him the nickname Longevity Star due to his prominent forehead. Despite consistently ranking at the bottom academically, Lu holds a profound respect for those who excel. Songyu, my sway, both of you scored 96, the highest in the class. He then turned to Li Heng, stating, Old Hung, you achieved 94 in history, 1 point above Lu Yejiang. Keep it up. Li Heng, grinning as he accepted his paper, inquired, Longevity Star, you're quite knowledgeable. Do you happen to know the scores of Xiao Feng and Luo Jijie from the neighboring class? Lu thumped his chest, replying, Since you've called me Longevity Star, how could I not know? Xiao Feng scored 97, and Luo Jijie 94. Upon hearing these scores, Li Heng couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, the academic elites are formidable. The pressure is on. I hope for a boost in Chinese and English, or else the special scholarship may slip away. As he quietly calculated his scores, the English teacher finally made her long-awaited appearance amidst the clamor. Wang Runwen, standing at the front, calmed the gathering with a wave of her hand. Her uniquely magnetic voice resonating, Everyone, quiet down. When I call your name, please come forward to collect your paper. Those needing to use the restroom, have your deskmate collect your paper for you. My sway, full marks of 100. Songyu, full marks of 100. Shen Lijun, 98. Ping Yin, 96. Sun Manning, 95. Li Heng, 95. The moment Li Heng's score of 95 was announced, the class erupted in astonishment. Everyone turned to gaze at Li Heng, their expressions rife with disbelief. Previously, English had been Li Heng's weakest subject, never surpassing 85 since the Subject S division. Now, his sudden leap to 95 left many struggling to comprehend the transformation. English had been the subject through which many maintained a sense of superiority over Li Heng. And with this sudden shift, that advantage vanished, inciting frustration. The most incensed among them was Lu Yejiang, as Li Heng's score effectively condemned him to the depths of despair, a fate from which he felt he could never recover. Fueled by indignation, Lu Yejiang raised his hand, challenging, Teacher, surely you jest? Due to a prior scandal, Wang Runwen had harbored an aversion towards him. She seldom called on him during class and, casting a cold glance, retorted, Your papers have been evaluated by the high school English faculty, and the scores recorded by the vice principal. If you have concerns, direct them to them. A sudden splash of cold water doused Lu Yejiang, rendering him weak and listless. Yet his mind cleared, revealing the stark realization that his teacher harbored a profound dislike for him. He dared not utter a word as he slumped over his desk. Wang Runwen continued to announce the scores. Li Feng, 94. Wang Shubin, 92. Wang Liron, 92. Zhou Aiming, 92. Lu Yejiang, 90. Once the papers were distributed, the English teacher approached Li Heng and inquired whether all the papers had been handed out. Li Heng replied that they were still awaiting the Chinese papers. The English teacher remarked that the Chinese papers would take a bit longer, that they should be forthcoming. She then asked him for his total score across the 5 subjects. Li Heng had already calculated it, 496 points. The English teacher further inquired about his anticipated score in Chinese, a subject laden with subjective questions. Leaving him uncertain about his performance, prompting him to shake his head and respond, It's hard to say, let us wait and see. Hearing this, the English teacher directed her question to Songyu and Mai Sui. What about you two? What is your total score? Songyu quietly stated, 486. The English teacher then turned to Mai Sui, who quickly calculated on a scrap of paper and replied, 484 points. In the back, Lu Li gasped in disbelief, leaning forward to exclaim, I only scored 83 in English. Li Heng, you can't possibly be first in the whole school. Noticing the attention of those around him, Li Heng humbly replied, The Chinese papers haven't been distributed yet, and there are still Xiao Feng and Luo Jijie next door. Upon hearing this, the English teacher tossed her long hair and announced, I'll go ask Teacher Yang. With that, she briskly walked away. 3 minutes later, Wang Runwen returned. Smiling as he said, Xiao Feng scored 487 across 5 subjects, and Luo Jijie scored 476. Li Heng, you still stand a chance to clinch first place. However, Wang Runwen's tone lacked certainty, as Li Heng's performance in Chinese mirrored his English score, leaving him at a considerable distance from the top scholars. With Xiao Feng trailing him by only 9 points, Li Heng felt a glimmer of hope, albeit tinged with frustration. It was exasperating that despite his strong performance in mathematics, he still faced a minor setback. Had he not experienced a rebirth, Scoring around 84 or 85 in English, he would likely have been surpassed. Was this not an injustice? Thanks to Zhang Zhiyong and Zhou Aiming's deliberate promotion, all of Class 204, Class 205, and their teachers were now aware of Lu Yejiang's bet with Ming Mingji. Unfortunately, while the imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved harsh. Zhang Zhiyong shouted from the back of the classroom, "Lu Yejiang, your total score is precisely 444, which translates to death. Death, death. This is the consequence of your arrogance. Fate seeks to bring you down." A chorus of laughter erupted, with Zhou Aiming grinning like a newlywed and echoing, "Oh ho." In a class like 204, where academic pressure was high and entertainment scarce, witnessing someone act foolishly brought forth a cacophony of laughter. Lu Yejiang was seething with anger, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. His right hand gripped tightly under the desk, veins bulging, his mind teetered on the brink of explosion. Yet, amidst the waves of laughter surrounding him, he gradually lost his resolve. The promise of the Chinese test papers being distributed after the third period remained unfulfilled, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation as the class concluded without their arrival. Wang Runnan was curious about who would ultimately emerge as the top student in the entire school, so she took the initiative to inquire at the Academic Affairs Office. The response she received was that the examination papers had not yet been graded, and the names were concealed by staples, rendering them invisible. In truth, Wang Runnan was familiar with Li Heng's handwriting and could easily identify his paper without needing to see the name. However, considering the rumors that had previously circulated about a relationship with one of her students, and with so many leaders and colleagues present, the English teacher ultimately decided against pursuing this curiosity and dismissed the thought. Chapter 63. The Chaos of Exams. The tradition of revelry during examinations is a time-honored custom in Dormitory 215, renowned throughout the school. Upon returning to their dormitory, the group of boys from class exuded an infectious energy, buzzing with exuberance. They began their usual discourse on scores. Luli achieved 459 points across 5 subjects, while Zhou Aiming scored 462. There was also Li Tuanming, who made notable progress with a score of 452, surpassing Lu Yejian. After the numerical exchanges, the conversation veered off its intended course and, inevitably, landed upon the subject of the school's female students. Zhou Aiming, the most intrigued by this topic, perhaps seeking to provoke Lu Yejian or genuinely unable to suppress his affection for Chen Lijun, posed a provocative question. "Luli, if I were to pursue Chen Lijun, would you confront me?" This inquiry ignited a spirited debate among the dormitory residents, who reacted as if electrified. Fight. Why not? Whoever wins gets Chen Lijun. Luli, encouraged by the fervor, was urged to rise and take action, with offers of support echoing in the room. "I'll lend you a shoe." "Hey, what are you two up to? Chen Lijun is mine. Have you consulted me?" Despite their seemingly studious demeanor during the day, the boys transformed upon returning to their sanctuary, their youthful exuberance unleashing a torrent of unrefined banter, unrestrained and unabashed. Initially, the girls in class remained oblivious to this duality of character among the boys. It was not until the school made announcements over the loudspeaker, reprimanding them, that the girls began to notice the unmistakable presence of Dormitory 215. As the instances of reprimand accumulated, they were compelled to confront a disconcerting truth. None of the boys in their class were truly earnest. They were all mischievous rogues, including the seemingly refined Li Heng, as described by the dormitory supervisor, Teacher Zhou. Dormitory 215 houses a group of rascals. Every time I conduct a room check, they are always noisy, often escalating their revelry into the early hours. If there is a reprimand to be issued, it is certain to involve them. In truth, not every resident was initially so boisterous. However, under the relentless influence of Lu Yejian, Zhang Zhiyong, and a few other instigators, their boldness grew. And soon they were all swept up into chaos. Previously, whenever Chen Lijun was mentioned, Lu Yejian was always the most enthusiastic participant, but today, the stalwart figure of Dormitory 215 lay still, lifeless upon his bed. Luli stroked his chin and replied to Zhou Aiming, "Well, since we have a good relationship, there's no need for a fight. We can compete fairly when the opportunity arises." Seeing that no confrontation was forthcoming, class leader Lu Hui, disappointed, resorted to his familiar tactic of sowing discord. "Since it's a fair competition, let's include old Heng. That would certainly add some excitement." Zhang Zhiyong, relishing in the chaos, clapped enthusiastically. "That's a splendid idea. I endorse it. If there's a beauty involved, my brother should definitely have a hand in it. It would be a disservice to his handsome face otherwise." Zhou Aiming reacted vehemently. the first to object. What excitement are you talking about? If Old Heng joins, we won't stand a chance. Li raised her hand in protest, declaring, I oppose this. Li Heng is inherently a deceiver of young women. Do not entertain thoughts about Qin Lijun, or I shall fight you to the death. Typically reticent, Li Tuoming could no longer withstand the silence and interjected, I wonder. How long would it take for Li Heng to win over Qin Lijun? However, before he could finish, a loud bang resounded from the doorway. Who wishes to pursue Qin Lijun? Alas, their formidable teacher, Wang Qi, had made an unexpected entrance. The occupants of the dormitory trembled in fear, hastily scrambling into bed, eyes shut tight, daring not to breathe lest they incur the wrath of this tyrant. Teacher Wang Qi strode proudly up and down the corridor before suddenly calling out, Zhou Aiming, can you gain admission to Peking University? Do you intend to pursue Qin Lijun? Zhou Aiming shuddered, paralyzed by fear, unable to respond. The dormitory fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, teacher Wang Qi turned to Lu Li's bed and inquired, Lu Li, is Qin Lijun as beautiful as a celestial being? Day after day, you neglect your studies, fixating on her? Upon hearing this, the others stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Simultaneously, they realized that their tyrannical teacher had likely been eavesdropping, as Li Heng was gleefully observing the unfolding drama. The flames of conflict unexpectedly turned towards him. Teacher Wang Qi approached his bed and boomed, that handsome Li Heng, is 1 month sufficient to win over Qin Lijun? Can you achieve it? Li Heng was at a loss for words, thinking, what a calamity. Why must I be entangled in this predicament? He protested, Teacher, I am innocent. I did not speak earlier. Wang Qi questioned, everyone praises your looks. Are you not secretly pleased? Li Heng muttered under his breath, what a ridiculous situation. This was reminiscent of the absurdity from the neighboring nation. Rabbit, you have plagiarized my future technology. Witnessing Li Heng being unjustly accused, the group in the dormitory could hardly contain their laughter, delighting in his misfortune. When he fell silent, Wang Qi's tone unexpectedly softened, and he jested. I was chatting at the academic affairs office, and a teacher mentioned wanting to recruit you as a son-in-law. You should be more confident. Even though their daughter may not be as beautiful as Songyu and is slightly older, she is still a college student, which is commendable. At the mention of Songyu, Li Heng felt a surge of alarm. Goodness, this tyrant is up to no good, trying to extract information. Resolute, he remained steadfast, unyielding to any tricks the teacher might employ. Seeing that his bait had failed, Wang Qi shifted his demeanor, adopting a more enthusiastic expression as he asked, Li Heng, how much do you think you can score in this Chinese exam? In the past, with a total score of 120, his marks typically hovered around 92 or 93. By the later grading scale of 150, this would translate to approximately 115, a score that was respectable but not exceptional. With a flicker of interest, Li Heng poked his head out from under the covers and asked, Teacher, have the Chinese exam results been released? Wang Qi did not deny it and, with a radiant smile, asked, Can you guess how many points you scored? Li Heng pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired, Is it 98? Wang Qi replied, Not quite. Try again. Li Heng added 3 points, 101. Wang Qi chuckled and joyfully exclaimed, 106 points. I've checked it 3 times, 106. Remarkable, this time the total score reached 602. 602? Li Heng was genuinely surprised by the unexpected score. This was his first time surpassing 600, despite having lived 2 lifetimes and witnessing the ups and downs of life. He could hardly contain his excitement. Li Heng's voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Really? I scored over 600? Wang Qi, unable to contain his joy, patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Keep it up, maintain this momentum, and charge towards Tsinghua or Peking University. No wonder. It all made sense now. No wonder the previously stern and intimidating homeroom teacher wore a blush of excitement tonight, and why he refrained from truly losing his temper. After reprimanding a few students, he even found the leisure to half-jokingly tease Li Heng. The root of it all lay in the emergence of a new contender for Tsinghua or Peking University in the class, which filled him with indescribable excitement. Everyone knew that teacher Wang Qi harbored an aspiration to teach at one of the 4 prestigious universities in Changsha, as his wife had already moved there 2 years prior. Thus, having another student aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University was akin to adorning him with a Medal of Honor. A distinction that could be proudly shared as a testament to his accomplishments. How could he not be thrilled? Taking advantage of the teacher's exuberance, Lu Li asked, Teacher, where does Li Heng rank in the school? Chapter 64. Score 602. Teacher Wang Qi exuberantly informed the dormitory that Li Heng had achieved the remarkable feat of being the only candidate to surpass 600 points in the recent scholarship examination. In the adjacent class, Xiao Feng had scored 112 in Chinese, totaling 599, which was a mere 3 points shy of Li Heng's score. Astonishing! A score of 112 in Chinese. Li Heng felt a chill run down his spine, incredulous at the extent of her prowess. However, recalling that this young woman had previously gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking University with an exceptional score, he soon found solace in the thought. Li Heng intended to inquire about Song Yu and my Sui's total scores, but after the homeroom teacher had just given him a stern look, he dismissed the thought. The scores were already released, and the outcome was set. He could wait another night. It was a matter of patience. A total score of 602 bestowed upon Li Heng an unprecedented sense of fulfillment from his student days. Just as he basked in this joy, Zhou Yiming mustered the courage to ask, "Teacher, what did I score in Chinese?" Wang Qi replied, "You scored 96, which is quite commendable, but you can strive for improvement. Aim to match Li Heng's performance in the upcoming mock exam at the end of the month." All right. Yiming's psychological needs were satisfied with a score of 96. And with a mischievous intent, he inquired about Lu Yejing's score. Wang Qi glanced at the unusually agitated Lu Yejing and refrained from answering, sternly admonishing, "Enough with the questions. It's time for bed." Li Heng's score of 602 and Wang Qi's deliberate silence loomed over Lu Yejing like two insurmountable mountains, suffocating him. Particularly, the terrifying score of 602 pierced deeply into his soul, shattering his pride and leaving him to grapple with the sting of disgrace. In that moment, Lu Yejing understood the true meaning of humiliation, self-inflicted disgrace. While some excelled, others faltered, and among the latter was Lu Yejing, who was despised by his peers. Once the teacher departed, the group erupted into jubilant song and dance. Li Tuanming, keep watch, commanded the boisterous Zhang Zhiyong as he sprang from his bed. Despite his lackluster academic performance in the experimental class, he was known for his wealth, generosity, and amiable nature, which earned him a good rapport. Even Li Tuanming, who scored higher than him, found himself easily directed by Zhang. Naturally, the camaraderie in the dormitory was also influenced by Li Heng's standing. After all, none were foolish. They understood the dynamics clearly. Although Li Heng typically refrained from excessive chatter, he undeniably maintained an authoritative presence in his interactions with Zhang Zhiyong. As Yang Yingwen remarked, "Let it be, Zhang Zhiyong is but a devoted follower of someone, having trailed him since childhood." For several years, the inhabitants of Dormitory 215 had cultivated a tradition of revelry during examination periods. However, the teachers were not unprepared. Their countermeasure was to enforce strict vigilance. Until when? Until the early hours of the morning, of course. This was precisely the time when the raucous ones felt most triumphant. With timely strikes at this hour, they were always rewarded with bountiful results. As the teachers would say, these troublesome students were incorrigible. Oldly. Li Tuanming, you've been silent for a few minutes, let out a meow. Emotionally influenced by this theatrical group, Li Heng, having just overcome his psychological barriers to sing a duet of melodious springs, felt a sudden disquiet. He straightened up and shouted. The meow at the door was indeed heard. But it did not conform to the agreed-upon signal. Where were the 2 long and 1 short calls? Instead, there was just a single sound. And it lacked the youthful vibrancy. Damn it, even a fool could tell something was amiss. If he were not mistaken, the diminutive Li Tuanming had likely been dragged outside. Trembling in fear, Li Heng fell silent, feigning sleep, and the others followed suit. Zhang Zhiyong even went so far as to produce a full suite of snoring and teeth grinding. This abrupt scene amused both the entering teacher Zhou and the vice principal. The vice principal, responsible for maintaining discipline, remarked, After 2 years, you have shown no progress. Each time, you were caught red-handed. 10 individuals, each losing 0. 2 points from the class conduct score. Prepare yourselves for a collective appearance at the command platform tomorrow." At this moment, Lu Yejin interjected to defend himself. "Teacher, I did not make any noise tonight." The vice principal shot him a glare. "No noise? You are the loudest in this building, and the school has already documented it. While others may be innocent, your notoriety ensures there is no mistake in targeting you." Initially, the others in room 215 were quite distressed, wondering how to explain to the tyrant Wang Qi the next day. Yet now, they were no longer troubled. Laughter threatened to overwhelm them. Lu Yejin attempted to argue further. "Teacher, I truly did not make noise. Just ask them if I spoke tonight." Upon hearing this, the vice principal surveyed the room. Is there anyone willing to testify? Testify? What nonsense. No one uttered a word, including Lu Yejian's sole remaining ally, for this friend had thoroughly enjoyed the ruckus that night. The vice principal began marking down points in the attendance book. Class 204, Lu Yejian, instigator of noise, deduction of 0. 5 points. Do you accept this? Hearing instigator of noise and deduction of 0. 5 points, Lu Yejian was taken aback. Was it not supposed to be 0? 2. He realized that come morning, the homeroom teacher would undoubtedly target him first, and he would bear the brunt of the fury. After all, his deductive points were the highest, more than double those of others. Lu Yejian felt a surge of frustration but begrudgingly complied. In this era, one could not rely on inciting public opinion through the internet. When faced with the powerful vice principal, one had no choice but to submit. After the vice principal and teacher Zhou departed, Lu Yejian, increasingly agitated, sprang up to confront his friend. Fong Song, why didn't you testify for me just now? His friend, Fong Song, was quite displeased and retorted. What good would it do to testify for you? In the past few years, have you not been the loudest every time? You have lost all credibility. Would the school believe you? Moreover, do not speak to me in that tone. Do you have any idea how many times I have taken the blame for you? I am not your father. I am under no obligation to assist you every time. The mention of father ignited a long simmering powder keg within Lu Yejian. The former friends quickly devolved into a heated exchange, and after enumerating each other's 7 deadly sins, the two, utterly enraged, resorted to physical confrontation. The dormitory erupted into chaos, as everyone sprang to their feet in astonishment. They had always known Lu Yejiang to be eccentric, yet they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display. The commotion from room 215 roused the residents of the adjacent dormitory, inevitably attracting the attention of the vice principal and teacher Zhou, who returned in haste. Witnessing the two individuals, battered and bruised, unable to separate themselves from one another, the vice principal was infuriated. He approached and seized each by an ear. Lu Yejiang, you claim you haven't caused any disturbance tonight. What is this? Given your exuberance, it seems you need not sleep. Instead, you shall stand in the academic affairs office for the night. Chapter 65, The Splendor of the Top Student. The vice principal, true to his word, indeed dragged the two brawlers away with force, and they did not return that night. As Li Heng pondered whether he would secure the prestigious scholarship, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, precisely at 6:20, the wake-up bell rang on cue. The sharp whistles of Teacher Zhou and Teacher Zhao soon followed. The school loudspeaker, never missing a beat, began to play a song. Interestingly, the melody chosen for that morning was the sound of gurgling springs, the very piece performed during last night's joyful chorus in room 215. Zhang Zhiyong dashed into the corridor and, upon seeing the torrential rain outside, rushed back to share the delightful news. It's pouring. The heavens must be afraid of me giving them a spanking, for the sun dares not show its face today. No morning exercises, no standing on the platform today. Ha ha. His infectious laughter spread, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. After all, no one is inherently inclined to endure the humiliation of standing on such a platform in front of the entire school, especially with crushes lurking in the crowd. After meticulously completing their morning routines, the group swiftly navigated through the rain, their agility surpassing that of leopards. They did not bother with umbrellas. The boys of this generation were not so delicate, unaffected by trivialities. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and shouts, they charged ahead. The dormitory was not particularly far from the classroom, yet it was not near either. By the time Li Heng reached his destination, he realized his hair had become somewhat damp, a slight moisture lingering on his fingertips. Li Heng. Just as he emerged from the rain, still trying to steady himself, he heard someone calling his name from the right corridor. Turning to look, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Yangcheng." This fellow was from class 209. His classroom situated at the right end of the first-floor corridor. Li Heng brushed the rainwater from his hair and greeted Yangcheng, asking, "Why haven't you opened your classroom door on such a rainy day?" "The class leader lost the key, and the teacher hasn't arrived yet," Yangcheng replied. Then raised his voice in curiosity. "I heard you scored 602 points, ranking first in the school. Is that true?" The mention of 602 points was striking. Being the top student was even more eye-catching. Instantly, conversations in the corridor ceased, and heads turned to look. Whispers floated through the crowd. "He ranked first. Isn't that supposed to be Xiao Feng or Song Yu? It must be. Our homeroom teacher used his score to educate us in the dormitory last night. What is his name? Goodness, you don't even know his name? Are you living in the Stone Age?" Yangqing just called him by name. "I was talking and didn't pay attention. Is he really that famous?" "I only recognize him. I've seen him several times on the way. But I don't know his exact name. His name is Li Heng. He is Li Heng. Before Li Heng could respond, Zhang Zhiyong interjected proudly, indeed. The top student of the school is none other than him. As the conversation unfolded, Yang Qing was asked how he performed this time, and whether he could make it into the top 100. His expression turned somewhat rigid at the inquiry about himself, but he hesitantly replied, I didn't do well this time. I thought I could score 90 in mathematics, but I ended up with only 69. In an effort to salvage his pride, he added, damn it, I could have scored 90, it's just that I was too careless. Unexpectedly, a boy beside him interjected, you're just bragging. You only answered 88 questions correctly. How could you possibly score 90? Faced with this revelation, Yang Qing's countenance darkened further. Who said that? Who claimed I only answered 88 questions? Don't spread rumors. The boy retorted, I counted the questions on your test paper. It was indeed 88. Laughter erupted. Not just from Li Heng, Zhang Zhiyong, and Lu Li, but the entire class 209 burst into mirth. As they ascended to the third floor of the teaching building, the once jovial group suddenly felt a chill. There stood their homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, with a grim expression, glaring at a row of boys from dormitory 215. The atmosphere grew tense, sending shivers down their spines in the cold weather. Upon seeing the group at the corridor, Wang Qi cast a cold glance, remaining silent. Yet the oppressive aura was palpable, causing Li Heng and the others to hesitate at the entrance, obediently lining up in the hallway. At that moment, the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class 205, Teacher Yang, strolled over, puffing on a cigarette, and remarked in a sarcastic tone, Old Wang, I heard your boys made quite a scene last night. Though Wang Qi was strict with his own students, he was also protective. He quickly donned a smile. Li Heng, step forward. Let Teacher Yang see the impressive score of 602 from our class. Li Heng felt a twitch of discomfort. Why had he become a pawn in their rivalry? Glancing left and right, he wisely remained still. Teacher Yang exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling, Old Wang, you're being a bit petty. Li Heng is my student too. I teach his political studies, so I deserve some credit. Wang Qi shot back. He is primarily from class 204. True, he belongs to your class. But I cannot allow such wastefulness to go unnoticed. With that, Teacher Yang approached Li Heng, patting his shoulder. Li Heng, since Wang Qi doesn't appreciate you, you might as well join my class. Just move your desk over. I'll handle all the paperwork. What do you say? Feeling the encroaching competition, Wang Qi grew displeased. Pushing Yang's hand away, and informed Li Heng, go into the classroom, and keep your distance from Teacher Yang. He is not a good person. Li Heng cautiously inquired. Teacher, should I really go in? Wang Qi, uncharacteristically smiling, nodded, keep up the effort. Let us aim for our class to have all 3 top spots in the upcoming mock exam at the end of the month. Before Li Heng could respond, Teacher Yang interjected, you're dreaming. I can't believe Xiaofeng one team make it to the top 3. Li Heng disregarded the bickering between the two individuals and, under the envious and resentful gazes of many boys, entered the classroom. Was it merely an illusion? The moment he pushed open the classroom door and stepped in with his right foot, he sensed a shift in the attitude of his classmates towards him. Not only did they collectively raise their heads to look at him in silence, but their eyes also held a hint of complex emotions that were previously absent. Although this feeling was somewhat ethereal, he truly grasped its essence. Here comes our top student in the school. As soon as Li Heng took his seat, Sun Manning turned around and teased him. He responded with a polite smile and opened his language textbook. Sun Manning inquired, why did you come in alone? Was there no commotion last night? Upon hearing this, my Sui, seated to his left, turned her head slightly, intrigued. His deskmate, Song Yu, also glanced at him before resuming her English revision. Li Heng replied candidly, when the atmosphere shifts, it is difficult to remain aloof. Sun Manning clicked her tongue and jested. TSK, if there was a ruckus, then just admit it. Why speak so poetically? It seems that the teacher has been quite partial to you in the past. It was always thunderous yet insignificant. This time, it's even more blatant in shielding you. Li Heng never denied the fact that the old teacher favored him. Yet he would not boast about it to the point of causing discomfort to others. He then asked Sun Manning what her total score was. She replied, 572 points. This score was commendable, and as long as the difficulty of the mathematics exam was normalized next time, she could surely improve by 10 points or so. Li Heng turned to my Sui and asked, what about you, my Sui? Chapter 66. Fulfilling dreams at this moment, Sun Manning deliberately interjected, don't tell him. He merely wishes to calculate the total score and seize your coveted scholarship. Li Heng showed no pretense, stating bluntly, Let me perish early to be reborn. Just tell me. How much? My sway, in a gentle tone, replied, 591 points. This was 11 points less than her own score. Considering that the scholarship examination results accounted for 50% of the total score, 11x0. 5. This time, she had outscored my sway by 5 points. Li Heng then inquired about her midterm and final exam scores from the previous semester, which left him astounded. During the midterm exams, my sway had outperformed him by 12 points. Calculating with a weight of 20%, 12x0. 4. The final exam fared slightly better, with my sway exceeding him by 10 points. With a weight of 30%, 10x0. 3. Thus 5 to 2, 4 to 3, 0. 1. Wow. To think that after 3 examinations, you only surpassed my sway by a mere 0. 1. Exclaimed Sun Manning, astonished by the results. Just 0. 1. Li Heng was somewhat bewildered. Upon first learning her scores, he had been convinced that he had no chance. In an unexpected turn of events, he found himself leading by a scant 0.1 points. My sway's reaction to this outcome was remarkably composed. Having quietly calculated the scores in her bed the previous night, she initially felt a twinge of discomfort. However, after a night of rest, she had completely adjusted her emotions. With grace, she offered her congratulations. Keep it up. I hope you can surpass Luo Jijia and realize your dreams. She refrained from mentioning Songyu or Xiaofeng, as both had performed better than her in last year's final exams and scholarship assessments, leaving Li Heng without a chance to claim a spot. Li Heng sincerely expressed his gratitude, adding playfully, if I truly achieve my dreams, I shall immediately treat you to bottled soda. My sway, with her captivating dark eyes, smiled and agreed. The morning self-study session was dedicated to Chinese literature, but with the absence of the head of the department, the students engaged in free recitation and review. However, the stern reprimands echoing from the corridor kept everyone on edge. Halfway through the self-study period, the school's loudspeaker suddenly blared. Moments later, a couple of hello sounds indicated that a school leader was testing the microphone. Hearing those two greetings, the classroom gradually fell into silence, and a palpable tension enveloped the room. This was not the first time they had encountered such a scenario, and everyone instinctively reacted. Has the scholarship list been released? Is the school about to announce it? Perhaps it was the proximity to what felt like a momentous occasion from their middle school days that inexplicably made Li Heng feel a bit anxious. An old Chinese medicine practitioner often said that sugar could alleviate nervousness. Contemplating this, Li Heng wrote in his notebook, "Do you have any candy?" After finishing, he passed the notebook to my sway. My sway had a penchant for sweets and frequently brought candy, sometimes wrapped in paper, other times in small, penny-sized pieces. Upon receiving the notebook, she reached into the corner of her desk and swiftly produced a handful of candy. Upon seeing it, he exclaimed, "Wow." The rare and delightful white rabbit milk candy was indeed a treasure, and Li Heng felt content with just one piece. Faced with a handful of sweets, he exhibited no greed, selecting merely one. Meanwhile, my sway, unperturbed, gently placed the remaining candies on his desk before turning back to her book. Li Heng admired her generosity, and instinctively, he divided the candy, sharing half with Songyu. Throughout this act, he felt no sense of awkwardness. It was only upon completion that he realized the current state of their relationship perhaps did not warrant such familiarity. Nevertheless, he brushed aside any concern, accepting the moment as it was. If there existed individuals capable of provoking irrational acts and intense emotional fluctuations within him, they would undoubtedly be Songyu, Xiaohan, and Chen Zijin. No one else, not even his parents, possessed such influence. It was akin to the excitement he felt when he first met Songyu again. From her perspective, his impulsive grasp of her hand must have seemed utterly perplexing, yet he acted on instinct. When a large hand appeared beneath his eyelids, filled with candy, Songyu smiled charmingly and wrote in her notebook, "I have candy." Li Heng replied, "This is white rabbit." To which Songyu noted, "Same." Li Heng inquired, "Did my sway give it to you?" She replied, "Yes." He jested, "It seems there is still a difference. I must ask to receive it." Suddenly feeling the sweetness of the candy diminish, Songyu's smile blossomed, reaching the corners of her eyes. Li Heng wrote, "Let us trade your candy for mine. I wish to taste yours." Upon reading this, the joy that had adorned Songyu's face gradually faded, and she sat quietly for a moment before opening her backpack. However, there was no further action. The bag lay open, patiently awaiting her next move. After years of familiarity with her temperament, Li Heng wasted no time. He reached into her bag, placed his candies inside, and swiftly seized another handful. The entire exchange took less than 3 seconds. He unwrapped a piece and popped it into his mouth, writing, "Should I say thank you?" Songyu replied, "No need. This candy belongs to my sway." Li Heng noted, "Just the word no suffices. Cross out the rest." Songyu regarded him thoughtfully before putting away her notebook. The school's broadcasting room seemed to have encountered some issues, with static disrupting the airwaves for about 10 minutes before normalcy was restored. After a tentative testing of the microphone, the announcement began. The list of scholarship recipients for the senior year is as follows. Students whose names are called should proceed to the administration office. Indeed, the scholarship list was being revealed. Following a wave of anxious silence within the classroom, an absolute hush fell. The broadcast continued. Special scholarship, arts, Xiaofeng, Songyu, Li Heng. While the first two names elicited no surprise, the last name, Li Heng, shattered the stillness. The classroom erupted in a chorus of astonishment as everyone turned their heads in unison. Scoring 120 in mathematics with a total of 602 points was indeed impressive. However, many believed that the third spot would undoubtedly belong to my sway. Over the past few years, my sway had been a frequent recipient of the prestigious scholarship, having only once faltered when replaced by Luo Jijie. Now, once again, my sway had narrowly missed out on the esteemed scholarship, this time supplanted by the rising star, Li Heng. Indeed, it was true. Li Heng had emerged as a new contender. In the eyes of both students and teachers, with his improvements in English and Chinese, Li Heng had ascended to the ranks of the top 4 academic elite, a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. Songyu smiled and handed him a note, which simply read, "Congratulations." Though it consisted of merely 2 words, it was the first blessing he had received, carrying immense weight in his heart. Li Heng replied, "Thank you." Internally, he jubilantly exclaimed, "I have fulfilled half of my high school aspirations. It has not been an easy journey." Chapter 67. Patience is a form of wisdom. Sun Mining turned and leaned over his desk, lowering her voice to say, "Li Heng, congratulations on finally realizing your dream. Drawing closer to your goddess, Songyu." Songyu, with a gentle smile, seemed to have not heard the remark. She quietly tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and stood up, leaving the classroom. My sway refrained from offering any words of blessing, but shot Li Heng a charming smile before following Songyu to the classroom door. "Bro, you're incredible. Truly remarkable." Zhang Zhiyong, who was standing in the corridor as punishment, couldn't help but shout loudly into the classroom. His expression akin to that of a fool who had just won a grand scholarship. The usually stern homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, merely chuckled at this and did not reprimand Zhang Zhiyong. Li Heng conveyed a gesture to this fool, mimicking the action of drinking bottled soda. Zhang Zhiyong, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, returned the gesture. My sway had received the first-class scholarship, as did Luo Jijie, followed by a boy from class 205 named Sun Wei. The last coveted spot for the first-class scholarship in the humanities unexpectedly went to Chen Lijun. It was deemed unexpected because this final spot had nearly always belonged to Lu Yezheng in the past. However, this time, he did not secure even a third-class scholarship worth 50 yuan. The academic affairs office was somewhat distant, situated in the building adjacent to the school entrance, necessitating a walk across a large playground. Along the way, Li Heng encountered many familiar faces among the scholarship recipients, regardless of their previous relationship. The boys and girls would greet him with smiles whenever he glanced their way. Though their smiles were modest, they were sufficient to signify a monumental shift in his social standing. In the past, when Li Heng looked their way, they would merely return his gaze without any acknowledgement. Such privileges were typically reserved for the top scholars of the 4 academic disciplines. The academic affairs office was not spacious, accommodating no more than 40 individuals. So a teacher ushered these students into the adjacent large conference room. In this room, Li Heng encountered several acquaintances, including Yang Yingwen and Xiaofeng, as well as Xiao Han, who had received the first-class scholarship in the sciences. This time, Li Heng had learned his lesson, without waiting for Sun Mining to beckon him. He headed straight for the spot where Yang Yingwen and the others were seated. "Ah, a rare visitor. The top of the humanities has arrived." Upon seeing him, Yang Yingwen instinctively activated her competitive spirit. While Li Heng might have considered being courteous to others, he felt no need to do so with this girl. Rolling his eyes, he replied, "Oh, so you recognize me as the top of the humanities? Then why not show a bit more courtesy?" Yang Yingwen shot back defiantly, "Courtesy? I'm also the top of the sciences. If there were no division of subjects, I'd have you searching for your teeth on the floor." While this statement bore truth, it was painfully humiliating. Li Heng immediately dragged the onlooking Xiao Han and Xiaofeng into the fray, saying, "Comrade Yang Yingwen, could you perhaps think before you speak?" Do you think you're only offending me? You're disregarding both of them as well. Xiao Feng took a symbolic step back, hurriedly waving her hands to indicate that she was merely a spectator and wished to remain uninvolved in their dispute. With no allies to assist him, Li Heng looked towards Xiao Han with unyielding determination and asked, "Comrade Xiao Han, who will you be assisting?" Before Xiao Han could respond, Yang Yingwen interjected, "Isn't that obvious? Is she even that familiar with you? She is certainly here to help me." Upon hearing this, a subtle expression flitted across Xiao Feng's face. She sensed an inexplicable intuition. On the surface, it appeared that Li Heng was targeting Yang Yingwen, yet in reality, his interest was directed towards Xiao Han. Xiao Feng was perplexed by the emergence of such thoughts, but considering their previous encounter on the bus, she could not shake the feeling that an ambiguous romantic connection existed between Li Heng and Xiao Han. As Li Heng gazed intently at her, Xiao Han felt a twinge of delight alongside a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Joyfully, she chided, "Mr. Li, is it customary to stare so openly at a lady?" Nevertheless, she found solace in the fact that he had not approached Song Yu directly, but had instead come to her side, which she deemed a sign of progress. Xiao Han felt a tinge of shamelessness in her thoughts, yet how could she suppress the fervent emotions of her youthful heart? Speaking of Song Yu, Xiao Han discreetly surveyed the surroundings, quickly pinpointing her target. Although she wished for her to resemble a gorilla, she had to acknowledge the undeniable beauty of this potential rival. The girl beside her, named Mai Sui, and another called Sun Muning, were also present, and alas, Song Yu had turned her gaze in their direction. In an effort to maintain her composed demeanor, Xiao Han initially intended to hide beside Yang Yingwen, avoiding entanglement in the disputes between her friends and their romantic interests. However, when Song Yu's eyes fell upon her, an unexpected surge of courage welled up within her, sweetly pressing her lips together in a smile. She shifted from Yang Yingwen's side to stand next to Li Heng. Yang Yingwen's mouth dropped open in shock as she raised her right hand, struggling to articulate her disbelief. "Xiao Han, you really are Xiao Han." Suppressing her racing heart, flashed two charming dimples and offered an explanation. "Yingwen, I owe him a favor." Yang Yingwen glanced between Li Heng and Xiao Han, sensing an elusive understanding but hesitant to confirm it, fearing the implications were too shocking. Instead, she teased, "Li Heng, what does it feel like to come first in the entire school for the first time?" Li Heng scoffed, "Regrettable?" At this moment, Xiao Feng chimed in, "Why regrettable?" Li Heng replied, "Since that certain someone in middle school refused to teach me English. I have longed to defeat him fairly at least once, but alas, it seems I shall never have that opportunity." Yang Yingwen, visibly irritated, retorted, "You really hold a grudge over something so trivial and have remembered it for so long." Li Heng disregarded her, deliberately addressing Xiao Han, "I will treat you to dinner this weekend, as a gesture of gratitude for your kindness in the past." "Very well, I accept," Xiao Han replied with a radiant smile. Li Heng shot a sidelong glance at Yang Yingwen, adding, "Please, no extra company. I wish to dine with you privately." A warm blush crept up Xiao Han's cheeks as she gently twirled the tip of her right foot on the ground, maintaining her smile while internally urging herself, "Steady, steady. Endure this delightful shock." When the school officials arrived, they addressed the assembly, announcing 3 matters. The first was to extend congratulations, commending everyone present for receiving scholarships and for being significantly ahead of their peers on the path to the college entrance examination. The second matter at hand is the upcoming scholarship award ceremony at the end of the month, coinciding with the school's solemn assembly for the college entrance examination. The leadership has informed everyone regarding the dress code and the pertinent details concerning the award presentation. The third matter involves capturing this momentous occasion through photography. The photographer, the school's music teacher and the wife of the director of education, has set up the camera in the front row and is now directing everyone on how to pose. Naturally, the 3 school leaders occupy the prime positions in the front row, flanked by the 6 recipients of the prestigious scholarships. The remaining scholarship awardees are positioned in the second and third rows behind them. Indeed, this arrangement is a blatant display of a hierarchy. Previously, Li Heng had long envied the front row but has finally secured a spot there. The 6 distinguished scholarship recipients consist of 3 males and 3 females. Upon noticing that the photographer has grouped Song Yu, Yang Yingwen, and Xiao Feng together, Li Heng stealthily approaches Xiao Feng and whispers, "Comrade Xiao Feng, would a bottle of soda suffice as a bribe?" Yang Yingwen, overhearing this remark, instinctively turns to glance at the figure of Xiao Han behind him. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it takes root and flourishes within one's very being, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. However, who is Xiao Han? She is the epitome of poise and composure, a girl who maintains an air of superiority in public, in the face of her friend's prying gaze. She stands as still as a still life drawing, embodying patience. Indeed, patience is her virtue. Xiao Han is a firm believer in forging her own destiny. She fears that by attributing her fate to the whims of nature, she might overlook the calamities wrought by humanity. For human afflictions can be resisted and reversed, whereas the will of fate is immutable. If she were to believe that she and Chen Zijing were destined to be together, what hope would she have in this lifetime? Thus, over the years, in the realm of emotions, Xiao Han has constantly reminded herself to remain focused. Endurance is a profound wisdom, and the ability to wait is the hallmark of the wise. To be dormant is a necessary trial of life. If she can endure through Chen Zijing, she can undoubtedly withstand Song Yu. Xiao Han is confident. She believes she is Li Heng's ultimate destiny. Chapter 68. Fulfillment. Xiao Feng kindly reminded Li Heng. You are being rather brazen, aren't you? So many eyes are upon us. Indeed, numerous gazes were directed toward them, including those of leaders, teachers, and other scholarship recipients. Perhaps it was the audacity of his actions in this era of conservative thinking that drew attention. Dozens of eyes converged on him, and the corner fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yet, Li Heng remained unfazed. He had awaited this day for a long time. It's nothing, just a change of position. I haven't done anything outrageous, he replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng wore an expression of bewilderment but ultimately relinquished her spot, joining two other boys. Observing this scene, Sun Manning leaned in closer to my sway and whispered, "Oh, how I envy Song Yu. If a boy pursued me with such passion, I would not hesitate to accept." My sway discreetly observed Song Yu, whose demeanor remained composed, while her thoughts drifted to Chen Zijing. She wondered if Chen Zijing was aware of what was happening here. If he knew of Li Heng's infatuation with Song Yu, how would he react? My sway asked in a voice only they could hear, since you were so close to Chen Zijing before. Have Li Heng and she truly broken up? Sun Manning shook her head. After she went to the capital, I lost contact with her. However, I have written letters and made calls to Song Yu, so I am unaware of the specifics. She added, but I feel there must be issues between Chen Zijing and Li Heng. Otherwise, she could reach out to Li Heng directly without needing Song Yu as an intermediary. My sway pondered this, finding merit in her reasoning. As the group arranged themselves, the photographer clapped his hands to capture their attention. All right, everyone. Please refrain from speaking and look at the camera. Prepare to begin. 1, 2, 3. Click. The first group photo was taken. Excellent. Don't move. Let's take another. Another click resounded, and the second group photo was complete. The photographer emerged from behind the camera and instructed, other students may return to the classroom. The 6 students who received the special scholarship should remain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han discreetly glanced at the individual in the front row speaking with Song Yu. After a deep breath, she followed her classmates out of the conference room. The photographs on the honor wall were half-length portraits, taken under the 5-star red flag, with everyone neatly groomed and buttons fastened. Once the individual portraits were completed, Li Heng suddenly inquired of the photographer, who was also the music teacher, "Teacher, will these photos be placed on the honor wall?" "Yes. Once I develop them, they can be affixed by noon," the music teacher replied amiably. Recognizing these students as promising individuals from Tsinghua and Peking University, Li Heng glanced over at Song Yu, who was chatting with Yang Yingguan, and lowered his voice. "Teacher, could you do me a favor and place my photo next to hers?" The music teacher followed his gaze to Song Yu and chuckled. "You must be Li Heng from class 204, right?" After registering the information on the back of the photo, Li Heng did not dare to conceal the truth and affirmed his identity. The music teacher gazed at him with a knowing smile, remarking, "I noticed you during the group photo earlier. Do you have feelings for Song Yu?" Being an astute individual, he refrained from insulting anyone's intelligence with a lie and replied halfway, "Teacher, it's a secret crush. Publicly expressing affection is one thing. If the school were to discover it, they would undoubtedly have a conversation with the involved parties. However, if it were merely a secret admiration, the teachers, having experienced youth themselves, might understand to a certain extent, as long as it does not interfere with studies, and they would likely not take it too seriously." The music teacher inquired, "Aren't you afraid I might inform Teacher Wang Qi and your academic director?" Li Heng, momentarily speechless, mustered the courage to say, "You are so beautiful, teacher. It is evident you possess a kind heart. I assure you, I want to disturb her before the college entrance examination." The music teacher tilted her head, scrutinizing him before lowering her gaze to fiddle with her camera, saying, "I am good friends with Teacher Wang Runwen. You may leave now. This statement left him somewhat bewildered. Why bring up the English teacher? Surely, she hadn't heard any rumors about him and the English teacher? Pondering this perplexity, Li Heng approached the trio of beauties awaiting him. Ladies, let us go. Class is over, and it's time for lunch. Yang Yingwen, curious, asked, What were you whispering about with that photography teacher? As Song Yu and Xiao Feng turned to look at him simultaneously, Li Heng smiled, revealing his neat teeth, and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I merely requested the teacher to place my photo alongside Song Yu's. According to the usual practice, photos are arranged by academic performance. For instance, in the liberal arts, the student with the highest score, Xiao Feng, would be in the center, with the second, Song Yu, on the left, and the third, Li Heng, on the right, echoing the ancient custom of placing the emperor in the middle with his ministers flanking him. Seeing his candid expression of affection for Song Yu, even the somewhat suspecting Xiao Feng and Yang Yingwen were momentarily taken aback, exchanging astonished glances and left speechless. Meanwhile, Song Yu silently observed his gradually receding figure, suddenly comprehending his earlier expressed greatest wish, to win the special scholarship, have his photo displayed on the honor wall, and be placed beside hers. With this thought, her usually tranquil heart began to race. The cool breeze tousled her hair as she stared blankly at the tall, slender silhouette vanishing from sight, her mind a blank slate. Li Heng's forthrightness today was intended to let Song Yu know of his lifelong obsession, hoping to leave a spark in her heart, a seed to ignite in due time. In their previous life, during high school, he had secretly harbored feelings for her, too afraid to reveal them. It took several years after the college entrance examination for him to confront these emotions, causing him to miss the optimal moment. Song Yu had twice tearfully rejected his proposals due to her feelings for Chen Zijin. Particularly after the second rejection, she locked herself away at home for a month, not stepping outside, and lost 16 pounds in the process. Even decades later, he vividly recalled the near-furious voice of Song Yu's mother when she called him, Li Heng. What on earth did you do to Yubao? We entrusted her to you with such confidence, yet after a month apart, she has dwindled to a mere 88 pounds. It is heart-wrenching for any parent to witness a height of 168 centimeters reduced to such a frail state. Reflecting on the myriad of tribulations they endured in their past lives, he resolved in this lifetime to learn from those lessons, choosing to express his feelings during her pivotal high school years. Even though he is acutely aware that his sentiments may stir no waves at present, they lie quietly within Song Yu's heart like a seed, preparing her to face Chen Zijin in the future with greater strength and assurance. Chapter 69. Striking it rich as memories flashed vividly in his mind, Li Heng entered the school's convenience store, exchanging all the money in his pocket for bottled soda. Yang Yingwen, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, Li Heng, have you lost your mind? Spending all your money like this? What will you do for the days ahead? Noticing that many classmates were drawn to the commotion, Li Heng handed her a bottle of soda and, lowering his voice in resignation, replied, I say, old rag, could you refrain from shouting? Today is a momentous occasion for me. You wouldn't understand. Having grown accustomed to his playful banter, Yang Yingwen merely rolled her eyes at his nickname for her and retorted, What is there not to understand? Isn't it all about Song Yu? Do you truly believe everyone else is a fool? Li Heng, unfazed by her response, pressed on with candidness, Stop jabbering like a countrywoman. I've already purchased this soda. Returning it is out of the question. So, will you drink it or not? Fuming, Yang Yingwen snatched the soda from him. Of course. I'll drink it. Why wouldn't I? It's a fool who bought it, and I don't have to pay. Li Heng then handed a second bottle of soda to Xiao Feng. Here, since we're both fellow townsfolk and friends, and given our familiarity, don't be like certain individuals who eat my food and then berate me. Xiao Feng smiled graciously, accepting the soda. As she opened the cap, she added, The scholarship won't be dispersed until the end of the month. If you run low on living expenses in the meantime, feel free to join me for a meal. Li Heng gave her a thumbs up. Generous. I admire your open-hearted nature. He then presented the third bottle of soda to Song Yu. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and she quietly accepted it, saying nothing as an understanding passed between them. Before parting ways, Li Heng asked Yang Yingwen to take a bottle back for Xiao Han. However, after glancing at Song Yu, she contemplated and declined. Since it's your first time being so generous, you should deliver it personally, or perhaps invite her separately next time. Upon hearing this, Li Heng instantly grasped the underlying sentiment from this down-to-earth girl. Xiao Han might value the personal gesture more than the soda itself. Understanding this, he retracted the soda and said, All right, I shall invite her separately next time. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Heng distributed all the sodas in his possession to his friends, including my Sui, Zhang Zhiyong, and Luli. During the first Chinese class, while attentively listening, Li Heng suddenly received a notebook passed to him by his attractive deskmate. Inside the notebook was a note accompanied by a 10 yuan bill. The note read, "The scholarship will only be issued at the end of the month. Use this money for now." Regardless of whether he would need the money, Li Heng happily tucked it into his pocket. He then wrote, "Do I need to repay this?" Song Yu glanced at him with a subtle smile and wrote back, "No need to repay. Just treat me to a meal when you succeed in the future." Curious, Li Heng inquired, "In your opinion, what defines success?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu replied, "There is no fixed standard. It is when you feel you have succeeded." Li Heng, step outside. Just as Li Heng prepared to respond, the classroom door swung open, and the English teacher waved at him with delight. Setting down his pen, he hurried into the hallway, cheerfully calling out, "Teacher." Her gaze swept over him like infrared rays, and the English teacher, arms crossed, inquired, "Have you received the special scholarship?" "Yes," Li Heng nodded. Wang Runan asked, "How does it feel, being your first time?" Li Heng replied, "It's absolutely wonderful. Once the scholarship is dispersed, remember to treat the teacher to a meal." In the past, Wang Runwen would never have made such a remark. However, now this lad has become quite the little tycoon, with funds nearly rivaling the small fortune left to him by his parents. Li Heng readily affirmed, "Sure, I'll treat the esteemed teacher to egg fried rice with an extra egg." This remark reminded Wang Runwen of a previous incident. Adjusting his glasses with his right hand, he smiled and said, "It's not good for a grown man to hold grudges." The two were too familiar with each other. Li Heng, jokingly unburdened, replied, "Not holding a grudge is fine. But you must accompany me for the egg fried rice." Noting the boy's stubbornness, the English teacher shifted the topic. "Your teacher's wife informed me that you wish to have a photo with Song Yu?" The teacher's wife referred to the wife of the Chinese teacher. The rapport between the teacher's wife and the English teacher was well known, as they often conspired together during post-lunch strolls around the campus, a fact Wang Runwen was not surprised by. Seeing his tacit approval, the English teacher shook his head and pouted, declaring, "I have denied it." Li Heng, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "Teacher, how could you do this?" The English teacher tilted his head, his hair cascading like a black waterfall, and humorously asked, "Why can't I? As your teacher, it is my duty to prevent you from leaping into the pit of early romance." Li Heng retorted, "I am nearly 18, an adult now. Why do you still meddle in my romantic affairs, teacher?" He deliberately lowered his voice, adding, "Teacher, your malicious interference with my relationship with Song Yu. Could it be that you harbor ulterior motives?" Wang Runwen frowned, gazing at the face before her, wishing she could give him a good kick. However, mindful of the many eyes in the classroom, she restrained herself, pressing down her ample chest, and thrust the bank draft she was holding into his hands, spitting out a single word through clenched teeth. "Leave." "Hey," Li Heng responded, glancing at the bank draft, which was from Harvest magazine, and he immediately returned to the classroom, elated. "Li Heng, what has you so cheerful?" Sun Manning whispered as he passed by her. Li Heng casually replied, "Of course, I struck it rich." "Humph." Sun Manning dismissed his words entirely and continued with the lesson. Li Heng never took money lightly. After verifying the bank draft thrice to ensure its accuracy, he began scribbling on his notebook. Does this count as a form of success? Upon finishing, he placed the notebook along with the draft atop his desk, resting on the Chinese textbook. Initially indifferent, Song Yu raised the bank draft, and upon seeing the amount, she paused, then bent down again to examine it thoroughly. The remittance amount displayed, 4,050 yuan. After a considerable while, she finally composed herself, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Is this remittance from Harvest magazine?" Li Heng picked up his pen and replied, "Yes. Are you familiar with this magazine?" Song Yu wrote back, "Yes. My father has a passion for literature and has subscribed to People's Literature and Harvest for years. Her father was a university professor. Her mother is also a university professor, though she specializes in music. Both parents are highly educated intellectuals, nurturing a fertile ground for literary talents to flourish." Li Heng found this unsurprising. Regarding his writing endeavors, he had no intention of concealing them from Song Yu and Xiao Han. He promptly explained, "Not long ago, I submitted a novel to Harvest, and by a stroke of luck, it was accepted." As Song Yu took the manuscript, she read that brief sentence and fell into a prolonged reverie. Li Heng discreetly observed the subtle expressions on her face, hoping to bask in a moment of pride. However, to his disappointment, despite his lengthy observation, The anticipated reaction never materialized. She maintained an air of serene indifference, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled yearning. After a considerable pause, Song-yu, returning from her thoughts, resumed writing. Is this the novel you wrote a while back? Li Heng replied, yes. Song-yu inquired, what pen name did you use for your submission? Chapter 70, The Vast Disparity Upon Finishing the Reading. Li Heng did not rush to respond, but instead gazed happily at her profile. It appeared that she was not as composed as she seemed on the surface. Had she lacked interest and curiosity, her nature would not permit her to ask even a single question. Ahem. Ahem. Just as Song-yu felt somewhat flustered under his intense gaze, her 10 toes curling inward in silent anxiety, the headmaster on the podium intervened. He cleared his throat lightly and addressed Li Heng. Li Heng, please recite from the Book of Songs. Li Heng's face twitched. It was their final year of high school. And with the impending college entrance examination, who had time for such recitations? Realizing that their little antics had likely been observed by the Chinese teacher, he shrugged off his embarrassment. With a thick skin, he stood up, book in hand, and began his recitation. How can one say there are no garments? I shall share a robe with you. The king raises an army, sharpening my spears and halberds. Together we share the same enmity. Li Heng's Mandarin was impeccable, his enunciation crisp and his emotional delivery rich, eclipsing the half-hearted attempts of the somewhat rustic Chinese teacher, leaving the latter feeling rather embarrassed. After his recitation, he paid no heed to the headmaster's apparent frustration and instead wrote down, pen name, December. Song-yu glanced at the teacher writing on the blackboard and swiftly took the notebook. After briefly perusing it, she did not respond but tucked the draft away. The two then focused intently on the lecture, taking notes without further disturbance. It was not until the second class was nearing its conclusion that he tore off a piece of paper. After much contemplation, he wrote, Do you often communicate with Chen Zijin? Ever since Li Heng could no longer contain his feelings and expressed his affections, the name Chen Zijin had become a taboo for both of them, never to be mentioned again. Under the current circumstances, bringing up Chen Zijin would severely hinder his pursuit of Song-yu. Yet, he felt compelled. In his previous life, during the first few years after Chen Zijin moved to the capital, they had nearly severed all contact. Even when she occasionally sent letters, they were one-sided, relayed through Song-yu, devoid of any address for replies. Despite his attempts to reach out, his letters seemed to vanish into the void, one after another without any response. Once, deeply troubled, Li Heng confronted Chen Zijin directly, asking her why she had distanced herself. She rarely answered, often remaining silent. When he pressed further, questioning whether the Chen family was behind it, or if they were coercing her, she still offered no explanation, instead shedding silent tears. It was indeed a sight that no man could bear. After a few futile inquiries, he gradually ceased to trouble her. However, on one occasion, her sister Chen Zitong, inebriated, inadvertently revealed that it was indeed the family's doing, that their mother, Zhonglan, had even threatened to take her own life to force her sister to cut ties with him. When Song-yu heard him mention Chen Zijin, she paused and wrote, Fortunately, we maintain contact every month. Li Heng inquired, Is it through letters or phone calls? Song-yu replied, Both. Li Heng wrote, Please give me her phone number and mailing address. Recalling her best friend's earnest admonition, Song-yu found herself in a quandary. After pondering for a while, she replied, I must consult Zijing's opinion. Li Heng, familiar with her nature, responded, Yes, thank you. Please keep what we've discussed confidential. Song-yu affirmed, All right. In the following week, Li Heng, whose aspirations from high school had been fulfilled, diligently immersed himself in his studies. He attentively listened during lectures and engaged in rigorous self-study, wholeheartedly preparing for the upcoming first mock examination at the end of the month. To be candid, aside from the exceptionally challenging mathematics problems of the scholarship exam, he was eager to gauge his standing against the 4 academic prodigies under the conventional difficulty of the college entrance examination. Would he still encounter the same disparities in scores across the 6 subjects as he usually did? On Sunday, after attending 4 morning classes, the high school seniors were granted a rare half-day respite. A mere half-day, indeed. Any longer would be out of the question. This brief reprieve was sanctioned by the school in consideration of the students' strained mental states, aimed at allowing them a chance to unwind and to tackle the laundry that had accumulated over the week. Moreover, it provided an opportunity for those with the means to venture outside the campus to indulge in a culinary treat, enhancing their dining experience. As the bell for the 4th period rang, the political science teacher reluctantly put away the chalk and sighed, addressing the students. Is my political lesson so difficult to absorb? I see many of you are restless, your minds elsewhere. Well, let us call it a day. The students offered no reply to the teacher's poignant remark, merely leaving the classroom with a light-hearted ha-ha-ha. As per usual, Song Yu returned home, along with Sun Mining, who also took my Sui and Chun Li Jun with her, inviting them over for a family meal of stewed goose. Before departing, the wealthy girl turned to Li Heng and asked, "Hey, that handsome fellow, would you like to join me at my house for dinner with some beautiful company?" The phrase handsome as panned and was originally a teasing remark made by their homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, in the dormitory about Li Heng. Subsequently, it had become a humorous inside joke among the classmates. Before Li Heng could respond, Zhang Zhiyong rushed in from the back of the classroom, inquiring, "Wealthy girl, are you bringing anyone along?" Sun Mining promptly declined, saying, "No, I have 4 family members at home, so I can't accommodate that many." In truth, like some of the other girls in the class, she harbored a slight disdain for Zhang Zhiyong, who was known for his poor academic performance and crude language. However, out of consideration for her classmates, she had never expressed her feelings. Once the 3 girls had left, Zhang Zhiyong scratched the back of his head and muttered, "Damn, why do I feel like Sun Mining has an issue with me?" As Li Heng exited the classroom, he remarked, "You're not a currency note. Not everyone can like you. Why bother worrying about such trivial matters?" Indeed, he thought, "I have no intention of courting her to bring her home as a wife or to have her do my laundry and cook for me. Whether she likes me or not is her concern." Without a care, he quickly dismissed his worries, skipping happily down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Zhiyong leaned in and asked, "So where to? Shall we grab a bite and then play some billiards?" Li Heng shook his head. "We'll eat later. First, accompany me to the bank." Zhang Zhiyong inquired. Luli went back to the dorm to change into basketball attire. "Should we call him to join us?" Li Heng strode purposefully towards the school gate. "No need. Today I have something significant to attend to, and it's best if too many people are not aware. Just you will do." Curious, Zhang Zhiyong leaned in closer, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Something significant? What could you possibly do at the bank? Are you planning to rob it? Should we bring something along?" Li Heng countered, "What do you suggest we bring?" With a glance towards a nearby butcher shop, Zhang Zhiyong suggested, "How about a boning knife?" Li Heng was rendered speechless and simply retorted, "Get lost." On the way to the bank, Li Heng decided to forewarn his oblivious friend, Old Yong. "If one day I become successful, what do you think will happen?" Zhang Zhiyong's gaze wandered to a woman selling pig feed by the roadside, and he replied absent-mindedly. Li Heng grabbed his face. "Are you asking for a beating? Her husband is right there and has noticed you." Zhang Zhiyong, filled with bravado, shot back, "What's the big deal? Just looking one tea cost me a piece of flesh, right? Can he kill me?" However, when his gaze met that of the woman's husband, he quickly recoiled. Li Heng found the situation quite amusing but chose not to expose it. He remarked, "If I were to become wealthy, I hope you won't struggle to accept the disparity." "Huh? Disparity?" Zhang Zhiyong seemed to find this utterly ludicrous, and promptly pulled out all the money from his pockets to flaunt before him. "Do you see this? Look how thick this stack of cash is. You have nothing in your pockets. Now that's what I call disparity." "You silly fool." Li Heng, irritated by his boastfulness, gave him a swift kick. The postal savings bank was not in close proximity to the school, and the two walked along the street for nearly 20 minutes before arriving. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as only a couple was inside attending to their business, waiting for them to leave. Li Heng approached the counter and handed over the necessary documents and the remittance slip. "Hello. Could you please cash this remittance slip for me and also assist me in opening a savings account?" "For 050 yuan?" The young female clerk, after reviewing the materials, appeared quite astonished. She scrutinized him through the glass, unable to contain her curiosity. "Yes. Would you like to withdraw it or deposit it into your account?" "Please withdraw the 50 yuan in change and deposit the remainder into the account. According to national regulations, anyone over the age of 16 can independently open a bank savings account." The clerk meticulously verified the documents and, without any complications, proceeded with the transaction. While the inside of the counter was bustling with activity, Zhang Zhiyong outside was left dumbfounded. What? For 050 yuan? Good gracious. Such a substantial amount. It would take selling the Li family to come up with that. Where on earth did Li Heng acquire such wealth? Seeing this simpleton clutching himself tightly, panting heavily and bombarding him with questions, Li Heng managed to break free and said, "Don't embarrass yourself here. I'll tell you later." Noticing several bank clerks casting curious glances in their direction, Zhang Zhiyong, filled with envy, fixated on the remittance slip, and for once, he refrained from causing a ruckus. Wealth indeed commands respect. The process of opening the savings account was swift, and cashing the remittance slip was even quicker. The young woman's eyes gleamed with avarice as she said, "Here is your savings account, and here is 50 yuan in cash. Please verify." Li Heng inspected the items twice, offered his gratitude, and quickly exited the postal savings bank. Xiao City has always been known for its fierce spirit, and this era was no exception. Upon stepping out of the bank, Li Heng did not linger, hastily making his way away. Zhang Zhiyong, clearly anxious about potential theft, kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings as he walked alongside, acting as his bodyguard. The two traveled in silence, and as they neared Xiaoshui Bridge, Zhang Zhiyong, finally unable to contain himself, gasped for breath and exclaimed, "I say, Master Heng, please tell me how you came by this money. The more we know, the stronger our bond to seize this opportunity for wealth." Li Heng scanned his surroundings, steeling himself. Zhang Zhiyong's eager gaze sought to uncover the secret to his newfound fortune. Li Heng smiled and, without further tantalizing him, recounted the events surrounding his riding of to live. However, before he could finish, he noticed that the fool had plopped down on the grass by the riverbank, his expression vacant, as if paralyzed, utterly unresponsive. Chapter 71. Look. There is Li Heng. This sudden turn of events startled Li Heng, who hurriedly crouched down and inquired, "Lao Yong, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me. Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Zhiyong, in a half-dead manner, lamented, "I am dying. I feel utterly miserable. My heart is in turmoil." Li Heng, taken aback by his words, soon exhaled in relief and sat beside him. Zhang Zhiyong, in a fit of frustration, gazed skyward and vented, "Damn it! How unfair is this wretched fate? From a young age, you have outshone me in looks and academics, and have always been favored by our female classmates. Though I have felt envy, I accepted it, as we have grown up together as brothers." Pausing for a moment, he continued, his expression marred by sorrow, "But we used to play together every day. And now you have become a writer. How can we still enjoy our time together? Even if I were to steal all the money my old man spends on brothels, I couldn't compare to you. We can no longer play together." Li Heng blinked and asked, "Are you feeling the disparity?" Zhang Zhiyong pointed skyward with one hand and to the ground with the other, exclaiming, "Disparity? You are atop Mount Everest, while I am at the Mariana Trench. You stand and urinate while I crawl and eat filth. This is no mere disparity, it is a chasm." Li Heng burst into laughter. Enraged, Zhang Zhiyong jumped up and grasped his neck, spitting out his complaints, still laughing. "What a joke. Do you possess no sympathy?" Li Heng gestured towards the restaurant across the river. "Let me treat you to a meal." Zhang Zhiyong retorted, "I am filled with frustration. I am not hungry." Li Heng insisted, "We shall have braised pork, dry pot duck, and even order fish." Zhang Zhiyong gulped. "I have had my share. I will not go." Li Heng declared, "I will cover the expenses for this month." Zhang Zhiyong calculated with his fingers, "You scoundrel. There is only 1 week left this month. You are merely pretending to be generous." Upon hearing this, Li Heng kicked him over. "Fine. If you refuse to eat, then so be it. I must return to invite Xiao Han for a meal." Zhang Zhiyong, rising from the ground, asked, Who are you inviting?" Li Heng replied, "Xiao Han." Zhang Zhiyong's mouth dropped open in shock. "Wide enough to fit a cow. Aren't you fond of Song Yu? When did you start associating with Xiao Han?" Li Heng stretched lazily. "Have you ever heard the saying, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them? I have reached a monumental reconciliation with her." Zhang Zhiyong, unable to accept the news, felt as though he had consumed excrement. "No, it was even worse. Nonsense. If you manage to pursue Xiao Han, I will drink the waters of the Zhejiang River dry." An elderly man passing by interjected, "Young man, I have drunk from the Zhejiang River 3 times in my youth and never managed to finish it. Do not boast." Zhang Zhiyong retorted loudly, "Old man, my brother is a great writer." This reply was utterly nonsensical, as the old man mumbled and walked away. Li Heng went to a roadside shop to buy 2 sodas, tossing 1 bottle to him. "Could you not keep this a secret? Can keeping it a secret prevent a girl of Xiao Han's caliber from rejecting you?" Zhang Zhiyong shouted from the riverbank, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet. "My brother is a great writer." In a hurry to return to school, Zhang Zhiyong, unwilling to give up, inquired with a hint of desperation, "Are you truly not taking me to eat?" Li Heng retorted, "While Xiao Han and I dine and converse. Who knows, there might be some unspoken chemistry. Do you expect to sit idly by like a mere piece of wood?" Frustrated, Zhang Zhiyong stormed back to school. Cursing all the way, he intended to seek out Lu Li for a game of basketball, needing a vigorous outlet for his pent-up emotions. He deliberately purchased a bottle of soda and jogged to classroom 206 in the adjacent building, where he immediately spotted Xiao Han seated. Accompanying her was Yang Yingwen. The classroom, occupied solely by the two of them, felt extraordinarily spacious. Upon hearing movement at the door, Yang Yingwen turned her head first. Subsequently, she stood to gather her things. Teasing Li Heng, "It seems my mission is accomplished. I must take my leave, becoming a nuisance no longer." Li Heng feigned an invitation. "It's mealtime. Shall we dine together?" To his surprise, Yang Yingwen plopped back down, exclaiming, "Sure, let's eat. I simply want to speak." Li Heng, upon hearing this, felt a mix of consternation and regret for his earlier words, wishing he could slap himself for his folly. Xiaohan glanced at him, then at her friend, smiling sweetly. She was in a position to be mischievous. Li Heng took a seat across from Yang Yingwen and jested, "Old rag, I shall treat you another day. Today, I have a matter to discuss with Xiaohan." Yang Yingwen, ready to retort with a quip about his motives, hesitated upon seeing her friend's eager expression. Ultimately, she decided to make herself scarce, grabbing a book and departing without a word. With the unwelcome presence gone, the classroom was suddenly left with just the two of them. They exchanged glances, and a blush mixed with apprehension and slight embarrassment appeared on Xiaohan's face. Striving to appear composed and to alleviate the awkwardness, she smiled shyly, attempting to break the tension, but it took a couple of tries before she managed a genuine smile. "Oh, Mr. Li. I didn't expect you to come." Instantly regretting her words, she wished to bite her tongue. "How could you reveal your feelings? Stay calm. Maintain composure." Li Heng smiled, revealing his charming teeth. "So, does this mean you've been waiting for me? I presume you haven't eaten yet?" Xiaohan felt a pang of anxiety, regretting her lack of self-control, fearing a moment of folly would haunt her forever. She longed to cheerfully declare that she had already eaten, urging him not to be courteous. But worried that he might leave if she said so, she feigned nonchalance and nodded, "I haven't eaten yet. I'm not too hungry at the moment." Li Heng rose and said, "But I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go to the restaurant to order, chatting as we wait?" Xiaohan reminded herself to remain calm and nodded in agreement. "I apologize for the trouble. It's on you." They left the classroom one after the other. And as they reached the corner of the hallway, Li Heng suddenly noticed his shoelace was untied. As he paused to tie it, unexpectedly, he felt a gentle shove from behind. Instantly, he stumbled sideways in the stairwell, nearly twisting his ankle. Observing this, Xiaohan hurriedly descended to support his arm. Filled with apologies, "I'm so sorry. I turned the corner a bit too abruptly." Their gazes locked. Li Heng stared intently into her eyes, and after a moment, he softly inquired, "Am I a tiger? Are you so nervous to see me?" "Not at all. I am merely." As she spoke, Xiaohan could no longer withstand his unabashed gaze, and, feeling pitifully vulnerable, averted her eyes. In that instant, she felt her face and ears burning, hot enough to be alarming. She had no recollection of how she left the school. She merely followed him numbly into the Old Six restaurant. Once seated in a private room overlooking the backyard garden, Xiaohan felt a tinge of awkwardness. She began with her fingers interlaced, poised elegantly on her lap like a refined lady, her upper body rigidly upright. Then, feeling slightly uncomfortable, she subtly shifted her position until she finally found a comfortable stance in the solid wooden chair. After completing this series of movements, she hurriedly lifted her head and smiled at him, only to find Li Heng's face etched with profound meaning. Xiaohan's sweet smile gradually froze on her face, and she felt a sense of despair, akin to a peacock striving to conceal its yearning for love. Little did she realize that he was a seasoned player. While she felt as invisible as a ghost, steeped in sorrow, a beam of sunset streamed through the window, and she found it blinding, hastily turning her head away. She desperately tried to maintain her composure, struggling to find something to say, for if the silence continued, she felt she might suffocate. Yet, sitting across from her was Li Heng, the honey she had cherished for so long. Despite exhausting her mental faculties, she could not break the silence. Unsure of how to begin, should she confess that she had harbored a crush on him since middle school? Should she reveal her annoyance at his public displays of affection with Chen Zijin, which often left her fuming? Or perhaps mention how, in the first year, he had made her feel a bit fearful, yet she still competed with him for a seat? Recalling when she had berated him fiercely alongside two of her sharp-tongued friends. Leaving him bewildered and lost, Xiaohan suddenly smiled, her body and mind relaxing in an instant. So what if he was her honey? There was nothing to fear. She had already scolded him thoroughly. Li Heng cleaned a cup, poured her some tea, and asked, "What made you smile so joyfully?" Holding the warm tea in her hands, Xiaohan replied brightly, "I was reminded of some amusing past events." Li Heng inquired, "Are they related to me?" She hesitated momentarily before politely nodding, "Yes." Intrigued, Li Heng leaned slightly forward. "What events? Could you share them with me?" After exchanging a few introductory remarks, Xiao Han began to feel more at ease. Taking a sip of tea to clear her throat, she said, "Actually, in the first year of middle school, although your grades were average, you were quite renowned, and many girls spoke of you behind your back. Occasionally, I would see someone point to your silhouette and say, 'Look, that's Li Heng.'" Li Heng asked, "Was it because I frequently got into fights with others?" Xiao Han smiled slightly. That was certainly one aspect. Li Heng pressed on, "What else?" Xiao Han revealed two shallow dimples as she said, "Some girls mentioned that you were somewhat good-looking." Somewhat good-looking is not my wording. I'm merely relaying what I heard." Li Heng inquired, "What was the initial impression I left on you?" Xiao Han's gaze shifted downward, lingering on his left forearm for an extended moment. Before she let out a faint sigh, "It must be the mark of C. Indeed, it should be that. I still vividly recall the sight of you. From across a vast group, meticulously slicing into your skin with a pencil knife, the blood-soaked spectacle leaving a lasting impression." As those words hung in the air, time seemed to come to a standstill. The two of them exchanged glances, a profound silence enveloping the room. What does C represent? Both were acutely aware of its implications. To Xiao Han, Chen Zijin was not merely a close friend and classmate, but also a rival in love. Their relationship was fraught with contradictions yet marked by unmistakable boundaries. She did not believe in fate. She adhered to the notion that one's actions shaped their destiny. She always knew what she desired. She feared the torment of unrequited love, a love that echoed with "I love you" yet bore no connection to the other. Thus, Xiao Han remained unfazed by Chen Zijin's multifaceted identity. Even as a confidant, she resolutely refused to yield in the face of love. Chapter 72. I like you. The atmosphere in the private room unexpectedly turned slightly cold as Li Heng fixed his gaze upon the cunning and grudging young woman before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire about a classic question she had posed to him in a previous life. "Comrade Xiao Han, do you believe in the existence of pure friendship between men and women?" Xiao Han glanced at him, uncertain of his intentions. Was he about to confess his feelings? Or was he subtly suggesting that she should confess to him? With a tentative smile, she replied, "Aren't we exemplifying that?" Li Heng leaned in slightly, challenging, "So, our friendship is indeed pure?" Xiao Han, feeling a twinge of guilt yet attempting to maintain her composure, nodded, "Yes." Li Heng gazed deeply into her eyes and languidly remarked, "Then would you dare to test the purity of your feelings?" "I like you," she thought to herself immediately, yet with a beaming smile. She lifted her cup and took a sweet sip. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Li Heng felt a pang of disappointment. He considered himself a benevolent person, often granting others opportunities, yet they frequently went unappreciated. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Han cheerfully asked, "What would you do if someone confessed their feelings to you?" Li Heng smiled. "Then I would add me too." The phrase transformed into "I like you too." This realization struck Xiao Han with sudden regret, as though she had missed out on a fortune. The opportunity slipped through her fingers, and she felt a tinge of frustration. She inwardly scolded herself. "Xiao Han, how long will you continue to hesitate? Would it truly be the end of the world to tell him I like him? Even if it were a jest, it would still come from the heart." Despite chastising herself 1,000 times internally, her outward demeanor remained sincere and bright. After a while, she charmingly inquired, "What if someone were to dislike you?" Without hesitation, and recalling her prior life as answers, Li Heng responded, "Then I would add me too." It was indeed a jest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's regret dissipated entirely. She suppressed her emotions, and after a long pause, remarked softly, "Sometimes, you can really be quite a jerk." Li Heng rested his chin on his right hand, mirroring her demeanor from their past life, and playfully asked, "Are you angry now?" In that moment, Xiao Han could sense that he was teasing her, and her genuine, innocent feelings felt somewhat insulted. "Is my affection for you merely a subject for jest?" Yet soon, her anger was quelled by his clean visage and the deep, tranquil depths of his dark eyes. She felt a pang of remorse for her earlier rudeness. How could I be upset with him when I love him so much? He is simply trying to lighten the mood. As their gazes locked, inexperienced as she was, she feared both the potential for an awkward silence and the risk of saying too much. Ultimately, she cleverly clutched her stomach, feigning distress and remaining silent. This tactic proved effective. Li Heng immediately inquired with concern, "Are you hungry?" Xiao Han pretended to feel shy as she murmured an affirmation. Li Heng stood up. "The dishes haven't arrived yet. It has indeed been a bit long. I'll go check with the kitchen." As he approached the door, grasping the handle, he turned and inquired, "Is there anything else you particularly wish to eat besides the dishes we've ordered?" This scene felt oddly familiar. It mirrored the times he would often ask Chen Zijing about her culinary desires. Back then, She had felt a pang of envy. Now, profoundly moved, she yearned to exclaim, "You have just led me to a misunderstanding. I shall impose upon you to treat me to soda and barbecue." Almost impulsively, a hint of jealousy escaping her lips, she queried, "Mr. Li, can I have anything I desire?" To which Li Heng replied, "Of course." Xiaohan, mimicking Chen Zijing's past words, said, "Let's not add any more dishes. I crave soda and the barbecue from the school gate." This simplicity prompted Li Heng to ask, "Which kind do you wish to have?" With her right hand playfully clawing at the air like a kitten, she cheerfully uttered the 3 words most often spoken by Chen Zijing. "Anything is fine." Those words felt so familiar, yet now they were spoken by another. Li Heng paused, sensing her subtle jealousy. After leaving the private room, he first rushed to the kitchen to expedite the dishes, then darted to the grocery section to procure soda. Coincidentally, he encountered Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong. Lu Li leaned in. "Hey, Li Heng, shouldn't you be treating Xiaohan? Why are you here?" Li Heng did not deny it and casually asked, "How did you know?" Lu Li replied, "Old Yong told me, but I also saw it. I was on the playground playing basketball when I spotted you and Xiaohan leaving the school together." Disinterested in probing further, Li Heng, adopting a mindset of utilizing free labor, immediately enlisted Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li to buy a variety of sodas and barbecues to bring back to the room. Regarding Xiaohan, he was quite generous with the few coins he had. Since the girl was feeling jealous, and since she had said anything is fine, he decided to buy one of every kind, pondering if she would dare to say anything is fine so casually next time. Before him lay an array of 8 or 9 types of soda, alongside more than 20 varieties of barbecue on the table, leaving Xiaohan utterly astonished. Her first reaction was to scold him. "Mr. Li, are you foolish? Where did you get the money to waste like this? How can we possibly finish all this?" Her second reaction was to pull out her wallet and turn to Zhang Zhiyong, earnestly asking, "Zhang Zhiyong, how much did Li Heng borrow from you?" Before Li Heng could respond, Zhang Zhiyong, having endured a day filled with setbacks, teased her, "This money is for my brother. What does it have to do with you?" Xiaohan insisted on pushing money into Zhang Zhiyong's hands, resolutely stating, "Of course it concerns me. This is a matter between me and Mr. Li. Outsiders meddling will ruin my appetite." Before she could finish, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her feelings, Xiaohan lowered her head, hurriedly averting her gaze. Her right hand repeatedly twisting a loose strand of hair, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing for a hole to hide in. "Ah? A family matter?" Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment, both admired Li Heng with a thumbs up, then reluctantly slipped away. Once the two departed and the door closed behind them, Li Heng finally reacted, saying, "Comrade Xiaohan, you must think I'm a fool. The money for the soda and barbecue came from my own pocket." Xiaohan, puzzled, smiled wryly and asked, "Did you rob a bank? Or perhaps sell your face? Where did you procure such funds?" Li Heng feigned displeasure and inquired, "Do you truly regard me as so utterly inept? Is my only asset this face, rendering me incapable of earning a living honestly?" Xiaohan endeavored to remain composed but felt embarrassed by her previous remark, replying, "Mr. Li, you should be content. At least your appearance is quite popular among the ladies." Thereafter, she ceased to engage with him, avoiding his gaze for fear that a mere glance would unravel her composure, and instead focused intently on savoring the soda and barbecue, taking a bite of each delicacy. Whenever she sought to feign tranquility, yet found it challenging, she would immerse herself in a singular activity, allowing herself to sink into a blissful state of oblivion, becoming blissfully unaware of her surroundings. Li Heng gently nudged her shoulder. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, mumbling a few words, swaying like a weeble under his playful nudges, showcasing her talent for innocent foolishness to the fullest. Observing her endearing demeanor, Li Heng couldn't help but break into an earnest smile. After a moment's contemplation, he recounted his writing endeavors to her in detail. Xiaohan listened in silence for a considerable time, suppressing any display of surprise, refraining from inquiring about his earnings. She attentively absorbed his words and, with discernment, offered her congratulations. "Congratulations. Soon, a throng of girls will be utterly captivated by you." The latter half of the meal was characterized by few words, yet it lingered on as the two quietly indulged until they were thoroughly satiated. Upon settling the bill and departing from Lao Lu restaurant, Li Heng encountered Sun Mining and Mai Sui. From a distance, Sun Mining called out, "Hey, Li Heng, wait a moment." Hearing this, Li Heng turned to Xiaohan and said, "Please hold on. I'll be right back." Xiaohan, glancing at Sun Mining and Mai Sui from the corner of her eye, cheerfully remarked, "I'll wait for you at the newsstand by the school gate." "All right." Li Heng replied without a second thought. As Xiao Han crossed the road and approached the newsstand, she overheard a middle-aged man inquiring of the owner, Boss Jia. Have the new issues of Harvest and October magazines arrived this month? The Harvest magazine? The one that Honey submitted to? She perked up, eavesdropping on their conversation. Boss Jia responded, Director's son, you're in luck. The Harvest magazine just arrived a short while ago. You're the third person to purchase it. As usual, one copy? Yes, one copy. The middle-aged director counted out the money and took away 2 magazines. While keeping an eye on the trio, Xiao Han asked the newsstand owner, Sir, is the Harvest magazine really 3 you want a copy? Is it quite renowned? The owner, appreciating the beauty before him, patiently explained, Renowned? Certainly. In the north, we have People's Literature, and in the south, Harvest, both are prestigious national literary journals, their reputations resounding. Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, So, being published in Harvest magazine is indeed a remarkable achievement? Her boss immediately gave a thumbs up, affirming, Absolutely. Those who can be published in Harvest are truly exceptional. The Sea Army de la Sea Army. Upon hearing this, the last remnants of Xiao Han's embarrassment were dispelled by overwhelming joy. She thought to herself, The boss is quite nice indeed. Meanwhile, Li Heng approached Sun Man Ning and Mai Sui, asking, Have you eaten yet? Yes, we've eaten. We were too full. So we came out to buy a few things and digest a bit, Sun Man Ning replied, casting a glance at Xiao Han nearby. Curiously, she asked, How did you end up getting close to Xiao Han? What do you mean by getting close? We are friends and classmates, having known each other for 6 years. Li Heng explained. Sun Man Ning felt a bit embarrassed and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, The head of the teaching department lives just next door. I managed to get 2 scholarship photos and their negatives from the music teacher for you. Here, my pockets are full, so you keep the photos. I almost tossed them away as trash while eating just now. Typically, students do not possess such photographs or negatives, which evidently indicates an extra privilege brought by a wealthy patron. Li Heng examined the photos, finding them quite flattering, and exclaimed with delight, Thank you, my affluent comrade. No need for thanks, just enjoy. Go on and keep your friend company. We're leaving now. Sun Man Ning waved her hand, linking arms with Mai Sui as they departed. Mai Sui, who had been silent, smiled at him as a farewell. Crossing the street, Li Heng showcased the scholarship photos he held, stating, I feel a bit full from the meal. Shall we take a stroll around the campus? Xiao Han, engrossed in thoughts about the newsstand, shook her head and replied, No, please take me back to the dormitory. Li Heng was taken aback and jested. Many wish to accompany me for a walk, yet I have never granted such an opportunity. Xiao Han smirked as she headed towards the school gate, retorting, You are quite the charmer. Shin Zijin from the 1st and 2nd year often accompanies you, and just last week, you were strolling with Song Yu by the rockery. Li Heng was momentarily taken aback. She had unwittingly mentioned the 2 most sensitive names. He found himself uncertain whether her references were intentional or accidental. Entering the school, they traversed the large playground, the teaching building, and the canteen by the rockery until they reached the girls' dormitory. When they were merely 10 meters from the corridor entrance, she paused, turned, and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for the meal today. Farewell. Seizing the moment, Li Heng discreetly slipped the money for the barbecue and soda into her pocket, saying, We're so familiar. There's no need for such formality. See you another day. Xiao Han contemplated her pocket for a moment, ultimately deciding not to return the money and walked straight towards the corridor. However, halfway there, she hesitated, turned back, and said, Mr. Li, I wish to confess something to you. Li Heng, intrigued, asked, What is it? You've even used the word confess, biting her lip and meeting his gaze. Xiao Han mustered her courage to declare, Actually, the last time at the canteen entrance, I intentionally bumped into Song Yu. Li Heng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Under his scrutiny, she felt an inexplicable unease, yet she steadied herself and continued her explanation at that moment. I impulsively wished to interrupt you. I never anticipated that I would accidentally knock over the ladle and dishes onto the floor. Li Heng interjected, I am aware. You, no? Xiao Han was taken aback, as if she had suddenly become invisible, with no secrets left before him. Li Heng blinked. What else could it be? Do you think it's so easy to provoke me while I'm dining? Not everyone possesses that privilege. At his words, Xiao Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She first glanced down at her toes, and finally, overwhelmed by an indescribable pressure, she could no longer hold back. She looked up and gave him a sweet smile before turning to flee. Like the wind, she dashed into the corridor. Her speed was so astonishing that she could have qualified for the Olympic women's 100-meter final, leaving Li Heng astounded. Once in the corridor, Xiao Han did not immediately appear on the second-floor landing. Someone was watching from below, and she lacked the courage to enter his line of sight. At the corner, she pressed herself against the wall, her left hand touching her face, which was as red as a burning ember, cursing herself. Well done. How humiliating. Truly mortifying. Not only does he know of your secret affection for him, but he is also aware of your jealousy. After a while, she extended her right hand to forcibly pull down her left, reassuring herself, "What's so shameful? If he knows, he knows. I do indeed like him. Regardless." After being honest with him, the air she inhaled felt more liberating than ever before. After hiding in the corridor for about 20 minutes, she cautiously peeked outside and, upon seeing that he had indeed left, the weight on her heart lifted significantly. Before long, she dashed towards the newspaper kiosk, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Boss, I'll take one copy of the magazine Harvest. No, make it two." The owner, who was momentarily distracted feeding a 3-year-old, set down the bowl and handed her 2 copies. She fished out some money, placed it on the counter, and swiftly departed, as if she were a thief, fearing discovery. As she made her exit with the magazines, the kiosk owner called after her, "Miss, I still owe you some change." With a bright smile, she replied, "Uncle, I'm in a good mood today. Keep the change and buy some candy for the child." With that, she raced against the wind toward the horizon. As February commenced, the bitter winter gradually receded, and the weather in Xiao City began to improve. By the end of the month, the sun shone warmly and pleasantly, casting dappled shadows through the leaves, imparting a sense of freshness and tranquility. Just after returning from a meeting at school, Songshi first stopped by a grocery store to purchase a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of vinegar, as they had run out at home. His wife had reminded him that morning to bring back new supplies, as they would need them for a substantial meal in the afternoon when Bao returned home for dinner. Carrying the jars, Songshi arrived punctually at the newspaper kiosk. Today marked the arrival of the bi-monthly issue of Harvest. His interests were few, yet reading books and newspapers, along with writing, had become habits he cultivated over many years. And let us not forget smoking. In terms of his reading preferences, he holds a particular fondness for people's literature and Harvest. Whenever new issues arrive, he feels an irresistible urge to procure them immediately. Otherwise, he experiences a restless disquiet, akin to the sensation of losing something invaluable. "Professor Song, your timing is impeccable. I have just unwrapped the latest issue of Harvest. We are quite familiar with each other. And given that the other party is also a university professor with a respectable position, the newsstand owner shows him considerable respect, hastily setting aside his work to personally roll him a cigarette. As Song lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, he remarked, "Old Zheng, your tobacco truly resonates with me. It possesses far more flavor than by Sha." Zheng, the owner, proudly declared, "I may not have much else to offer, but this tobacco is indeed potent. It comes from leaves grown by my wife's family in Qinzhou, untouched by pesticides." Song suggested, "Next time your wife visits her family, please have her bring some back for me. We can negotiate the price." Zheng quickly waved his hand. "After all these years of friendship, why discuss money? If you don't mind the modesty, I have plenty at home. Just come find me in the evening." All right. The two engaged in conversation, finished their smoke, then proceeded to buy and sell books, each returning to their respective endeavors. Upon returning home, Song immediately spotted his daughter and wife in the yard, preparing a duck for dinner. "Dad, you're back," she exclaimed. "Yes, the college entrance examination is just months away. Is the study pressure manageable?" "It's all right," Songyu replied with a smile. "That's good to hear," Song nodded, for his daughter is his cherished treasure, dearly loved. At that moment, his wife, Jiangyu, chimed in, "Our daughter has received a special scholarship. She says she wants to buy us a new set of clothes when the money arrives. You are truly fortunate." Old Song. With a beaming smile, Song poured himself a cup of tea, took a hearty sip, and inquired, "Is it still the 3 of you in the humanities who received the special scholarship? What about Xiaofeng and my Sui?" Songyu nodded and then shook her head. "Xiaofeng did, but my Sui was edged out by a mere 0.1 points. Jiangyu looked up. "Just 0.1 points?" Songyu responded with a soft Jiangyu asked, "Who was the competitor? Was it that Luo something Jia?" Song corrected from the side, "Luo Shi Jia. I recall he has won a special scholarship before." Songyu gently shook her head. "Not Luo Shi Jia. It's someone else. It was Li Heng." Li Heng. Jiangyu and Song exchanged glances, and she spoke. "That name sounds familiar. Old Song, do you recall? Song pondered for a moment. I believe I have heard of him, but the details escape me. After saying this, the couple turned their attention back to their daughter. The bond within their family is notably strong, as they enjoy sharing the minutiae of their lives, fostering a warm and joyful atmosphere through their exchanges. After a moment of hesitation, Song Yu finally divulged he is Chen Zijin's partner. Oh, so that's who it is. Now I remember. It's rather unusual for them to be in a relationship at such a young age, Jiang Yu realized. Song took another sip of tea and nodded. I encountered them while strolling along the banks of the Zi River. They were tall and slender, somewhat reserved, unlike Zijin, who is quite outgoing. Jiang Yu, intrigued, asked, since Chen Zijin has gone to the capital, are they still in a relationship? The question left Song Yu momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. If one were to say they were still in a relationship, it was evident that the two had little to no communication, exhibiting a state that was decidedly abnormal, lacking the warmth typical of a normal romantic partnership. To suggest they had broken up, however, would be misleading, for Zijin clearly harbored profound feelings for Li Heng, as each letter and phone call was replete with inquiries about him. Noticing her daughter's silence, Jiang Yu inquired, what's the matter? Haven't they come together? Have they parted ways? Just then, the phone in the living room rang abruptly, and Song Yu had an inkling it was Chen Zijin calling, as they had agreed to connect once a month. Yet, with the month drawing to a close and no call received, it was possible that today would be the day. As Song Shi was about to enter the room, Song Yu hastily washed her hands and called out, Father, I'll take it. Song Shi, eager to peruse the newly purchased Harvest magazine, paused at her words, found a wrought tin chair to sit in, and began to leisurely browse through the publication. In early spring, ducks were shedding their feathers, new down emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, countless and overwhelming. Jiang Yu had intended to ask her husband for assistance, but upon noticing the cover of the magazine in his hands emblazoned with the word harvest, she swallowed her words. Not only that, but she also willingly ceased her conversation. She was aware of her husband's passion for literature, as he frequently submitted manuscripts, though he had yet to find success with major literary journals, often seeing his work published in local newspapers instead. Today, there was an additional piece prominently featured. Before diving into a book, Song Shi had a small habit of skimming through the table of contents and flipping through the pages, reminiscent of a primary school student newly presented with a language textbook. To live? Recommended personally by Old Master Ba? That was indeed a rarity. Song Shi murmured to himself, suddenly filled with great interest, curious about what made To Live so exceptional as to merit such high praise from Old Master Ba. 10 years younger than I am now, I embraced a carefree profession, wandering through the countryside to collect folk songs. Having only read the first page, Song Shi was utterly captivated. Chapter 73, A Century of Classics. A great commotion in the living room. Song Yu approached the coffee table and first dried her hands with a handkerchief before settling down to pick up the red receiver. Hello, who is this? Song Yu, it's me. As she had suspected, it was indeed a call from Chen Zijin. Concerned, Song Yu inquired, You're a week late this month. Are you all right? I'm fine. I've just been quite busy lately, with little free time. Moreover, my mother seems to have picked up on some things and is watching me more closely than before. I couldn't find an opportunity until today, and I had to bribe my younger sister with some money to help me cover. As Chen Zijing spoke, she glanced back to check her surroundings. Noticing her sister looking over, Chen Zitong, who was on lookout in the corner, raised her left hand, holding a banana, while signaling with her right hand that everything was fine. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu asked, Does your mother really have such little faith in Li Heng? This question struck a sensitive chord with Chen Zijing, piercing her soul. After a prolonged silence, she expressed her deep disappointment, saying, Right now, it's not just that she doesn't support him. My family doesn't even dare to mention anything related to him in her presence. Even my uncles and aunts are treated the same way. The uncles and aunts Chen Zijing referred to were, of course, Li Jiangguo and Tian Runny. What will you do then? Will you just let this drag on? Song Yu probed. At first, Chen Zijing remained silent, and after a long pause, she despondently replied, I know dragging this on isn't a solution, but I have no better way. Song Yu pondered for a moment and said, I'm currently sitting at the same table as him. Chen Zijing was taken aback and blurted out, He approached you first, didn't he? After a few seconds of calm, Song Yu admitted with a simple yes. Chen Zijing grabbed a piece of paper, crumpling it in irritation, and after a while remarked, It seems that Man Ning and my Sui favor you a bit more. This seemingly simple statement conveyed the essence of their relationship and Li Heng's sentiments. Song Yu remained silent, quietly listening to the breathing on the other end of the line, as if she could sense Song Yu's state through the phone line. Chen Zijing suddenly laughed sorrowfully, saying, "Actually, I knew about it already. My aunt visited Yizhong a while ago and came back to tell me that you and he are sitting together." Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt no surprise and instead asked, "Do you know who your aunt was looking for at Yizhong?" Chen Zijing, with concern, asked, "Did she look for Li Heng?" Song Yu replied, "She must have. I saw them together at the school gate." She longed to share the news of Li Heng's successful submission, but recalling his request for confidentiality, she swallowed her words. Chen Zijing hurriedly asked, "Did my aunt make things difficult for him? Is he doing well with his studies lately?" Song Yu responded, "I don't know what happened when they met, but Li Heng has made significant progress in his studies recently. He just received a first-class scholarship." Chen Zijing's tone rose a few notches, sounding somewhat pleased. "Really?" "Yes." "Who did he replace?" My Sui missed it by 0.1 points. Chen Zijing, with a sense of longing, inquired, "Do you think he will come to the capital? Will he be accepted by Tsinghua or Peking University?" Song Yu found it difficult to answer, as she could not fathom Li Heng's true intentions. The two young women continued to converse about various mundane matters, including studies, exams, and the happenings around them. As their conversation flowed, Chen Zijing suddenly asked, "Since I arrived in the capital, has he been in contact with Xiaohan?" She had never mentioned Xiaohan in front of her high school friends before. First, she was reluctant to bring it up. Second, she was not afraid of Xiaohan. However, today, after Song Yu finally confided in her about sharing a desk with Li Heng, Chen Zijing let go of her reservations and brought up that friend turned foe. Xiaohan? The name instinctively reminded Song Yu of the incident a few days prior at the cafeteria, when Xiaohan had bumped into her right arm. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but Zijing's comment made her reflect, and she began to connect the dots regarding Li Heng's reaction back then. With Zijing being so candid, Song Yu reciprocated with honesty, revealing, not before, but it seems they have had some interaction this semester. "I knew it. I knew it." Upon hearing her friend's response, Chen Zijing bit her lower lip and repeated herself with a slightly firmer tone. The repetition further confirmed Song Yu's suspicions. Chen Zijing pressed on, "Who initiated the contact?" "It was Xiaohan, wasn't it?" Song Yu shook her head. "I didn't pay much attention." In response, Chen Zijing gazed up at the ceiling for a moment before asking, "Did he ask about me?" Song Yu replied calmly, "Yes. This morning. He asked for your address and phone number, but I haven't given it to him yet." At this point, their conversation reached a silent pause, enveloped in an unexpected stillness. After a long moment of contemplation, Chen Zijing suppressed her inner turmoil, deciding, "For now, let us not give it to him. I will wait until the right moment to reach out. Please don't misunderstand. This is for his own good." "All right," Song Yu agreed. Chen Zijing did not elaborate on her reasons for withholding the information, and Song Yu refrained from asking. Before hanging up, Song Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, hinted, "If Li Heng becomes someone of great stature in the future, what about you two?" Chen Zijing smiled wryly. "You know my mother's temper, don't you? It's tougher than the stones in a latrine. A mere person of high status won't suffice. She has even cursed at our ancestral tablets, declaring that she would rather die than marry Li Heng." Song Yu remained silent, allowing her to continue. After a brief pause, Chen Zijing added, "Moreover, the whole family is on my mother's side, often fanning the flames in front of her, criticizing Li Heng." Sigh. Song Yu listened quietly. It is often said that every family has its own struggles, and as an outsider, she felt neither the right nor the ability to cast judgment on the Chen family's dynamics. At that moment, Chen Zitong, who was on lookout outside, suddenly widened her eyes in shock, realizing that her mother had unexpectedly approached. Startled, she quickly shrank back and turned to flee, shouting to her sister, "Sister! Sister! Mom is coming to get me! Help!" Upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries from outside, Chen Zijing turned to behold a frostbitten visage. "Song Yu, I am about to perish." "Wait a moment," Song Yu exclaimed urgently. Chen Zijing hesitated, returning the receiver to her ear. Aware of the pressing time, Song Yu hastily conveyed, "Their essay magazine called Harvest, seek out a writer with the pen named December." In that final critical moment, to ease her own conscience, she defied Li Heng's confidentiality request and divulged the alias to her. In truth, Li Heng had never explicitly instructed her to keep it secret from Chen Zijing, merely advising her not to speak of it broadly. Since he had shared the writer's matter with me, Zijing ought to be included in this circle of knowledge, Song Yu reasoned. After concluding the call, she placed the receiver down, took a moment to reflect on their conversation, and then rose to the courtyard to assist her mother in plucking duck feathers. "Who was that on the phone?" Jiang Yu inquired. Song Yu rolled up her sleeves, preparing to engage in her tasks. Chen Zijing. Jiang Yu asked. She studies in the capital. How are her grades? I've heard it's somewhat easier to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University from there. Song Yu replied. She seems to be doing well. I didn't pry further into specifics, nor did I ask. As the mother and daughter conversed, Jiang Yu suddenly said to her daughter, Go pour a cup of tea for your father. I've seen him reaching for his empty cup several times. I wonder what article has captured his attention so thoroughly that he hardly stirs. Song Yu rose to fetch a thermos of hot water, filling the empty cup while casting a glance at her father engrossed in the Harvest magazine. Upon noticing that he was reading To Live, she couldn't help but ask, Dad, is the author December? Song Shi, fixated on the pages, replied absently, It seems so. Observing her father in such a state, Song Yu chose not to disturb him further and quietly returned to help. Around 5 p.m., Jiang Yu finished stir-frying the duck and prepared 3 additional dishes. As she set the table with the trio of dishes and a soup, she called out towards the door, Lao Song, dinner is ready. There was not a whisper from outside, not even the earlier perfunctory response. Jiang Yu called again. Our daughter needs to head to school soon. Let us eat first. Oh. All right. Song Shi finally uttered 2 words, yet remained engrossed, not even lifting his head, let alone moving from his spot. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and said to her daughter, Go, bring your father in. I'll serve the rice. Song Yu was reluctant to do so, but since her recollection, their family of 3 had always dined together. Anyone with commitments would wait. Dad, let us eat first. We can look later, or the food will get cold. Song Yu approached him, speaking softly. Song Shi sighed with lingering reluctance. If it were his wife's words, he might feign ignorance. But with his daughter, he complied like a child. Lao Song, what article are you reading that is so captivating? I've watched you all afternoon without a stir. This isn't good for your health. Jiang Yu handed him a pair of chopsticks. Song Shi expressed his admiration for the magazine piece, To Live, with an enthusiastic tone, remarking, Indeed, it is splendid. After reading this, I finally comprehend why my submissions to esteemed literary journals have consistently been rejected. The disparity is simply too vast. I can only gaze up in awe, for I shall never achieve such heights in my lifetime. Having coexisted for decades, it was the first time he had seen her husband so thoroughly impressed by something. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yu, momentarily setting aside her meal, picked up the magazine and jokingly inquired, What is it that makes it so exceptional? You are a school leader and a professor. What merits such admiration? This question is indeed worthy of contemplation. Still somewhat enveloped in the world of the book, Song Shi pondered for a moment and replied, With my literary acumen, I hesitate to claim this book's greatness. Yet, its content is refreshingly ordinary, so ordinary that every sentence and every fragment resonates deeply with me, as if they transpired in my own life. The author possesses immense talent, and this book is undoubtedly a classic, rare to encounter in a century. It deserves a place among the top 5 of all the books I have read over the years. You should take a look when you have the time. Song Yu understood her father's character better than anyone. He was usually amiable and sociable. However, when it came to his fervent and serious passion for literature, he would never speak lightly or belittle himself over a mere article, unless there was only one possibility, unless the work was truly remarkable. With this thought, Song Yu turned her head to confirm once more that the author of To Live was indeed December. Staring intently at the 3 characters, she felt a moment of disorientation, and the figure of Li Heng involuntarily flashed in her mind, leading her to wonder, could this work, which her father so revered, truly be his creation? Before she could gather her thoughts, Jiang Yu exclaimed, it was recommended by Mr. Ba? Indeed, Mr. Ba is a prestigious figure. His recommendations are truly extraordinary. Song Shi had taken up his pen before, driven by ambition, and with each failed attempt, he grew to appreciate the depth of To Live even more. His words were sincere. Very well, I shall refrain from reading it for now. I will do so after dinner, lest I become so engrossed that I lose my appetite like you. With that, Jiang Yu, also an intellectual, casually placed the book beside her. This action left Song Shi momentarily bewildered. Observing everything with a tranquil smile, Song Yu said, Father, after dinner, I shall fetch you another copy. Meanwhile, in the capital, as soon as the call ended, Zhonglan stepped through the door and approached her eldest daughter. Their eyes locked in a tense confrontation. Zhonglan, from her elevated position, asked, Who did you just call? Chen Zijing knew that lying would be futile. Her mother had numerous means to interrogate her younger sister, so she opted for honesty and replied, Song Yu. Zhonglan narrowed her eyes and further probed, What about Li Heng? Chen Zijing considered denying it. But before she could utter a word, Zhang Lan had forcefully seized the landline phone from the table and hurled it to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The white phone rolled several times before coming to a stop at the doorway, shattered into pieces. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. Chen Zijing bit her lower lip tightly, observing the scene in silence, though tears swirled in her eyes. She stifled her emotions, determined not to let the tears spill forth. Unwilling to appear weak before her mother. Outside, Chen Zitong had lost her previous vivacity, standing foolishly in the courtyard, gazing at the standoff between her sister and mother with a face full of concern, yet she dared not intervene. Zitong, why are you out in the courtyard? It's raining outside. Shouldn't you come inside? At that moment, Chen Xiaomi, holding a black umbrella in her left hand and a bag in her right, entered the courtyard and inquired. Shoo. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Zitong quickly turned around, placing her finger to her lips, and whispered, Aunt. Mother and sister are at it again. Chen Xiaomi frowned. Is it serious? Very serious. The phone was smashed. Chen Zitong indicated towards the broken landline phone in several large pieces by the doorway. Following her gesture, Chen Xiaomi no longer questioned the cause of the quarrel and hurried into the house. Chapter 74. The Mother-Daughter Duel, a grand entrance in the living room. Chen Zijing sat upright on the sofa, her lips pursed tightly, gazing straight ahead, deliberately ignoring Zhang Lan's menacing glare. The tension between the two women, one fiercely staring, the other defiantly fixed on the ground, created an atmosphere thick with obstinacy and unyielding resolve. The air in the room grew increasingly frigid, charged with an unmistakable hostility. Outside, Chen Xiaomi sensed the stifling tension before even stepping inside. Since the previous summer, the once close bond between mother and daughter had deteriorated into a hostile relationship, with monthly quarrels becoming the norm. Zhang Lan had erupted into fits of rage on several occasions, even invoking curses upon the ancestral tablets of the Chen family. However, this was the first time she had resorted to throwing objects in anger. In this era, landline telephones were not inexpensive, despite the Chen family's affluence. Zhang Lan would typically refrain from such reckless behavior, aware that even the most substantial fortune could be squandered. One could only imagine the depth of her fury in this moment. Upon entering, Chen Xiaomi bent down to pick up the shattered pieces of the telephone and set them aside before approaching Zhang Lan, gently urging her to sit on the nearby sofa. Sister-in-law, please don't let your anger harm your health. Let's discuss this calmly. After all, we are family. She then took a seat beside Chen Zijing, wrapping an arm around her niece's shoulder. Zijing, take a step back. Your mother's intentions are for your own good. Let us not provide outsiders with the opportunity to mock us. Although Chen Xiaomi harbored a strong dislike for Li Heng and had often been sharp-tongued around him, she tempered her words in the presence of her eldest niece. Zhang Lan scoffed derisively. Mock us? Haven't we already become a laughingstock? It's not long before they're pointing and ridiculing us. At such a tender age, why must she emulate such disgraceful behavior? If I had known she was so stubborn, I would have given her away long ago, sparing myself this daily torment. Noticing her niece's increasingly labored breathing, Chen Xiaomi turned to Zhang Lan and said, Sister-in-law, it has been over half a year since this incident occurred. Perhaps it is time to temper your remarks. After all, she is your daughter. Are you truly prepared to cast her out? Zhang Lan lifted her chin with disdain, retorting, Cast her out? Who would want her in this state? I would consider sending her to the Li family, but I fear they might not be able to sustain her. Within 6 months, they'd all starve. Her words dripped with venom, a clear derision towards the Li family, mocking their poverty and her daughter's apparent gullibility. Chen Zijing, incensed, shot back. Then send me to the Li family. I would rather die as a ghost of theirs than drag you down with me. This provocation infuriated Zhang Lan, prompting her to rise in anger. Chen Xiaomi, sensing the escalation, quickly intervened, wrapping her arms around her sister-in-law and urging Chen Zitong, who had just entered, to assist. Don't just stand there. Help your sister to the bedroom. I want to leave. Let her hit me. Chen Zijing remained resolute, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Lan, even more enraged, shouted at her sister-in-law, Xiaomi, do not restrain me. I have never struck her in all these years. She has become increasingly brazen, and today, I shall teach her a lesson. I am utterly exasperated. Zhang Lan was genuinely enraged this time, struggling vehemently to break free from her sister-in-law's grasp, intent on delivering a few sharp slaps to her eldest daughter. The sounds of slaps echoed through the air. In the midst of the commotion, Chen Xiaomi's handbag was knocked to the ground, causing a glass bottle of perfume within to shatter, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Simultaneously, 2 heavy grunts emanated from outside the door. The elder Chen appeared at the entrance, silent yet imposing, his narrowed eyes surveying both his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. The moment Zhang Lan laid eyes on her father-in-law, her fury diminished slightly. Under the half-hearted persuasion of her sister-in-law, she begrudgingly retreated to the solitary sofa, though the violent rise and fall of her chest betrayed her lingering resentment and unquenched anger. The hatred, of course, was directed at Li Heng, while her ire was directed at her daughter for her lack of ambition. Despite the circumstances, she still pined for that scoundrel. "Grandfather, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, my sister would have been beaten to a pulp." Chen Zitong seemed to find her anchor. After a moment of frantic activity, she hurried over to affectionately assist her grandfather to a seat. At such a moment, Zhong Lan's fierce glare shifted some of her ire onto her younger daughter. She inwardly chastised herself for not having borne a son, lamenting that both of her daughters were equally infuriating, lacking any sentimentality, and always turning away from her. The elder Chen, though robust, relished the familial warmth. Once seated at ease, he calmly instructed, "Go, pour me a cup of tea." Of course, Chen Zitong swiftly turned to fulfill his request, and before long, steaming cups of tea were presented before her grandfather, mother, sister, and aunt. Naturally, she did not neglect herself, treating herself to a generous cup of sweet honey water. The elder Chen, a living relic of decades spent navigating the intricacies of the system, sat there, silent and content, sipping his tea, leaving the others in a state of anxious anticipation. Realizing that the perfume she had brought back from abroad had shattered, Chen Xiaomi was in a frenzy, crouching down to inspect her bag. Upon discovering it filled with shards of glass, her heart sank. She began to meticulously sort through the contents, extracting a small mirror, a comb, hair ties, lipstick, and eyebrow pencil one by one. With a sharp sound, she placed a document on the coffee table. Another sound followed as she set a copy of Harvest magazine down. Then, a thud indicated the presence of a bright orange tangerine. As the magazine appeared, Chen Zijing's gaze was immediately drawn to it, recalling the words spoken by Song Yu before the call ended, December. Why had Song Yu emphasized the authoress name, December? Yet, due to her recent discord with her mother, she refrained from any action, merely observing the magazine in silence. Chen Zidong gasped, "Hey, Aunt, aren't you working at People S Literature? Why would you buy the Rivals magazine? Isn't this aiding the enemy?" Having previously accepted a substantial bribe only to botch the situation, Chen Zitong now exerted every effort to divert attention, hoping her sister wouldn't demand money from her later. Upon the mention of her nemesis, Chen Xiaomi paused momentarily, carelessly setting aside her belongings in a haphazard manner before settling down. "This is a gift from our chief editor to your father. I brought it back as an afterthought," she stated. At her words, the elderly Chen, who had been engrossed in his tea, lifted his gaze with curiosity, inquiring, "Has another remarkable article been published?" When the topic of Li Heng arose, memories of the recent scorn he had inflicted upon her in Shao City washed over her with a wave of humiliation. Reluctant to elaborate, she merely opened the magazine Harvest, flipped to the page featuring To Live, and handed it to her father. He accepted it but did not rush to read. Instead, with a knowing glint in his eyes, he asked, "What story lies within?" With her hands crossed, Chen Xiaomi begrudgingly replied, "The chief editor, after reading To Live, praised it thrice and declared it a classic that could be passed down through generations." Upon learning that the author hailed from Shao City, he eagerly dialed his elder brother to express his intent to share it for appraisal. Noticing her daughter's displeasure, the old man connected the dots, realizing that this was the very work she had sought to acquire during her recent visit to Shao City, only to have it snatched away by a rival. Chen Xiaomi raised an eyebrow. "I lost it to Mr. Ba." "Oh, pray tell," he urged, his interest piqued, knowing well the esteemed position Mr. Ba held in the literary world. Although Chen Xiaomi felt a pang of frustration, she steeled herself to recount the negotiations surrounding the copyright for To Live. In conclusion, a hint of envy laced her words, due to unprecedented royalties and Mr. Ba's personal endorsement. This piece has already stirred considerable excitement in the literary circles before even being unveiled. If you doubt me, just peruse next week's newspapers. They will undoubtedly be filled with articles about it. I wonder, however, if the reception will be favorable or otherwise. Upon hearing the mention of royalties, the elder Chen grasped the implications instantly. Given the vested interests of numerous publishing houses, it was improbable that To Live would receive unanimously positive reviews. Nonetheless, with Mr. Ba personally overseeing matters, many would likely extend a degree of deference, and if the quality of the work stood up to scrutiny, it wouldn't necessarily spell disaster. At the very least, with the buzz generated, To Live had already laid the groundwork for potential success. Having come to this realization, the elder Chen smiled. It seems Mr. Ba possesses quite the acumen. However, I wonder if the author will be fortunate enough to enjoy the fruits of his labor come December. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomi felt a tightening in her chest. Before the end of the workday, both chief editor Zhou Mingwei and editor Sun had voiced similar sentiments, leaving her feeling somewhat envious. Yet, she could not deny the truth of the matter. With Mr. Ba's illustrious reputation and the extraordinary royalties he had promised, many would undoubtedly flock to read To Live. Given its high standard of quality, while it might not retain everyone, the number of those who remained would surely be substantial, enough to satisfy that scoundrel Li Heng. A single work has unexpectedly given rise to such a multitude of narratives. Moreover, Mr. Ba, at his advanced age, has personally taken the initiative to support a younger generation. Coupled with the added effect of their shared hometown identity, Mr. Chen's desires have been thoroughly stirred, prompting him to disregard the awkwardness between his daughter-in-law and eldest granddaughter. As he eagerly delved into the pages, he perused the text with utter disregard for his surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ziqin felt a tempest brewing within her. She firmly believed that Song Yu's words were not without purpose. In that urgent moment, her insistence on focusing on the writer December must surely bear some connection to her own life. Could it be that this remarkable author has ties to Li Heng? Chen Ziqin was momentarily startled by her own sudden thought, only to dismiss it immediately. After all, he was preoccupied with his studies and had no time for such matters. Furthermore, while he had previously enjoyed perusing Uncle Li's published works, it was primarily an escape from labor. He relished mischief far more than the idea of being a true genius. What, then, was the implication of Song Yu's actions? Chen Ziqin's mind was rife with uncertainty, leaving her utterly perplexed. Her daughter was equally confounded, and so was Zhang Lan. The editor-in-chief of People's Literature and her husband were alumni, often exchanging small gifts to maintain their friendship, a practice Zhang Lan found unremarkable. However, she was taken aback to discover that the author hailed from Shao City, although she had yet to read To Live and was unaware of its true quality. Even a fool could deduce a simple truth. If the work were subpar, it would not merit Mr. Ba's disregard for his own reputation, compelling him to take such personal action. Thus, she had formed a foundational assessment in her mind, while the true caliber of To Live remained uncertain. It was undoubtedly a remarkable masterpiece. Reflecting on this, Zhong Lan turned to Chen Xiaomi and inquired, "Xiaomi, you met the author in person last time, right? Which part of Shao City are they from?"